pretending to be weak while actually being strong, ruthless, cunning, and invincible among his peers. Lingtian transmigrated into a female-oriented political intrigue novel, becoming the villainous third prince of the Great Zhou dynasty. Right from the start, he was to marry the female lead, Feng Huojun. On their wedding night, the crazed female lead actually tried to kill him because she loved him to the bone. When a poisoned dagger pierced his heart, he knew he was doomed. This villain really wouldn't survive 3 episodes. On his deathbed, he was bound to an immortality lottery system. By drawing lots, he could become stronger. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the constitution of immunity to all poisons. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the ability of photographic memory. Very well, now I'll begin my sneaky development and pretending to be weak while actually being strong. The crazed female lead wept bitterly at the spot where he died, because she had personally killed the man she loved most. Chapter 1. I have transcended the third prince of the villain. Nightfall enveloped the Great Zhou dynasty. In the Kunning Palace, lanterns were aglow, radiating an atmosphere of joyous celebration. I have transcended into a female-centric world and become the infamous third prince of the Great Zhou. Lingtian remained in a state of bewilderment for quite some time before the realization dawned upon him. He recollected that it was a stormy night, and while on duty at the library, boredom led him to casually pick up a book titled Feng Huojun, a work of female-oriented political intrigue. After merely a few chapters, he was struck by lightning, resulting in his unexpected journey into another realm. Oh no. Suddenly, as he glanced down at his celebratory crimson robe, his complexion shifted. Today marked the day of the marriage between the third prince and the heroine, Feng Huojun. According to the narrative, the heroine, Feng Huojun, was of the noble Feng lineage, unparalleled in beauty and intellect, a prodigy of extraordinary talent, a rare gem in a millennium. Conversely, Lingtian, the male lead, was the least favored third prince of the Great Zhou. Feng Huojun fell deeply in love with Lingtian, overcoming numerous obstacles to restore the fragmented territories of the Great Zhou, ultimately enabling him to ascend the throne. On this day of their wedding, Lingtian feared that Feng Huojun's growing prowess might incite her to commit regicide. Thus he had poisoned her wine. Regrettably, Feng Huojun was formidable enough to survive the poison and retaliated by taking Lingtian's life. The subsequent events, however, remained unread. Yet, the synopsis hinted that the heroine would carve her path through bloodshed and treachery, ultimately seizing the imperial throne and emerging as a ruthless empress. According to his understanding of this world, martial arts were categorized into 9 ranks. Beyond these ranks lay the realms of innate, master, and grandmaster, each subdivided into early, mid, late, and peak stages. Achieving the grandmaster level granted one a lifespan of over 300 years. Feng Huojun was at the pinnacle of the master stage, merely a step away from the grandmaster realm. In contrast, Lingtian was only at the early innate stage, making him a mere pawn in her hands should she wish to eliminate him. At that moment, Lingtian's gaze fell upon a piece of jade hanging at his waist. The jade was not whole, appearing as but a fragment inscribed with mysterious runes, ancient and extraordinary in nature. This is Lingtian's pupils constricted. He had seen this piece of jade before. It was lodged within the pages of the book. When the lightning struck, it had hit this very jade. The seal of eternal life. Lingtian picked up the jade, stunned for a moment. According to the memories of the third prince, this jade was known as the seal of eternal life. A millennium ago, the seal of eternal life was said to be linked to a mysterious treasure. Possessing it could unlock the treasure and grant eternal life. Subsequently, various grandmasters vied for it, leading to its division into 9 pieces, each claimed by different powerful beings. The piece he possessed was one that the Great Zhou had obtained, passed down through generations. This seal is extraordinary, yet it is incomplete, and for generations, the emperors of the Great Zhou have struggled to unravel its mysteries. Lingtian mused as he examined the seal of eternal life. After a while, his expression turned complicated. Attempts such as bloodletting had proven futile. This jade offered him no immediate assistance. Very well, I shall rely on my own wits. Lingtian turned his gaze to the table before him. Upon it lay a wine jug containing the infamous poison, Huang Quan San, a substance that struck terror into the hearts of martial artists. Once poisoned, one's power would dissipate, and over time, the afflicted would suffer excruciating torment, their souls extinguished, unable to ascend to the netherworld. The third prince poisons Feng Huojun and meets his demise. Would the outcome have changed had he refrained from poisoning her? Lingtian mused aloud. Feng Huojun Palace. I have been reborn on the eve of our wedding toast. Feng Huojun, adorned in a resplendent crimson gown, draped in a veil of clouds and crowned with a golden phoenix tiara, wore an expression of confusion upon her breathtaking visage. Was this rebirth or merely a fleeting dream? She found herself at a loss. An hour ago, she and Lingtian had just completed their wedding, only for him to poison her wine during the toast. As her cultivation waned, she fought with all her strength and managed to strike back, killing Lingtian. Alas, she too succumbed to the poison, never anticipating that she would be granted a second chance at life. Lingtian, how could you betray my love? When you were at your lowest, I stood by your side, offering my utmost support. Feng Huojun murmured, her fists clenching tightly. When you spoke of your desire to seize the throne, I selflessly cleared all obstacles in your path, quelling unrest to help you achieve greatness. Yet, what did you repay me with? A cup of poison. How cruel. In the end, it was I, Feng Huojun, who failed to see your true nature. But this time, you shall not succeed. I will ensure you pay a heavy price. Her eyes devoid of any emotion, a chilling malice pervaded the air, causing the temperature within the hall to plummet as if it were on the verge of freezing. She retrieved a beautifully crafted dagger from a cabinet, concealing it within her sleeve, and walked out with an indifferent demeanor. I feel a growing sense of unease. Lingtian furrowed his brow. According to wedding customs, he should now proceed to Feng Huojun Palace to partake in the toast with Feng Huojun, yet he subconsciously wished to avoid encountering her. Thunder rumbled ominously. The sense of foreboding intensifies. Something is amiss. Escape. Lingtian felt an inexplicable dread. Just as he was about to flee, a stunning beauty adorned with a phoenix crown and cloud cloak entered the room. Her figure was enchanting, with a slender waist and long, straight legs. Her delicate fingers resembled green onions, and her skin was flawless, akin to jade, made ever more radiant beneath her crimson gown. Her long, black hair cascaded like a waterfall, silky and smooth that crystal-like earlobes dangled with golden pendants, and her delicate brows formed a crescent moon, while her enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled with allure, exuding an air of regal authority. Her high, refined nose, vibrant cherry lips, and pearly white teeth combined to present a picture of allure, nobility, grace, and grandeur. Lingtian gazed at Feng Huojun, momentarily entranced. Indeed, she was a paragon of beauty, unparalleled in the realm, and as a modern individual, he had encountered many beauties, yet none could rival her. Alas, the more beautiful a woman, the more perilous she often proved to be. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Lingtian endeavored to maintain his composure, offering a faint smile. Jun, what brings you here? Feng Huojun approached Lingtian, her voice soft. My husband, it is time for us to partake in the wedding toast. Yet you have not come to me, so I took the initiative to find you. Oh, yes, the toast. It matters not where we drink. Lingtian nodded. Reaching for the wine on the table, the glimmer of lethal intent flashed in Feng Huojun's eyes, and in an instant, the dagger she held lunged forward. Chapter 2. The deranged female protagonist strikes with a swift motion. The dagger pierced through Lingtian's chest, blood splattering everywhere. An excruciating wave of pain surged through him, causing his body to tremble, his pupils to constrict, and his head to spin. He felt all his strength rapidly ebb away, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lingtian struggled to raise a finger towards Feng Huojun, his face contorted in agony. He was perplexed. The poison had not yet been released. So why had she attacked him? What on earth was happening? This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Could it be that the butterfly effect of his transmigration had altered the course of events? Yet, the final outcome seemed unchanged. With a swift motion, Feng Huojun extracted the bloody dagger. Her cold laughter pierced the air as she gazed at Lingtian. How does the taste of Huangquan scent feel? Do not worry. Soon you will lose all your cultivation, and you shall feel anguish akin to a heart pierced by knives. You insane woman. Lingtian spat in anger. Indeed, I am thoroughly deranged. However, your enraged countenance brings me immense joy. Feng Huojun chuckled triumphantly, her hands outstretched. Reveling in the moment, Lingtian, irritated by her delight, thought to himself that since death was inevitable, he had nothing to fear. He suddenly embraced her slender waist, forcefully squeezing her pert backside, and pressed his lips against her vibrant red ones. The sensation was soft and warm. Yet the excruciating pain rendered him unable to appreciate the intimacy. He bit down hard. Feng Huojun initially froze, pain coursing through her as her expression darkened. She instantly pushed him away, wiping her mouth in disgust, a cut evident at the corner of her lips. The poison of Huangquan San will not easily transfer to me. If you kneel and plead for mercy now, I might consider granting you a swift end. At this moment, Lingtian could hardly muster a response. Unwilling to engage with this deranged woman, gritting his teeth, he laboriously made his way towards the grand hall's exit, determined to witness the scenery outside before his demise. Perhaps after this death, he would return home. Go on, take a final look at your empire. Do not leave any regrets. Feng Huojun stood by, coldly smiling, not attempting to stop him. Shortly after exiting the grand hall, Lingtian felt a wave of pain envelop him, dizziness overtaking his senses. Suddenly, he stumbled, as if falling into a pool of water. Ding! Life-threatening situation detected. Binding the eternal life lottery system now. Binding successful. Host, Lingtian. Cultivation, early innate stage. Technique, Great Zhou Emperor's art. Notice, this system is the eternal life lottery system, which requires the eternal life seal as a guide for the lottery. To grow stronger, the host must seek more eternal life seals. It's here. Lingtian felt a surge of excitement. It had finally arrived. System, save me, he exclaimed, his voice trembling. Ding! A piece of eternal life seal has been detected on the host, allowing for one lottery draw. Will the host proceed? A special triple draw is available for newcomers. Draw, Lingtian decisively commanded. Ding! For draws activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring proficiency in all arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Congratulations to the host for gaining immunity to all poisons. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the photographic memory ability. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability to deduce techniques. The rewards are here. I am now immune to all poisons. What can a mere Huangquan Sin do to me? Lingtian felt the poison in his body dissipate, excitement bubbling within him. Suddenly, a terrifying sensation of tearing pain struck him, and he felt a sharp sting throughout his body before losing consciousness. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed. The smile vanished from Feng Huojun's face. She gazed silently at the wine jug on the table, her expression filled with despondence. Lingtian, you know that I love you deeply. If you doubt me, I can easily walk away. Why must it be this way? When the dagger had pierced Lingtian's chest, she felt a rush of satisfaction, as if avenging a great grievance. However, upon his death, an inexplicable sense of loss and confusion washed over her. For a moment, she was at a loss as to what to do next. Overwhelmed by a profound weariness and boredom, she picked up the wine jug and released it gently. Bang! The jug fell to the ground, spilling its contents. Feng Huojun furrowed her brow, noticing that the spilled wine did not corrode the ground. The wine was non-toxic. How could this be? Feng Huojun was taken aback. Could it be that Lingtian had not poisoned it in time? Huojun, you. A complex voice resonated as a strikingly handsome man clad in a black robe entered the grand hall. His name was Ji Cheng, the Marquis of the Great Zhou, commanding 1,000,000 troops. After the previous emperor's passing, he had the power to rebel and seize control, yet he chose to submit to Feng Huojun, leaving many perplexed. Did you witness everything? Feng Huojun spoke coolly. Ji Cheng sighed. I did. He fell into the underworld's spring and was crushed. I never imagined you would turn against him. He could not fathom why Feng Huojun, who loved Lingtian so deeply, would act against him. Feng Huojun wished to change the subject. She slowly began. I recall the first time we met, you expressed your desire to be the emperor of the Great Zhou. Now, your wish has come true. Ji Cheng shook his head, his eyes filled with tenderness. You know my heart. If given a choice between the throne and you, I will always choose you. Feng Huojun raised her hand, silencing him. This matter need not be discussed further. I desire solitude now. You must prepare. The Great Zhou cannot be without a ruler for a day. Though Ji Cheng's expression darkened, he bowed slightly, presenting her with a letter. This is from Lingtian, dropped before he fell into the underworld spring. Feng Huojun took the letter without a second thought. Ji Cheng then exited the grand hall. Unfolding the letter, Feng Huojun read its contents. In the next moment, her body trembled, her face turning ashen, and she collapsed. The letter contained but a single line. The picturesque landscape is gifted to you. I wish to depart. Take care of yourself. Lingtian had intended to leave the palace and pen this farewell letter, but regrettably, he had not managed to present it before Feng Huojun arrived. Lingtian. Panic surged within Feng Huojun as tears streamed down her face. She hurriedly rushed outside the grand hall. Outside, Ji Cheng paused for a second. Taken aback, Feng Huojun disregarded him entirely, sprinting towards a nearby pool, the water tinged with crimson. Without hesitation, she prepared to leap into the water. Ji Qing's expression changed dramatically as he quickly grabbed her. What do you think you are doing? Feng Huojun, her expression vacant, collapsed to the ground, sobbing as she hugged her knees. Lingtian, you liar. Why did you deceive me? In that moment, she could no longer distinguish whether she had truly been reborn or if it was all merely a dream. If it was just a dream, then everything was an illusion, her unrequited feelings leading her to kill the man she loved in reality. Because of a dream, she had slain her most beloved. A piercing pain surged through her, and Feng Huojun coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. Huojun. Ji Qing's expression turned grave. 18 years later, Songyun City. Atop a lofty mountain, amidst the autumn scenery, a man clad in a white mink robe, slightly slender, with striking features and a languid demeanor, reclined on the lap of a beautiful woman in a blue dress, greedily indulging in the purple grapes she fed him. Noticing the darkening sky, the woman gently remarked, "It seems a heavy rain is approaching." With a playful grin, Lingtian extended his tongue to lick the juice from her delicate fingers. To languish in the embrace of a beauty is the dream of countless men. I would never wish to leave. The blue-dressed beauty shot him a teasing glance. Who told you to be the third young master of Tianmen? Upon hearing the words, Lingtian reluctantly rose from the lovely lady's lap. Stretching his limbs and stifling a yawn, he remarked, "Indeed, it is time to return, Xueli. The weather has turned chilly, and you should hasten back to the listening snow tower." As he spoke, a brisk wind swept through, causing him to shiver instinctively. His gaunt figure seemed as though it could be whisked away by the cold breeze at any moment. Having faced death once, he had not returned but had managed to evade the protagonist's halo of Feng Huojun, which had afforded him some comfort. Lingtian mused quietly, tightening his mink coat before transforming into a fleeting shadow and plunging into the wintry gusts. Chapter 3. What harm and enjoyment Tianmen, a colossal entity within the martial world, boasts a lineage that spans millennia, firmly establishing its dominion with a formidable foundation and an abundance of skilled practitioners, making it rare for anyone to dare provoke it. Nestled upon Tianmen Mountain, also known as Tianshan Mountain, this majestic peak looms like a giant suspended in the sky, its towering form piercing the clouds. The terrain is perilously steep, laden with countless traps and concealed weapons, fiercely guarded. Without a royal edict, ascending the mountain is as arduous as scaling the heavens. Wenxiang Pavilion. A picturesque scene unfolds with gentle streams and melodious sounds akin to jade pendants clinking. Ginkgo and maple leaves cascade to the ground, exuding a unique aesthetic charm. The courtyard is adorned with numerous autumn chrysanthemums, filling the air with a subtle fragrance that, combined with the soothing babble of the stream, elevates one's spirit. Inside the pavilion, Lingtian closed his eyes and muttered, "Panel. Host, Lingtian. Cultivation, peak innate realm. Techniques, Great Zhou Emperor's art, swordsmanship of the all-encompassing path, Qinglian sword classic, and Snowfall Heart Sutra." 18 years prior, he had fallen victim to Feng Huojun's treachery and inadvertently acquired a system, only to be subsequently crushed in the depths of the underworld spring. When he regained consciousness, he found himself reborn as a mere infant. In the blink of an eye, 18 years had elapsed. He had diligently retrained in martial arts, now standing at the pinnacle of the innate realm, a mere step away from the master realm. Throughout these years, he had sought the whereabouts of the long life seal, yet he only possessed fragments of information, with the rest remaining elusive. Within Tianmen, there existed a long life seal, held by the successive leaders, but he had stealthily seized it, availing himself of another opportunity to draw rewards. Acquiring a technique in swordsmanship of the all-encompassing path. The Qinglian sword classic was the martial art of Tianmen, while the Snowfall Heart Sutra had been imparted to him by another. His singular ambition now was to uncover the remaining 7 pieces of the long life seal. For only with more seals could he continue to partake in the rewards. "My lord, the master requests your presence in the grand hall." A gentle voice resonated from outside. Creak. Lingtian opened the door to behold a stunning maiden, dressed in a flowing silver gown and adorned with exquisitely embroidered shoes. Her graceful figure was accentuated by a white jade ribbon cinched at her waist. Her long, lustrous hair flowed like a waterfall, held in place by a simple wooden hairpin. With eyebrows arched like crescent moons and bright eyes reflecting a glimmer akin to a clear spring, she possessed an enchanting visage, her skin as fair as snow, with delicate features that radiated warmth and grace. This was Lingtian's maid, Yufuyao. "A month ago, I found her and brought her back to Tianmen," he thought. "Greetings, my lord." Yu Fuyao bowed respectfully. With a light smile, Yi Lingtian inquired, "Do you know why the old fellow seeks me?" Yu Fuyao replied, "The master intends to select brides for the 4 young lords. The other 3 have already arrived at the Grand Hall. And you are the last to join. Selecting brides?" A contemplative glimmer flickered in Yi Lingtian's eyes. Yu Fuyao gently responded, "My lord, you are no longer young. It is time to consider marriage and starting a family." Yi Lingtian jested, "Shouldn't I marry someone like you, Fuyao?" Taken aback for a moment, Yu Fuyao lowered her gaze, replying, "Fuyao is but your maid." "Haha, just teasing you. Look at how flustered you are." Yi Lingtian laughed heartily and departed from Wenxiang Pavilion. In the Grand Hall, a middle-aged man sat at the head of the table, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. His countenance stern, with thick eyebrows and piercing eyes that radiated intensity, making it daunting for anyone to meet his gaze. This was Yi Songhai, the master of Tianmen. Beside him were several elderly men, the elders of Tianmen. Standing at the lower positions were 3 young men of striking presence. "What is the reason behind my father's sudden summons?" inquired Yi Wuya, the eldest son of Tianmen, with utmost respect, clad in a long black robe. His eyes were as deep as the abyss, exuding an inscrutable aura. There were 4 sons in Tianmen, the eldest, Yi Wuya, the second, Yi Rufeng, the third, Yi Lingtian, and the youngest, Yi Qingzhou. The 4 brothers, sharing the same father but different mothers, had a unique bond since childhood. Yi Songhai pondered. "You are all of age now. Apologies for my tardiness." Yi Lingtian's voice echoed as he swiftly entered the Grand Hall. Yi Songhai's brow furrowed, revealing a hint of displeasure. He glared at Yi Lingtian and remarked, "In Tianmen, you are the most inept, idling away your time in taverns and pleasure houses. When will you grow up?" A smirk of derision crossed Yi Qingzhou's face as he regarded Yi Lingtian with disdain. Yi Wuya and Yi Rufeng, however, maintained their calm demeanor. Unfazed, Yi Lingtian retorted, "My family is vast and prosperous. As the 3rd son of Tianmen, what harm is there in indulging a little? If I do not enjoy life, how can I honor this grand legacy? Meanwhile, you, at your age, are still caught up in endless toil. Have you ever considered enjoying life?" Yi Songhai was nearly driven to the brink of fury, grabbing a teacup from the table, poised to hurl it. Among the 4 sons, Yi Lingtian was the most infamous. From birth, he had been frail and sickly, yet he squandered his life in taverns, drained by indulgence. Appearing perpetually weak, despite being urged to train and strengthen his body, he showed no interest, preferring to flirt with respectable women or engage in gambling with crickets, occasionally splurging lavishly in brothels, embodying the essence of a spendthrift. Within Tianmen, he bore the worst reputation. Had it not been for his status as the 3rd son, he would have likely met an untimely end long ago. Among the 4 brothers, the other 3 were all innate-level practitioners, while Yi Lingtian remained a mere 6th-tier martial artist, a status achieved through the accumulation of various medicinal herbs, embodying utter failure. "Cough, master. We must focus on the matter at hand," an elder interjected hastily. "Humph." Yi Songhai snorted, placing the teacup down, inquiring, "What was I speaking of?" The elder replied, "About the selection of brides." Yi Songhai fixed his gaze upon the 4 sons, stating, "You are all of age. I intend to select brides for you. A wise partner can assist you in many matters, especially you, Yi Lingtian. This time you must choose a bride to ensure the continuation of our lineage." In his view, Yi Lingtian was a wayward son, immature in mind. He believed that marriage would temper him significantly. Yi Lingtian yawned. "If you wish to continue the lineage, you can do so yourself. Why not heed my suggestion and pass the position of master to Yi Wuya and the others? You can then conserve your energy." Bang! Yi Songhai erupted in fury, overturning the table, pointing an accusing finger at Yi Lingtian. "You wretch! Do you hear the nonsense you speak? Master, please remain calm." Several elders urged. Chapter 4, 12 brides, each radiant in beauty enough. Yi Songhai inhaled deeply, righting the table, then declared, "In 2 hours, the selected brides will arrive at the foot of Tianmen Mountain. You shall personally go to greet them." Yi Wuya interjected. "This wedding selection has garnered considerable attention. The net will undoubtedly seize this opportunity." The Luo Network, a notorious assassin organization within the realm, is shrouded in mystery and omnipresence, weaving an intricate web that spans both the martial world and political circles. Wherever there are people, there exists the Luo Network. Over the years, the network has become increasingly audacious, committing heinous acts that instill fear in all who hear of them. The various factions in the realm regard them with trepidation, wary of provoking their ire. It is rumored that the Luo network has long sought the eternal seal of the Heavenly Gate, making it a prime target for their ambitions. Under ordinary circumstances, even with their cunning, infiltrating the Heavenly Gate would pose significant challenges for the Luo network. However, this time, the Grand Wedding presents an unparalleled opportunity that they are unlikely to miss. Moreover, it is plausible that other parties with ulterior motives may also attempt to infiltrate the event. Yi Songhai remarked, "You are correct. Thus, I need you to keep your eyes peeled and observe carefully, understood?" "Understood," replied Yi Wuya and his companions. Nodding in agreement, Yi Songhai seemed to recall something and added, "Among the brides, there is one from the court. If you three brothers aspire to become the gate master, you must not choose her. The intertwining of the martial world and the court will undoubtedly lead to grave complications. The Heavenly Gate wields great power and never interferes in court matters, and should the court attempt to meddle in the affairs of the Heavenly Gate, they shall not be met with compliance. The new gate master will be selected from among Yi Wuya and his brothers. Hence they must not become entangled with the court factions." "Rest assured, Father, we understand," they replied respectfully. Yi Lingtian, however, wore a look of fatigue, yearning for a place to rest, seemingly indifferent to Yi Songhai's words. "Enough, you may all leave." Yi Songhai waved his hand impatiently, irritated by Yi Lingtian's bothersome demeanor. "Let us go." Yi Lingtian was the first to exit, but paused at the door to say, "You might want to consider what I mentioned earlier." "Get lost," Yi Songhai bellowed. "I'll consider it, sure. You're just eager for me to vacate this position, aren't you? If I leave and trouble arises, who will resolve it for you?" Seeing Yi Songhai's fury, the three brothers dared not linger and hastily departed. Once they left, Yi Songhai settled into his chair, chuckling as he scolded, "This little rascal is becoming increasingly reckless." An elder laughed. "The third young master may lack a bit in intellect and skill, but he is pure-hearted and not malicious." Yi Songhai sighed, "I fear his naivety. The martial world is fraught with deceit and brutality. One misstep, and I may be confronted with a corpse. Alas, what can I do if this lad remains oblivious?" Another elder chuckled, "Time and experience will lead to growth. May this wedding selection help him mature." "One can only hope." Yi Songhai nodded gently. As evening approached, at the foot of the Heavenly Gate Mountain, the smoke from cooking fires began to rise. A group of male and female guards from the Heavenly Gate, armed and serious, stood in 2 rows. Yi Lingtian, clad in a thick mink coat, lounged on a soft stool, leisurely waving a fan while a charcoal grill before him sizzled with fresh meat and vegetables, the smoke curling upward. Behind him, Yu Fuyao gently massaged his shoulders, embodying the image of a dutiful maid. 5 meters ahead, Yi Wuya and his brothers gazed calmly at the solitary road in the distance. "Fuyao, do you think the bride is beautiful?" "I hope she's not a hideous creature," Yi Lingtian remarked, picking up a piece of grilled meat to savor its delightful flavor. "The bride selected by the Heavenly Gate will undoubtedly be of exceptional beauty. You need not worry," Yu Fuyao replied softly. "That may not be so certain. I must have a good look. If she wishes to be my woman, her appearance is paramount," Yi Lingtian insisted. Yu Fuyao smiled gently, opting not to elaborate. Soon, 12 bridal palanquins appeared sequentially along the road. As the palanquins came to a halt, the brides clad in new crimson robes gently lifted the curtains and emerged. Each of the 12 women was strikingly beautiful, their grace accentuated by their vibrant red bridal attire. "Yi Qingzhou, why are you standing there like a statue? Are you entranced by the sight of women? Step aside and let me see the beauties," Yi Lingtian scolded, casting an annoyed glance at Yi Qingzhou. Yi Qingzhou grimaced, turning away with a dark expression, choosing not to respond. "This lad has no future," Yi Lingtian sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. As the 12 brides exited their palanquins, their gazes immediately fell upon Yi Wuya and his brothers. These 3 young masters are remarkably handsome. Their presence is formidable. One bride exclaimed in astonishment. Another whispered, "The one in black at the center, with his cold demeanor, is the eldest son of the Heavenly Gate. The one on the right in blue, exuding elegance, is the second son, and the one on the left in green is the 4th son. But what of the 3rd son? The 3rd son is the one clad in a mink coat, looking frail and delicate. He seems handsome too. The 3rd son, having been sickly as a child, shunned martial practice, and upon reaching adulthood, became notoriously indulgent, often frequenting brothels. His reputation within the Heavenly Gate is less than favorable, known for his lecherous behavior and ill repute." "What? The 3rd son is such a person? If he selects me, my life will be ruined." The brides murmured to one another, exchanging information while glancing at Yi Lingtian and his brothers. "Fuyao, what are those women whispering about? Are they praising my extraordinary handsomeness?" Yi Lingtian inquired. Yu Fu Yao shot him a peculiar look before suppressing a smile. They are indeed complimenting your good looks, young master. Indeed, they possess good taste, Yi Lingtian grinned. Observing his reaction, Yu Fu Yao shook her head inwardly, feeling slightly disappointed in the third son. Yi Wuya stepped forward and coldly commanded, silence. Instantly, the 12 brides fell silent. Chapter 5. The Beauty, a selection of brides. Yi Wuya gestured lightly, prompting the female guards to approach. This sword cannot be brought into the Heavenly Gate Mountain. Please surrender it. One guard addressed a cold and unresponsive woman clutching a sword tightly, her lips pressed tightly together. Dear sister, please don't be obstinate. Hand over the sword. The Heavenly Gate forbids such items, one bride urged. Yet, the woman remained unmoved. The sword held special significance for her. Yi Wei stepped closer, about to speak when the woman suddenly tightened her grip on the sword, still not raising her gaze, her eyes void of life. Yi Wuya, observing her demeanor, was momentarily taken aback and replied calmly, this sword may be brought into Tianxian Mountain. The guard hesitated for a moment. Yi Rufeng then added, this young lady is Yu Hongling from the Sword-Hidden Villa. The master has decreed that she may carry her sword into the mountain. Upon hearing this, the guard quickly clasped her hands in respect and continued checking the others. After the inspection, the guards respectfully informed Yi Wuya, young master. All items that need to be confiscated have been collected. Yi Wuya nodded gently. Please blindfold the young ladies. The journey ahead may involve some offenses, and I hope for your understanding. Subsequently, the guards produced red cloth strips to cover the bride's eyes. When it was Yu Hongling's turn, she suddenly trembled and fainted. Yi Wuya swiftly caught her, checking her pulse and frowning. Her pulse is erratic. She has been poisoned by the Luo Network's mandala toxin. He swiftly examined Yu Hongling's body, discovering traces of blood staining her chest, clearly indicating she had sustained serious injuries. Just half a month ago, the Tsangjian Villa was obliterated by the Luo Network, who were in pursuit of a woman and a sword. Without hesitation, Yi Wuyo instantly lifted Yu Hongling into his arms and said to Yi Rufeng and Yi Qingzhou, the rest is up to you. As Yi Wuyo carried Yu Hongling past Yi Lingtian, the latter smiled faintly and remarked, it is said that a man can extricate himself from his infatuations, but a woman cannot. Yet, I find it quite the opposite. This girl is cursed. You must tread carefully. Yi Wuyo ignored Yi Lingtian and quickly departed with Yu Hongling. The next morning, within a grand hall, 12 brides donned in flowing red gowns stood in a line. At first glance, they were enchanting. Their beauty a stunning tapestry of colors, forming a breathtaking vista. Gentlemen, you may begin, an elderly woman announced. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air. Yi Wuyo entered the hall, his demeanor fierce, exuding a frigid aura, with Yi Qingzhou and Yi Rufeng trailing closely behind. Where is Yi Lingtian? Yi Wuyo scanned the room, but did not see him. Here I am. Yi Lingtian's voice rang out as he strode in, clad in a thick fur coat. Munching on a meat bun, the trio's gazes fell upon him, brows furrowing in disapproval. Don't look at me like that. One must ensure 3 meals a day for one's health. You lot, with your 2 meals, are bound to encounter problems sooner or later, Yi Lingtian nonchalantly replied. Yi Qingzhou retorted coldly. Your body is already in deficit. 3 meals, or even 4, wouldn't suffice. Yi Lingtian dismissed their comments with indifference. For young gentlemen, please proceed. The elderly woman urged once more. Yi Wuyo and his companions offered a slight bow to her and began to scrutinize the brides present. As the eldest son of the Tian men, Yi Wuyo had the privilege of first choice. Upon reaching Yu Hongling, he inquired, how is your injury, Miss Hongling? Thank you for your concern, young master. I am no longer in pain, she replied, her voice hoarse, as if she had not spoken in quite some time. Yi Wuyo nodded gently, taking her hand and declaring, I choose her. Yu Hongling trembled slightly, but did not resist. The other women cast envious glances at Yu Hongling. For being chosen by the eldest son promised a bright future, as Yi Wuyo was likely to become the next leader of the Tian men, and his consort would undoubtedly be the lady of the sect. Congratulations, elder brother. Yi Rufeng smiled at Yi Wuyo. It is your turn now, Yi Wuyo said to him. Yi Rufeng looked at a young woman, his expression softening into a warm smile. I choose you. Yi Wuyo gazed at her and remarked, Gu Qingming from the Four Views Academy is indeed a suitable match. It was evident they had done their homework regarding these women, having made their selections beforehand. Yi Lingtian, it's your turn, Yi Wuyo called. Yi Lingtian replied, let Yi Qingzhou choose first. I will select last. Then I shall not hesitate. Yi Qingzhou said without delay, pointing to a charming young woman. I choose her. Tang Min, Tang Xinling. Excellent choice, Yi Wuyo nodded slightly. As the 3 of them completed their selections, The remaining women appeared anxious, their faces pale. With only Yi Lingtian left, if they were not chosen, the Tian men would provide them with suitable arrangements, as there were many promising disciples within the sect. However, being selected by him would lead to a grim fate. Please do not choose me, some silently prayed. Yi Lingtian regarded the remaining women with a playful expression before pointing to two of them. You two, step forward. The two women hesitated for a moment, their expressions slightly uneasy. The first was graceful and exuded an air of nobility, while the second was poised and elegant, reminiscent of a serene landscape painting, embodying the gentle essence of Jiangnan, a talented poetess. I choose you both, Yi Lingtian said, a smile gracing his face, a glimmer of meaning hidden in his eyes. Unquestionably, Yi Wuyo and his companions had selected exceptional women, particularly Yi Wuyo, who had chosen a formidable presence. Yet, the two women he had chosen were equally remarkable. Upon Yi Lingtian's selection of two brides, Yi Wuyo and the others frowned slightly. Choosing the second woman was acceptable, as she came from a prestigious Jiangnan family named Qin Jinjia, her background impeccable. However, selecting the first woman, Su Qingcheng, from a family of officials, was more troubling. Yi Songhai had previously warned them against choosing women associated with political power, lest they be forever barred from the position of sect leader. This warning seemed directed solely at them, excluding Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian smiled lightly. It appears there is no rule against choosing two brides, is there? The elderly woman replied. Indeed, there is no rule, but one of your chosen brides can only be a concubine. Yi Lingtian casually pointed at Su Qingcheng. I hereby designate you as my concubine. Su Qingcheng frowned, discomfort evident, yet she refrained from speaking further. Once they entered the Tianmen, they had to adhere to its customs. No matter which young master chose them, they had to accept their fate. Yi Lingtian's gaze turned to Qin Jinjia, and he said with a smile, Miss Qin, entering the Tianmen is like diving into the ocean. From now on, your worldly ties are as strangers. If you have any affections for another man, now is the time to reconsider. Upon hearing this, Qin Jinjia's pupils slightly contracted. Yet she replied softly, to be chosen by the third young master is a blessing for Jinjia. I have no thoughts of regret. Is that so? Yi Lingtian responded noncommittally. He waved his arm. In that case, Miss Qin and Miss Su, come with me. Qin Jinjia and Su Qingqing followed in Yi Lingtian's footsteps as they departed. In the Wenxiang Pavilion, Yi Lingtian addressed the two women. From now on, you shall reside here in the Wenxiang Pavilion. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform Fuyao. Qin Jinjia and Su Qingcheng glanced at the enchanting Fuyao, all flickering in their eyes. Fuyao spoke gently, ladies. If you need anything or encounter any issues, please feel free to let me know. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Jinjia asked, does the third young master reside here as well? Yi Lingtian nodded, indeed. I live here, but rest assured, I will not act recklessly before the wedding. Of course, if you have any desires, I would not object. The two women breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. The third young master was indeed known for his amorous nature, and should he wish to be indiscreet, it would pose a significant problem. His current demeanor, however, left them with an air of uncertainty. Fuyao, why don't you show them around? I am off to play with my birds. Yi Lingtian said lazily as he strolled toward a nearby pavilion. Play with birds? Qin Jinjia and Su Qingqing exchanged peculiar glances, confirming the rumors that the third young master was not only lecherous, but also frivolous. Fuyao softly remarked, last year, the young master raised a parrot named Feng Huojun, and he was quite fond of it. Upon hearing this name, Qin Jinjia and Su Qingqing's expressions sharpened. Ladies, what is it? Yu Fuyao cast a perplexed glance at the two women. It's nothing, they replied with slight shakes of their heads, though their expressions hinted at something amiss. Feng Huojun? What audacity to adopt such a name. With that, Yu Fuyao decided to take the two ladies on a stroll, while also imparting some crucial information they ought to heed. As Yi Lingtian stepped into the room, a beautifully adorned parrot perched by the window squawked, Welcome, esteemed guest. Welcome, esteemed guest. Shoo, you silly bird, Yi Lingtian chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, causing the parrot to flutter away. He settled into a chair, casually picking up a brush to inscribe some notes on a piece of paper. Su Qingcheng, peak innate stage, adept in mechanisms, formations, and poison. Qin Jinxia, peak innate stage, skilled in assassination, intelligence, and the 6 arts. Yu Fuyao, late master stage, proficient in. He had fully grasped the information regarding the first two, yet he found himself lacking knowledge about the last. Naturally, the most vital details were known to him. The three women were all martial arts experts, concealing their prowess so deeply that outsiders could scarcely detect any hint of their true capabilities. It is worth noting that among the 4 young masters of Tianmin, Yi Wuyo was merely at the peak innate stage, while Yi Rufeng and Yi Qingzhou were only at the mid-innate stage. The formidable Yu Hongling had some strength, indeed. A hint of amusement flickered across Yi Lingtian's face. With these 3 by his side, the upcoming assessments would surely be less daunting. He mused to himself, in 10 days. The decennial disciple assessment of Tianmin will commence. There is something I must secure there, for it pertains to my swift ascension to the master realm. I must ensure that nothing goes awry. The assessment site opens once every 10 years, and should he miss this opportunity, his chances would dwindle significantly. After all, he had a transaction pending with an old acquaintance. Within the study of Yi Songhai, he inquired, "Have all choices been finalized?" He sipped his tea as Yi Wuyo and the others nodded softly. Yi Wuyo remarked, "We have yet to uncover anything amiss with the new brides in Tianmin. Since the web will not forsake this golden opportunity, they will surely infiltrate with spies. However, these spies have just arrived. They will not reveal their true identities swiftly. No matter, given time, they will surely expose their flaws. Remain vigilant and prevent any disturbances on our turf, lest we suffer embarrassment," Yi Songhai replied calmly. "Rest assured, father. We are aware," Yi Wuyo assured, contemplating the situation. "Very well." Yi Songhai nodded lightly, trusting the competence of the 3. He then asked, "Now, tell me what kind of bride Yi Lingtian has selected." "He has chosen 2. Yi Qingzhou replied. 2. Yi Songhai's expression turned peculiar. This lad certainly has grand ambitions. Yet, it is for the best. With 2 women at his side, he shall have little time for frivolity elsewhere." Yi Wuyo continued. "One bride selected by Yi Lingtian is the daughter of the Qin family from Jiangnan, Qin Jinxia. Qin Jinxia? She is quite remarkable, renowned for her talents in poetry, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In Jiangnan, she is celebrated as a gifted woman and a paragon of virtue." "Excellent," Yi Songhai smiled, feeling a sense of admiration for the youth's discerning choice. However, Yi Wuyo's subsequent words caused Yi Songhai's brow to furrow. The second bride he chose is Su Qingqing. "What? Su Qingqing? Has this fool lost his senses? How dare he select her? Is he courting disaster?" Yi Songhai exclaimed, smashing his teacup onto the floor in a fit of fury. Yi Qingzhou hesitated before asking, "Father, we have already investigated Su Qingqing's background. She is the daughter of General Su Zhantian, who has now relinquished power and poses little threat. How much impact could his daughter have in Tianmin? The true threat does not lie with Su Zhantian, but with the emperor of the Great Zhou." Yi Wuyo spoke gravely. "The emperor's consort?" Yi Qingzhou's expression shifted, revealing a hint of trepidation. 18 years prior, the 3rd prince of the Great Zhou, who had just ascended the throne, mysteriously vanished. With the ruthless Feng Huojun's assistance, Ji Cheng, as an external relative, was conferred a title and swiftly claimed the throne, becoming the new king of Great Zhou. Anyone who dared to oppose him faced his brutal retribution. His cultivation had surged continuously, and he had reached the Grandmaster realm a decade ago, now shrouded in enigma. Who would have thought that Su Qingqing was chosen as his consort? This was indeed alarming. Yi Songhai pressed his fingers against his temples. Su Qingqing came to Tianmin to evade marriage. That old scoundrel Su Zhantian promised me a Jinuous sword for this matter. Initially, I planned to brush him off, never expecting that this trap would be sprung by that scoundrel Yi Lingtian. Now, we are in deep trouble." The 3 exchanged glances, realizing that the pit had been dug by their own hands. They understood that any individual connected to the court would not be allowed entry without Tianmin's approval. The Jinuous sword was a legendary weapon, ranked 14th on the renowned sword list. Yet, their expressions soon shifted to astonishment. The Jinuous sword was an unparalleled divine weapon, forged by the master blacksmith Atizi, known for its ferocity, capable of shaking 100,000 troops with a single draw. Years ago, Su Zhantian became famous for slaying 10 grandmasters of the empire with this sword. Had it not been for this, would I allow Su Qingqing to enter Tianmin? Yi Songhai lamented, his head throbbing. Given Yi Lingtian's temperament, once he set his sights on that woman, he would be unlikely to relent. Should the emperor of the Great Zhou come knocking, the situation would become quite troublesome. Although Tianmin held no fear of the court, they preferred to avoid significant conflicts. A glimmer of insight sparked in Yi Wuyo's eyes. "Father, you are now a peak master. If you wield the Jinuous sword, you may contend with grandmaster-level opponents. Thus, does Tianmin not possess 3 legendary swords?" Yi Qingzhou expressed his astonishment. The sword list only included the top 20 swords in the world. Each sword, a rare and formidable divine instrument, was crafted by exceptional blacksmiths, holding immense significance. For those in the martial world, each sword was an unattainable treasure. It was no wonder Yi Songhai had not rejected Su Zhantian's request. He had long coveted the Jinyue sword. Yi Rufeng chuckled gently. In fact, there are currently 4 legendary swords within Tianmen. The Tianwen, ranked 3rd, the Jinyue, ranked 14th, the Tsongfeng, ranked 17th, and the Hongxiu, ranked 10th. The Tianwen sword is the most extraordinary blade in Tianmen, residing in a mysterious location for many years. Many have seen it, yet none have managed to draw it. The Jinyue sword, now in Yi Songhai's possession. The Tsongfeng sword, held by Yi Wuyo, was once wielded by the legendary swordsman Yi Bai. The Hongxiu sword, a treasured weapon of the Tsongjian mountain manor, was carried by Yu Hongling as she evaded capture after the manor's demise. Indeed, the sword she clutched was the 10th-ranked Hongxiu. Enough of this matter. Yi Songhai waved his hand, choosing not to dwell further. If it comes to that, we may have to relinquish her. After all, a woman of Su Qingqing's caliber, selected by Ji Cheng, must possess significant depth. Yi Lingtian cannot hope to control her. He contemplated briefly before adding, in 10 days. The decennial disciple assessment of Tianmen will commence. If you 3 aspire to become the sect masters, you must exhibit commendable performance. If you cannot even pass the assessment, how can you expect others to respect you? Rest assured, Father, we will undoubtedly succeed, Yi Qingzhou replied with confidence. Your strength, I naturally believe in. But this time you must bring your chosen bride into the assessment ground. A flicker of enigmatic light crossed Yi Songhai's eyes, leaving one to ponder his true intentions. Yi Wuya and the others wore contemplative expressions, bringing the brides into the assessment ground. What were they planning? A preliminary trial of these brides? Nightfall. In a room adorned with flickering candlelight and a subtle fragrance, Yu Fuyao poured herself a glass of exquisite wine, taking a delicate sip as she mused. Night Owl. You reside within this heavenly gate, and I am most curious about your true identity. In truth, she was an assassin of the web of death. 6 months prior, she had embarked on a special mission, only to be grievously injured by a grandmaster. Just when she believed her demise was imminent, a mysterious man in a mask appeared and saved her life. Through her extensive inquiries, she discovered that this enigmatic savior was none other than the fearsome assassin known as Night Owl. Night Owl, a figure shrouded in mystery, roams the martial world wielding the rain-listening sword, leaving a trail of bloodshed in his wake. Even within the web of death, many formidable warriors have succumbed to his hands. However, he was exceedingly elusive. Even the most powerful intelligence network of the web found it nearly impossible to uncover any details about him. By chance, Yu Fuyao learned that Night Owl had vanished within the Heavenly Gate, which sparked her suspicion. Could Night Owl be associated with the Heavenly Gate? Her entrance into the Heavenly Gate was not for the sake of the Eternal Seal, but rather to seek out someone. She yearned to see the visage of the one who had saved her life. The web of death has a strict hierarchy. Heaven, Earth, Profound, Kill, the 4 levels of assassins. The Heaven rank is the most powerful, comprising Grandmaster-level warriors who seldom intervene and are shrouded in mystery, belonging to the upper echelons of the web. The other ranks, Earth, Profound, and Kill, are further divided into 4 tiers, with Earth corresponding to Masters, Profound to innate abilities, and Kill to those beneath innate level. Assassins of the web are ubiquitous, present in every corner. The assessments of the web are exceedingly rigorous. The minimum requirement is a 5th-grade warrior status. Those below this level are ineligible to participate. Once one joins the web, there is no escape. The only way out is through death. She herself was a 2nd-tier Earth rank, a late-stage master. The web's influence stretches across both the martial realm and the imperial court. The extent of this network remains unknown. Yi Lingtian. After careful observation, there appeared to be no significant issues. Yu Fuyao murmured. Chapter 8. Diligent Study. Heavenly Gate Assessment 1 week later. In the fragrant pavilion. Within Yi Lingtian's quarters, Yu Fuyao was earnestly giving him a back massage. Qin Jianxiao and Su Qingqing entered. We pay our respects to the 3rd young master. The 2 ladies bowed respectfully. Yi Lingtian waved his hand lightly, saying, No need for such formality, please sit. The 3 women took their seats. Su Qingqing casually inquired, We have not seen the young master for the entire week. Have you been busy with matters outside? Yi Lingtian replied with a faint smile, If I were to say that I have been diligently studying, revising my lessons, would you believe me? Except for Yu Fuyao, Qin Jianxiao, and Su Qingqing found it hard to believe his words. The 3rd young master, known for his laziness and lack of diligence, studying? It sounded peculiar. Yu Fuyao softly spoke, The young master is indeed studying, for in 3 days, the decadal disciple assessment of the Heavenly Gate will commence. The disciple assessment? A flicker of intrigue danced in Qin Jianxiao and Su Qingqing's eyes. Yi Lingtian affirmed, Indeed, the assessment will take place in 3 days. The reason I summoned you here is related to this matter. Qin Jinsha asked. What do you intend for us to do? Yi Lingtian smiled, saying, as expected of a talented woman, you are astute. I indeed wish for you to assist me in passing this assessment. Su Qingcheng's eyes sparkled with insight as she remarked. It seems the third young master is not content with mediocrity. She instinctively wondered if Yi Lingtian aspired to the position of the gate master. Hence his fervent interest in this assessment. The master of the heavenly gate. Who could refuse such a title? If that were the case, it would not be without merit. Yi Lingtian sighed. It is not that I am unwilling to be ordinary, but the higher-ups have decreed that as the third young master of the heavenly gate, should I fail this assessment, all expenses of the fragrant pavilion will be halved from now on. Su Qingcheng's expression faltered slightly. This was the reason? Truly, the third young master was like mud that could not support a wall. Yi Lingtian looked at Qin Jinsha and Su Qingcheng with a complex expression, stating, if I cannot pass this assessment, it matters not. You shall bring forth your dowries, and we can live our days leisurely. Upon hearing this, the two women felt a jolt. Their dowries contained some special items that could not be revealed. Moreover, should they be exposed, it would not be their days of leisure, but rather, Yi Lingtian's comfort that would be ensured. May I inquire, young master, what is the nature of this assessment? Qin Jinsha asked. Yi Lingtian explained. The assessment consists of 2 parts. The first is a written examination, reliant on theoretical knowledge, which I must undertake myself. The second part will take place in the secret realm of the heavenly gate. I am unclear about the specifics, but based on whispers I have gathered, it likely involves some particular skills, such as mechanisms, hidden weapons, or the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The mention of the secret realm sent a tremor through the two women, though they concealed their reactions. Qin Jinsha hesitated before asking, since it is a secret realm, will we be allowed entry? Yi Lingtian smiled. No need to worry. The 4 young masters of the heavenly gate each may bring 3 participants for the assessment. As my fiancé and maids, you are naturally permitted entry. At this juncture, Yi Lingtian casually picked up a map, stating, this is a topographical map of the heavenly gate that I procured discreetly. It contains vital information. Memorize it well, for it may prove useful. The heavenly gate topographical map. At this moment, even Yu Fu Yao was taken aback. This item was crucial to the safety of the heavenly gate, and the third young master so casually displayed it to them. His audacity was truly remarkable. Yu Fu Yao cast a complex glance at Yi Lingtian. Oh, third young master. You remain too naive, trusting others so readily. Such behavior could lead to significant misfortune. All right, now you 3 study this carefully. I shall go fishing. Yi Lingtian rose, stretched lazily, and walked outside. Just as he stepped out of the room, a playful gleam appeared in his eyes. Fish were biting. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Outside, in a mysterious valley, one of the hidden strongholds of the web of death, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe extended his hand, and a carrier pigeon flew into his grasp. He removed the paper from the pigeon's leg, opened it, and his gaze sharpened. What is it? A masked, mysterious figure approached. The man in black pondered. Today marks the decadal assessment of the heavenly gate. The partridge has delivered the topographical map of the heavenly gate. Such efficiency? Could there be an issue with this map? The mysterious figure expressed surprise. The topographical map of the heavenly gate was an extremely core item. It should not have been acquired so swiftly. The man in black replied with an odd expression. This map comes from that worthless third young master. The partridge has checked several locations, and all correspond to the map. The mysterious figure remarked, in that case, this presents a fine opportunity. The focus of the heavenly gate's assessment will be diverted, allowing us to strike unexpectedly and probe their depths. The man clad in black pondered for a moment before speaking. Let us not be overly optimistic. The individuals from the heavenly gate are not to be underestimated. Otherwise, we would not have achieved nothing for so many years. The fact that we have obtained this map so easily feels rather amiss. To be on the safe side, I believe we should continue to observe. Opportunities like this are fleeting. Waiting until the assessment concludes would make it exceedingly difficult for us to act, even with the map in hand, the mysterious figure replied. Shaking his head slightly, the man in black, after a brief contemplation, nodded in agreement. You are indeed correct. However, we must proceed with caution. You shall lead 100 men on this venture. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, we will withdraw immediately. Rest assured, the mysterious figure replied before vanishing from sight. In the grand hall of the heavenly gate, 300 disciples sat in focused silence, holding their brushes as they answered questions on parchment. Yi Lingtian stared at the contents of the paper, yawning frequently as he lazily inscribed his answers. The first assessment was theoretical, primarily concerning mechanisms, pharmacology, the 4 books and 5 classics, geography, and the 6 arts, subjects taught by the elders of the Heavenly Gate. The maximum score was 100, with 60 required to pass. Previously, Lingtian's scores hovered around 40 to 50, rarely achieving a passing mark. This time, however, he needed to elevate his score to 60. After half an hour had elapsed, the elder announced, "Time is up." The disciples quickly submitted their papers before departing the hall. Not long after, a list appeared in the square of the Heavenly Gate, displaying the rankings and scores of the assessed disciples. Out of the 300 participants, 250 passed. Yi Wuyo ranked first with a perfect score, followed by Yi Rufeng with 98, and Yi Qingzhou with 95. As for Yi Lingtian, what does this mean? I scored 60. Why am I placed last when several others also scored 60? Yi Lingtian glowered at the list in displeasure. The others stared at him with expressions of confusion. When scores were tied, rankings were typically shared, yet Yi Lingtian, despite sharing a score with others, was inexplicably ranked last. It is because your handwriting is atrocious. The elder who graded your paper nearly lost his mind, claiming he had never encountered such horrid script. Remarked an elder at the front of the list. Yi Lingtian felt somewhat embarrassed by the comment. It was an astute explanation. Laughter erupted among the others. For the reasoning behind his last place ranking was indeed peculiar. "Third brother, your handwriting truly needs improvement," Yi Rufeng remarked with a faint smile. "With that level of skill, practicing might not yield significant results," Yi Qingzhou retorted. Clearing his throat, the elder continued, "You now have half an hour to prepare. After this time, return here, and I will lead you to the entrance of the second assessment." The crowd dispersed accordingly. At the fragrant pavilion, "Young master, how did it go?" asked Yu Fuyo softly. "Fear not. This minor assessment was a mere trifle for me. I secured 60 points and passed effortlessly," Yi Lingtian replied confidently. "Impressive, young master," Yu Fuyo admired. However, Qin Jinxia and Su Qingqing were somewhat perplexed. Curious, Su Qingqing inquired, "Third young master, was the first assessment difficult?" Yi Lingtian responded, "Not at all. They were merely simple theoretical questions. Anyone who has studied can pass." Yu Fuyo chuckled softly. "With a perfect score of 100, 60 is the passing mark. And yet your previous exams typically yielded scores below 60, only occasionally reaching a passing grade." Yi Lingtian replied with a hint of exasperation, "Fuyo, must you reveal my secrets?" Qin Jinxia and Su Qingqing were left speechless. Having witnessed Yi Lingtian's earlier confidence, they expected greater prowess, only to be met with this reality. Truly, as the wasteful third young master, perhaps achieving a passing score was indeed something to take pride in. "Now, prepare yourselves. Shortly we shall participate in the second assessment. If you assist me in passing, I shall reward you handsomely," Yi Lingtian declared, glancing at the 3 women. They nodded gently, each harboring their own thoughts, eager to witness the secrets of the Heavenly Gate. They had heard whispers of such mysteries, and now, curiosity compelled them to explore, perhaps leading to significant discoveries. Half an hour later, the disciples gathered once more in the square of the Heavenly Gate. "Are they also participating in the assessment?" Su Qingqing observed the women beside Yu Wuyo, a flicker of unease crossing her gaze. Having just arrived at the Heavenly Gate, it seemed peculiar that they were permitted to partake in the assessment. There appeared to be an underlying scheme. Qin Jinxia felt similarly, though she maintained a calm exterior. A sense of unease lingered within her. Yi Lingtian scrutinized the 3 women across from him, noting, "These 3 are impressive. The one beside Yu Wuyo is named Yu Hongling, heir to the hidden sword manor, with innate peak prowess. The one beside Yi Rufeng is Gu Qingming, skilled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, a disciple of a great scholar from the 4 Gu Academy. As for the one beside Yi Qingzhou, she is also remarkable, Tang Xianling, daughter of the Tang clan, adept in mechanisms and hidden weapons." Uncertain of their intentions, Qin Jinxia and the others pondered whether Yi Lingtian and his companions had brought them along to facilitate their success in the assessment or if there were ulterior motives at play. "Silence," an elder commanded from the square, instantly quieting the crowd. He spoke with solemnity. "The content of the second assessment will be revealed once you enter the secret realm. Before that, I must convey a few important points. First, the assessment is fraught with peril. Do not push yourselves too hard, for it could cost you your lives. Second, there are rewards prepared for you by the Heavenly Gate at the final destination of the assessment. If you can reach there and successfully retrieve the items, it will be your fortune." Upon hearing this, the disciples' eyes sparkled with anticipation. Rumors of the divine heavenly sword being at the final destination had circulated, yet no one had ever succeeded in wielding it. If fortune favored them and they could draw the sword, it would be an incredible boon. Do not entertain thoughts of the divine sword. It is impossible to draw. However, there are other treasures to claim, such as the innate pill. The innate pill? There is even an innate pill? The crowd buzzed with excitement. Indeed, at the final destination of the assessment lies an innate pill, a rare treasure with extraordinary effects. The Heavenly Gate is the only place capable of refining it. A 9th-grade warrior consuming it can directly step into the innate realm, while those in the top 3 realms of innate can elevate their cultivation level. The crowd erupted with fervor, while they dared not dream of the divine sword. The prospect of the innate pill was within their reach. Moreover, it was certain that the assessment would hold not just these 2 treasures, but undoubtedly other valuable items awaiting retrieval. The glimmer of determination flickered in Yi Wuyo's eyes. His cultivation had stagnated at the peak of innate for some time. Should he acquire the innate pill, it might not guarantee his immediate ascension to the master realm, but it would certainly enhance his chances. Thus, the innate pill was a prize he intended to seize. Yi Rufeng and Yi Qingzhou shared similar sentiments, resolved to obtain the innate pill at all costs. Now, everyone, follow me to the secret passage, the elder instructed before leading the group away. Moments later, they arrived at the base of a great mountain, where 12 stone doors stood, each guarded by an enigmatic sentinel of immeasurable strength. From here, the sentinels will escort you into the secret passage, the elder announced. With a thunderous rumble, all the stone doors swung open. Everyone, follow our pace immediately. Each secret passage accommodates around 20 individuals, a middle-aged guard declared solemnly. 12 guards entered the passage, and the others swiftly followed. Chapter 10. The individuals of the Heavenly Gate. Indeed not simple upon entering the passage, darkness enveloped them, with the guards leading the way, torches in hand. After a while, the guards halted, their demeanor indifferent. I can escort you no further. Proceed for another 100 meters to reach your assessment site. Good luck. With that, the torch extinguished, and the guard turned to vanish into the shadows. Let us go. The crowd surged forward, excitement brimming for the forthcoming evaluation. Yi Lingtian and his 3 companions walked at a leisurely pace behind. Qingcheng, you excel at mechanisms. Did you notice anything unusual about the secret passage we just traversed? Yi Lingtian inquired casually. Su Qingcheng shook her head, replying, Master, the passage is too dark. I did not discern anything remarkable. Yi Lingtian murmured. The assessment secret site is a forbidden area of the Heavenly Gate, only open during evaluation periods. The passage we traversed conceals numerous lethal traps. Even a master-level expert, without guidance, would meet a swift demise upon triggering a trap. Years ago, a master-level assassin sought to spy on the Heavenly Gate secret site, but upon entering the passage, he was reduced to mere pulp by the mechanisms. Upon hearing this, Yu Fuyao and the others felt a chill, though the darkness obscured their expressions. Noticing their silence, Yi Lingtian wore a knowing smirk. The 3 women harbored their own schemes. He felt compelled to issue a warning lest they unknowingly wander into peril and he bear the brunt of the loss. After walking 100 meters, light emerged, and they stepped out of the passage into a forest shrouded in mist, visibility obscured. At that moment, over 20 disciples of the Heavenly Gate congregated, whispering amongst themselves. Hesitant to advance. Master, do the assessment contents of the Heavenly Gate change each time? It seems as though everyone is unaware of the current evaluation details. Qin Jinjia questioned. Puzzled. Ordinarily, information about the assessments would circulate beforehand, but the expressions of the Heavenly Gate disciples indicated a lack of knowledge, which was perplexing. Either the assessment contents changed at any moment, or the Heavenly Gate had stringent regulations forbidding the disclosure of anything witnessed at the assessment site. Yi Lingtian nodded lightly. You are correct. The assessment contents indeed vary each time. While changes occur, the essence remains unchanged. Few are privy to the evaluation's intricacies, and the key lies in this very forest. The mist within the forest was, in fact, a toxic haze. Inhaling too much would render one unconscious, and upon awakening, all memories of what they had seen would be lost. Historically, of the 250 participants in the assessment, fewer than 1 in 10 would advance to the next stage. Upon entering the second stage, regardless of the assessment's outcome, strict regulations would be enforced, forbidding the sharing of certain observations. Those who defied this would face severe punitive measures. This mist seems toxic. Everyone, don the veils I prepared for you, Su Qingxing pondered. The others retrieved veils from their clothes and donned them. The veils were infused with a special fragrant potion, providing protection against toxins. Do you recall the map I showed you earlier? Yi Lingtian asked softly. The 3 women nodded in unison. The map indeed marked the route through this forest. From here on, Qingxing will lead, Yi Lingtian instructed. Understood. Su Qingxing promptly took the lead. Lingtian brought up the rear, observing the women before him, a peculiar glint hidden in his eyes. Since he had produced the map, he would not reveal the secrets of the Heavenly Gate. This misty forest harbored multiple routes, each determining the difficulty of subsequent assessments. The path he selected was among the most perilous of the 10 routes in the misty forest, changing periodically with the mechanism's intervention. Following today, the routes would shift once more. Even with a map, the upcoming paths remained fraught with danger. The mist thickened, concealing traps that could be fatal with a single misstep. However, Su Qingqing had a knack for discerning most traps based on the map. Should she miscalculate, Yu Fuyao would step in, though she concealed her true prowess. Her inherent peak talent would occasionally shine through. This revelation astonished Qin Jinjia and Su Qingqing, who had presumed Yu Fuyao merely a common maid. The individuals of the Heavenly Gate were indeed extraordinary. Even a maid seemed unfathomably deep. Half an hour later, the four successfully emerged from the misty forest. Having passed the first trial, a smile graced Yi Lingtian's face. Had he traversed this first challenge alone, it would have posed no difficulty. However, that would have revealed too much. Master, there's a pavilion ahead, Yu Fuyao remarked, gazing forward. 20 meters away stood a quaint pavilion, nestled in a picturesque setting of flowing streams and golden leaves. Inside the pavilion sat an elderly man with white hair, engrossed in contemplation over a chessboard. Yi Lingtian approached with the 3 women, casually asking, "Old man, we have passed the first trial. What does the second trial entail?" The 3 women shared his curiosity. Having successfully navigated the first trial, they were eager to learn about the second. Their eyes fell upon the elderly man, whose formidable presence instilled an unexplainable pressure. The white-haired elder furrowed his brow at Yi Lingtian's words. He looked up, his voice cold. "Boy, do you have no manners? To address me so disrespectfully and interrupt my game. Are you seeking an early demise?" Yi Lingtian retorted, "What joy is there in playing chess alone? If you disclose the content of the second trial, I shall challenge you to a match. My skills are unparalleled. You wish to challenge me?" The elder's eyes brightened with interest. "Naturally," Yi Lingtian replied confidently. "Very well. If you can defeat me, I shall reveal the second trial's details," the elder agreed. Yi Lingtian casually pulled Qin Jinjia before him and seated her on a stone bench. "Old man, you will first play a match against her. Only if you win against her will you earn the right to play against me." The elder glared, his voice rising in anger. "Do you look down on me?" Yi Lingtian replied nonchalantly. "It is not a matter of disdain. Rather, my strength is so overwhelming that I fear you would never dare to play chess again after facing me. This is for your own good." Chapter 11. The Forbidden Ground of the Heavenly Gate. Mirror Heart Lake, you insolent child. How arrogant. The white-haired elder was thoroughly incensed. He had presided here for many years, and never had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Who was he? A chess sage of the martial world, Yi Daoqi. After sweeping through the world undefeated with his chess prowess, he had retreated into solitude, only for a brash youth to challenge him, igniting his fury. It is not arrogance. Rather, no one in this world has yet been born who can best me in chess. Yi Lingtian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a sense of pride. Yi Daoqi clenched his fists, his expression darkening. He had once uttered those very words during his reign of invincibility. Unexpectedly, the words of Yi Lingtian struck a chord within him, causing a wave of discomfort to wash over him. How dare he steal my words? Is it a challenge? If you lack confidence, perhaps it's wiser to concede beforehand and not waste my time, Yi Lingtian reiterated. Very well. In that case, I shall first engage in a contest with this young lady. After I triumph over her, I will take great pleasure in teaching you a lesson. I hope your skills in chess are commensurate with your bravado. Otherwise, I shall sever both of your arms, Yi Daoqi declared fiercely. Enough with the superfluous words. Jinjia, teach this old fool a lesson, making him realize that he is aged and that this realm no longer belongs to him, Yi Lingtian casually remarked. Qin Jinjia felt a twinge of anxiety. Her understanding of the art of chess was commendable, having once observed supreme matches. However, the elderly man before her exuded an overwhelming pressure, and even before the game commenced, she sensed the possibility of defeat looming over her. With a swift motion, Yi Daoqi cast a black piece into the jar before Qin Jinjia. Young lady, the floor is yours, he stated coldly, turning a steely gaze towards Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian yawned, seemingly unfazed. Taking a deep breath, Qin Jinjia steadied her nerves, grasping a black piece and placing it decisively on the board. Observing Qin Jinjia's move, Yi Daoqi's expression shifted slightly. I hope I am merely overthinking this, he mused as he placed a white piece on the board. Despite his unrivaled prowess in chess, he had tasted defeat before, once at the hands of a young girl. For years, he had sought to reclaim his pride, but regrettably, that woman had since abandoned the game, leaving Yi Daoqi with a lingering sense of loss. The two began their match, and a playful glimmer appeared in Yi Lingtian's eyes. He was well aware of the nature of this second trial. One must outplay Yi Daoqi in the art of chess to advance to the next stage. Defeating the chess sage, who was unbeatable since taking up his post, posed an extraordinary challenge. Though Qin Jinjia's skill was considerable, defeating Yi Daoqi would undoubtedly be a formidable task, unless the woman Feng Huojun were to appear, for it was she who had once bested him. However, it was clear that Yi Daoqi could not secure a swift victory. As time wore on, he began to recognize Qin Jinjia's formidable strength. His demeanor shifted from nonchalance to profound seriousness. Su Qingqing also observed the match, lost in her contemplations. Yi Lingtian casually pulled Yu Fuyo away. She paused for a moment, and he remarked, "It is best to avoid the game of Lancao." He did not harbor expectations that Qin Jinjia would defeat Yi Daoqi. He only hoped she could delay him. Yi Daoqi harbored a secret unknown to many. When he became earnest in chess, he would become wholly absorbed in that world, oblivious to all external happenings. This was the key reason Yi Lingtian had brought Qin Jinjia here. Lead the way along the route indicated on the map, Yi Lingtian instructed. All right, Yu Fuyo replied softly, following him into a side path. At that moment, her emotions were complex, tinged with an indescribable weight, as she sensed that Yi Lingtian had meticulously orchestrated their entry into this place. Third young master, is such meticulous planning truly the mark of a fool? As they continued on, another half-hour elapsed. They arrived at the edge of a lake, where a metallic tower stood in the center. What are you pondering, Fuyo? Yi Lingtian inquired with a smile. Nothing, she replied softly. Are you curious as to why I seem so familiar with everything here? He asked. Yu Fuyo regarded him silently. Your calculations leave one in awe. Yi Lingtian shook his head. You overestimate me. My knowledge stems from prior guidance by an elder, otherwise. Do you think I could easily acquire the map of the Tianmen terrain? The elder's hints. Isn't that cheating? Yu Fuyo exclaimed in surprise. Is that fair to the other disciples? Yi Lingtian shrugged. I received hints, but I must also assist that elder with certain tasks. In a standard trial, I would certainly not pass, hence I must take shortcuts. Such as? Yu Fuyo asked, her curiosity piqued. Yi Lingtian sighed. There is a rare herb within that tower that I must retrieve for the elder. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the tower. A middle-aged man appeared, possessing only one arm. A long sword slung across his back, his face unshaven, hair disheveled, yet his eyes gleamed with a piercing intensity that sent chills down one's spine. This is the forbidden area of Tianmen, the Mirror Heart Lake. Leave immediately, or face the consequences. The man declared coldly, standing upon the water's surface. Yi Lingtian whispered to Yu Fuyo, this man possesses unfathomable strength. You must stall him for me. Remember, do not engage him directly, as you are not his match. Once I retrieve the item, we shall withdraw. Understood, she replied softly. Before them stood a man of mid-level mastery, yet Yu Fuyo did not regard him as a threat. However, the mere presence of a master in any corner of Tianmen instilled a sense of gravity within her. No wonder the web of assassins has refrained from recklessly confronting Tianmen for all these years. How many more experts does Tianmen conceal? Yi Lingtian approached the elder with a smile. Esteemed elder, we are disciples here for the assessment. Disciples for assessment? How sneaky, hiding your true identities. The middle-aged man replied, surprise flickering in his eyes. Having guarded this place for 20 years, he had never encountered any assessors, so the arrival of two today was indeed unexpected. Your arrival here indicates some skill, but this is where your journey ends. He stated indifferently. To pass this third trial, the first step was to defeat him. Yi Lingtian exchanged a glance with Yu Fuyo. With a sudden burst, Yu Fuyo lunged at the middle-aged man. Seeking death, the man exclaimed, cold malice gleaming in his eyes as he waved his sleeve, summoning a water column as thick as a python. With a swift motion, he hurled the water column towards Yu Fuyo. Yi Lingtian dashed toward the tower. How dare you? The middle-aged man bellowed. Yu Fuyo immediately positioned herself in front of him. Impudence, the middle-aged man retorted, his expression darkening as he stomped his foot, causing the water's surface to erupt violently, sending a tempest of energy surging outward. Yu Fuyo flickered, quickly evading, and in an instant, she was 20 meters away, standing with her arms crossed, calmly regarding the middle-aged man. Wanhan Step, a member of the Moon Departure sect. The man's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced in Yi Lingtian's direction, noting that he had already entered the tower, yet he refrained from pursuing any further. With a flick of his hand, the long sword at his back unsheathed, its cold gleam flashing as it hurtled toward Yu Fuyo with deadly precision. Yu Fuyo extended a delicate hand, and the surrounding mist coalesced into a long sword, which she grasped, slicing through the air. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted once more. Upon entering the tower, Lingtian surveyed the surroundings and spotted a flower pot. He reached out and gently twisted it. Crack! A mechanism clicked, and the floor began to descend rapidly. Moments later, he arrived at the lowest level of the tower, an expansive and intricately designed dungeon at the bottom of the lake. Mirror Heart Lake is, in truth, a prison belonging to the Heavenly Gate, housing some of the most malevolent beings from the martial world. At first glance, one can see no fewer than 100 cells. In the center of this enclosure lies a blood-red pool, within which blooms a flower resembling bloodstone. Known as the Blood Jade Sacred Flower, which takes a decade to blossom. A glint of determination flashed in Lingtian's eyes. This flower is the key to his ascension as a master. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly plucked the Blood Jade Sacred Flower, but rather than departing immediately, he turned to delve deeper into the prison. After walking for a while, he arrived at a cell housing a frail old man, bound by chains of mysterious iron, with a floor littered with various tiny bones. Upon sensing Lingtian's approach, the old man opened his eyes wide, emitting a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. However, Lingtian remained unfazed. He produced a set of keys and quickly unlocked the cell. I have heard of the esteemed Northming, Lingtian said with a slight bow. This old man was no ordinary individual. He was a formidable figure, a top-tier master of the Luo network. Unfortunately, he had been besieged by several grandmasters in his prime, ultimately captured by the Heavenly Gate and imprisoned here for over 50 years. Lingtian had come for the two techniques that resided with him. Northming's gaze scrutinized Lingtian coldly. That name has long been forgotten. Lingtian responded with a subtle smile. I believe it will soon be remembered. I have come to release you, esteemed elder. Huh, you? It's no small feat to enter here, but you are about to meet your end, Northming scoffed. The strongest presence in Mirror Heart Lake was a grandmaster. Anyone daring to intrude here was destined for death. Lingtian shook his head. There is a commotion above. Powerful foes have breached the Heavenly Gate, and the two guardians stationed here are currently engaged in battle. I entered quietly, and if you wish to leave, I implore you to heed my words. As he spoke, he casually produced a token. Heavenly Earth Xian Kill, Xian Tier 4. Northming's eyes narrowed. Lingtian nodded and produced the Blood Jade Sacred Flower once more. You actually harvested the treasure of that old man Yi Xuanxiu? Northming exclaimed, astonished. Yi Xuanxiu, the most powerful guardian of Mirror Heart Lake, was a grandmaster, and the middle-aged man above was his disciple. The Blood Jade Sacred Flower was a carefully nurtured treasure of his. If Northming's calculations were correct, the flower was still about a week away from full maturity. Yet now, it had been prematurely plucked. Although its effects remained intact, it was laced with deadly poison, rendering it unusable by anyone but Lingtian, who, if discovered by Yi Xuanxiu, would surely face dire consequences. Northming had initially speculated that Lingtian's arrival here might have been a scheme orchestrated by Yi Xuanxiu, but now he dismissed that notion. A single Blood Jade Sacred Flower was not worth such machinations. Lingtian pondered, esteemed elder. You were grievously injured by several grandmasters in your youth and have endured years of torment here, resulting in a significant decline in your abilities. At best, you could exert your innate strength. Even if you managed to escape now, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. Consuming this Blood Jade Sacred Flower would undoubtedly allow you to swiftly recover some of your prowess. Though it is currently toxic, with your skills, detoxifying it would be a simple task. Northming's expression darkened slightly as he scrutinized Lingtian. State your terms. If this man truly wished to free him, he would not be spouting so much nonsense. He must have conditions of his own. Lingtian smiled. I request that you impart to me the art of transformation and the steps of the heavenly net. This old man had mastered a formidable and sinister technique known as the art of transformation, which could obliterate an opponent's years of cultivation in an instant. His defeat at the hands of several grandmasters was not merely due to his identity as a killer of the Luo network, but because of this very technique. As for the steps of the heavenly net, they represented the pinnacle of stealth and assassination, allowing one to vanish without a trace, accessible only to the highest tier assassins. Northming's tone turned ominous as he remarked, your appetite is quite large. These two techniques were his lifeblood, and this young man audaciously sought to acquire them all. Lingtian mused, the forces above cannot hold out for long. The guardians of Mirror Heart Lake will soon return. If you cannot offer me wealth and fortune, I shall not risk myself further. Very well. I did not expect a mere Xian-level warrior to dare threaten me. Truly, the younger generation surges forth. North Ming retorted coldly. Now, release me from these chains. Yi Lingtian countered. First, impart the techniques verbally. Unthinkable. If this is a transaction, it must be equitable, North Ming replied sternly. Yi Lingtian frowned. Without your techniques, I can still remain unharmed, but if I wait any longer, my life may be forfeit. Do you truly believe this situation is fair? There is no fairness in this world, only interests. If you deem this transaction unacceptable, then we part ways here. I shall indulge in fine food and wine, while you continue to gnaw on moldy bread for the next 10 days. Very well, you are quite ruthless. North Ming gritted his teeth, feeling impotent for the first time. Threatened by this young upstart, he truly had no means of escape. After enduring years of torment from Yishuanxiu, he had been fed nothing but moldy bread for a meal every 10 days. Fine wine and meat had not graced his palate for decades. How had he survived these years? Naturally, by eating rats. Whenever a rat scurried by, he would seize it and devour it whole. Listen carefully, I shall recite it once. North Ming spoke coldly. Yi Lingtian steadied his breath. Gather qi to the dantian, flow through the cosmos, suddenly burst forth, transcending self and boundaries, breaking through meridians. Reversing the universe, all laws of existence becoming ephemeral. Heavenly net, stars scattered, the Big Dipper sways, the purple tenuity flickers, divine speed connects, springs surge like rainbows. The body glides like a fleeting shadow, pure light ascends. North Ming rapidly recited the two techniques. Once Yi Lingtian finished listening, he frowned. Elder, this is unethical. Although I am merely a Shin-level assassin, I still understand the fundamentals. There are issues with your techniques. North Ming retorted furiously. You dare claim my techniques are flawed? Are you trying to weasel out of this? What a joke. You broke your word first. If the techniques you provided are flawed, I naturally cannot release you. Yi Lingtian replied, stepping back. How could he possibly let this old man go? You seek death. North Ming's eyes flared with murderous intent. With a thunderous stomp, he unleashed his true essence, causing a multitude of rat bones to levitate. With a roar, North Ming sent these bones flying like hidden weapons toward Yi Lingtian. Just as the bones were about to strike him, Yi Lingtian's hair turned snow white, and a surge of violent power erupted from him, propelling him into the realm of mastery. With a sweeping gesture, he sent the bones hurtling back toward North Ming. A chorus of screams erupted as the bones pierced North Ming's body, blood gushing forth, painting a gruesome scene. A grandmaster, now diminished in power, was utterly defenseless against this assault. The great Zhou imperial art. You are of the great Zhou royal lineage. North Ming spat through gritted teeth. Farewell, esteemed elder. Yi Lingtian's eyes glinted with malice as he flicked his wrist, unleashing a cold gleam. With a piercing sound, the final act was set in motion. The heart of Bei Mingfeng was instantaneously pierced, blood gushing forth, his gaze becoming exceedingly hollow. This once formidable grandmaster, who instilled terror in countless hearts, met his demise. Yi Lingtian cast but a fleeting glance, his hair reverting to black once more as he turned and departed from the scene. Outside, the clash between Yu Fuyo and the middle-aged man raged on. The lake trembling under the violent waves that surged in all directions, creating a scene of utter chaos. Dragon sword aura. The middle-aged man bellowed, wielding his long sword with fervor. The sword energy erupted, transforming the lake's surface into a colossal azure dragon that charged toward Yu Fuyo. With a calm demeanor, she extended her finger and uttered 4 words. Moonblade dance. Boom. The surrounding waters were whipped into a frenzy, rapidly coalescing into a sharp moonblade, resembling a crescent moon that radiated a chilling aura. Boom. The azure dragon collided with the moonblade, emitting a deafening roar that echoed through the air. Yu Fuyo seemed to sense something amiss. She ceased her resistance as a powerful gust struck her, sending her soaring into the air. Fuyo. Yi Lingtian rushed out of the pavilion, swiftly reaching her side. This man is too strong. I cannot contend with him. We must flee, she said, blood trickling from her lips, her complexion as pale as death. Yi Lingtian understood that she was merely acting at that moment and refrained from exposing her pretense. Grasping her hand as they hastily departed, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow. This woman was far too formidable. Their earlier confrontation indicated that she had not unleashed her full strength. Otherwise, he would likely have been defeated by now. He chose not to pursue them further, but instead returned to the dungeon. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the blood jade's sacred flower and the death of Bei Mingfeng, his expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, an elder approached. Master. Upon seeing the elder, the middle-aged man immediately bowed in respect. Yi Xuanxiu waved his hand gently, saying, There is no need for astonishment. This matter was tacitly permitted by me. The middle-aged man, taken aback, inquired, although Bei Mingfeng's cultivation has significantly waned. An ordinary innate master could not easily overcome him. Who is this person that could slay him in such a brief time? Yi Xuanqiu smiled lightly. He is an intriguing young man. However, the death of Bei Mingfeng was not anticipated on my part. If anyone asks, simply say it was I who killed him. After interrogating this old fool for many years, he revealed nothing of value, so there is no need to keep him alive. I understand, master. The middle-aged man nodded respectfully. Within the secret realm, Yu Fuyo asked, young master, have we now completed the assessment? Yi Lingtian shook his head, replying, not yet. Not yet. Yu Fuyo paused momentarily. With a sigh, Yi Lingtian elaborated, I have been deceived. I cannot pass this third trial. Yu Fuyo expressed her surprise. Is there another powerful figure within that pavilion? Previously, she sensed that the middle-aged man had refrained from pursuing Yi Lingtian after he entered the pavilion, hinting that there must be another formidable presence inside. Yi Lingtian nodded. You are correct. Indeed, there is another strong individual inside. Enough of this discussion. Let us proceed to another location. The two then walked onward. After a brief interval, they encountered a vast sword tomb, the ground littered with countless blades, a sight that dazzled the eyes. At the deepest part of the sword tomb stood a towering pavilion. The sword pavilion, 18 stories high, with a plaque inscribed with the words, Sword Pavilion. Sword Pavilion. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Yu Fuyo's eyes. Yi Lingtian remarked, there have always been rumors of a special 18-story sword pavilion within Tianmen, each level guarded by a powerful sentinel. Today, I finally behold its true visage. Yu Fuyo inquired. Seemingly casually, this pavilion stands here with guardians. It may conceal a treasure. A treasure, perhaps. According to the information I have gathered, the greatest treasure here is the Tianwen sword, but it does not reside within the pavilion. Is the Tianwen sword missing? Yi Lingtian gazed toward a distant hill, which was bound by numerous iron chains, surrounded by long swords. At the summit, there should be an unparalleled divine weapon, the Tianwen sword. However, at this moment, the sword was nowhere to be found. It had been drawn. Chapter 14. The Tianwen sword is drawn. The evil sword brings calamity. As Yi Lingtian observed the exterior of the sword pavilion, a woman in a red dress, Yu Hongling, stood there, holding the red-sleeved sword. Her expression silent, seemingly in wait. It appears that this sword was drawn by Yi Wuyo. That fellow is indeed formidable, Yi Lingtian murmured. The Tianwen sword had remained here for countless years, an unparalleled divine weapon of Tianmen. Throughout the ages, many masters and grandmasters had attempted to draw it, yet all had failed without exception. That Yi Wuyo could draw this sword is truly remarkable. At this moment, he must be navigating the sword pavilion. To conquer the third trial of the 18-story sword pavilion, one must defeat the guardians of the first 3 levels, thereby obtaining some treasures. Should one possess sufficient strength to sweep through the guardians of all 18 levels, they would undoubtedly secure a true supreme treasure. Therefore, when Yi Lingtian claimed that the greatest treasure here was the Tianwen sword, it was merely a casual remark. In truth, the real treasure lay within the sword pavilion, protected by a grandmaster. Young master, do you desire the Tianwen sword? Yu Fuyo inquired. Yi Lingtian smiled. The Tianwen sword is ranked 3rd. Who in the world would not covet it? I, too, am no exception. Yu Fuyo declared, if you wish for it, I shall do everything in my power to obtain it for you. Yi Lingtian chuckled. I know your strength is formidable, but Yi Wuyo, as a peak innate master, is even more fearsome. Do not act recklessly. Yu Fuyo merely smiled lightly in response. The peak innate master was hardly a significant concern. However, since Yi Lingtian had advised against recklessness, she would naturally refrain from acting impulsively. Yi Lingtian. At that moment, an astonished voice rang out. Yi Rufin and Yi Qingzhou appeared, both bearing signs of distress, their bodies stained with blood. They were accompanied by 2 women, Gu Qingming and Tang Xianling. Upon seeing Yi Lingtian and Yu Fuyo present, Yi Rufin and Yi Qingzhou expressed surprise. They had expected Yi Lingtian to be trapped in the first trial. How had he arrived at the third trial? Yi Lingtian smiled faintly. Do not be astonished. What can I say when I have a talented companion by my side? Yi Rufin and Yi Qingzhou's gazes fell upon Yu Fuyo, their eyes narrowing slightly. This woman was Yi Lingtian's attendant, and Tianmen had previously investigated her background. She seemed to hail from the Moon Departure sect. However, several months ago, the Moon Departure sect had been annihilated by the Web of Heaven. Was this so-called talented companion her? To have brought Yi Lingtian, deemed a waste, to this point, she must possess some strength. But what of the 2 women who entered alongside Yi Lingtian? Where had they gone? The strength of Miss Yu piques my curiosity, Yi Qingzhou remarked, a knowing look crossing her face. Yi Lingtian replied with a smile. Curiosity comes at a price. Oh, what manner of price? Yi Qingzhou's lips curled upward, her expression playful. Yi Lingtian's gaze shifted to Tang Xianling. Noticing Yi Lingtian's attention, Yi Qingzhou raised an eyebrow and coldly warned, "Stay away from my people. You'd best not entertain any improper thoughts." Within Tianmin, who did not know of Yi Lingtian's notorious lecherous nature, countless women from Tianmin had been subjected to his advances. If he set his sights on Tang Xianling, given his temperament, he might commit some unspeakable act. Yi Lingtian chuckled, "I would offer the same caution to you." Humph. Yi Qingzhou snorted, choosing not to engage further. The Tianwen sword is gone. Yi Rufin's gaze fell upon the spot where the Tianwen sword had once been, now visibly drawn. Subsequently, the group's attention shifted to Yu Hongling. "It appears that Yi Wuyo has arrived here before us, drawing forth the Tianwen sword. With his formidable strength, the treasure is now beyond our reach." Yi Qingzhou furrowed his brow. "There is no point in excessive discussion. Let us proceed with the challenge." Yi Rufing uttered. Whoosh. Yi Rufing and Yi Qingzhou immediately ascended to the first floor of the pavilion, as Yi Wuyo was already engaged in the trial. Should they delay any further, the innate pill would be completely out of their grasp. Meanwhile, Gu Qingming and Tang Xianling awaited in that location. They exchanged a glance with Yi Lingtian before turning their attention to Yu Fuyao, their expressions revealing their thoughts. Yi Lingtian surveyed his surroundings, wandering within the sword tomb. "What is the young master planning to do?" Yu Fuyao inquired, her expression filled with curiosity. Yi Lingtian replied, "The Tianwen sword is no longer destined for me, so I intend to seek out a new blade. With so many swords here, I am certain there exists one of exceptional quality, perhaps one that rivals the Tianwen." Yu Fuyao could only smile in bemusement, unwilling to discourage him. Gu Qingming and Tang Xianling shook their heads, amused by Yi Lingtian's naivete, as he sought a weapon equal to the Tianwen in this place. After a brief search, Yi Lingtian found little of value. The swords here were either remnants from generations of swordsmiths of the Tianmin or came from the martial world. Some were of decent quality, but none met his standards. Suddenly, Yi Lingtian's gaze fell upon a sword embedded in the earth, revealing only its hilt. The hilt was a deep crimson, covered in rust, and at its center lay a peculiar eye, dull in color. At the end of the hilt was a bronze skull. Yi Lingtian grasped the hilt, and as his fingers made contact, a strange suction force surged forth, attempting to devour his true essence, a most sinister phenomenon. A wicked sword? Yi Lingtian pondered, concealing any signs of his unease. With a slight exertion, he withdrew the sword. It was heavy, measuring 3 feet in length and 1 finger in width. Entirely enveloped in crimson rust, with mysterious runes that were difficult to discern, faintly revealing 2 ancient characters, "Disaster descends." Disaster descends? Yi Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. The moment he grasped the sword, he recognized its extraordinary nature. Coupled with its ominous name, it was undoubtedly a malevolent blade. Upon witnessing Yi Lingtian draw forth the rusted sword, Yu Fuyao and the other 2 women could not help but chuckle in disbelief. Approaching him, Yu Fuyao examined the sword and shook her head, remarking, "This sword is severely corroded. A mere flick might cause it to shatter." Yi Lingtian smiled and replied, "You misunderstand. This is the sword of tetanus, one of the supreme weapons of the world." "The sword of tetanus?" Yu Fuyao appeared perplexed. Yi Lingtian elucidated, "This sword, riddled with rust, when embedded in flesh, renders the wound nearly impossible to heal, leading to infection and decay, hence its name." Yu Fuyao began to grasp Yi Lingtian's meaning, finding it both amusing and perplexing. Yi Lingtian, maintaining his composure, inquired, "Fuyao, have you heard of the disaster sword?" Yu Fuyao shook her head. Yi Lingtian ceased his inquiries, removing his outer coat to wrap the rusted sword. Even thus encased, the sword's devouring power remained palpable. He solemnly presented it to Yu Fuyao, stating, "From this day forth, you shall be my sword attendant." Yu Fuyao accepted the sword, offering a wry smile, suggesting, "Young master, perhaps we could select a different one? Holding such an unsightly sword feels rather embarrassing." "No," Yi Lingtian firmly declared, his tone leaving no room for refusal. He scrutinized Yu Fuyao, asking, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Yu Fuyao regarded him quizzically, responding, "Aside from feeling a bit embarrassed, I sense no other discomfort." Uft. Gu Qingming and Tang Xianling stifled their laughter, finding the situation too entertaining. Tang Xianling couldn't resist saying, "Third young master, if you are dissatisfied with the swords here, you might ask Miss Yu to forge you one." Yi Lingtian glanced casually at Yu Hongling, remarking, "She cannot forge swords." Tang Xianling chuckled, "How could Miss Yu, a descendant of the sword-hidden mountain manor, not know how to forge swords? I truly cannot forge swords, for I am blind, Yu Hongling stated calmly. Tang Xianling's smile faltered, and she apologized, saying, I'm sorry, miss you. Yu Hongling remained silent. Young master, since we are here, do you not plan to attempt the trial? Yu Fuyao whispered. Indeed. I almost forgot the matter at hand. Wait here. I shall return shortly. Yi Lingtian seemed to have come to a realization, promptly making his way to the sword pavilion. 3 minutes later, he emerged from the pavilion, having truly returned in short order. The women observed him, aware that Yi Lingtian had failed the trial. Yet they refrained from mentioning it, fearing he might be embarrassed. Yi Lingtian casually remarked, the guardians of the pavilion were too weak. I found them unworthy of my attention. I shall let them go this time to train for another decade or so. Yu Fuyao and the other two could not help but roll their eyes at his audacity, finding it amusing that he spoke so brazenly about his failure. Before long, Yi Wuyo exited the sword pavilion, holding the Tianwen sword with an indifferent expression. A faint sword wound gracing his face, his aura slightly disheveled. Upon seeing Yi Lingtian, Yi Wuyo paused in surprise, astonished that he had managed to arrive here. He then glanced at Yu Fuyao. Clearly, Yi Lingtian alone could not have reached this point, but with Yu Fuyao and the other two women's assistants, it was indeed plausible. Yi Wuyo dismissed further thoughts and approached Yu Hongling directly. Young master, did you pass the trial? Yu Hongling inquired with a gentle smile. Yes. Yi Wuyo replied softly. I cleared 3 levels to pass the trial. At the 4th level, I earned an innate pill. However, I reached the 7th level, only to be bested by a mid-stage master. After a brief moment, Yi Ruffing and Yi Qingzhou emerged, having also cleared the trial, reaching the 5th level, yet regrettably. The innate pill had already been claimed by Yi Wuyo, leaving them somewhat disheartened. Yi Lingtian, did you manage to pass the assessment? Yi Qingzhou asked, casting a glance at him. Yi Lingtian replied nonchalantly, I found the guardians too weak and chose not to engage. Haha. Yi Qingzhou smirked, a hint of derision in his smile. The guardians of the 1st level are 8th grade warriors, the 2nd level consists of 9th grade warriors, the 3rd level features early innate practitioners, and the 4th level comprises mid-innate practitioners. Yi Lingtian is merely a 6th grade warrior, incapable of even surpassing the 1st level of the sword pavilion. Let us depart. Yi Wuyo's expression remained impassive as he led Yu Hongling away. They could not leave the assessment secret realm just yet, needing to wait until the next day. Those eliminated in the 1st level had already been escorted out. There remain many treasures within this secret realm. We can continue our search. The following day, at the break of dawn, an elder appeared in the secret realm to escort Yi Lingtian and the others out. Shortly thereafter, the list of those who passed the assessment was announced. Of the 250 participants, only 8 succeeded, all outstanding members of the younger generation of Tianmen. Naturally, Yi Lingtian was absent from the list. Subsequently, as if there were urgent matters at hand, all the elders and participating disciples of Tianmen were summoned to the Grand Hall. Once matters were resolved, Yi Lingtian had just returned to the fragrant pavilion when he encountered Qin Jinjia and Su Qingqing approaching. Jinjia, did you manage to defeat that old man? Yi Lingtian asked with a smile. Qin Jinjia shook her head slightly, saying, I was defeated. No worries. Next time I shall help you reclaim your honor. Yi Lingtian waved lightly. Qin Jinjia managed a bittersweet smile. In her view, there was likely only one person capable of defeating the venerable elder, and that was the national master of the great Zhou dynasty, Feng Huojun. My lord, I noticed that everyone has been summoned to the Grand Hall. What has transpired? Su Qingqing inquired. Yi Lingtian replied, nothing of great significance. It was merely that some members of the Luo network infiltrated the Heavenly Gate last night. The elders suspect that a spy from the Luo network has stolen the terrain map and discreetly transmitted it to them. The 3 women, Yu Fuyao and the others, exchanged anxious glances and hastily exclaimed, My lord, please believe us. We have not leaked the terrain map. Yi Lingtian gently reassured them. Rest assured, I naturally trust you. Qin Jinxia remarked, I have heard that the Luo network operates with extreme brutality. When they invaded the Heavenly Gate last night, did it not suffer significant consequences? Not at all. Those rogues from the Luo network triggered the mechanisms upon entering the passage. Out of over 100, only 1 master escaped, while the rest were all reduced to a bloody mist. According to the elders, part of the lost map is indeed a forgery, Yi Lingtian said with a playful smile, his eyes glinting with intrigue. The map he had shown the 3 women was divided into 2 sections, the surface terrain of the Heavenly Gate and the secret terrain. The surface terrain map contained details about the hidden passages and mechanisms, which were false. Anyone who followed that map would surely meet their demise. Conversely, the secret terrain map was authentic, but after each assessment, The terrain and mechanisms of the secret area underwent adjustments, rendering it ineffective. Thus, he had no concerns that the three women would disclose the map. Rather, he anticipated that they might do so. To capture a person's allegiance, the foremost task is to ensure that their faction no longer trusts them. Yet, he pondered who had leaked the terrain map this time. Was it Su Qingqing, Yu Fuyao? Or perhaps they had been clever enough to involve someone else. Regardless of the outcome, it was all within Yi Lingtian's control. The three women felt a sudden chill. For reasons unbeknownst to them, Yi Lingtian's smile at that moment seemed exceedingly sinister. I did not rest well last night. I shall take a nap now, Yi Lingtian said as he walked toward his quarters. The three women watched his retreating figure, filled with an indescribable sentiment. Chapter 16. Someone calls me the Night Owl. In a cave within Heavenly Gate Mountain, a masked figure was practicing healing techniques. His garments were tattered, and his body bore numerous wounds, presenting a rather pitiful sight. He was the master from the Luo network who had narrowly escaped calamity. Jigu, just wait. After a moment, the mysterious figure ceased his cultivation, gritting his teeth with cold fury in his eyes. He had initially believed that the assault on the Heavenly Gate would exert considerable pressure, yet they had nearly suffered total annihilation. Were it not for his fortunate escape, he would likely have been shredded by the mechanisms. However, he was gravely injured, his strength diminished to a mere fraction. All of this was due to Jigu providing a false terrain map. You won't be able to wait for him, a detached voice suddenly echoed. Who? The mysterious figure sprang to his feet, brandishing a long sword, the aura of death surrounding him. At the entrance of the cave, a silhouette emerged, obscured by the glaring sunlight, rendering the face unrecognizable. The figure calmly stated, Wumian, early stage master, a fourth-tier assassin from the Luo network. A chill ran down Wumian's spine as he fixed his gaze on the figure. As the figure approached, Wumian discerned his form, a man clad in a white robe, donning a sinister mask, wielding a rusted long sword. Who are you? Wumian asked in a low voice, gripping his sword tightly, the intent to kill radiating from him. Ready to strike at any moment. The masked man replied nonchalantly, Some call me the Night Owl. What? You are the Night Owl. Wumian's expression turned pale, his voice quivering. The Night Owl was an extraordinarily mysterious assassin known for his brutal methods. He had claimed the lives of at least 10 master-level experts from the Luo network. Furthermore, the most powerful intelligence agencies of the Luo network had been unable to uncover his background. No, you are not the Night Owl. He never parts with the listening rain sword. You are an imposter. Wumian's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, he lunged at the Night Owl, his long sword slicing through the air with a chilling brilliance. Clang. The two swords collided, unleashing a violent shockwave that surged outward. Crack. Wumian's sword was cleaved in two, the immense recoil sending him crashing against the wall. Shoo. The rusted sword in the Night Owl's hand transformed into a crimson blur, piercing through Wumian's chest in an instant. Ah! Wumian let out a harrowing scream, his expression one of sheer terror as his body began to rapidly wither. For the rusted sword was voraciously consuming his flesh and blood. Moments later, Wumian was reduced to a mere skeleton, all flesh and blood devoured by the rusted sword. The Night Owl observed this scene, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes as he slowly removed his mask, revealing a handsome face. This man was none other than Yi Lingtian. The rusted sword was indeed the Sword of Calamity. With a casual wave, Yi Lingtian summoned the Sword of Calamity to his hand, scrutinizing it closely. At that moment, much of the rust had fallen away, making the words calamity more prominent. Exuding a strong scent of blood, the strange eye on the sword guard, once dull, now glimmered faintly with blood-red light, likely a consequence of its insatiable hunger for flesh. This sword seems born for slaughter, capable of devouring human flesh. Truly a sinister weapon, Yi Lingtian mused. The Sword of Calamity not only devoured the flesh of others, but also consumed the wielder's strength. He could feel it siphoning his essence. However, it mattered not. He had ways to cope. Yi Lingtian turned and exited the cave. Before long, he arrived atop a mountain peak, where an elderly man sat cross-legged. Sensing Yi Lingtian's arrival, the elder slowly opened his eyes and inquired, Young man, have you secured the item? This elder was none other than Yi Xuanxiu, the mightiest guardian of Mirror Heart Lake. Yi Lingtian casually waved his hand, tossing a pre-written scroll to him, and mused, the old rascal Biming Feng is exceedingly cunning. He deliberately scrambled the sequence of the mind method for the transformation technique. You must be cautious. Yi Xuanxiu unfurled the scroll, examining its contents for a moment before smiling. Indeed, the latter half of the sequence has been disordered, and some content has likely been omitted, but it is of little concern. I only require the first half. At this point, Yi Xuanxiu's spirits were notably high. Years ago, he had been afflicted by a rare and sinister cold poison, one that was incurable and would consume his strength. Once he began to cultivate, it would mercilessly erode his meridians. In his quest to resolve this poison, he had set his sights on Biming Feng's transformation technique, which could transform one's essence and counteract certain poisons. Unfortunately, the old rascal had proven exceedingly crafty. Despite years of torment, he had divulged nothing of use. By chance, Yi Xuanxiu discovered Yi Lingtian's exceptional abilities and proposed a collaboration. He promised to provide Yi Lingtian with a blood jade sacred flower, while Yi Lingtian was tasked with extracting the transformation technique from Biming Feng. It must be said that Yi Lingtian had indeed proven himself, successfully obtaining the technique from Biming Feng. Presumably, the old rascal had never intended to keep Yi Lingtian around, which was why he had generously revealed the technique. Yi Xuanxiu pondered, the blood jade sacred flower will take a few more days to mature, if you harvest it early. The potent poison within has yet to dissipate, so be cautious in consuming it. Yi Lingtian smiled lightly. Isn't there the transformation technique for that? Yi Xuanxiu glared and said, you better not act recklessly. This technique is not as easy to cultivate as you imagine. It requires various medicinal herbs for successful mastery. Rest assured, I am confident about this. Just look at this sword. Yi Lingtian gently waved his hand, sending the disaster sword flying towards Yi Xuanxiu. The moment Yi Xuanxiu grasped the sword, he felt a powerful force of devouring energy surge towards him. He stared at the character's disaster engraved on the sword's body and exclaimed in astonishment, how did you bring this sword out? Yi Lingtian inquired. Do you know the origins of this sword? He was familiar with the renowned swords of the world, yet he had never heard of this disaster sword. Yi Xuanxiu replied solemnly, this sword was obtained by Yi Bai from the depths of the East Sea. There are no historical records about it, and only the characters on the sword indicate its name. No one outside knows of its existence. However, Yi Bai deemed this sword too sinister and, after using it for just a day, suppressed it in the Sword Pavilion's 18th level. How did you manage to bring it out? Yi Bai, known as the Sword Saint, was a Grandmaster-level expert and the foremost figure of the Tianmen Sword Dao, the strongest guardian of the Sword Pavilion. Yi Lingtian remarked, if I told you I casually pulled this sword from the Sword Tomb, would you believe me? I would, given Yi Bai's temperament. It's no surprise he would abandon this sword in the Sword Tomb. Yi Xuanxiu nodded lightly. He then cautioned, this sword is too sinister. It can not only devour human flesh, but also consume the wielder's strength. Even Yi Bai couldn't control it. I advise you not to use it. Yi Lingtian smiled calmly. I assure you, I will not act recklessly. Yi Xuanxiu chuckled. You are hardly the type to be subdued. If you truly intend to wield it, I suggest you seek a piece of heavenly mysterious iron to forge a sheath. Understood. Yi Lingtian nodded slightly. Chapter 17. Heavenly Net. Northern Underworld Divine Art Tianmen. Within a certain cave, Yi Lingtian closed his eyes, rapidly deducing the transformation skill and the heavenly net technique. The mere transformation skill did not capture his interest. The true object of his fascination was another technique, the Northern Underworld Divine Art. When mentioning the transformation skill, it is essential to also refer to two similar techniques, the Star-Absorbing Technique and the Northern Underworld Divine Art. Each of the three techniques possesses its unique characteristics. The transformation skill can only dissipate another's true essence. The Star-Absorbing Technique is an advanced version of the transformation skill, capable of absorbing another's true essence for personal use. Unfortunately, its focus remains on the transformation skill. If one absorbs too much true essence, it can lead to a clash of energies, resulting in a backlash. The Northern Underworld Divine Art, however, is the ultimate version. This technique can devour all true essence for one's own use without any backlash, even facing a stronger opponent with confidence. Yi Lingtian's goal was naturally the Northern Underworld Divine Art. He wished to see if he could deduce the transformation skill into the Northern Underworld Divine Art. Regarding this, he held little assurance, as this world lacked both the Star-Absorbing Technique and the Northern Underworld Divine Art. If he succeeded, it would be an extraordinary opportunity, granting him a powerful trump card for swiftly enhancing his strength. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Success! A smile appeared on Yi Lingtian's face. He had indeed transformed the transformation skill into the ultimate version of the Northern Underworld Divine Art. This world had no Northern Underworld Divine Art, and his version would be one of a kind. The ability to devour another's internal power without any side effects, and regardless of how formidable the enemy's cultivation. This technique could be employed. It was thrilling to contemplate. Even more bizarrely, once activated, this technique would automatically absorb the surrounding energies. In other words, when confronting an enemy, one merely needed to use this technique, and the enemy's true essence would quietly vanish. As for the heavenly net step, he had not deduced it further, clearly indicating that this technique could not be expanded any further. The rewards provided by the system were indeed formidable. Lingtian mused. The pressing matter was to refine the blood jade sacred flower. Lingtian retrieved a jade box from the side, and a burst of crimson light emanated from within. This flower, once harvested, harbored lethal poison, which even grandmasters would hesitate to touch. However, it posed no threat to him, as he was now immune to all toxins. Without hesitation, Lingtian grasped the blood jade sacred flower, circulating his true essence to refine it. A few days later, Lingtian slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. His aura instantly retracted. At this moment, he had entered the Grandmaster realm, successfully cultivating the northern underworld divine art and the heavenly net step. With a swift motion, Lingtian summoned the disaster sword that was propped against the wall. And as before, a wave of devouring energy surged towards him, attempting to consume his power. Lingtian immediately activated the northern underworld divine art, and in the next moment, the power attached to the disaster sword was instead devoured. Now I can easily control you. Lingtian smiled lightly. Though this sword was sinister, it was an unparalleled weapon. If Yi could not master it, then he would take on that challenge himself. Lingtian stood and gently waved the disaster sword. In that moment, he felt as though the sword had become one with him. The previous backlash sensation had completely vanished, replaced by an inexplicable familiarity. With a casual flick, it radiated a terrifying aura of slaughter. It is time to return, Lingtian thought to himself, then exited the cave. Young master, you're finally back. Where have you been during this time? As Lingtian returned, Qin Jinjia and Yu Fuyo hurried over. Lingtian smiled and asked what happened. Qin Jinjia quickly replied. Su Qingcheng has been taken to the law enforcement hall. Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he inquired, what is the matter? Yu Fuyo explained, last night, Miss Yilinger was attacked, and she has yet to regain consciousness. Su Qingcheng is suspected of being the assassin. Yilinger is the younger sister of Yu Wuyo, who dotes on her greatly. Anyone who dares to harm her is provoking Yu Wuyo's wrath. Lingtian said nothing further and immediately headed to the law enforcement hall, with Qin Jinjia and Yu Fuyo following closely behind. In the law enforcement hall, Su Qingcheng, do you have anything to say now? A middle-aged man with a stern expression and an aura of chilling authority glared at Su Qingcheng from his seat. He was Elder Yi Xing, a mid-level grandmaster. Calmly, Su Qingcheng responded, what can I say about something I did not do? Humph, still daring to be stubborn? Perhaps we should use some torture to see if she confesses. Yi Qingzhou sneered. Oh, who do you intend to torture? A cold voice interrupted. Lingtian entered the grand hall with his hands clasped behind his back. Lingtian. Upon seeing Lingtian, the people in the hall frowned slightly. They assumed he had been out indulging himself again. Huh. Lingtian, you arrived just in time. Your associate from the fragrant pavilion has committed an offense. Let's see what you have to say, Yi Qingzhou said mockingly. Lingtian replied nonchalantly. What crime has Su Qingcheng committed? Yi Qingzhou stated, last night, Yilinger was attacked. She was struck by the unique soul-breaking nail and the heavenly despair powder of the Su family and remains unconscious. Furthermore, the law enforcement hall discovered a recently drawn topographical map in Su Qingcheng's room, which is the same replica that Tianmin lost. The evidence is irrefutable. She is a spy for the web. Lingtian turned to Su Qingcheng and asked, do you have anything to say? Su Qingcheng looked at Lingtian and inquired, do you believe in me, young master? Lingtian replied, you may speak. Su Qingcheng stated candidly, the soul-breaking nail and the heavenly despair powder were indeed unique to the Su family, but 10 years ago, the manufacturing diagram for the soul-breaking nail and the formula for the heavenly despair powder leaked to the outside world. As for that replica topographical map, it was deliberately placed in my room by someone. Still trying to argue, Yi Qingzhou scoffed coldly. Lingtian said indifferently, since the manufacturing diagram for the soul-breaking nail and the formula for the heavenly despair powder have leaked to the outside world, there should be quite a few individuals capable of creating them, such as Miss Tang Xianling. The eyes of everyone instantly turned towards Tang Xianling. The matter is indeed rather peculiar. Some suspect Su Qingcheng, as all evidence seems to point towards her, while others cast their doubts upon Tang Xianling. Hailing from the Tang sect, known for its mastery of traps, concealed weapons, and poisons, Tang Xianling could indeed orchestrate such deeds, particularly if the soul-disrupting nails and heavenly destruction powder were to find their way into her hands. However, the primary suspicion does not rest upon her. Yi Qingzhou's pupils constricted. Tang Xianling had indeed been absent for a while last night. Chapter 18. Who dares to touch my people? It was not me, Tang Xianling declared solemnly. As far as I know, Miss Tang Xianling seemed to have left her room last night around the time of the high hour, which coincides with when Yi Linger was attacked, Yi Ruffing remarked casually. Tang Xianling explained, I couldn't sleep last night. Feeling stifled alone, I went to find Sister Qingming. She can vouch for me. Yi Ruffing raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to Gu Qingming. Did she visit you last night? Gu Qingming, her heart momentarily tightening, replied nonchalantly. Indeed, Sister Xianling came to see me last night, but she left shortly thereafter. If this incident was indeed orchestrated by Tang Xianling, then one must admire her audacity. Yi Qingzhou's brow relaxed slightly. It was a relief that it was not Tang Xianling. Report to Elder Yi Xing. Miss Yi Linger has awakened. A guard hurriedly entered. Behind him, an elderly woman pushed a wheelchair, upon which sat a pale young girl. Greetings, Elder, Yi Linger spoke weakly. Yi Xing inquired, Yi Linger, did you see who attacked you last night? Yi Linger's gaze instantly fell upon Su Qingqing, pointing at her. It was her. Indeed, it was she. A flicker of suspicion passed through the eyes of the gathered crowd. Su Qingqing's expression shifted, yet she remained silently fixed upon Yi Lingtian, realizing that she could no longer argue her innocence. Elder Yi Xing, now that both eyewitness and material evidence point directly at Su Qingqing, should we not immediately imprison her? If she belongs to the web, the application of 18 forms of torture would surely extract some useful information from her, Yi Qingzhou remarked with a hint of amusement. Come forth, Yi Xing commanded coldly, and a guard stepped forward. Who dares to touch my people? Yi Lingtian stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Su Qingqing. Stunned, Su Qingqing gazed at Yi Lingtian, feeling an inexplicable warmth within. Yi Lingtian, you are being reckless. The Heavenly Gate has its rules. If you dare to shield the web's spy, you are provoking the laws of the Heavenly Gate. I advise you to keep your desires in check, Yi Qingzhou retorted coldly. Ignoring Yi Qingzhou, Yi Lingtian turned to Yi Linger. Please recount the events of your attack last night. Yi Linger, who usually found Yi Lingtian rather displeasing, replied icily. Last night, I heard a commotion outside my room, so I opened the door to investigate, only to see Su Qingqing. She instantly threw a dart at me. And then I lost consciousness. Yi Lingtian asked, did you see her clearly? I only caught a glimpse of her profile, Yi Linger instinctively replied. Yi Lingtian looked to Yi Wuyo. What is your take on this? Yi Wuyo pondered for a moment before responding. The assailant was not Su Qingqing. The crowd was taken aback. Even Yi Linger had accused Su Qingqing, yet Yi Wuyo claimed it was not her. What did this mean? Brother. Yi Linger stared at Yi Wuyo, unable to comprehend why he would say such a thing. Did he not believe her? Yi Wuyo, please explain. Yi Xing's tone was profound. Yi Wuyo replied apathetically. I examined Linger's injuries. The soul-disrupting nail struck her left arm, which is not fatal. What caused her unconsciousness was the Heavenly Destruction Powder. The Heavenly Gate developed an antidote for this powder over 20 years ago, and the Su family is aware of this matter. If Su Qingqing truly intended to harm Linger, she would have aimed for her heart while Linger was unguarded. Moreover, since the Su family knows the Heavenly Gate possesses an antidote, why would Su Qingqing continue to use it? Upon hearing this, the crowd began to understand. Indeed, based on Yi Linger's account, the assailant could strike her with a dart while she was defenseless, and if the attacker intended to kill her, it would have been equally effortless. If it were truly Su Qingqing, why would she allow Yi Linger to awaken and identify her? Furthermore, knowing the antidote existed, why would Su Qingqing carelessly employ the Heavenly Destruction Powder? Everything pointed to one conclusion. Someone was attempting to frame Su Qingqing, and the ulterior motive was all too apparent. But I clearly saw her face, Yi Linger insisted, looking at Su Qingqing, convinced she could not be mistaken. Yi Wuyo suggested, what if someone used a disguise? This notion caused Yi Linger to waver in her certainty. If Yi Wuyo's analysis held true, the situation was indeed ambiguous. Yi Lingtian addressed the crowd. Since Su Qingqing is not a suspect, I will take her back. Yi Qingzhou, maintaining a serious demeanor, stated, yet the assassin remains at large. Su Qingqing still bears significant suspicion. Yi Lingtian chuckled, finding the assassin is a task for others, it does not fall upon me. As for my people, they should refrain from acting recklessly in the future. With that, he disregarded the assembled individuals and led Su Qingqing away. The crowd exchanged glances. Yi Xing turned to Yi Wuyo. Yi Wuyo, I entrust this matter to you. Ensure the assassin is apprehended. Yi Wuyo replied calmly, I understand. Enough. Everyone disperse. Yi Xing waved his hand gently. The crowd departed in unison. At the fragrance pavilion, Su Qingqing silently observed Yi Lingtian, remaining speechless. Yi Lingtian smiled faintly. I know it wasn't you. Su Qingqing paused for a moment before asking, do you truly believe in me, young master? Yi Lingtian replied. The thoughts of a woman are unfathomable to a man, yet I trust your intelligence. You would not engage in such foolishness. Thank you for your trust, young master. Gratitude shone in Su Qingqing's eyes. Though her status was remarkable, being labeled an assassin would undoubtedly spell disaster for her at the Heavenly Gate. Yi Lingtian inquired. Do you have any idea who is framing you? A flicker of contemplation crossed Su Qingqing's gaze, and she shook her head. I do not know. However, since arriving at the Heavenly Gate, I have seemingly made no enemies. Ah, then it is likely for some other purpose. Do not dwell on it too much. I am somewhat fatigued today. I shall rest now. Yi Lingtian yawned and made his way to his loft. Qin Jinjia remarked to Su Qingqing. Though the third young master is rather lustful, he is not a bad person. He simply trusts too easily, which may lead to significant troubles in the future. Su Qingqing furrowed her brow. Sister Qin seems to imply something. Qin Jinjia spoke meaningfully. Sister Su was not in her room last night. Su Qingqing retorted coldly. If that were the case, how could the thief have left the drawn map in my room? I believe Sister Qin also saw that map. Qin Jinjia giggled. The third young master has also seen the map, and perhaps Miss Yu has as well. Chapter 19. As long as I live, you shall remain a concubine. Within the room, Yi Lingtian bore a hint of amusement in his eyes. He knew who was framing Su Qingqing. The motive was rather straightforward, to incite conflict between the Heavenly Gate and the Great Zhou dynasty, while simultaneously eliminating rivals. Yi Lingtian was well aware of Su Qingqing's background. This woman possessed multiple identities, one of which was the daughter of the Su family, and also the chosen princess of the Great Zhou Emperor, Ji Cheng. If anything were to happen to her at the Heavenly Gate, Ji Cheng would not let the matter rest easily, inevitably leading to conflicts and disputes between the Heavenly Gate and the court. The saying goes, when the clam and the snipe fight, it is the fisherman who profits. Undoubtedly, there were those who wished to watch the tigers fight from the mountains. If the Heavenly Gate and the court were to suffer mutual destruction, who would benefit the most? The web? Perhaps not entirely. The intricate web of the world, with its celestial mysteries, presents a formidable force. Yet it is not the sole powerful organization within this martial realm. Fu Yao, Lingtian spoke, as Fu Yao entered, inquiring, Young master, what are your orders? Lingtian replied, This time, I have failed the assessment. The elders have the expenses of Wangxiangzi. You are to find Qin Jinjia and request her dowry to cover our future expenditures. Fu Yao's expression turned to one of astonishment. Was he truly considering using the bride's dowry? It was known that Lingtian was yet to wed either of the two brides. How could he access her dowry prematurely? Lingtian asserted, in urgent matters, we must prioritize. The expenses of Wangxiangzi are paramount. Otherwise, how can I provide a comfortable life or a warm home for you? Fu Yao gazed at him in silence, but respectfully replied, I shall go speak with Miss Qin. Lingtian instructed, Go. If she refuses, you must procure it, even if it means stealing. With a bitter smile, Fu Yao departed, feeling apologetic towards Qin Jinjia. Shortly after, within Qin Jinjia's quarters, she exclaimed in anger, Why should I give my dowry for his indulgence? I refuse. Knowing Lingtian's temperament, she feared her modest dowry would be squandered in no time. Fu Yao gently remarked, Miss Jinjia, as the young master's principal wife, Wangxiangzi will ultimately belong to you. Utilizing your dowry to develop Wangxiangzi is for your own benefit. Even she found this rationale awkward. During her time at Wangxiangzi, she had witnessed firsthand Lingtian's extravagant spending habits. Each time funds arrived, his first action was to revel in the delights of Tsangyan City. Indeed, Qin Jinjia's dowry was insufficient for even a few lavish outings. For my benefit? Does Fu Yao truly believe that? Qin Jinjia retorted, her face darkening. Suddenly, Su Qingqing entered with a playful laugh. Sister Qin, why the ire? Noticing Qin Jinjia's expression, she felt an inexplicable satisfaction. Ignoring Su Qingqing, Qin Jinjia coldly stated, Miss Yu, please inform the young master that until I am wed, my dowry cannot be touched. Otherwise, how can I establish my standing in Tianmen? If he persists, I shall have to speak with the sect leader. Su Qingqing, with a teasing glint, responded, Sister Qin, you hail from a scholarly family in Jiangnan, a reputable household. I know you did not bring much dowry. It seems you are overly concerned. Could it be that you hide something unspeakable within it? Qin Jinjia scoffed. Before entering Tianmen, the guards thoroughly searched. If there were any issues with my dowry, would they not have discovered them? Not necessarily. Some conceal secrets within their wedding attire, while others might hide poison among their riches. Such matters are unpredictable, Su Qingqing suggested meaningfully. Qin Jinjia's pupils narrowed, yet she remained composed, replying, It appears Sister Su is quite knowledgeable. Are you perhaps guilty of such actions? Su Qingqing turned to Fu Yao, saying, Sister Yu, I am willing to present my dowry for inspection, yet I must request the same for Qin Jinjia. Yu Fuyao narrowed her eyes, addressing Qin Jinjia. It seems I must take your dowry today. Otherwise, if anyone uncovers an issue later, I will have difficulty explaining myself to the young master. Qin Jinjia's brow furrowed. And seeing Yu Fuyao's stern demeanor, she reluctantly conceded, there are some personal items within my dowry. Yu Fuyao replied, you have until the incense burns out to prepare. Thank you. Miss you. Qin Jinjia sighed deeply. Su Qingsheng jested, Sister Qin, if you find yourself short in the future, feel free to come to me. I brought a considerable dowry this time. Qin Jinjia shot back. As long as I live, you shall remain a concubine. Do not revel too much. Your dowry might one day be mine. Su Qingsheng's expression faltered momentarily. 3 days later, in the law enforcement hall, Yi Wuyo apprehended a spy from the web, who happened to be among the brides, though she had not been selected and currently resided in a female abode within Tianmin. She was caught attempting to steal an item from Tianmin. Zhigu, second-tier member of the web. Explain why you attempted to assassinate Yilinger. Yi Xing coldly regarded the woman. The woman sneered, since you've caught me, I have nothing to say. However, Lingtian deserves death for spreading false intelligence. Though she was part of the web, she was not Zhigu, and now that her identity was exposed, she could only protect herself by sacrificing others. Yi Xing asked coldly, what do you mean? What do I mean? Lingtian deliberately created a false map, which I was meant to receive, leading to the deaths of many powerful members of the web. I know I am doomed, and the web will not spare me, yet I cannot bear to remain silent about his hypocrisy, the woman declared angrily. That map was given to you by Lingtian? Yi Xing's eyes flickered with intrigue. Regardless, he cannot escape responsibility, the woman retorted with a smirk. Yi Xing pondered. Your goal was to incite a conflict between Yi Wuyo and Lingtian? Indeed. Yi Wuyo dotes on Yilinger. If Lingtian's people harm her, Yi Wuyo will surely retaliate against Su Qingsheng. I did not expect Lingtian to return early and save Su Qingsheng, the woman admitted, her disappointment evident. Yi Xing remained expressionless, realizing if the woman's plan succeeded, Yi Wuyo would undoubtedly act against Su Qingsheng. Lingtian, known for his stubborn temperament, would also not spare Yi Wuyo. Such developments would undoubtedly stir conflict. Yet, the underlying discord was not as the woman suggested, but rather the tension between Tianmin and the court. This might well be the woman's ultimate aim, considering Su Qingsheng was the emperor's chosen princess. However, she clearly did not anticipate Lingtian's return or Yi Wuyo's defense of Su Qingsheng. If that's the case, why not kill me directly? Wouldn't that be simpler? Yilinger frowned. I would like to kill you, but if I do, who will identify Su Qingsheng? My disguise would be wasted, the woman retorted with cold sarcasm. Chapter 20. Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? That map was also placed in Su Qingsheng's room by you? Yi Xing inquired. To frame someone, one must have both witness and evidence. Otherwise, how can one ensure her downfall? The woman's face was filled with regret. Now, let us discuss your true purpose for coming to Tianmin, Yi Xing said, his expression turning icy. The woman smiled and slowly closed her eyes. Seeing this, Yi Xing understood he could extract no more information and commanded, take her away for rigorous interrogation. Subsequently, the woman was led away. Yi Xing turned to Yilinger, asking, how does this woman's physique compare to that of the one who attempted to assassinate you? Yilinger replied, I did not pay close attention at the time. But upon reflection, the one who attacked me did indeed differ from Su Qingsheng, resembling this woman more. Then it must be her. Yi Xing nodded lightly. He then turned to Yi Wuyo, asking, do you have anything to say? Yi Wuyo responded indifferently, her words cannot be fully trusted. Yi Xing understood the implication, stating, but it can now be confirmed that Su Qingsheng is not a member of the web. Yi Wuyo remarked, I would rather she were a spy of the web. It would simplify matters. However, if Su Qingsheng were a spy of the web, it would be easier to deal with. Killing her would draw little comment from outsiders. Enough about that. Let us now address the matter of the map, Yi Xing pondered. Although the lost map was a false one, a loss had still occurred, and accountability must be sought. Yi Wuya remarked. I arrived at the sword tomb just a step behind Lingtian. Although he was accompanied by 3 formidable women during the assessment, without the terrain map, reaching the sword tomb swiftly would indeed be quite challenging. Yi Xing interjected, summon Lingtian here immediately. Yi Wuya shook his head, saying, there is no need for that. Lingtian has already failed the assessment, and the Elder Council has decided to deduct half of the expenses from Wenxiang Pavilion. It is evident they have deduced that the loss of the terrain map is related to him. The punishment has been enacted. There is no necessity to pursue the matter further. Understanding the situation, Yi Xing gestured slightly. Very well, you may leave now. Yi Wuya and Yi Linger departed. After their exit, a playful glint appeared in Yi Xing's eyes. It was truly discomforting to play such a role, especially since he had provided Yi Lingtian with that terrain map. The head of the enforcement hall was actually Yi Xuanxiu, who guarded Jingxin Lake. And he was the second disciple of Yi Xuanxiu. The revelation of the spy from the web of nets had spread throughout Tianmen, bringing a slight sense of relief among the members of Tianmen. The web of nets was insidious and pervasive. Failing to identify them would pose a significant threat. At Wenxiang Pavilion, Yi Lingtian was preparing a hot pot. With autumn fully upon them, the chill in the air made it the perfect season for such a meal. Yu Fuyao and the three women gathered around the charcoal stove, inhaling the delectable aroma emanating from the pot, along with the distinct scent of the dipping sauce, causing their mouths to water. Yi Lingtian placed a piece of meat into Qin Jinjia's bowl, chuckling, "Jinjia, all these ingredients were purchased with your dowry. Do indulge a bit." Qin Jinjia paused, casting a resentful glance at Yi Lingtian. Was it necessary to provoke her so? Yu Fuyao and Su Qingqing exchanged bemused smiles. In a fit of defiance, Qin Jinjia picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a piece of meat, and bit into it. The next moment, her expression shifted to one of astonishment, and without hesitation, she began to devour the vegetables from the pot. After all, these ingredients had been bought with her dowry. It would be a waste not to enjoy them. Must you be so exaggerated? Su Qingqing scoffed, finding Qin Jinjia's eagerness amusing. However, as she picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her mouth, she found herself exclaiming, "Delicious." Soon, Su Qingqing joined in the feasting. Yu Fuyao remained calm, having previously tasted Yi Lingtian's eclectic culinary creations. She was not overly surprised by the hot pot. Yi Lingtian remarked, "The spy from the web of nets has been uncovered. That is indeed good news." Su Qingqing replied softly. Yi Lingtian smiled faintly. "It is certainly a positive development." Qin Jinjia and Yu Fuyao remained silent, their heads bowed in thought. Before long, a peculiar presence arrived at Tianmen. A eunuch, accompanied by 4 guards, made his entrance. "Lord Jin Huai, I sincerely apologize, but the master is currently in seclusion and is unavailable to meet with you. If you have any matters to discuss, please let me convey them on your behalf." An elder feigned politeness. This eunuch, named Jin Huai, was a favored individual by Ji Chung and a mid-stage grandmaster. Upon hearing this, Jin Huai displayed no sign of displeasure. He merely smiled. "I have come to Tianmen primarily to escort Miss Su back. May I have the honor of meeting her?" The elder nodded. "That is certainly not an issue. Miss Su is in Wenxiang Pavilion, and Lord Jin may go directly to find her." Jin Huai narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed too easy to gain access to Su Qingqing. What was Yi Songhai plotting? Subsequently, Jin Huai and his 4 guards arrived at Wenxiang Pavilion. "Lord Jin Huai." Su Qingqing frowned. Qin Jinjia, nearby, watched with glee. "Miss Su, the time for games is over. It's time for you to return with me," Jin Huai said with a smile. "Return? On what grounds?" Su Qingqing retorted coldly. Jin Huai chuckled lightly. "Simply because you are the chosen bride of the Emperor of the Great Zhou. In this vast world, it is not merely the realm of kings. Please do not make it difficult for us. Is that so? Then I shall indeed make it difficult for you, now that I am here in Tianmen." "I will not leave," Su Qingqing asserted firmly. Jin Huai appeared undeterred, merely replying, "That may not be within Miss Su's control." With a gentle wave of his hand, the 4 guards advanced, all at the late stage of the innate realm. A chill filled Su Qingqing's eyes. "Qingqing, step back." Yi Lingtian's voice resonated as he descended from the loft, hands clasped behind his back. Jin Huai's gaze fell upon Yi Lingtian, and he chuckled. "You must be the 3rd young master." "Indeed, a striking figure," Yi Lingtian replied with a faint smile. "And you, Lord Jin, also possess a handsome demeanor." "Impudent." The 4 guards' tones turned cold, their terrifying pressure bearing down on Yi Lingtian. "How dare you speak to the 3rd young master like that?" Jin Huai's brow furrowed. He bowed to Yi Lingtian. "I sincerely apologize, 3rd young master. These guards lack manners. Please do not take offense." Yi Lingtian smiled. "I would never stoop to the level of mere hounds, but it seems that your visit here to take away my people is rather ill-mannered." Jin Huai's eyes narrowed. "Your people?" Yi Lingtian affirmed, "Indeed. Su Qingqing is now my chosen bride. She is, of course, mine." Jin Huai's expression hardened. "3rd young master. Miss Su is the future princess of the Great Zhou. Be cautious with your words. You may invite calamity." Chapter 21. Extend your hand. Yi Lingtian maintained his smile. "And you, Lord Jin, should also choose your words carefully. This is Tianmen, and should you perish here, no one will be left to collect your remains." "Impudent." The 4 guards were utterly enraged. A sharp sound rang out as the 4 guards suddenly bore crimson handprints on their faces. They clutched their faces. Their expressions filled with fury as they glared at a specific spot, mingled with a hint of trepidation and astonishment. Yu Fuyao had silently appeared not far away, indifferent as she regarded Jin Huai and his entourage. Jin Huai fixed his gaze on Yu Fuyao, murmuring, "Pekinate realm." Yu Fuyao's expression remained apathetic, silent. Pekinate realm? She was in fact at the late stage of Grandmaster. If she truly wished to strike, these 5 would already be corpses. Yi Lingtian stated, "This lady is my maid." I had been courteous and amiable in my conversation with Lord Jin Huai, yet these 4 hounds refused to listen, daring to bark incessantly. I could only teach them a lesson, otherwise, they would remain ignorant of their surroundings. The 4 guards' faces darkened, fists clenched in anger. Yet this time they dared not speak out. Jin Huai sighed. Indeed, only in Tianmin could a mere maid possess such formidable strength. The depths of Tianmin were unfathomable. The number of grandmasters and great-grandmasters within remained a mystery, and the imperial family greatly feared them. Yi Lingtian shook his head. "I am but a humble being. Naturally, I must seek a powerful personal maid." Jin Huai pondered for a moment before asking, "Miss Su is the future princess of the Great Zhou, and I have been tasked with bringing her back. If I insist on taking her, what will you do, third young master?" He scrutinized Yi Lingtian, hoping to glean some insight from his expression. Yi Lingtian replied earnestly, "My people are not to be touched by anyone." "Then let us see." Jin Huai stepped forward, exuding the pressure of a mid-stage grandmaster. Yi Lingtian, unfazed, calmly stated, "Then you shall witness whether my people in Tianmin approve." As his words fell, 2 figures suddenly appeared atop a pavilion. Yi Wuya and Yu Hongling. Su 1. Jin Huai has practiced the golden shield technique, impervious to all weapons. Wuya wishes to test it. "May I ask if you would consent?" Yi Wuya spoke coolly, his long sword yet to be unsheathed, but emanating a fierce sword aura. The famed sword, Tianwen, ranked 3rd in the sword rankings, alongside the 10th, Hongxiu. A profound light flickered in Jin Huai's eyes. He remarked, "I never expected this sword to fall into the hands of the eldest son. Since you have such refined interests, allow me to engage in a friendly duel. I am also keen to witness the extraordinary qualities of the legendary Tianwen sword, which has not been seen for 3 centuries. Having spoken, he dashed towards Yi Wuyo. It is rumored that Yi Wuyo has reached the pinnacle of innate mastery, and with his own mid-level mastery, he believed it would be no challenge to subdue his opponent. With a swift motion, Yi Wuyo drew his sword, and the Tianwen sword was unleashed, unleashing a terrifying surge of sword energy akin to a raging dragon. Fiercely lunging toward Jin Huai Gonggong. "Golden barrier." Jin Huai Gonggong bellowed, manifesting a golden protective shield around himself. Boom. The sword energy collided with the golden barrier. A crack echoed. The barrier shattered, and Jin Huai Gonggong coughed up blood, staggering backward. Gonggong. The 4 guards' faces paled, rushing forward to support him. Once Jin Huai Gonggong steadied himself, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression one of shock. "I never imagined the eldest son had already entered the master realm. It truly astonishes me." At that moment, Yi Wuyo radiated the aura of a master, and combined with the Tianwen sword, he effortlessly breached Jin Huai Gonggong's golden barrier, which was indeed terrifying. Su Qingqing and Qin Jinxia exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly as they regarded Yi Wuyo, the eldest son of Tianmin, who was indeed formidable. Yi Wuyo replied indifferently, "It was merely a stroke of fortune. I just broke through yesterday. Today, I concede defeat. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. Farewell." Jin Huai Gonggong promptly turned to leave, feeling a chilling sword energy coursing through him, and he needed to find a place to expel it quickly. As Jin Huai Gonggong and his entourage departed, Yi Wuyo cast a casual glance at Yi Lingtian before departing with Yu Hongling. Yi Lingtian sighed. This guy Yi Wuyo is indeed a prodigy. He has broken through to the master realm, and with the Tianwen sword, he can even overpower mid-level masters. It is truly enviable. Su Qingqing said to Yi Lingtian, "Thank you for standing up for me." Yi Lingtian had repeatedly come to her aid, fostering a sense of affection within her. The 3rd son was indeed commendable. Yi Lingtian gently placed his hand on Su Qingqing's shoulder and remarked, "You are the concubine of the sun, so naturally, I must protect you. Would you care to visit my chamber tonight? I wish to show you my bird." Su Qingqing instinctively took a step back, her expression darkening. Any fondness she had felt for Yi Lingtian vanished. Curious, Qin Jinxia asked, "Do you have a good relationship with the eldest son?" Yi Wuyo's unexpected appearance at Wenxiang Pavilion was perplexing. Did he have a good rapport with Yi Lingtian? It was rumored that the 4 sons were half-brothers, each vying against one another, and Yi Lingtian was regarded as the least capable, thus viewed with disdain by the others. The fact that Yi Wuyo intervened was indeed curious. Yi Lingtian waved his hand, saying, I am still the third son of Tianmen. If I were defeated by that Jin Huai, it would be a disgrace to Tianmen. Yi Wuyo is destined to become the sect leader. He would never permit outsiders to act recklessly in Tianmen. Understanding dawned on Qin Jinxia as she nodded slightly. This explanation was indeed plausible. Yi Lingtian seized Qin Jinxia's delicate hand, rubbing it gently and blowing warm breath upon it. Your hand is a bit chilly from the scare you received from that eunuch. Do not be shy. Your hands are indeed soft and warm. Qin Jinxia's cheeks flushed, and she quickly withdrew her hand, finding the third son's thoughts utterly perplexing. Observing Qin Jinxia retract her hand, Yi Lingtian felt a sense of lingering desire. He turned to Yu Fuyo and said, Fuyo, shall we go to my room later? Or my bed? A hint of shyness colored Yu Fuyo's face as she softly replied, You can warm it yourself. One and all, so disobedient, Yi Lingtian sighed lightly, heading towards his own loft. After Yi Lingtian entered, the shyness faded from Yu Fuyo's face. Qin Jinxia whispered, why is the young master's hand so cold? Like ice. Yu Fuyo replied, I have heard it said that since birth, he has been constitutionally weak. Hence his frailty. Su Qingqing's eyes reflected contemplation. Do you think he is pretending to be weak to deceive others? Perhaps he is a hidden master. Clearly, he was not. Yu Fuyo maintained a serene demeanor. During her time at Tianmen, she had tested Yi Lingtian several times, and each time, the results confirmed he was genuinely inept. At least up to this point, she had not discovered anything unusual about him. Chapter 22, The Third Son of Tianmen Puff. As Jin Huai Gonggong and his 4 guards exited Tianmen Mountain, he suddenly coughed up blood, his complexion paling dramatically. Gonggong, are you all right? The 4 guards inquired urgently. Jin Huai Gonggong replied solemnly, I underestimated Yi Wuyo. I never anticipated his strength. We must find a place to recuperate. The eldest son of Tianmen indeed lived up to his reputation. In truth, he was even more formidable than rumored. Although he was merely at the initial stage of mastery, his overall combat prowess could rival that of a late-stage master. The 4 guards assisted Jin Huai Gonggong as they hastened forward. After walking for a short while, they abruptly halted. Ahead, a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance stood, a long sword planted before him, his hands resting calmly on the hilt. Fixating his gaze on Jin Huai Gonggong and his entourage, the heartbreaking sword, a member of the web of assassins, the Rain and Wind Heartbreaker. Jin Huai Gonggong's expression changed, his demeanor shifting to one of high alert. This Rain and Wind Heartbreaker was no ordinary foe, being a mid-level master, ranked among the top 100 assassins of the web. The 4 guards immediately drew their weapons, glaring intently at the middle-aged man. The Rain and Wind Heartbreaker wore a sinister smile, taunting. It seems Jin Huai Gonggong suffered a great loss at Tianmen. Do you think you can withstand my sword? Jin Huai Gonggong replied gravely, We have no enmity with you. Why block our path? The Rain and Wind Heartbreaker chuckled. I have only one reason for blocking your way. To kill. And killing requires no justification. Without hesitation, Jin Huai Gonggong, disregarding his injuries, summoned all his strength and charged at the Rain and Wind Heartbreaker. Swish. A bloodthirsty smile crossed the Rain and Wind Heartbreaker's face as he gripped the sword's hilt, the heartbreaking sword leaping from its sheath, his figure vanishing without a trace. A flicker of cold light flashed, prompting the 4 guards to instinctively shield their eyes. Swish. Swish. The sword light flickered fiercely, the sword energy surging, chilling to the bone. Moments later, the Rain and Wind Heartbreaker reappeared 10 meters away. Jin Huai Gonggong stood frozen, murmuring, Such speed. He let out a horrifying scream as his body exploded. Blood mist scattering, his corpse crashing to the ground. Breathless, he was dead. Gonggong. The sight of Jin Huai Gonggong's death left the 4 guards aghast. They exchanged glances and, rather than attacking the Rain and Wind Heartbreaker, they chose to flee in different directions. Swish. The Rain and Wind Heartbreaker's figure flickered, unleashing a wave of sword energy that swept outward. I cannot let him kill them all. In a concealed position, Yi Lingtian muttered to himself, flicking his finger to disperse a wave of sword energy heading toward one direction. A scream echoed as 3 of the 4 guards fell instantly. The remaining one, terrified, dared not look back and fled desperately. The Rain and Wind Heartbreaker frowned, preparing to give chase when a leaf suddenly flew toward him. He quickly dodged. With a sharp sound, the leaf scraped across his face, embedding itself in a nearby tree. The Rain and Wind Heartbreaker lightly touched the wound on his face, and a murderous intent ignited in his eyes. He swiftly struck with the heartbreaking sword, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy that shattered the surrounding trees, leaves scattering. 3 seconds later, the rain and wind heartbreaker glared coldly at his surroundings, the heartbreaking sword glowing with a chilling light. Upon a fractured giant tree, Lingtian appeared quietly. Hands clasped behind him, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the rain and wind heartbroken man. Who are you? The rain and wind heartbroken man coldly inquired. Lingtian chuckled lightly. I am Lingtian, the third young master of the heavenly gate. The rain and wind heartbroken man's eyes flickered with a ghostly light as he responded icily. It seems the outside world has been deceived by you. You have concealed your true strength quite well. To be able to silently injure me with a single leaf and remain unscathed beneath my sword, your prowess is certainly formidable. Likely at the master level. The rumors from the outside must be mistaken. After all, those from the heavenly gate cannot be simple. With a smile, Lingtian remarked. My humble abilities are nothing of note. The rain and wind heartbroken man sneered. It matters not. Regardless of whether you conceal your talents or possess true strength. Today you shall undoubtedly perish. Your courage is commendable. I shall grant you the opportunity to strike. Lingtian nodded gently. Whoosh. Without hesitation, the rain and wind heartbroken man transformed into a blur, suddenly appearing behind Lingtian, his sword slicing through the air like a venomous serpent. Sizzle. Lingtian's figure vanished in an instant, dispersing into multiple afterimages, leaving the rain and wind heartbroken man unable to even graze his clothing. The rain and wind heartbroken man's expression drastically changed, his eyes filled with terror. You know the heavenly net step. You are of the heavenly class. He exclaimed in disbelief. The heavenly class is composed of masters of the highest caliber. Having been part of the organization for many years, he had never encountered a true heavenly class assassin, for they always appeared masked and shrouded in mystery. Yet now, the third young master of the heavenly gate displayed such skill, filling him with dread. What was happening? Lingtian smiled faintly. Your opportunity has passed. Now it is my turn. He reached out casually, causing the leaves around him to rise and coalesce into a sword. The rain and wind heartbroken man, now gripped by fear, hastily attempted to flee. Sizzle. Lingtian's figure flickered as he swiftly slashed with the leaf sword, unleashing 2 arcs of sword energy, blood spraying forth. The rain and wind heartbroken man let out a wretched scream, his arms severed, blood gushing forth, his face drained of color. Defeated, he faced death. Lingtian's sword rested against the rain and wind heartbroken man's neck. Please, spare me. The rain and wind heartbroken man pleaded in terror. For many years as an assassin, he had relished the sensation of others begging for mercy in their final moments, but now, the tables had turned. One cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet, Lingtian murmured. An assassin who cannot even wield a sword has lost all value. However, I may grant you a novel method of dying. The leaf sword in his hand disintegrated, the leaves cascading to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, the rain and wind heartbroken man fled forward. Lingtian extended his hand, pulling him back with a swift application of the North Sea divine power. Another shrill cry pierced the air as the rain and wind heartbroken man's essence was entirely drained by Lingtian. Crack. Lingtian snapped the man's neck, granting him a swift end. The North Sea divine power truly lives up to its name, Lingtian mused. Having absorbed the rain and wind heartbroken man's essence, his cultivation advanced significantly. Though he had not yet reached the mid-master stage, he was now exceedingly close. A few more such absorptions from masters would surely allow him to break through. Moreover, the essences had merged flawlessly, without any repulsion. This was the extraordinary aspect of the North Sea divine power. Casting a glance in the direction of the remaining guard's escape, a faint smile graced his lips. The rain and wind heartbroken man's purpose for appearing here was simple: to assassinate Duke Jinhui and others. Intending to frame the heavenly gate and incite discord between the heavenly gate and the court, a scenario that the organization greatly desired. Lingtian, however, would not allow this to transpire. Letting a guard escape would ensure the court learned that it was the assassins of the organization who killed Duke Jinhui. With no connection to the heavenly gate. Let me see what I seek. Lingtian silently resolved and vanished from the scene. Chapter 23. The Beauty Mushueli and the Mars Stone in Sunyun City. At the listening snow pavilion, melodious tunes resonated, and the fragrance of fine wine wafted through the air. Numerous patrons sat in the grand hall, eyes closed, leisurely savoring the music, immersed in bliss. In an exquisite private room, a beautiful lady in a blue dress poured wine for Lingtian. The aroma of the wine mingled with her fragrance, creating an intoxicating ambience. Lingtian raised his glass and drank deeply, gazing at the enchanting woman before him. Her name was Mu Xueli, the ostensible manager of the Listening Snow Pavilion. And she was also a formidable master of great caliber, known as the Snow Sword Immortal. To outsiders, the Listening Snow Pavilion appeared as merely a tavern for drinking and listening to music. However, unbeknownst to many, it was an organization secretly established by Lingtian, tasked with gathering various intelligence and executing highly specialized gray tasks. Within the Listening Snow Pavilion, numerous strong individuals thrived. Even the women performing music and dancing possessed martial prowess. Mu Xueli stood as the strongest among them. Years ago, she had been afflicted by a rare poison, and Lingtian had saved her life. Since then, she had remained by his side, assisting him in his endeavors. Mu Xueli's background was quite remarkable. 18 years prior, she was one of the 4 renowned beauties of the martial world. The rankings of these 4 beauties held great significance. Feng Huojun first, Mu Xueli second, Dantai Huang third, and Yi Yuran fourth. All 4 were of formidable lineage and strength, now all masters in their own right, often elusive, existing as legends within the martial community. Only Mu Xueli remained within the bustling city. How swiftly you have entered the master realm. Your talent is indeed formidable, Mu Xueli remarked with a gentle smile. Having sensed Lingtian's current cultivation, it was worth noting that during his last visit to the Listening Snow Pavilion, he had only reached the peak of the innate stage. Lingtian sighed. Merely a master. It is not much, and I am still far from becoming a grand master. With your talent, I believe it will not be long before you achieve that, Mu Xueli replied, shaking her head slightly, filled with confidence in him. She understood that this man was extraordinary. Though he appeared frivolous, he possessed a meticulous mind, adept at strategy. Moreover, his talent for cultivation was indeed remarkable. It would likely not be long before he stepped into the realm of grand masters. Lingtian chose not to dwell on this matter, instead asking, Mu Xueli, have you found what I sought? Mu Xueli retrieved a box from a nearby cabinet. The celestial iron you sought is within this. Lingtian accepted the box, opening it to reveal a piece of metal emanating a crimson glow, exuding an indescribable allure. This is the Mars stone from the sword hiding manor. Lingtian expressed his surprise, not expecting Mu Xueli to procure such an item for him. Mu Xueli spoke softly. Celestial iron is exceedingly rare. I happened to learn the whereabouts of this Mars stone and retrieved it for you, following the fall of the sword hiding manor. This item was acquired by a Earth-class assassin from the organization, but before he could deliver it, I intercepted it. Lingtian laughed lightly. This item is even more exquisite. You have worked hard. You already possess the listening rain sword, yet you intend to forge another sword? Mu Xueli asked, puzzled. The Mars stone, being a celestial stone, was of far superior quality than ordinary celestial iron, making it an excellent choice for sword forging. Lingtian shook his head. It is to forge a sword sheath. A sword sheath? Mu Xueli paused for a moment, inquiring, for the Tianwen sword? Lingtian clarified, not for the Tianwen sword. Now I am even more curious. Mu Xueli expressed her interest. Had Lingtian acquired another renowned sword? To use the Mars stone for forging a sword sheath, this sword must at least be ranked among the top 10. However, as far as she knew, the top 10 swords already had their masters. So which sword had Lingtian obtained? You will find out soon enough, Lingtian replied with a gentle smile. Mu Xueli did not press further and poured another glass of wine for him, saying, recently, there has been a lead on the eternal life seal that you might find intriguing. Lingtian wore a contemplative expression, without keeping him in suspense. Mu Xueli stated directly, it is located at Hanshan Temple. Hanshan Temple. Lingtian stroked his chin thoughtfully. The temple's foundation was formidable, a significant power in the martial world, guarded by grandmasters. To seize the eternal life seal from Hanshan Temple would be quite challenging. Indeed, the eternal life seal at Hanshan Temple has already attracted the attention of various forces. Acquiring it will not be easy, Mu Xueli remarked softly. Lingtian smiled nonchalantly, as long as there is an opportunity. After conversing for a while, Lingtian stood to leave the listening snow tower. At the heavenly gate, on a mountain peak, you have broken through. Yi Xianxiu looked at Lingtian in astonishment, wondering if he had truly refined the blood jade sacred flower. Lingtian replied with a faint smile, luck has favored me. But that is not the crux of the matter. Take a look at this stone. He handed the Yinghua stone to Yi Xianxiu. You little rascal. You actually managed to bring back the Yinghua stone from the sword hiding villa. Yi Xianxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. The sword hiding villa possessed 3 great treasures: the sword forging iron scroll, the red sleeve sword, and the Yinghua stone. It was astonishing that Lingtian had managed to procure the Yinghua stone. This was truly remarkable. Lingtian inquired, The extraterrestrial meteorite iron is already here. Should I seek Yi Daoqi to forge the sword sheath next? Within the heavenly gate, there were distinct divisions of power: 1 hall, 3 pavilions, and 15 floors. The 1 hall referred to the law enforcement hall, overseen by Yi Xianxiu. The 3 pavilions were the Tianyin Pavilion, Tianji Pavilion, and Baichao Pavilion. The Tianyin Pavilion handled various intelligence and special tasks. The Tianji Pavilion managed mechanisms, hidden weapons, array formations, and weapon forging, while the Baichao Pavilion was responsible for various elixirs. The head of the Tianji Pavilion was the chess Saint Yi Daoqi. The 15 floors were occupied by 15 mysterious forces within the martial world, unknown to outsiders. In truth, the 1 hall, 3 pavilions, and 15 floors were all under the control of one person, the Lord of the Heavenly Gate. You want to find that old fellow Yi Daoqi? What are you thinking? That old man is unlikely to spare you any trouble. He has been clamoring to eliminate you ever since you played a trick on him last time. Do you really think he would forge a sword sheath for you? Yi Xianxiu rolled his eyes. What should we do then? Yi Lingtian was somewhat at a loss. A glimmer of thought crossed Yi Xianxiu's mind. I can take you to the sword tomb. Yi Bai is actually a powerful weaponsmith, although he hasn't forged weapons in many years. Perhaps we can persuade him to take action this time. Yi Lingtian nodded gently. He brought the calamity. He is quite familiar with this sword. It would be most appropriate to ask him to forge the sword sheath. Yi Xianxiu cautioned, do not be overly optimistic. Yi Bai has a peculiar temperament. It may prove challenging to convince him to help. Let us give it a try, Yi Lingtian said, his face reflecting contemplation. Chapter 24, Mastering the Sword Path. 100 Steps of Flying Swords. The secret realm of the Heavenly Gate opens once every 10 years. During ordinary times, aside from a few leaders of the Heavenly Gate, no other disciples are permitted to enter. With Yi Xianxiu as his guide, Yi Lingtian moved freely and soon arrived at the sword tomb once more. Yi Bai, Yi Xianxiu called out loudly to the sword pavilion. Silence enveloped the surroundings. No one responded. Not coming out. Yi Xianxiu frowned. Do not worry. He will come out, Yi Lingtian said with a calm smile. Yi Xianxiu looked at him curiously. Why was he so certain that Yi Bai would emerge? That man had a strange disposition, and even he found it difficult to see him. However, Yi Xianxiu soon realized what Yi Lingtian intended to do. Whoosh! Yi Lingtian kicked the ground, and a long sword shot towards the 18th level of the sword pavilion. You little brat. Yi Xianxiu's expression changed slightly. This was clearly a provocation towards Yi Bai. Buzz! As the sword reached the 18th level, it was suddenly bound by a mysterious force. Whoosh! A figure clad in white appeared out of thin air outside the 18th level of the sword pavilion. He appeared middle-aged, with an elegant demeanor and striking features. His long black hair was casually held up with a wooden hairpin, swaying in the wind. His eyes, deep and star-like, seemed to harbor countless sword intents, shimmering with an otherworldly light that deterred anyone from meeting his gaze. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back in the void, he exuded an inscrutable aura. Sword Saint Yi Bai. Yi Lingtian calmly declared the man's name. Yi Bai spoke in a composed manner. Young man, the calamity has already come to you. What more do you seek here? Yi Lingtian stepped forward, holding the calamity sword, and replied with a gentle smile. I have recently learned a new sword technique and wish to seek your guidance. Yi Xianxiu looked at Yi Lingtian in disbelief. This young man was becoming increasingly audacious. Challenging Yi Bai was akin to courting disaster. Yet Yi Bai seemed intrigued and chuckled lightly. If you can impress me with this sword, I might grant you a request. Clang, clang. As his words fell, all the swords within the sword tomb trembled violently, producing a cacophony of clashing steel. Buzz! Suddenly, these swords soared into the air, surrounding Yi Bai, each radiating a chilling aura, menacingly directed at Yi Lingtian. 10,000 swords returned to one. Yi Bai, do you have no shame? You would use such a tactic to bully a young man? Yi Xianxiu remarked with displeasure. Yi Bai possessed 3 renowned techniques. 1 sword across the sky, 10,000 swords returned to 1, and sword chi river. The 10,000 swords returned to 1 was notoriously domineering. When unleashed, it was as if 1,000 swords surged forth, overwhelming all in their path. Yi Bai responded lightly. I have suppressed my cultivation to the innate realm. It should not be considered bullying. Yi Xianxiu was left speechless. Even with his cultivation suppressed to the innate realm, a grandmaster in swordsmanship could effortlessly slay a master. Young man, make your move, Yi Bai instructed. His gaze fixed on Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian smiled gently. I shall let you strike first. How audacious. Yi Bai wasted no time, casually waving his hand. And a myriad of long swords surged toward Yi Lingtian with incredible speed, creating a breathtaking scene. Lingtian remained calm as he gazed at the incoming rain of swords. With a slight step forward, silence enveloped the world, halting all the swords in their tracks. Swish! Lingtian performed a flourish with his sword, letting his fingers glide along the blade. A surge of crimson light emanating from the Calamity sword. Roar! The sword, Calamity, shot forth, transforming into a blood-red dragon, its sword energy soaring, unstoppable and fiercely powerful. Boom! As the sword emerged, all surrounding long swords shattered. The blood-red dragon, infused with supreme sword energy, rushed towards Yi Bai Yi in an instant. Yi Bai Yi's eyes flashed with a crimson light as he reached out with a terrifying force, attempting to block the sword with his bare hands. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, and a violent wave of energy surged outward. Yi Bai Yi staggered back a step, but managed to catch the Calamity sword, his expression now one of surprise. He actually repelled Yi Bai Yi. Yi Xianxiu stood in a daze, utterly bewildered. This young man had truly forced Yi Bai Yi back? The power of that previous sword strike was immense, imbued with an unyielding murderous intent, sharp and fierce. Even though the sword was not directed at him, he could still feel its terrifying force. Holding the Calamity sword, Yi Bai Yi looked at Lingtian and asked, "The technique you employed earlier was the heart of still water from the snow sword Immortal Mushueli. I am curious, how did you come by this technique?" Lingtian smiled lightly. It was a fortuitous encounter. Yi Bai Yi did not press further on this matter, but inquired, "What is the name of that last sword strike?" Lingtian replied, "Mastering the sword path. 100 steps of flying swords." 100 steps of flying swords, a splendid name. If you were of the same caliber as I fear that this sword would inflict grievous injuries upon me. Yi Bai Yi spoke earnestly. Just moments ago, Lingtian's sword revealed profound intricacies, merging all energies, momentum, and intent into a singular force, unleashing a terrifying might that could obliterate anything in its path. Such a strike is steeped in murderous intent, and once drawn, it typically accompanies a scent of blood. I concede. Lingtian offered a slight bow. "Pray tell, what is it that you wish for me to undertake?" Yi Bai Yi nodded gently, clearly pleased with Lingtian's 100-step flying sword technique. With a wave of his hand, the Starstone soared towards Yi Bai Yi. "I wish to request your assistance in forging a sheath for the Calamity sword." Yi Bai Yi received the Starstone, a peculiar glint appearing in his eyes, for it was indeed the Starstone of the sword hidden Mountain Manor. To forge a sheath for the Calamity sword with this stone is quite intriguing. I accept this task, but I must caution you. The Calamity sword is a malevolent blade, and even I cannot wield it. You must tread carefully, lest you be consumed by it, Yi Bai Yi advised. Lingtian smiled. "Rest assured, I am confident in my abilities." "Very well." Yi Bai Yi nodded slightly before vanishing with the Calamity sword and Starstone. "Ha! He has departed." Yi Xuanqiu laughed heartily at Lingtian, taking him along. At that moment, his spirits were buoyed, for throughout the entire Heavenly Gate, he was the first to discern Lingtian's extraordinary potential. Within the 18th level of the Sword Pavilion, Yi Bai Yi reflected, "The Heavenly Gate has birthed yet another genius of the sword path. This youth surpasses Yi Wuyo, and I find myself eager to witness his future. To discover the uniqueness of the Calamity sword amidst a plethora of weapons, and to create such a formidable sword technique, is indeed remarkable. His future is rife with infinite possibilities. If circumstances permit, I might need to seek a successor for some of my own techniques," Yi Bai Yi murmured, gazing at the Calamity sword. Chapter 25. The Chess Immortal of a Generation, the 8 Desolations, and 6 Harmonies game. Young man, I have finally captured you. Let us see how you escape this time. Just as Lingtian was about to depart the secret realm alongside Yi Xuanqiu, an elder appeared abruptly, his countenance dark as he fixed his gaze upon Lingtian. This elder was none other than Yi Daoqi. "What madness has seized Yi Daoqi? You startled me," Yi Xuanqiu remarked with annoyance. Yi Daoqi disregarded Yi Xuanqiu, casting a cold stare at Lingtian. "Young man, did you find amusement in toying with me last time?" Lingtian replied nonchalantly. "Who toyed with you?" Yi Daoqi sneered. "You claim you were not toying with me? You left while I played chess with that little girl. And now you dare to quibble?" He had been stationed at the second checkpoint, only to be easily surpassed by others, which infuriated him. The more he reflected, the angrier he became, to the point where he could not find solace in either drink or sleep. Lingtian replied, exasperated, "Wasn't it simply due to your lack of skill? It took you an eternity to play against a little girl, and I could no longer bear to wait. You dare say my chess skills are lacking? Very well. According to our previous agreement, having defeated that girl, you must now face me in another game. If you cannot prevail, I shall imprison you in this secret realm, and you shall not escape." Yi Daoqi stated coldly. Fine. Since you are so eager to win, I shall indulge your small wish, Yi Lingtian remarked indifferently. Yi Xuanxiu raised an eyebrow. Young man, do not engage in trivial banter with this old fellow. How could you possibly contend with him? Who says I cannot match him? Is it not merely a game of chess? You should know that I was once renowned as the chess immortal of my generation. Yi Lingtian waved his hand dismissively. Enough. My temper is fraying. Come with me at once, and I shall show you why flowers bloom so vividly. Yi Daoqi gritted his teeth. One would expect a master of chess to possess a calm demeanor, yet Yi Daoqi was an anomaly. When not engaged in chess, his temperament was volatile. Even the dogs that passed him would receive a kick. However, once he sat down to play, he transformed into a figure of utmost composure. As if he were an entirely different person, which was quite peculiar. Lead the way, Yi Lingtian said, maintaining his tranquil composure. Let us see how long you can remain arrogant. Follow me. Yi Daoqi retorted coldly, leading the way ahead. In a small pavilion amidst the woods, the chessboard was set. Yi Lingtian and Yi Daoqi sat across from one another, while Yi Xuanxiu observed from the side. Seeing Yi Lingtian's confidence, he grew curious about what foundation he relied upon, for his opponent was none other than the legendary chess sage, Yi Daoqi. You may begin with 9 pieces. Yi Daoqi said with a stern expression. I shall not require your concession for a low-level game. Yi Lingtian yawned. You are quite bold. Yi Daoqi ceased further chatter. Swiftly taking several white pieces, Yi Lingtian retrieved a black piece from the jar. Yi Daoqi released his pieces, 5 black stones landing on the board. I shall go first. Yi Lingtian declared. Humph. Yi Daoqi waved his hand, sending the white pieces back into the jar. Yi Lingtian picked up a black stone from the board and placed it directly at the center. You insolent fool, do you even understand chess? Yi Daoqi shouted in anger, nearly overturning the board. Go is governed by principles. One must occupy the star points for offensive maneuvers, yet placing a stone at the center is easily countered. Generally, very few chess players would commence with a move at the center. Yi Lingtian frowned. Heaven and earth are one. The way of nature is to occupy the center, allowing one to gaze down upon the world and look down upon all directions. My path is profound. I open with the center move, while Confucius takes a shallow approach, starting on the edges. What is wrong with my move at the center? Yi Daoqi paused for a moment, seemingly considering the rationale. Yet he sensed that this fellow was trying to take advantage of him. Your reasoning may be sound, but let us see if your skills can support your claims. Yi Daoqi picked up a white piece, and his demeanor instantly calmed. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, placing their pieces in succession. As the game progressed to the mid-stage, Yi Daoqi's brow furrowed, his expression growing tense, while Yi Lingtian remained utterly relaxed. Time continued to pass, and with Yi Lingtian's latest move, Yi Daoqi froze in place, staring blankly at the board, speechless for an extended period. Yi Lingtian then arose, stretching his limbs. I shall take my leave. Yi Lingtian told Yi Xuanxiu before preparing to depart. What shall we call this game? Yi Daoqi suddenly inquired, looking at Yi Lingtian. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Lingtian replied. The monarch sweeps the 6 directions. How fierce is the tiger's gaze, with sword drawn to sever the clouds. All lords come from the west. Heaven and earth serve as the chessboard. The sun, moon, and stars may be plucked. This is the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies game. Having spoken, he exited the premises. Yi Daoqi was left momentarily astonished, following closely behind in confusion. The 8 desolations and 6 harmonies game. Yi Daoqi was somewhat lost in thought. This marked his second defeat in life. His first was to a game titled Phoenix in Captivity, and now his second to the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies. In the courtyard, the maple leaves burned like fire, and the autumn chrysanthemums shone like gold. The autumn breeze whispered, causing leaves to drift down into the pond, creating ripples upon the surface. Qin Jinjia, clad in a flowing white dress, held a brush, diligently painting. At this moment, she exuded tranquility and grace, resembling a celestial maiden, radiating the beauty of a Jiangnan woman's ink wash painting. Yi Lingtian strolled towards Qin Jinjia. She hastily set down her brush and respectfully greeted. I have met the young master. Yi Lingtian waved his hand lightly, signaling her to forego excessive formalities. He glanced at her painting, which depicted a scenic autumn landscape of the heavenly gate, appearing exceptionally beautiful, imbued with a unique charm. A masterful work that showcased her profound skill. Noticing that Yi Lingtian was admiring her artwork, Qin Jinjia softly asked, what does the young master think of this painting? Yi Lingtian praised. This painting is commendable. Jinjia possesses deep skill. However, in comparison to me, it still lacks a touch of refinement. It appears to be a compliment to the painting, Yet it is, in fact, a self-praise. Qin Jinjia felt somewhat speechless, thinking Yi Lingtian excessively narcissistic. Yet she curiously inquired, does the young master also paint? She indeed wished to ascertain whether these three young masters were truly inept. Perhaps a single painting could reveal much. Yi Lingtian proclaimed with pride, naturally, within this Tianmin, I am known as the immortal painter. Allow me to create 800 birds paying homage to the phoenix for you. Observe closely and learn well. Hum. Qin Jinjia nodded obediently. In the adjoining loft, Su Qingcheng remarked lightly, Qin Jinjia is quite determined. To capture the young master's attention, she even painted in the courtyard. Can she not do so within the confines of her own room? Yu Fuyao chuckled softly. Miss Su, you must not speak carelessly. Miss Qin is the young master's chosen primary consort. Su Qingcheng paid little heed to this, her voice gentle as she inquired. Sister Yu, I am genuinely curious. Does the young master possess any painting skills? Yu Fuyao whispered, I have not witnessed such before. Perhaps the young master will surprise us. Then I must see for myself, Su Qingcheng said as she descended the stairs. Chapter 26. 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix. A chickpeck's rice. Qin Jinjia presented Yi Lingtian with a sheet of fine rice paper. Yi Lingtian took the brush with a serious demeanor, painting with fluidity and grace, never pausing. Qin Jinjia watched in awe, her eyes wide. Yu Fuyao and Su Qingcheng, intrigued by the spectacle, hurried over. After a while, the painting was complete. Yi Lingtian beamed at his creation, while Qin Jinjia and the others stared in disbelief. What is this painting? The 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix? No, it is merely a depiction of a homely chick pecking rice. This is the surprise he prepared for us. Noticing their stunned expressions, Yi Lingtian chuckled. Are you also astonished by my artistic prowess? Especially you, Jinjia. Have you gleaned any insights? Qin Jinjia, still dazed, asked, Young master. Are you certain this is the 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix? Yi Lingtian glanced at the painting, suddenly realizing, it still requires a few elements. With that, he added a halo above the chick's head. Now, this is truly the 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix, he declared with a smile. The three women stood silent. Yi Lingtian, slightly displeased, queried, what does this silence signify? Do you think my painting is lacking? Qin Jinjia murmured, it is good, but not quite evident. Yi Lingtian regarded her with disappointment. Your painting skills are decent, yet why have you not reached perfection? It is because you have yet to comprehend the true essence of painting. Qin Jinjia stared at Yi Lingtian in disbelief. How could someone who painted such an unattractive chick claim to understand the true essence of art? Yi Lingtian explained, to paint autumn, one must not merely depict autumn. One must capture the essence of wine among the flowers, the farewells of old friends, the changing moon. Do you understand? The great way is simple. One must look beyond appearances to grasp the essence. Much like myself, others see my handsome demeanor and charming grace. Yet how many know that I am also skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? I am a paragon of scholarly achievement. Well said, young master, Su Qingcheng exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up, though inwardly she thought. It was clear that his painting skills were quite lacking, yet he seemed knowledgeable about poetry. Qin Jinjia looked at Su Qingcheng in disbelief. Was it necessary to speak such insincerely? Ahem, the young master speaks wisely. I have learned much. Qin Jinjia feigned gratitude. Indeed, the road ahead for you is long. Later, you shall come to my room, and I will guide you step by step. Yi Lingtian said seriously to Qin Jinjia. Qin Jinjia quickly stepped back, her expression wary as she gazed at Yi Lingtian. Seeing her reaction, Yi Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Jinjia, your understanding is quite poor. I just urged you to look beyond appearances. How can you fail to grasp my meaning? When I invite you to my room, it is not merely to teach you painting. I shall also impart skills in music and performance that will benefit you throughout your life. Thank you for your kindness, young master, but I am feeling unwell today. So I must decline your offer. Qin Jinjia replied respectfully. Yi Lingtian sighed. Why can you not comprehend? Very well, since you are unwell today, we shall postpone it. With that, he turned and walked toward his quarters. Giggle. Sister Qin, why do you not visit the young master's room? I hear he has a bird. Why not take a look? Su Qingcheng teased, smiling coyly at Qin Jinjia. Sister Qin replied gently. If you wish to see the bird, Sister Su, you may go to the young master's room alone. There is no need to involve me. Then I shall go. Sister Qin, do not regret it. Su Qingcheng said with a bright smile as she headed toward Yi Lingtian's loft. Qin Jinjia furrowed her brow upon observing this. During her time here, she had thoroughly explored every corner of the fragrant pavilion, except for Yi Lingtian's loft, which still piqued her curiosity. Seeing Su Qingcheng approach Yi Lingtian's room, she began to wonder if she too harbored similar thoughts. Resolving this, Qin Jinjia promptly made her way to Yi Lingtian's quarters. Yu Fuyao, however, merely smiled serenely and did not follow. Within the loft, Yi Lingtian greeted Qin Jinjia and Su Qingcheng with a broad smile. Have you come to a decision? Qin Jinjia and Su Qingcheng stared around the room, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they took in the decor. This young master was truly unrestrained. What manner of decor adorned the walls? Images of courtesans and amorous encounters clearly revealed his lewd nature. The two women quickly lowered their heads, regretting their visit. Yi Lingtian boasted, "These items on the walls are treasures from my years of collection. Each painting conceals profound cultivation techniques. At a suitable time, I shall teach you both properly." Qin Jinjia and Su Qingcheng felt uncomfortable, their hearts filled with disdain. Who would want to learn about such vulgar things? However, as these items appeared rather mundane, Yi Lingtian remarked, "Since that foolish bird has yet to return, allow me to show you my true treasures." With a serious tone, he gently turned a nearby vase. Suddenly, a hidden compartment in the wall revealed a stone cabinet containing an array of peculiar items, a two-stringed instrument, porcelain jars, ancient tomes, and paintings. Yi Lingtian reverently retrieved an ancient book from the cabinet, its pages yellowed with age, inscribed with the crooked characters, Jinping Mei. As he presented the book to the two women, they were taken aback. Jinping Mei? What is this? Yi Lingtian stated gravely. This is the culmination of my efforts over the past 8 years, a unique treasure in this world. Study it carefully. It will greatly benefit your cultivation. The two women, intrigued by his words, became curious. Qin Jinjia opened the first page, revealing the phrase, "Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all things as mere fodder. The great way is ruthless, rooted in all desires." Upon reading this, both women felt a tremor within, as if confronted by a formidable force. Qin Jinjia quickly flipped to the second page, her expression faltering. Su Qingcheng instinctively covered her eyes, feeling overwhelmed. What is this? 2 poems. The first read, "Loosen your garments and enter the curtain, shyly smiling as you blow out the lamp. The gentle breeze stirs the peach blossoms. I dare not speak aloud, lest I frown." The second, "Jade stove, icy silk, the mandarin duck quilt, fragrant sweat glistens, yearning for you to prompt. Beneath the willow's shade, sounds fade. A red plum blossoms on the bed." With a snap, Qin Jinjia quickly closed the book. Why close it? Continue reading. "This is the fruit of my 8 years of labor," Yi Lingtian said, his expression one of pride as he watched the two women. Qin Jinjia and Su Qingcheng remained silent, wishing to escape this place of scandal. The young master was far too wicked. It seemed the external world's rumors about him were far too conservative. He was indeed a lecher through and through. Chapter 27. The Uncertainty of Life, Demons, and Spirits. Exhale. Suddenly, a gust of fierce wind swept into the attic, causing some lightweight items from the stone cabinet to soar into the air. A piece of paper fluttered down at the feet of the two women. They exchanged glances and beheld 3 words inscribed upon it, "Innate pill." Both women felt a jolt through their bodies. Was this the formula for the innate pill? Yi Lingtian promptly approached, retrieved the paper, and declared, "Ahem. You may leave now. I find myself rather fatigued and wish to rest." "As you wish, young master," the two women replied respectfully, bowing before turning to exit the attic. Yi Lingtian wore a knowing smile. Who would be the unfortunate soul to fall for this next? Once the women stepped outside, their expressions remained unchanged. Yet their hearts surged with tumultuous waves. The innate pill. Across the realm, only the heavenly gate could concoct it. With a continuous supply of such elixirs, an abundance of formidable foes could arise. This pill was shrouded in mystery, and the heavenly gate guarded its formula with utmost vigilance, leaving outsiders with no opportunity to glimpse it. But what had they just witnessed? The paper bore the inscription "Innate pill." Could it truly be the formula? Given Yi Lingtian's earlier anxious demeanor, it was highly probable that it was indeed the formula for the innate pill. Qin Jinjia and Su Qingcheng exchanged knowing glances, each discerning the other's unease. That night, as the moon ascended the branches, casting twin shadows, Yi Lingtian made his way to the attic where Yu Fuyao resided. Gently knocking on her door, creak. Yu Fuyao opened the door and inquired, "Is there something you need, young master?" Yi Lingtian chuckled softly. "I find myself bored and wish to hear you play a tune." Yu Fuyao replied tenderly, "Please, come in." Upon entering, the melodious strains of her music filled the air. Within Yi Lingtian's chamber, 2 dark-clad figures appeared simultaneously. Upon locking eyes, they exhibited no hesitation, swiftly engaging one another. After a few exchanges, each tore off the other's veil, revealing themselves as Qin Jianxia and Su Qingqing. Qin Jianxia coldly stated, "Heavenly net, earthly trap. You employ the shadow kill technique. I did not anticipate you were one of Net's agents." Su Qingqing retorted indifferently, "Rebirth is capricious, filled with malevolent spirits. You utilize the 9 nether steps. It seems my suspicions were correct. Indeed, you are one of the Rebirth camp." She had evidently harbored doubts regarding Qin Jianxia's identity long before, thus her lack of surprise. It is common knowledge that the net is the most enigmatic of assassin organizations, its reach penetrating every corner. Yet few are aware that a millennium ago, 2 other factions rivaled the net's power, the Outer Realm demonic sect and the Rebirth camp. The Outer Realm fell victim to a coalition of forces 1,000 years ago, only to resurface 20 years prior, only to vanish once more under renewed assaults. The Rebirth camp also suffered devastating blows from powerful factions, retreating into the shadows, unwilling to reveal themselves. Only the net has grown increasingly formidable over the millennia, with none daring to provoke it. With their identities unveiled, neither party intended to conceal any longer. Su Qingqing coldly warned, "Do not impede my affairs, or even as a member of the Rebirth camp, you shall face certain death." Qin Jianxia replied, "As equals at the pinnacle of innate prowess, your confidence is notable. It appears there are still other agents of the net within the Heavenly Gate." "That is of no concern to you," Su Qingqing replied, her voice icy. Qin Jianxia smirked nonchalantly, "If you refuse to show me, I shall have no choice but to take action. The noise here is considerable. You wouldn't want the young master to learn of this, would you? Are you mad?" Su Qingqing frowned. Qin Jianxia scoffed, "Who do you think draws more attention, an agent of the net or one of the Rebirth camp?" With a flick of her wrist, Su Qingqing sent the paper flying towards Qin Jianxia. Qin Jianxia quickly glanced at it, and Su Qingqing seized it back, placing it in the stone cabinet before turning the vase, sealing it once more. Without further words, they hastily departed. Not long after, Lingtian returned to his own chamber, straightening a disarray of books and muttering, "Truly careless. How can one be an assassin with such negligence? Only I, with my benevolence, could overlook this, otherwise they would be none the wiser of their impending doom. Yet 2 must perish now, the alchemist Gu Qianhe and the ghost physician Ping Yizhi." A gentle smile graced Lingtian's face. This time, orchestrating their demise should require minimal effort. Back in her chamber, Su Qingqing immediately transcribed the formula, pondering its authenticity. There came a knock at the door. Quickly concealing the formula within her sleeve, she approached to open the door. "What brings you here?" she inquired, frowning at the sight of Qin Jianxia. Qin Jianxia spoke softly, "I could not sleep and thought to chat with you, Su sister." Su Qingqing shot her a cold glance, but still invited. "Come in, Sister Qin." Once inside, Qin Jianxia closed the door behind her. "State your purpose," Su Qingqing commanded, surveying the room for any anomalies before continuing. Qin Jianxia maintained her composure. "You possess knowledge of pharmacology. I wish to ascertain the authenticity of this formula. The formula for the innate pill is an exceedingly precious artifact. To them, it seemed certain that the Heavenly Gate would guard it jealously. Though Lingtian was one of its 3 young masters, it would be improbable for him to possess such a treasure. Hence, was there a flaw in this formula?" Su Qingqing did not respond immediately, instead retrieving the formula from her sleeve for further examination. Qin Jianxia remained silent, observing her attentively. After a moment, Su Qingqing pondered aloud. "This formula is remarkably intricate. The ingredients are far from ordinary, each blending harmoniously to unleash great power, particularly the blood bodhi, which greatly enhances cultivation." "And?" Qin Jianxia inquired. Su Qingqing replied, "I am 70% certain this formula is genuine. The remaining 30% of uncertainty lies with Lingtian." 70%. Qin Jianxia's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She scrutinized Su Qingqing. "You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Though we belong to different factions within the Heavenly Gate, we are but 2 peas in a pod." Su Qingqing coldly retorted, "I've said all that needs to be said. Believe it or not is your choice. You worry too much. How could I doubt you?" Yet the 3rd young master is rather naive. He likely never anticipated that both his official and his concubine are spies. How amusing. Qin Jianxia chuckled lightly. "Is it truly amusing? You seem particularly concerned about a certain man. Now that you are the official consort to Lingtian, might there be some discomfort on his wedding night?" Su Qingqing mocked. The smile vanished from Qin Jianxia's face as she fixed her gaze upon Su Qingqing, a hint of menace flickering in her eyes. "You appear to know quite a bit." Su Qingqing replied indifferently, "The net is all-seeing, and the Rebirth camp has long since declined. Many things you perceive as secrets are mere open books to the net. However, Rest assured, as long as you do not obstruct my endeavors, I have no interest in your petty affairs. Likewise, Qin Jinxiao responded before departing from Su Qingqing's chamber. Su Qingqing scoffed, an assassin who develops feelings becomes nothing but a useless liability. Chapter 28. The Lantern Bearer arrives. Hearts are unfathomable within the net stronghold. A man clad in black retrieved a letter from a homing pigeon. Upon reading it, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. A faint sound emerged, revealing a wooden raft gliding across the lake, upon which stood a mysterious masked woman. In her right hand, she wielded a sword, while her left grasped a lantern. As the raft approached the shore, she stepped forward to confront the man in the black robe. "The lantern bearer, you have indeed arrived," she remarked. The black-robed man raised an eyebrow slightly. This woman possessed strength that surpassed his own. He was at the mid-stage of the master level, classified as Earth Grade 3, while she was at the late stage, classified as Earth Grade 2. The faceless one, previously slain by Yi Lingtian in the Tianmen cave, was at the early stage of the master level, classified as Earth Grade 4. The lantern-bearer regarded the black-robed man intently. "The heartbroken man has been killed. I have been sent to investigate the circumstances of his death. Is there truly a need for investigation?" The man perished at the foot of Tianmen Mountain, his arms severed. His death a most tragic sight. It is undoubtedly the work of those from Tianmen. "You are likely not here solely for this matter," the black-robed man replied indifferently. "Emoya, you remain ever so adept at reading hearts," the lantern-bearer began slowly. "The human heart is inscrutable, and I detest such readings," Emoya replied, gazing into the distance. "Your partridge seems to have returned with news of great significance." The lantern-bearer scrutinized the letter in Emoya's hand. "Your people appear to be silent. Your visit here must be for her." Emoya carefully tucked the letter away, unwilling to disclose its contents to the lantern-bearer, for it was his mission and assurance of advancement. Different tasks possess varying degrees of difficulty and time required. Rest assured, she shall provide the web with a satisfactory response, the lantern-bearer asserted confidently. "Perhaps," Emoya replied, turning to leave. The lantern-bearer observed his retreating figure in silence. Upon returning to a secluded loft within the valley, Emoya retrieved the letter once more. Its contents were manifold. First, it contained the formula for the innate pill. Second, it explained the reasons for the errors in the topographical map. Third, it informed that Yi Wuyo had stepped into the master realm. Compared to the first matter, the latter two could be set aside for the moment. The formula for the innate pill, once again originating from that third young master, was indeed peculiar. Emoya furrowed his brow. The letter from the partridge urged him to confirm the information before submitting the formula, clearly concerned about the risk of being deceived once more. After all, as assassins of the web, every mistake they made would be noted. It seemed the partridge lacked complete confidence, unsure if the formula was genuine. Emoya procured another sheet of paper and meticulously transcribed the formula, pondering its intricacies. After a brief moment, he muttered, "This formula is truly profound. The choice of medicinal herbs is exceedingly meticulous, all capable of enhancing cultivation. Yet, with my current abilities, discerning its authenticity proves challenging." After some contemplation, he resolved to submit the formula to his superiors, for the experts of the web should be able to ascertain its validity. He swiftly jotted down some notes on the formula before whistling. A pigeon swooped down. Before long, the pigeon flew out of the valley towards the web's headquarters, a place steeped in mystery. Several figures, clad in black and wearing masks, occupied various positions within the grand hall, exuding an aura of enigma. Without exception, they were all top-tier Earth-grade experts of the web. Any one of them could stir significant upheaval within the martial world. One such expert retrieved the formula. Speaking in an ominous tone, "Emoya has sent a formula. Let us examine it and discern its authenticity." The formula was then circulated among them. After reviewing it, another top-tier expert spoke. "This formula is exceedingly intricate. I find it difficult to perceive its secrets. However, based solely on the properties of the herbs, I believe this to be the genuine formula for the innate pill. Yet, its origin from the third young master of Tianmen raises suspicion. To be safe, we should have an alchemist test it first." Agreed, the others nodded slightly. Soon, 4 alchemists from the web appeared, scrutinizing the formula with utmost seriousness. "What is your assessment?" the assembly inquired. The 4 alchemists replied respectfully, "Based on pharmacological principles, this formula is highly likely to be authentic, but what?" a top-tier expert queried coldly. The alchemists exchanged glances, and one of them solemnly stated, "This pill can only be refined by a Grand Master. The potency of certain herbs is too intense. Only a Grand Master can mitigate their effects." The top-tier experts contemplated this revelation. The notion that only a grandmaster could refine this pill lent further credence to the possibility of it being the formula for the innate pill. The innate pill was extraordinary, and it was only natural that only a grandmaster could produce it. Should the web succeed in crafting the innate pill, they would be capable of creating countless innate warriors, effortlessly leading the charge to dominate the world. Send word to the alchemist demon Guqianha, instructing him to refine this pill. He will surely be intrigued, one of the top-tier experts proposed. No need. I have already arrived. A mysterious elder, leaning on a cane, entered the grand hall. His aura was formidable, marking him as a grandmaster. This man was none other than the alchemist demon, a figure who struck fear into the hearts of many within the martial community, renowned for his prowess in alchemy, particularly in the crafting of poison pills. Having claimed countless lives, he was the strongest alchemist of the web and the only grand master level alchemist. Guqianha wasted no time and examined the formula for the innate pill. After a considerable while, he exclaimed, "This formula is indeed astonishingly profound. It is undoubtedly the formula for the innate pill. Are the herbs prepared? I wish to begin the refinement immediately." The four alchemists quickly affirmed, "They are ready." Shortly thereafter, Guqianha commenced the alchemical process. He summoned forth blazing true essence, swiftly introducing various herbs into the cauldron, melting them into a flowing liquid. As time elapsed, beads of sweat adorned Guqianha's brow, his energy waning, yet his smile grew ever brighter, for he sensed a terrifying power surging within the cauldron, a sign of impending success. The top-tier experts present also wore smiles of anticipation. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted, engulfing the hall in a blinding inferno. The top-tier experts' expressions shifted dramatically, and they immediately summoned their true essence to defend themselves. When the chaos subsided, the hall lay in ruins, charred remnants surrounding them, with flames still flickering and a massive crater marring the ground. Guqianha had become a bloodied corpse, his head and limbs obliterated. The four alchemists had been utterly annihilated. Despite being a grandmaster, the recent explosion was formidable, yet extinguishing a being of Guqianha's caliber seemed an arduous task. Unfortunately, he had expended considerable energy during the refinement and had been caught off guard when the explosion occurred, resulting in his demise. Damn it! A furious roar reverberated throughout the hall, as the top-tier experts erupted with a terrifying killing intent, causing the hall to shatter further. Meanwhile, a similar situation unfolded within the rebirth camp. The sole Grand Master-level alchemist there, the ghost Dr. Ping Yi, was also obliterated in a fiery blast. Chapter 29. The sheath is fine, but the sword is lamentable within the loft. Lingtian bore a smile upon his face. The alchemist demon Guqianha and the ghost Dr. Ping Yi, both Grand Master-level alchemists, should now be dead. This act of using another's blade to kill was not my ultimate goal. My intention is to leverage the web and rebirth camp to uncover another Grand Master-level alchemist. The pharmacist king, Chongbaichao. Based on the information I've obtained, he may possess a fragment of the lifespan seal, but he has been missing for a century without a trace. With the demise of the Grand Master-level alchemists from the web and rebirth camp, they will undoubtedly seek to recruit the remaining two Grand Master-level alchemists. The demand for elixirs from the two major factions is exceedingly high, without a Master-level alchemist in attendance. The elixirs lack a final guarantee. Across the realm, there are only 4 Master-level alchemists, 2 of whom have already perished, leaving just 2 remaining. One is the esteemed apothecary Chongbaichao, and the other is the renowned physician Fairy Yi Yuran. 10 years ago, Yi Yuran mysteriously fell, but in truth, she merely feigned death. She is currently at the Heavenly Gate. Thus, the primary target of both the Luo Network and the Rebirth Camp can only be apothecary Chongbaichao. Engaging these 2 organizations to seek out Chongbaichao would certainly save considerable effort. In the blink of an eye, the day to retrieve the sword sheath arrived. This time, Yi Lingtian did not venture to the secret location, as Yi Xuanxiu had already brought the items. "Young man, your sword sheath has been forged," Yi Xuanxiu announced, casually waving his hand, as the sword, Calamity, and the sheath soared to Yi Lingtian. Upon receiving the sheath, Yi Lingtian examined it closely. The sheath was a vivid blood red, resembling agate, emanating a crimson glow, adorned with mysterious runes that imparted an alluring yet sinister beauty. Within the sheath, the terrifying devouring power of Calamity was surprisingly contained. Yi Xuanxiu pondered. "Yi Bai instructed me to inform you that he infused some special heavenly materials during the forging of the sheath, and it requires your blood to recognize you as its master. From this moment on, only you can draw this sword." Without hesitation, Yi Lingtian flicked his finger, causing a drop of blood to fly forth and be absorbed by the sheath. He then felt a peculiar connection established between himself and the sheath. Try and see if you can draw it out, he suggested, tossing the sword to Yi Xuanxiu. Grasping the hilt, Yi Xuanxiu exerted all his strength to pull it. Yet it remained firmly lodged, bound by a formidable pulling force emanating from the sheath. He immediately channeled all his energy, but to no avail. It cannot be drawn, Yi Xuanxiu replied, shaking his head slightly, before tossing the sword back to Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian seized the hilt and gently pulled. In an instant, calamity emerged from the sheath, bloodlights spilling forth, exuding a palpable aura of slaughter. It seemed that, just as Yibai had stated, only he could draw the sword after the blood ritual. The wicked sword Calamity and the sheath forged from the Mars stone are indeed a perfect match. However, you must take heed. This sword is exceedingly sinister. Do not become its puppet. Should you sense anything amiss, abandon it immediately, Yi Xuanxiu cautioned with a serious expression. Understood. Yi Lingtian nodded lightly. He continued, please convey my gratitude to Yi Bai and inform him that I shall treat him to a drink when time permits. Rest assured, I shall pass on your message. However, there is something I wish to inquire, Yi Xuanxiu remarked, observing Yi Lingtian with a peculiar expression. What is it? Yi Lingtian inquired. Yi Xuanxiu stroked his chin and said, I have heard that the alchemical demon Gu Qianhe and the ghost Dr. Ping Yiji were killed in an explosion while refining elixirs. Is this related to you? I recall you had once experimented with an explosive elixir. Yi Lingtian candidly replied, indeed, this matter is connected to me. Thanks to the physician fairy's formula, the innate elixir is irresistibly alluring. I had previously considered it and even attempted to steal the formula from the Baichao Pavilion. Unfortunately, I did not acquire it, but by chance, I obtained the formula for the explosive divine elixir that physician fairy Yi Yuran was researching. Later, I infused some modern elements into the formula, amplifying the explosive power several times, which resulted in the direct demise of the two unsuspecting master alchemists. Goodness, you are remarkable, Yi Xuanxiu exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Yi Lingtian had indeed killed two master alchemists. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the martial world. I must take my leave now to rest. I am feeling weak. Huh, you feel weak? You have just eliminated two master alchemists, Yi Xuanxiu replied, somewhat speechless. This young man had masqueraded as a fool for years, leaving many curious about the secrets he still concealed. As Yi Lingtian was about to return to the fragrance pavilion, a young woman suddenly blocked his path. With a swift motion, a beautifully crafted long sword was drawn, poised at Yi Lingtian's neck. Miss you, what is the meaning of this? Yi Lingtian instinctively stepped back. However, the sword pressed closer as Yu Hongling's icy voice inquired, where did you obtain the Mars stone? The Mars stone is one of the treasures of her Tsangjian villa. And after its downfall, it fell into the hands of the Luo network. She could not fathom why it would be in Yi Lingtian's possession. Yi Lingtian, surprised, replied, you can see it? I cannot see it, but I can sense the aura of the Mars stone. Answer my question, Yu Hongling demanded coldly. With a smile, Yi Lingtian explained, I acquired this from a merchant who claimed it could be used to forge a sword, but I needed a sheath. So I had it crafted into one. Forged into a sheath? Yu Hongling's expression darkened. He had transformed the Mars stone into a sheath? Such a celestial artifact was meant for far greater purposes. Few swords in existence could accommodate the Mars stone as a sheath. It is worth noting that Tsangjian Villa had once intended to forge it into an unparalleled divine weapon, and if successful, the sword would rival the Hongxiu sword. What a waste. You wasteful brat, Yu Hongling lamented. Indeed, Yi Lingtian was a prodigal son. Even if he had forged the Mars stone into a sword, she would not have been so enraged. With a swift motion, Yu Hongling retrieved the sheath, caressing it lightly, her face revealing a hint of disappointment. This item had indeed been transformed into a sheath by this wasteful youth, and the sword contained within was utterly unremarkable, hardly worthy of the Mars stone. Miss you, I purchased this item, and you cannot claim it, Yi Lingtian protested. Of course, if you are willing to exchange your Hongxiu sword for it, I would consider it. Humph. Yu Hongling scoffed, tossing the sheath back to Yi Lingtian. Her tone remained frigid as she remarked, the sheath is commendable, skillfully forged by a master. But the sword is lacking. I suggest you seek a renowned sword in exchange. At this point, what more could she say? She could only hope that Yi Lingtian would procure a divine weapon, worthy of the Mars stone sheath. Yi Lingtian replied with a smile, that may not be necessary. This sword was obtained from the Heavenly Gate's sword tomb, a lethal weapon. Yu Hongling was left speechless, turning away with a heavy heart. Chapter 30. The Celestial Iron Forged Sword Sheath. The prodigal of the Heavenly Gate within the confines of a room, Qin Jinjia and Su Qingqing appeared exceedingly pale. They had just received the latest news. The formula for the innate elixir was a forgery, and the two master-level alchemists had perished in an explosion during the refining process. There are only 4 master-level alchemists in the realm. To lose 2 in such a manner had incited great anger from above. A forgery? How could it be a false formula? I have been duped by Lingtian once again. Su Qingqing clenched her fists, her nails piercing her flesh. Yet she felt no pain. Her first blunder had resulted in a false terrain map being circulated, leading to the destruction of 100 members of the Luo network, including the death of a master. She had already been severely reprimanded for that. Now, having propagated a false formula for the innate elixir, leading to the deaths of master-level alchemists, the consequences could very well bring her to face the most brutal punishments from the Luo network. She had explicitly instructed Moya to scrutinize the formula and confirm its validity before submission, yet it seemed the other party had disregarded her words entirely. 2 consecutive failures could cost her life 100 times over. Moreover, her superiors would also face repercussions. Now, there was but one way to rectify this: to disseminate genuinely useful information and complete the task, thus redeeming herself. Should there be another mistake, her fate would be sealed. Qin Jinjia bit her lip, her expression grave. The Rebirth camp had also lost a master-level alchemist, and all of this was a result of her actions. Did Lingtian foresee everything from the very beginning? The topographical map and the innate elixir formula, both were mere fabrications crafted by Lingtian himself. Could this merely be a coincidence? Did the adversary already possess knowledge of their identities? The thought sent shivers down the spines of the 2 women. Was this third young master truly so astute? Had he been masquerading as a fool while subtly controlling their every move? Was everything merely a part of his elaborate scheme? In the courtyard, Lingtian handed a sword to Yu Fuyao and whispered, "Fuyao, from this moment on, you shall be my sword attendant." The moment Yu Fuyao grasped the hilt, she felt an extraordinary quality emanating from it, the material distinctly unique. "Young master, what is this hilt made of?" she inquired curiously. Lingtian chuckled lightly. "It is forged from a piece of celestial iron from beyond the heavens." Using celestial iron to craft a hilt for this worn blade? Yu Fuyao could only smile wryly, perceiving Lingtian as an extravagant spendthrift. Celestial iron, even a scrap, was worth a fortune, yet he chose to use it for a rusted sword. It appeared his heart was set on this battered blade. "Give it a try," Lingtian suggested. Yu Fuyao drew the sword, only to find it stuck. After several attempts, she felt exasperated. Could it be that rust had seized the blade within its hilt? Lingtian laughed. "It's supposed to be that way. I had the blacksmith intentionally meld the hilt with the blade, making it look more impressive." The corners of Yu Fuyao's mouth twitched as she regarded Lingtian, as if looking at a simpleton. Just for the sake of aesthetics, he squandered a priceless piece of celestial iron? The reputation of the extravagant young master was indeed well-deserved. At that moment, Qin Jinxia and Su Qingqing descended from the loft. Lingtian, grinning broadly, beckoned, "Jinxia, Qingqing, come and see this sword of mine. Isn't it cool?" The 2 women, observing the smile on his face, felt an unsettling chill and an unnameable wariness. Was the third young master truly a fool? Why did it seem he was the one concealing the deepest secrets? Silently, he had ensnared them, and they had walked right into his trap, which was rather frightening. "It is indeed cool." The 2 women nodded gently, concealing any signs of unease. Lingtian feigned confusion. "Jinxia, Qingqing, why do you both appear so glum? Is something troubling you? Come on, give this young master a smile." Noticing their expressions, he surmised they must have learned about the demise of the 2 grandmasters. A glimmer of mockery flickered in his eyes at the thought. Once they were completely abandoned by the net and the afterlife camp, they would become his. However, until then, they still held significant value. 2 sharp blades at his disposal for various endeavors. The 2 women simultaneously flashed sweet smiles, their acting commendable. Yet in their hearts, they muttered. To have been led into such a predicament, and still be asked to smile. How infuriating, Lingtian. That's more like it. Women should smile more. Those who brighten the world with their laughter often find fortune on their side. Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. The 2 women exchanged glances, speechless. Those with misfortune can't smile at all, they thought. "Fuyao, stoke the fire. Today, I shall feast on barbecued meat, with Jinxia and Qingqing assisting." Lingtian commanded with a flourish. "Yes, young master," Yu Fuyao replied obediently. Soon, with the fire pit prepared and an assortment of fruits, vegetables, and fresh meat laid out, Master Yi commenced his grand barbecue. Flames danced, and fragrant smoke wafted through the air. The specially crafted dipping sauce left a lingering taste that was simply unforgettable. "Fuyao, indulge yourselves. This young master favors women who are plump and rosy." Yi Lingtian served meat to the three women. They ate elegantly, maintaining their composure, and could not deny that Yi Lingtian's culinary skills were indeed remarkable. It is often said that a gentleman should keep his distance from the kitchen, yet he showed no such hesitation, standing out as a truly unique individual. While they savored the meat, Yi Lingtian suddenly inquired, "Qingcheng, do you know how to refine elixirs?" Su Qingqing's heart skipped a beat as she hastily responded, "Why do you ask, young master?" Meanwhile, Qin Jinxia and Yu Fuyao observed Yi Lingtian with keen interest. Yi Lingtian pondered, "I recently acquired an elixir formula and seek someone to refine it." Su Qingqing's fingers tightened slightly, instinctively sensing that Yi Lingtian might harbor ill intentions toward her. The formula he mentioned was surely the fraudulent innate elixir formula, which had even led to the demise of grandmasters during its refinement. Should she attempt it, she might be obliterated. Qin Jinxia gently suggested, "If the young master wishes to refine elixirs, perhaps you could seek the expertise of the masters at the Heavenly Gate. I have heard there are some exceptionally skilled alchemists there." After surveying the surroundings to ensure no one else was present, Yi Lingtian whispered, "This formula is of dubious origin. I pilfered it from the herb pavilion, so it cannot be shown to the alchemists of the Heavenly Gate. Otherwise, I would certainly suffer dire consequences. You are the only ones I trust with this matter, so please do not disclose it to anyone." Chapter 31. The ornate architecture of the Heavenly Gate's scripture pavilion, the topographical map, was stolen. The elixir formula was also taken. Both are forgeries. Could it all be mere coincidence? The two women scrutinized Yi Lingtian, hoping to glean something from his gaze, yet all they beheld was sincerity, devoid of any deceit. Either this third young master was an exceptionally skilled actor, concealing his true self deep within, or perhaps it was all simply serendipitous. Regardless, both the map and the formula were items meticulously safeguarded by the Heavenly Gate, and for Yi Lingtian, a seemingly incompetent third son, to have easily pilfered them was evidently amiss. It was conceivable that the Heavenly Gate had intentionally released some counterfeit goods to ensnare those with ulterior motives. Yi Lingtian was indeed that schemer, while they were the ones with hidden agendas, merely unfortunate enough to fall into the trap. "May I inquire, young master, what kind of formula is this?" Su Qingqing feigned curiosity. "I have learned some basics from a family alchemist since childhood, and I can refine simple elixirs. But the more complex ones might be beyond my capability." Yi Lingtian cautiously produced a piece of paper from his bosom and murmured, "The innate elixir." After that fellow Yi Wuyo acquired the innate elixir, he ascended directly into the realm of masters. I was envious, so I stole the formula. The three women deliberately displayed expressions of shock. Yu Fuyao whispered, "Young master, the innate elixir is a divine elixir of the Heavenly Gate, and the formula must be under strict protection. How did you manage to steal it?" Yi Lingtian replied with pride, "It's simple. I distracted the guards and then took it." Qin Jinxia chuckled wryly. "You obtained the formula so easily. Could it possibly be a fake?" "Fake? How could that be?" The words innate elixir are clearly inscribed, along with numerous medicinal ingredients and refining techniques. "It cannot possibly be false," Yi Lingtian asserted confidently. Seeing his unshakable confidence, Qin Jinxia and Su Qingqing found themselves increasingly perplexed. Had they genuinely overthought the situation? Perhaps the failure of this formula was not entirely Yi Lingtian's fault, but rather a ruse orchestrated by the Heavenly Gate. After all, Yi Lingtian appeared far from being the cunning mastermind. Instead, he resembled an innocent, naive fool. The Heavenly Gate, in selecting a spouse, would surely anticipate that individuals from the net or other factions might infiltrate. How could they not take precautions? Perhaps the topographical map and the elixir formula were deliberately presented by the Heavenly Gate to mislead them. Yet, the two women felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss, still unable to fully see through Yi Lingtian, leaving open the possibility that this was indeed a trap set by him. Yu Fuyao softly suggested, "Whether it is real or not, wouldn't it be best for Qingcheng to attempt refining it to find out?" Su Qingqing's heart skipped a beat, and she bitterly smiled. "I could attempt ordinary pills, but I shall not try the innate pill. I lack the capability." Yi Lingtian frowned, casting an annoyed glance at Su Qingqing. "You have no ambition at all. Since you refuse to refine it, I shall naturally seek someone else to do so. I have already prepared the medicinal materials." Su Qingqing quickly lowered her head, remaining silent. "Refine what? Do you wish for my swift demise?" However, if Yi Lingtian has gathered the medicinal materials, he cannot be entirely oblivious. The barbecue continued for quite some time, only concluding when darkness enveloped the sky. Yi Lingtian lounged lazily on a soft bench, gazing at the moon suspended in the heavens. Yu Fuyao obediently kneaded his legs, while Qin Jinxia and Su Qingqing stood nearby, both staring at the sky, lost in thought. Fuyao, how about serving the young master tonight? Yi Lingtian spoke slowly. Yu Fuyao paused, her face turning slightly red. She lowered her head, saying, Fuyao is merely the young master's maid. Let Qin and Su ladies attend to you. Not a chance. We are not yet wed to the young master. Qin Jinjia and Su Qingsheng exclaimed in unison, their reactions fervent. Ha! I was merely jesting. Now that we are well fed, I shall take you to a place. Yi Lingtian rose to his feet. To where? Su Qingsheng instinctively inquired. With a faint smile, Yi Lingtian replied, to the scripture pavilion of the heavenly gate. The mention of the scripture pavilion startled the three women simultaneously. The heavenly gate's scripture pavilion was a place of great significance, harboring profound secrets. Yi Lingtian intended to take them there. However, if they could indeed visit the pavilion, they might uncover substantial discoveries, particularly for Su Qingsheng, for whom this was of utmost importance. Having already made 2 mistakes, if she failed to find something useful this time, she would only face death. Do not think that hiding within the heavenly gate ensures safety. She had consumed the 1,000 spider soul-devouring poison when she became a member of the web of death. The antidote could only be found within the web. If they refused to provide it, she would be left with no escape. Follow me. Yi Lingtian led the way, and the 3 women hurriedly followed. Before long, a gray, ancient pavilion appeared before them, surrounded by green pines brushing against the eaves, with jade railings elegantly crafted. Exuding an air of majesty, the pavilion stood 3 stories tall, adorned with intricately carved beams and exquisite patterns, emanating a solemn and mysterious aura. At each corner of every floor stood a statue of a 4-sided divine beast, depicted with lifelike precision and fierce majesty, instilling an inexplicable sense of oppression. An ancient wooden plaque hung above the pavilion entrance, Scripture Pavilion. At the entrance stood 2 sword-wielding guards, both of innate caliber. Greetings, third young master. Upon Yi Lingtian's approach with the 3 women, the guards immediately saluted. Yi Lingtian softly stated, I bring them to the Scripture Pavilion to retrieve something. The guards hesitated slightly. What is it? Is there a problem? Yi Lingtian's brow furrowed. The guards quickly responded. It is naturally no issue for the 3rd young master to bring Miss Qin and Miss Su inside, but this Miss Yu Qin Jinjia and Su Qingsheng exchanged puzzled glances. They could enter the Scripture Pavilion? What was happening? Yu Fuyao quietly interjected, Young master, I shall wait for you outside. Yi Lingtian paused a moment, gently patting Yu Fuyao's shoulder. Fuyao, just wait a little while. All right. Yu Fuyao obediently nodded. Subsequently, Yi Lingtian led Qin Jinjia and Su Qingsheng into the Scripture Pavilion. The interior was spacious, filled with an overwhelming array of items that dazzled the eyes. Young master, why can we enter the Scripture Pavilion? Qin Jinjia voiced her curiosity. Yi Lingtian smiled lightly. You are now my brides. Naturally, the heavenly gate will not treat you poorly, so each of you may select one item from here. Is it truly so? The 2 women expressed their surprise. Yi Lingtian nodded gently, continuing, the Scripture Pavilion has 3 levels. The first level contains weapons, all of which are of superior quality. The second level holds techniques. The third level conceals great secrets, which you are not yet permitted to access. Upon hearing this, the 2 women ceased their inquiries and curiously examined the weapons on the first floor. The weapons displayed in the Heavenly Gate Scripture Pavilion were certainly not ordinary items. Su Qingsheng picked up a weapon, a sword named Duan Chong, staring at it intently. She had not expected to encounter this sword here. It seemed that Feng Huojun had perished. She gently caressed it. Yi Lingtian softly remarked, this sword is called Duan Chong. It once belonged to the web of death's earth great assassin, Feng Huojun, who met his demise at the foot of the Heavenly Gate Mountain. And this sword was subsequently brought back by a passing elder of the Heavenly Gate. Su Qingsheng momentarily lost herself in thought. Feng Huojun was, in a sense, her predecessor. And as an assassin, her fate might not differ much from his. Suddenly, she raised her hand, the blade too sharp, inadvertently slicing her finger, a drop of crimson appearing. Yi Lingtian immediately grasped her finger, placing it in his mouth to lightly suck on it. With a swift motion, he tore off a strip of fabric from his clothing to bandage Su Qingsheng's wound, cautioning, be careful, the weapons here are quite sharp. Su Qingsheng stared at Yi Lingtian in a daze, then quietly withdrew her hand, softly saying, thank you, young master. Qin Jinjia, witnessing this, let out a delicate laugh, her expression laden with meaning. This sword. Qin Jinjia's gaze fell upon a long sword exuding a chilling aura, 3 feet in length, radiating an ethereal glow, its sharpness inducing an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Yi Lingtian explained, this sword is called Sangshuang. If the list of renowned swords were to expand to 60 names, it would rank 59. The lines Qin Jianjian by Lu Wei Shuang suit you perfectly. Qin Jinjia grasped the hilt, swinging it lightly, finding it remarkably comfortable, and joyfully declared, "Young master, I shall take this sword." "Very well, that is no problem." Yi Lingtian nodded lightly. He turned to Su Qingcheng. "If you do not fancy weapons, I can take you to the second floor to explore the techniques." "Okay, young master." Su Qingcheng set down the Duanchang's sword and followed Yi Lingtian to the second floor. Qin Jinjia, not hesitating, quickly followed, eager to discover the techniques housed on the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, Yi Lingtian stated, "You may freely select one technique from here." "All right." Su Qingcheng walked forward, browsing through several techniques, yet none satisfied her. Suddenly, a technique caught her eye, the characters inscribed boldly reading, "Transformation Technique." Upon seeing these 4 words, her gaze sharpened. Could it be this technique? She immediately picked it up to peruse. Her visit to the Heavenly Gate held a special mission, to investigate the status of Bei Ming Feng, a top assassin of the Web of Death. If he were alive, she was instructed to devise a means to rescue him. If dead, she was to seek the whereabouts of the transformation technique. The transformation technique was enigmatic and profound. In the past, Bei Ming Feng had wielded it to contend against numerous grandmasters. The Web of Death coveted this technique immensely and would not let it slip away. To her astonishment, this technique resided within the Heavenly Gate's scripture pavilion. If the transformation technique was here, what of Bei Ming Feng? Should she surrender the technique to ensure her survival, or had he already perished? Yi Lingtian approached, gazing at Su Qingcheng with an odd expression. "Are you interested in this technique?" Feeling a mix of emotions, he thought, Su Qingcheng does not appear foolish, yet she has fallen for the trap thrice. Su Qingcheng nodded. "I merely sense this technique is extraordinarily remarkable." Yi Lingtian chuckled. "Indeed, it is extraordinary. It was once a technique practiced by an Earth-grade assassin of the web." Su Qingcheng cautiously inquired, "If it belongs to an Earth-grade assassin of the web, why would it appear here?" Yi Lingtian explained, 50 years ago, a certain assassin from the Luo network was captured by Tianmen. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, he voluntarily surrendered this martial arts technique. Unfortunately, the man was too cunning. The technique he provided contained flaws. The elders detected the discrepancies and, in a fit of rage, executed him. Later, after much deliberation, the elders managed to supplement this technique. But alas, even with those enhancements, its potency paled in comparison to the authentic transformation technique. If it were otherwise, this technique would not be placed here. So that is the case, Su Qingcheng revealed a look of relief. She had thought that the transformation technique was exceptionally remarkable. How could it possibly be carelessly displayed here? It turned out that this was not the original version. "Young master, I desire this technique," Su Qingcheng gently stated. Yi Lingtian pondered. "Would you like to reconsider your choice? Although this technique differs from the original, it still possesses some dubious qualities and may not be suitable for your cultivation." Su Qingcheng, with utmost seriousness, replied, "I want this technique." She had no intention of cultivating it herself, as she planned to submit this technique instead. Even though it was not the original version, having it was better than nothing. After handing it over, she would have completed one of her tasks. "Very well." Yi Lingtian did not elaborate further. Qin Jinjia furrowed her brow. Was Su Qingcheng actually holding the transformation technique? How careless. Had she known, she would have chosen a technique instead. Compared to weapons, the value of the transformation technique was evidently higher. Unfortunately, now that the technique was in Su Qingcheng's possession, she could not immediately retrieve it from her. She could only look for an opportunity to seize it. "Since we have made our choice, let us depart," Yi Lingtian said as he led the 2 women out of the sutra pavilion. The guards did not inquire about their selections, as it was beyond their responsibilities. Upon returning to her room, Su Qingcheng took out the transformation technique and meticulously examined it. Indeed, the technique was profoundly intricate. As she flipped through the pages, her gaze fell upon the conspicuous cloth strip on her finger. She gently touched the strip, momentarily lost in thought. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open, and Qin Jinjia walked in. Su Qingcheng's expression darkened, and she coldly remarked, "Did no one inform you that one should knock before entering another's room?" Qin Jinjia closed the door and playfully looked at Su Qingcheng, saying, "Someone once mentioned that an assassin who develops feelings becomes a useless waste. When Yi Lingtian bandaged your wounds earlier, were you not deeply moved? Did you not wish to offer yourself in return?" Swish. A chill spread through Su Qingcheng's eyes as she casually waved, sending a teacup flying toward Qin Jinjia. Bang! Qin Jinjia flicked her finger, and the teacup shattered instantly. "Sister Su, are you so upset because I hit the nail on the head?" Qin Jinjia teased. If there's nothing else, you may leave, Su Qingqing replied indifferently. There is something. How could there not be? This transformation technique. Qin Jinjia's gaze fixed on the technique on the table. Su Qingqing scoffed. If you dare to covet this technique, I assure you, you will not live to see the night. You may test my warning. Giggling. Sister Su. Do not be so agitated. I merely inquired. After all, you would not wish for your identity as an assassin of the Luo network to be exposed, would you? Qin Jinjia chuckled. Su Qingqing stared coldly at Qin Jinjia, saying, those who dare to obstruct the Luo network may find that the next to perish is someone dear to you. If you do not believe me, I would be willing to wager. Just joking. I merely came to see you. Since you wish to rest, I shall take my leave. Qin Jinjia's smile remained undiminished as she turned to exit the room. As she stepped out, however, her smile vanished, replaced by a hint of coldness. Chapter 33. Beneath Tianmen Mountain, Songyun City Young Master. Just then, Lingtian approached, prompting Qin Jinjia to swiftly bow. Jinjia, why do you appear so unhappy? Lingtian inquired, surprised. Qin Jinjia replied softly, young master, Jinjia is not unhappy. It's just that having been at Tianmen for nearly a month, I find myself missing home. Lingtian understood, I see. While I cannot grant your request to return home, I can certainly allow you to visit Songyun City. Qin Jinjia's eyes brightened. Young master, may I truly go to Songyun City? Shoo, keep your voice down. Lingtian placed a finger to his lips. Qin Jinjia immediately nodded, suppressing her voice. Qingcheng, come out for a moment. Lingtian called to the door. Young master, is there something you need? Su Qingqing opened the door, looking at Lingtian with confusion. Lingtian smiled. You and Jinjia have been at Tianmen for some time now. I intend to take you both out for some fresh air. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing's eyes flickered with intrigue. She had been pondering how to deliver the transformation technique, and Lingtian's proposal was indeed a stroke of luck for her. Young master, the guards at Tianmen are quite strict. Can we truly go out without being discovered? Su Qingqing asked anxiously. Lingtian reassured her. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible, but I have my ways. Just follow me. Young master, can I join you as well? Yu Fuyao's voice chimed in. Dressed in a flowing silver gown and cradling a sword of calamity, she resembled a celestial being. Her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at Lingtian from the opposite pavilion. Of course, prepare yourselves. We shall depart shortly, Lingtian replied. Thank you. Young master, Yu Fuyao beamed. Before long, Lingtian led the three women away from the fragrant pavilion, taking a path down the mountain. The three women carefully observed their surroundings. Tianmen Mountain was riddled with traps, especially along the descent. Even a master would meet their demise here. If they could uncover anything, it would be a significant gain. Upon reaching a grand gate, a few guards holding torches approached. May I inquire where the three young ladies intend to go? One guard respectfully asked. Lingtian casually produced a decree and handed it to the guard. The guard accepted it, glanced at it, and immediately declared, let them pass. With a rumble, the gate slowly opened. Lingtian escorted the three women outside. After a brief moment, they arrived at the foot of Tianmen Mountain. Young master, what was that decree you showed the guards? They let us out just like that, Qin Jinjia remarked, her curiosity piqued. Lingtian smiled. What I showed them was the master's decree. Those affiliated with Tianmen require an official decree to enter or exit. Su Qingqing promptly caught the nuance in Lingtian's words. So it was the master who allowed you to bring us out? What are you thinking? How could I possibly be authorized to take you out? That decree is a forgery, Lingtian replied, exasperated as he looked at Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. So, Lingtian could bring them out with a counterfeit decree? Were the guards truly that stringent? Or was this privilege exclusive to the young masters of Tianmen? In truth, Su Qingqing was correct. Such privileges were indeed reserved for the young masters of Tianmen. However, not everyone held this privilege. Only Yi Wuyo and Lingtian possessed it. Yi Wuyo represented the facade of Tianmen. Viewed by many as the most likely successor to the master's position, he often ventured out on behalf of Tianmen, thus granting him the privilege to come and go freely. Lingtian's privilege, on the other hand, stemmed from his cleverness and cunning. Previously, Yi Songhai had prohibited him from going out, but eventually realized that no matter how he tried to restrict him, Lingtian always found a way to escape. Frustrated, Yi Songhai ultimately relinquished control over the matter, granting him the freedom to come and go, which left Yi Qingzhou and Yi Rufeng enviously amazed. However, they were not Yi Wuyo or Lingtian. Yi Wuyo represented Tianmen and rightfully held privileges. Lingtian, however, harbored no interest in the position of the sect leader, choosing instead to pursue his whims without a care for the gaze of those from the heavenly gate. In stark contrast, others sought to vie for the leadership role, necessitating a cautious approach. Any breach of protocol that might incite the displeasure of the elders from the heavenly gate could irrevocably sever their ties to the coveted position. In Yitsong Hai's study, a sudden realization struck him. What? That rascal Lingtian has slipped away again, and he has taken Su Qingcheng and the others with him? Upon receiving this news, Yitsong Hai's expression darkened. It was one thing for him to venture out alone, but to bring 3 women along was utterly reckless. Given the substantial losses the Luo network had previously suffered, Unmasked being slain, and Feng Huojun Changren meeting an inexplicable end at the foot of Tianmin Mountain, retaliation was inevitable. Lingtian's excursion could very well lead him into peril. Maying, Yitsong Hai called out. With a swift motion, a woman clad in black and masked appeared in the study, embodying the essence of a master at the initial stage. What are your orders, sect leader? Maying inquired respectfully. With a grave tone, Yitsong Hai instructed, continue to protect Lingtian. The girl by his side, Fu Yao, possesses some strength. Yet I sense an underlying complexity in her. Should trouble arise, she may not aid him. Understood, sect leader. Maying's form flickered and vanished into the shadows. Half an hour later, Lingtian, accompanied by the 3 women, arrived in Songyun City. The city at night was adorned with lanterns, its countless structures bustling with life, every 5 steps revealing a building, every 10 steps a pavilion, teeming with people and vibrant activity. The broad streets were lined with numerous vendors, flanked by taverns, inns, and brothels, all ablaze with light, exuding an air of opulence and beauty. Lingtian's gaze settled upon a particular brothel, where affluent young masters, accompanied by courtesans, entered amidst laughter and revelry, a sight that elicited envy. Noticing Lingtian's fixation, the 3 women could not help but roll their eyes. With 3 stunning beauties at his side, why was he so preoccupied with the women of the brothel? However, there was a distinction between mere observation and indulgence. Were these young masters truly contemplating a sojourn into such establishments? How lecherous! The 3 women felt a tinge of disdain. Could the women of the brothel truly be clean? Did he not fear contracting a disease? Ahem. You 3 should explore for yourselves. I must meet a friend. Exercise caution, and I shall seek you out later. Lingtian waved gently before heading towards a gambling den. The 3 women stood momentarily stunned. He was not heading to the brothel, but rather to gamble. Was he about to squander his wealth? Chapter 34. Who will care for my life or death? Young master, please refrain from gambling. Qin Jinjia implored, her concern for her meager dowry evident. As long as she could indulge in luxuries, all was well, but if Lingtian lost, she would be left with nothing. Lingtian frowned. Nonsense. I am simply meeting a friend, not gambling. Ignoring the 3 women, he strode into the gambling den. Ah, this is too rich. Su Qingcheng remarked, relishing in the misfortune of another's dowry. Tonight may spell the end of someone's fortune. Tonight for you, tomorrow for me. It's merely a matter of degrees. Qin Jinjia replied coolly, perhaps so. I think I shall explore on my own. You may do as you please. Finding a suitable spot, Su Qingcheng turned to leave, while Qin Jinjia looked at Fu Yao and said, Sister Yu, I too wish to wander alone. Go ahead. Just be careful, Fu Yao replied lightly. Very well. Qin Jinjia responded softly before walking ahead. Fu Yao glanced at the entrance of the gambling den, hesitated for a moment, then quickly departed. In the distance, atop a pavilion, a masked woman holding a lantern in one hand and a sword in the other, observed Fu Yao's departure intently. Yu, it is her. The lantern-bearer's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend why Yu was in the company of Lingtian. Did she possess a more enigmatic mission? Both were elite assassins of the Luo network, yet the true extent of Yu's capabilities remained shrouded in mystery. It was known that she had once infiltrated the imperial palace and escaped from the grasp of a Grand Master, a feat both formidable and terrifying. Milady, Lingtian has entered the gambling den. What are your instructions? A black-clad figure, donning a silver mask and embodying a master at the initial stage, asked respectfully. The lantern-bearer replied, let us observe this individual closely and discern what makes him extraordinary before we take action. The black-clad figure hesitated. If we eliminate him, will it not jeopardize Lord Emoya's mission? With Su Qingcheng aligned with Emoya, what would become of her if Lingtian were to perish? The task assigned to Emoya would likely become exceedingly difficult, the lantern-bearer coldly remarked. The death of one of Luo Network's Grand Masters is potentially tied to Lingtian. The higher-ups have ordered his execution. The black-clad man's expression shifted. I shall attend to it immediately. Within a room of a tavern, Su Qingcheng stared in disbelief at Imoya, who had lost an arm. With a calm demeanor, Imoya stated, "Mistakes come at a price. Regrettably, I was not vigilant enough and failed to heed your counsel." The death of a Grand Master left him unable to escape accountability, and the loss of his arm served as his punishment. Su Qingcheng's expression grew complex. "I was unaware that the alchemical formula was a forgery." Imoya questioned. "The forgery of the formula must be linked to Yi Lingtian. He will not survive the night. Prepare yourself." Su Qingcheng paused, a sense of inexplicable dread swelling within her. The Luo network was set to kill Yi Lingtian, and his demise seemed inevitable. She glanced at her finger, where a strip of cloth remained. This matter should not involve Yi Lingtian, for he too sought to concoct the innate elixir and seemed to have gathered the necessary materials. Could they not delay his death? Su Qingcheng's expression wavered. Imoya's gaze intensified, locking onto her. "You seem quite concerned about his fate." Producing a volume of transformative scripture from her bosom, Su Qingcheng handed it to Imoya. This transformative scripture was obtained through Yi Lingtian's assistance. "If he survives, I can leverage him to fulfill my mission. Should he perish, I am left with no recourse. Furthermore, if Yi Lingtian dies tonight, I may face severe repercussions. The Heavenly Gate may suspect my involvement, and I would be hard-pressed to protect myself, let alone complete my task." Imoya accepted the transformative scripture, scrutinizing it earnestly, remaining silent. After a moment, his expression grew somber. "This is undoubtedly the genuine transformative scripture. Its complexity is profound, and once presented to our superiors, we may evade some repercussions. The alchemical formula was a forgery, resulting in the death of a Grand Master, as no one had ever encountered the innate elixir's formula. In contrast, the transformative scripture has been partially seen by our superiors. Its authenticity can be verified, and it is worth submitting. Regrettably, I must inform you that Yi Lingtian's death is imperative. This order comes from above, and the lantern-bearer of the second tier of the Luo network has taken it upon himself. I am powerless to intervene." Imoya's expression mirrored complexity. Should circumstances permit, he would prefer that Yi Lingtian not meet his end so soon, for his demise would complicate matters for Su Qingcheng. Moreover, the task assigned to him would become increasingly arduous, and there was even a possibility that Su Qingcheng might face her own demise. Sadly, there was no alternative. The death of a Grand Master had incited the wrath of the Luo network, and they intended to demonstrate their strength to the Heavenly Gate. Yi Lingtian would not be the first, nor the last. Su Qingcheng's countenance darkened as she fixed her gaze on Imoya. "And what of my life? Who will safeguard it?" The raven gently patted her shoulder and remarked, "Once ensnared in the web, our fates are no longer ours to determine. Life and death lie solely in the web's hands. Perhaps dying at the hands of the Heavenly Gate would be a more merciful fate than succumbing to the web." At this, he glanced at his empty sleeve, a reminder of the cost of a failed mission, his arm lost, and next time, it could very well be his life. The assassins of the Earth rank may appear formidable compared to the Xian and Sha ranks, yet to those of the Heavenly rank, they are but ants, easily crushed at any moment. Su Qingcheng clenched her fists, her breath quickening. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Joining the web means losing autonomy. But all I desire at this moment is to survive." The raven fell into a contemplative silence. With a casual gesture, he sent a pill flying towards her, saying, "This is the antidote to the 1,000 spiders devouring souls poison. If within a month you fail to accomplish something satisfactory for the web, you shall perish. I only wish to survive." Su Qingcheng grasped the pill, yet did not consume it immediately, instead fixing a cold stare upon the raven. The raven turned to gaze out the window, stating, "Then find a way to endure through tonight. After tonight, whether I live or die remains in question." Su Qingcheng bitterly laughed. "That question is for you to resolve. Even in death, you must fall at the Heavenly Gate. For that is when you can truly prove your worth." The raven muttered to himself. With determination, Su Qingcheng strode towards the door, unwilling to simply await her fate. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Lingtian must not die tonight. The raven swiftly incapacitated her with a gesture, sealing her pressure points. "You," Su Qingcheng seethed with rage. "Apologies. But fate must be faced with equanimity," the raven replied, his eyes slowly closing, disregarding her fury. In another concealed dwelling, a man hidden in the shadows stated with indifference, "A Grand Master has perished at the rebirth camp. The loss is substantial, and the higher-ups are furious. They have specifically tasked me with eliminating Yi Lingtian." Qin Jinjia, her expression serene, responded, "Yi Lingtian is currently at the gambling den. You may take your shot." Even should Yi Lingtian perish, she would not be overly concerned, though the subsequent task would be slightly more challenging. The man in the shadows remarked. It seems you harbor a deep disdain for Yi Lingtian? Qin Jinjiao replied coolly, I am an assassin of the rebirth camp. Obeying orders is my foremost duty. Yi Lingtian is merely a waste. His death would be for the best. You seem to bear a grudge regarding the matter of marrying Yi Lingtian, the man noted. Qin Jinjiao remained silent. Yi Lingtian must die, but this time, I need not lift a finger. The web's assassins will certainly not spare him tonight, the man continued. That is indeed intriguing, Qin Jinjiao mused, gazing out the window, her eyes betraying no emotion. If Yi Lingtian dies, your task may become quite difficult. You appear overly optimistic. Adaptability is the fundamental skill of an assassin. Even if he dies, I will complete my mission, Qin Jinjiao replied indifferently. Let us hope so, the man replied. Master. Yi Lingtian has lost 3,000 taels at the gambling den without sensing any anomaly. He is indeed a thorough spendthrift. Reported a black-clad man from the attic where the lantern-bearer resided. Yi Lingtian had entered the gambling den for but a brief moment before losing a staggering amount, causing laughter to erupt among the patrons. It seems I overestimated him. In that case, I shall eliminate him directly, the lantern-bearer said nonchalantly. Aware of the Grandmaster-level protector hidden behind Yi Lingtian, yet unperturbed, killing him was still an option. On a moonless night, with a chilling breeze sweeping through, Yi Lingtian, having lost 3,000 taels, seemed somewhat displeased as he wandered through an alley with a jug of wine in hand. In truth, that gambling den was also an establishment of the Listening Snow Tower. Not long after he entered the alley, a group of black-clad figures appeared, only to be obstructed by Mei Ying. With a swift motion, Mei Ying withdrew a cold blade and charged at the group of black-clad men. A chorus of screams erupted as several fell to the ground, blood spilling forth. Humph! Suddenly, a cold scoff echoed, and 4 black-clad figures donned in silver masks emerged atop the eaves, each wielding long swords and exuding an air of Grandmaster-level prowess. 4 initial-stage Grandmasters. Mei Ying furrowed her brow, realizing the situation had escalated. While she could manage against 2, facing 4 seasoned assassins of the Earth rank left her with little confidence. She feared for her life. Kill. The 4 assassins wasted no time, launching their assault. A terrifying pressure enveloped the surroundings as they engaged in battle. Mei Ying found herself at a severe disadvantage, and soon, she was struck by a powerful palm, sending her crashing to the ground, blood escaping her lips. The 4 assassins, armed with long swords, converged upon her from all directions. Mei Ying instinctively sought to evade but discovered the sword energy had locked onto her, with no option left. She steeled herself, clutching her blade, prepared to fight to the death. For terrifying sword energies sliced towards her. Mei Ying swung her blade in desperation. The impact sent her flying again, shattering the roof beneath her. Kill. The 4 Grandmasters launched their strongest techniques, initiating the shadow kill art. Appearing before Mei Ying in an instant, unleashing 4 simultaneous sword energies. Mei Ying's pupils constricted as she realized her inability to resist. It's over, she thought, her body brimming with dread as she faced the impending onslaught. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of cold light surged forward, dispersing the 4 sword energies, sending the assassins staggering back several meters. Who? They inquired, their expressions darkening as they scanned their surroundings. From atop a pavilion, Yi Lingtian manifested, clad in a flowing white robe, his hands clasped behind him, exuding an ethereal presence that glimmered under the moonlight. Third young master. Mei Ying gazed at him, entranced by an inexplicable aura emanating from him. Yi Lingtian. The assassins of the web recognized him instantly. Yi Lingtian spoke softly, on this moonless night, with the winds high and the shadows deep, I invite you to depart this realm. Kill him. The 4 Grandmasters commanded, and the remaining assassins rushed towards Yi Lingtian. He cast a dispassionate glance at them, taking a single step forward, effortlessly gliding through their ranks. With a resounding crash, the assassins transformed into a mist of blood. Their cries silenced before they escaped their lips. The 4 Grandmasters exchanged glances, realizing they had underestimated him. Yi Lingtian was far from ordinary. They closed in on him, their resolve firm. Yi Lingtian stood calmly, extending his hand to gather energy into a blade, a chilling longsword materializing in his grasp. Qinglian sword song, he proclaimed, slicing forward. A terrifying sword energy surged forth, enveloping the 4 Grandmasters, who found themselves utterly powerless to resist, blood gushing as they were cleaved apart. In an instant, Yi Lingtian stood at the center, activating the North Ming divine art, voraciously devouring the true essence of the 4 Grandmasters. Moments later, they lay lifeless, their energy consumed. Yi Lingtian's aura intensified, nearing the mid-stage of Grandmaster, yet still a fraction short of the mark. Just one more, and he would undoubtedly break through. Earth rank, Lantern Bearer. Step forward, Yi Lingtian declared coldly. At his words, Mei Ying's expression shifted. Had the Earth rank assassins also arrived? A Grandmaster at the initial stage. I did not expect you to conceal yourself so deeply. You are indeed formidable. A chilling voice echoed. The Lantern Bearer suddenly appeared atop a loft. His gaze icy as he fixated on Yi Lingtian. Make your move. You have but one chance. Yi Lingtian spoke calmly, undeterred even in the presence of a late-stage master. As you wish. The Lantern Bearer vanished from his spot, reappearing before Yi Lingtian, the lantern aglow, and the sword energy chilling. Yi Lingtian observed him with an unwavering demeanor, devoid of any intent to strike. Chapter 36. Mid-Stage Master. The Lantern Bearer falls. A frigid wind swept in, tousling Yi Lingtian's hair and causing his garments to rustle softly. The lantern in the Lantern Bearer's hand extinguished in an instant, the once menacing sword energy dissipating into nothingness. What? The Lantern Bearer, taken aback, instinctively attempted to retreat, only to find himself ensnared by an encroaching frost, his body encased in ice, rendering him immobile. The cold invaded his very being, wreaking havoc on his meridians and eliciting profound agony. Unbeknownst to him, a woman clad in blue appeared in the void. She resembled a goddess of ice, ethereal and elusive. Watching the frozen Lantern Bearer with an impassive expression, as if a mere glance from her could reduce him to ashes. Whoosh! Her figure vanished swiftly, leaving no trace behind. Snow sword, the Lantern Bearer uttered in terror. Buzz! Yi Lingtian extended his hand, voraciously absorbing the Lantern Bearer's true essence. In an instant, the Lantern Bearer's pupils constricted, his body plummeting to the ground, lifeless. Boom! Yi Lingtian's aura surged explosively. Mid-Stage Master. Feeling the surge of his newfound power, he had stepped firmly into the mid-stage realm. His strength having undergone a monumental transformation, now several times more formidable than before. Yi Lingtian approached Mei Ying, waving his hand slightly. Are you daydreaming? Mei Ying, incredulous, gazed at him. Third young master, you. The world regarded him as the inconsequential third young master. Yet he proved to be the most formidable among the 4 young masters of the Heavenly Gate. Yi Lingtian smiled gently. Mei Ying, for the sake of the life I just saved, could you keep this matter confidential? He was well acquainted with Mei Ying. Every time he departed from the Heavenly Gate to Tsungyan City, she would discreetly protect him, fostering a familiarity between them. Mei Ying suppressed her astonishment. Even the sect master cannot know? Yi Lingtian replied with a smile. For now, let us keep it under wraps. Can you manage that? Instinctively, Mei Ying nodded. Since third young master saved my life, I will surely keep this secret. I guarantee no one will learn of it. Upon reflecting, her emotions grew strangely complex, tinged with an inexplicable joy, for this secret of the third young master was hers alone to bear. She seemed to forget that she was the shadow guard of Yi Songhai. Well done, Yi Lingtian remarked, clearly pleased. In truth, even if Mei Ying divulged his affairs to Yi Songhai, he wouldn't fret. Knowing that wily old fox, he would undoubtedly devise ways to keep it concealed. Before entering the realm of masters, Yi Lingtian had to tread carefully, concealing his true self, as he feared falling victim to others. Now, having achieved mid-stage master, with numerous aces up his sleeve, he felt far less apprehensive. All right, I no longer require your protection. Go explore at your leisure. But beware of the people from the web. Yi Lingtian waved dismissively. Understood, third young master. Mei Ying melded into the shadows, assured of Yi Lingtian's safety now that she understood his prowess. Yi Lingtian strode away, hands clasped behind his back. Soon, he arrived at the listening snow pavilion. Mushueli, donned in a flowing blue gown, was gently playing the qin. Thank you for your help, Yi Lingtian said softly. Even without my intervention, you would have managed effortlessly. Mushueli replied. Yi Lingtian said no more, settling down cross-legged to circulate his true essence. The beaming divine skill devoured true essence, though it bore no side effects. The rapidity of his breakthroughs necessitated diligent consolidation. Mushueli observed him in silence, her expression somewhat unusual. How had he advanced to mid-stage master in such a short span? Yet, she was not overly surprised, for she herself had reached the pinnacle of mastery by the age of 18. Half an hour passed. Yi Lingtian gradually opened his eyes, exhaling a deep breath. I fear I cannot linger here much longer while accompanying a few beauties in Tsungyan City. Mushueli chuckled lightly. Go ahead. Indeed. Yi Lingtian casually snatched an apple from the platter and exited the listening snow pavilion. As he ambled down the bustling street, munching on his apple, he whistled and teased the lovely maidens, causing their cheeks to flush crimson. At this hour, Yi Lingtian should be dead, unbind my acupoints. In the loft, Su Qingqing's voice was hoarse, her countenance numb, her gaze vacant. How could Yi Lingtian still be alive? Emoya gazed incredulously at Yi Lingtian swaggering down the street. Given the time that had elapsed, if the lantern-bearer intended to strike, he would not have waited until now. Why was Yi Lingtian still alive? Had something transpired that prevented the lantern-bearer from acting? What? He's alive. A glimmer of light ignited in Su Qingqing's eyes. Hearing that Yi Lingtian had not perished, she could not fathom why she felt such joy. Perhaps it was the assurance that Yi Lingtian's safety would allow her own mission to proceed smoothly. Emoya promptly unbound her acupoints. Do not seek him out for now. I will investigate the situation. All right. Su Qingqing nodded gently, moving to the window to observe Yi Lingtian, who appeared carefree, whistling at respectable women. You rogue, she thought, both amused and relieved. Given his current demeanor, one would hardly believe he had just weathered a fierce battle. Before long, Emoya returned, his expression grave. What is it? Su Qingqing inquired. Emoya drew a deep breath. Yi Lingtian lost 3,000 taels at the gambling house. Su Qingqing replied nonchalantly. He is the prodigal son of the heavenly gate. Is it not normal for him to lose? Internally, she felt exasperated. He truly was a spendthrift. 3,000 taels would vanish in the next venture. This incident would likely infuriate Qin Jinjia to the point of hemorrhage. Nonetheless, Emoya's next words rendered Su Qingqing's countenance ashen. All those dispatched to kill Yi Lingtian are dead. The lantern-bearer and 4 other initial stage masters from the web have perished without exception. Their deaths eerily reminiscent of the Wind and Rain Heartbreaker. All dead. Su Qingqing's expression turned to one of horror. The lantern-bearer was a late-stage master, accompanied by 4 initial stage assassins. Even encountering a peak master would have posed a challenge. Yet, they had been vanquished. The assailant must possess at least peak master prowess. Could it have been Yi Lingtian? That seemed improbable. Suddenly recalling something, Su Qingqing remarked, I saw the Heartbreaker sword in the Heavenly Gate's scripture pavilion. According to Yi Lingtian, that sword was brought back by an elder of the Heavenly Gate. Therefore, it is highly possible that the Wind and Rain Heartbreaker was slain by one of the Heavenly Gate's elders. The deaths of the Lantern-bearer and the others bear striking similarity to the Heartbreaker. Could the assailant be the same Heavenly Gate elder? Chapter 37. This young master lost 3,000 taels. She could not bring herself to believe that Yi Lingtian possessed such formidable strength. At merely 18 years of age, how could he possibly be a peak master? Unless he was some sort of prodigy. Yet, that seemed implausible. Yi Lingtian, in every regard, appeared nothing more than a carefree simpleton. Emoya gently nodded and said, the possibility is quite high. Given the current situation, Tianmin's willingness to allow Yi Lingtian to descend the mountain evidently indicates that there are formidable forces safeguarding him. After all, he is one of Tianmin's 3 young masters. How could Yi Songhai allow him to be in danger? Since Yi Lingtian is alive, I am temporarily safe. Su Qingqing murmured. Emoya gazed out the window and remarked, I must report this matter immediately. You should probe Yi Lingtian to ascertain how the lantern-bearer met his demise. With that, he proceeded to step outside. Upon reaching the doorway, he paused, contemplating for a moment before stating, if there are no results within a month, you may consider cultivating the transformation art. Su Qingqing watched Emoya's retreating figure, her eyes reflecting a hint of deep thought. If Yi Lingtian were to perish tonight, the circumstances she faced would become exceedingly arduous. Therefore, Yi Lingtian must not die, at the very least, not before she completes her mission. The evening in Sunyan City remained as lively as ever, undeterred by the recent deaths. The streets were bustling with people, laughter and chatter filling the air. Shortly thereafter, the trio of Yu Fuyao found Yi Lingtian. Young master, how was your experience at the gambling den? Did anything unusual occur? Qin Jinxia asked with curiosity. She found it perplexing that, despite the actions of the people from the net, Yi Lingtian was still alive. It was most fitting for her to inquire about this matter, lest others think she was merely anxious about her dowry, as Yi Lingtian had gambled with it. Su Qingqing silently observed Yi Lingtian, while Yu Fuyao calmly regarded Qin Jinxia and Su Qingqing. Having ventured outside the city earlier, she was unaware of the recent happenings. However, from the expressions of the 2 women, it was evident that something significant had transpired. Yi Lingtian awkwardly confessed, I lost 3,000 taels this time. Qin Jinxia's body trembled, her face paling as she fixated on Yi Lingtian. That's all my dowry combined. How could you lose it all? Yi Lingtian tried to soothe her. Jinxia, do not be upset. It's merely 3,000 taels. Once we are married, the entire Wenxiang Pavilion will belong to you. Qin Jinxia bit her lip, rendered speechless. What a spendthrift. An absolute spendthrift. Why did he not die tonight? Truly, A calamity that begets 1,000 years of trouble. Seemingly recalling something, Lingtian asked. Did you encounter any danger tonight? None at all. Why do you ask, young master? Su Qingqing inquired, puzzled. Lingtian pondered, earlier. A group of men in black attacked me, but they were all eliminated by the elders of Tianmen. I assumed you might have encountered danger as well. Upon hearing this, Qin Jinxia and Su Qingqing understood why Lingtian was unharmed. Indeed, powerful figures from Tianmen had intervened. We faced no danger. It was likely just some petty thieves who, driven by greed, sought to kill for wealth. It is good that you are safe, Su Qingqing said softly. A glimmer of sarcasm flickered in Qin Jinxia's eyes. Petty thieves? Which thieves would dare to act against someone from Tianmen? Lingtian nodded. That must be the case. After all, when I lost those 3,000 taels, the entire gambling den was stunned, all eyes fixed upon me. That feeling was simply exhilarating. Qin Jinxia's expression froze as she cast a resentful glance at Lingtian. You used my dowry for a fleeting thrill. How despicable. Tonight's events were my fault, young master. Rest assured, I shall remain by your side next time to ensure those thieves do not approach you, Yu Fuyao said earnestly. Lingtian smiled. With Fuyao's assurance, I feel at ease. Now, I have a small gift for you all. He retrieved 3 pieces of jade jewelry, a jade hairpin, a string of jade pendants, and a jade bracelet. He placed the hairpin into Yu Fuyao's hair and remarked, this hairpin is called the Fuyao pin. I had it crafted specially from exquisite jade. Yu Fuyao's face flushed. Young master, this is too precious. Lingtian chuckled lightly. In my heart, nothing compares to you, Fuyao. This pin, and you are truly a match made in heaven. Her cheeks deepened in hue. Subsequently, he adorned Su Qingqing's neck with the string of pendants. This is also crafted from exquisite jade and possesses the ability to ward off evil and harm. Thank you, young master, Su Qingqing replied softly, gently caressing the pendant around her neck, feeling its warm and pleasant texture, momentarily lost in thought. It seemed she had never received such a gift before. Indeed, Lingtian smiled, and then took Qin Jinxia's delicate hand, placing the jade bracelet on her wrist. This can nourish your skin with regular wear. Thank you, young master. A sweet smile graced Qin Jinxia's face, her eyes reflecting a hint of shyness. Lingtian beamed with satisfaction at the sight of the 3 women adorned in their jewelry. Next, I shall take you all for another stroll, and afterward, we shall return to Tianmen. Yes, young master, the 3 women obediently followed beside him. Sweet candied hawthorn. The vendors' voices rang out through the streets. Sir, I would like a string of candied hawthorn. Lingtian purchased a skewer of candied hawthorn and handed it to Yu Fuyao, saying, Fuyao, you love candied hawthorn. This is for you. Thank you, young master. Yu Fuyao accepted the candied hawthorn and gently licked it with her delicate tongue, her eyes narrowing in delight as if savoring celestial nectar. How childish. Qin Jinxia shot a glance at Yu Fuyao, somewhat speechless. Is a skewer of candied hawthorn really that delicious? Qingqing, why aren't you moving? Lingtian asked, puzzled, as he noticed Su Qingqing standing still. Su Qingqing remained silent, merely watching the candied hawthorn in Yu Fuyao's hand. Lingtian chuckled. Vendor, please give me 2 more skewers of candied hawthorn. Certainly. The vendor beamed with joy. Lingtian then handed the candied hawthorn to Su Qingqing and Qin Jinxia. Su Qingqing took her skewer and silently followed Lingtian, lowering her head to nibble on the candied hawthorn, a smile gracing her face. Qin Jinxia gazed curiously at her skewer. Is it truly that delicious? She took a bite and exclaimed, wow, it's so sweet. Young master, I want another skewer. Young master has only enough money for 3 skewers of candied hawthorn. I'll buy you more next time. Lingtian waved dismissively. Chapter 38. Small stakes. Grand performance begins after a while of wandering. Lingtian finally led the 3 women back to Tianmen. You all must be tired from wandering. Rest early, he said to them before retreating to his own quarters. The 3 women exchanged glances, stifling giggles. Being martial artists, they were hardly fatigued. Only someone like Lingtian, whose energy was depleted, would tire from a simple outing. What are you laughing about? Your dowry is gone, Su Qingqing remarked, shooting a glance at Qin Jinxia. So what if it's gone? You still have yours, right? When the time comes, I'll be the primary wife, and all provisions will be yours, Qin Jinxia replied nonchalantly. I'm just afraid you won't be the primary wife for long. I dare to spend the wedding night with the young master. Do you dare? Are you willing? Su Qingqing taunted. Qin Jinxia's expression darkened, and she fell silent. To share a wedding night with Lingtian? She would rather die? Lady Qin, Lady Su, please rest early. Do not disturb the young master, Yu Fuyao gently interjected. The 2 women said no more and returned to their respective rooms. In Yi Songhai's study, the candlelight flickered. Shadows dancing. Is Yi Lingtian in danger? Yi Songhai inquired, looking towards Mei Ying. Mei Ying respectfully replied. The assassins from the net attempted to target the third young master, but they were all dealt with. That's good. Yi Songhai nodded lightly. His greatest concern being that Yi Lingtian, oblivious to danger, might find himself in peril without realizing it. Mei Ying bowed her head, choosing not to elaborate further. With the third young master's prowess, the assassins from the net could hardly be his match. You may leave now. Yi Songhai spoke, and Mei Ying vanished from the scene. A series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Come in, Yi Songhai said in a deep voice. The door opened, and Yi Wuya entered. I pay my respects to father. Yi Wuya clasped his fists in greeting. Ah, you have come at the perfect time, as I intended to discuss certain matters with you. Yi Songhai nodded gently and poured 2 cups of tea. Among his 4 sons, Yi Wuya was the one who brought him the most peace and satisfaction. Yi Wuya took a seat beside Yi Songhai. Yi Songhai lifted his cup and took a sip before saying, in a month's time, the martial arts conference will take place, and you will lead the Tianmin to attend. In the realm of martial arts, Tianmin held a unique position and would naturally receive an invitation to the conference. Yi Wuya pondered. This conference will be held at Hanshan Temple, where it is said they plan to unveil the Chongqing seal. Major factions will undoubtedly seize this extraordinary opportunity. Should our Tianmin also contend for this seal? The Chongqing seal is regarded as an unparalleled treasure in the martial world. Rumored to be linked to the treasure of immortality, who wouldn't be tempted? Yi Songhai waved his hand, saying, that item is akin to a hot potato. It is best not to pursue it. If you could acquire 9 pieces, that would be another matter, but if you can only obtain 1 or 2, they would be of no use. Yi Wuya, puzzled, asked, Father, you have studied the Chongqing seal for many years. Have you gained nothing from it? Yi Songhai replied with a sigh, what gain? After a millennium, many in Tianmin have researched the Chongqing seal, yet none have uncovered its mysteries. It is not only us. To my knowledge, some who possess the Chongqing seal have also come up empty-handed. However, this item is indeed complex. I suspect one must obtain the complete Chongqing seal to glimpse its true secrets. Yi Wuya ceased further inquiries, lacking interest in the so-called Chongqing seal. After all, matters of immortality seemed too ethereal. His true pursuit was to diligently cultivate and reach the Grandmaster realm as soon as possible. Moreover, with so many treasures in the martial world, why fixate on an incomplete Chongqing seal? There is ample opportunity to explore other treasures. In these turbulent times, with mysterious forces resurfacing and the court embroiled in chaos, it is evident that Tianmin cannot remain aloof. For this martial arts conference, you should take Yi Lingtian and the others to gain experience. Yi Songhai's gaze was profound. Rest assured, Father, Yi Wuya said, slightly clasping his fists. In Yi Lingtian's quarters, soon another Grandmaster would meet their end. Who would it be? Zhuang Xiaoyao. A glimmer flashed in Yi Lingtian's eyes. Intentionally sending out the transformation art was, of course, a ploy to eliminate another Grandmaster. This time, he had set his sights on an old fellow who had once practiced the transformation art, though his mastery was incomplete. Upon witnessing the reappearance of the transformation art, that individual would surely not miss the chance and would attempt to cultivate it. Should he succeed, the outcome would be inevitable: shattered dantian, severed meridians, and complete loss of cultivation. This transformation art was specifically prepared by Yi Lingtian for this purpose. In a sense, the net of fate was his greatest obstacle, as he needed to locate the Chongqing seal to continue his lottery draws. The net of fate was also searching for the Chongqing seal, and they would inevitably cross paths, necessitating the quiet removal of several formidable rivals. Having already dealt with one Grandmaster, it was now time for the second. As for other factions, such as the Rebirth Camp, since they dared to enter the fray, he had no qualms about orchestrating some schemes against them. The concept of leveraging small gains for larger returns was at play. Su Qingcheng and Qin Jianxia were merely at the innate realm, yet through them, he could eliminate Grandmaster-level entities. This was their greatest value. The grand performance was about to begin. Yi Lingtian murmured to himself. The net of fate, a new stronghold, gathered several enigmatic top-tier assassins. Zhuang Xiaoyao. Does this technique have any issues? One of the top assassins inquired. The transformation art had now been delivered to the net of fate's headquarters. This technique was exceedingly profound and incited intense envy. An elder meticulously examined the technique. After a while, he exclaimed excitedly, "This technique is fundamentally sound. But it is not the original version of the transformation art. The first half appears to be augmented by Tianmin, with average potency. However, the latter half seems extraordinarily profound, suggesting that Bei Ming Feng did not provide Tianmin with the complete transformation art. This elder, named Zhuang Xiaoyao, was once a close friend of Bei Mingfeng, and they had often sparred together in their youth, which gave him a deeper understanding of the transformation art. He had even practiced parts of it. Upon hearing this, the other's eyes gleamed with anticipation, confident that this time they would not err, especially after the earlier mishap with the innate pill that had cast a shadow over them. They looked at Zhuang Xiaoyao and said, "It seems Bei Mingfeng once shared portions of the transformation art with you." Zhuang Xiaoyao laughed heartily indeed. The transformation art is divided into two parts. The first half serves to suppress one's own chaotic true essence and neutralize toxins, while the latter half is designed to nullify an enemy's techniques. Only by fusing both parts can one unleash the most formidable power. Conveniently, Bei Mingfeng provided me with the first half, and the latter part of the technique before us is extraordinarily profound and can seamlessly connect with what I already know as the first half. At this point, Zhuang Xiaoyao's breath quickened. Once he mastered the complete transformation art, he would possess a formidable weapon. Even when facing multiple grandmasters, he would remain undaunted. Then quickly organize the complete technique, they urged. If they all cultivated the transformation art, they would be hard-pressed to find opponents in the martial world. Zhuang Xiaoyao contemplated. As for whether this latter half is genuine, I cannot be 100% certain. I will first attempt to cultivate it. If there are no issues, I will then compile the technique for you all. The group frowned slightly, but said nothing further. After all, only Zhuang Xiaoyao was familiar with the first half of the technique, and they had to wait. Without further ado, Zhuang Xiaoyao sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the latter half of the technique publicly. As he activated the technique, his aura surged dramatically, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the room. The others were taken aback, trembling as they said, "Indeed, this is the transformation art. Its might is truly terrifying." Zhuang Xiaoyao felt exhilarated. As he operated the latter half of the technique, he discovered that the two parts merged perfectly. The technique was authentic. Once he fully mastered it, its overwhelming power would be unleashed. Little did he know, this so-called perfect fusion was merely a trap crafted by Lingtian. As time passed, Zhuang Xiaoyao fully executed the entire technique. After several cycles, no issues arose. Instead, his aura grew increasingly formidable. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Zhuang Xiaoyao suddenly opened his eyes, an explosive force emanating from his being, prompting the nearby experts to immediately react defensively. The technique is flawless. My strength has increased by about 10%. If I continue to cultivate for another 10 days or half a month, I will surely master the transformation art completely. Zhuang Xiaoyao stood, excitedly examining his hands. He had long coveted this technique and never expected to truly obtain the complete version today. It was indeed a fortuitous encounter. Diligent efforts are rewarded by heaven. The ancients do not deceive me. Zhuang Xiaoyao, since the technique is sound, please organize it swiftly, the others urged eagerly, filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with impatience, and he said in a serious tone, "Everyone, I just practiced too intensely and am somewhat fatigued. I will arrange the technique for you tomorrow." Boom. The others quickly surrounded him, their terrifying auras pressing down upon him. Zhuang Xiaoyao, indulging in solitary pursuits is hardly a commendable habit. Today, you must organize the martial arts techniques. Several individuals spoke coldly. How absurd. If Zhuang Xiaoyao were to be tasked with organizing the techniques tomorrow, he might very well flee, or worse, provide them with counterfeit information, truly underestimating their intelligence. As Zhuang Xiaoyao found himself encircled by them, his expression darkened. Suddenly, he clutched his chest, his face turning ashen, brows knitted tightly in evident agony. Is he beginning to act? One of them mocked. Bang! A faint sound emanated from within Zhuang Xiaoyao's body. Uft! He trembled violently, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Collapsing to the ground. The techniques were indeed counterfeit. In that moment of falling, Zhuang Xiaoyao let out a heart-wrenching cry before losing consciousness. The onlookers were taken aback, uncertain whether Zhuang Xiaoyao was merely performing. One individual rushed to grasp Zhuang Xiaoyao's wrist, and after taking his pulse, his countenance darkened as he declared, "The dantian is shattered. The meridians severed, his cultivation utterly destroyed." Upon hearing this, the group felt a jolt in their hearts. Another person checked Zhuang Xiaoyao's pulse, confirming the grim reality. He was indeed incapacitated. False. It is all false. They gritted their teeth in fury. Zhuang Xiaoyao, despite his desire to monopolize the techniques, would never willingly destroy his own dantian. Thus, the issue lay with the techniques themselves. The techniques were counterfeit. After Zhuang Xiaoyao's training, he encountered grave problems. The terrain map was false. The formula for the innate pill was deceitful, and now the transformation technique was also a fabrication by the Heavenly Gate. What a cunning ploy. Their fists tightened, the air thick with murderous intent. All these deceptions originated from the Heavenly Gate. The sheer improbability of such coincidences was staggering. There was only one possibility. The Heavenly Gate was orchestrating a trap, ensnaring the two grandmasters of the Luo network. Some among them secretly felt relieved. Had Zhuang Xiaoyao not practiced the transformation technique in advance, they would be the ones facing misfortune at this moment. To indulge alone incurs a cost. Damn the Heavenly Gate. They are utterly overstepping, they exclaimed in anger. The loss of one grandmaster dead and another rendered useless was a catastrophic blow to the Luo network. How many grandmasters exist in this world? Each is a formidable asset. Though Zhuang Xiaoyao's solitary indulgence irked them greatly. Their anger was now directed at the fact that he had been incapacitated. Immediately send someone to investigate. I want to know what role Lingtian plays in this. All three counterfeit items are connected to him. I refuse to believe this is mere coincidence. I hope this is all a scheme by the Heavenly Gate. If this is Lingtian's own doing, then it simply indicates that this youth is exceptionally formidable. One among them spoke with palpable murderous intent. To have silently caused the demise and incapacitation of the Luo network's grandmasters from within the Heavenly Gate. Such tactics are terrifying. They had initially sent the lantern bearer to eliminate Lingtian, only to have the lantern bearer killed while Lingtian remained unharmed, which was indeed bizarre. Regardless, after suffering such a significant loss, this man must die. Emoya is incapacitated. Let Blood Skeleton replace him. And simultaneously instruct Blood Skeleton to closely monitor Lingtian's movements. For the time being, anything related to Lingtian should be kept away from here. And there is no need to retain Su Qingqing either, but she must die within the Heavenly Gate. Another individual spoke sternly. They felt that Lingtian was a harbinger of calamity. Everything connected to him was exceedingly strange, concealing immense peril. Should this continue, who knows when the Luo network might cease to exist? Accelerate the search for the medicinal master, Chang Baichao, if we can find him. Perhaps Zhuang Xiaoyao may still be saved, someone said with a stern expression. The following day, a snow-white dove alighted at Su Qingqing's window. She retrieved a note from the dove's leg. Just a glance made her face turn an alarming shade of pale, her body trembling as she nearly collapsed. Another falsehood. Su Qingqing slumped into her chair, devoid of color, her mind blank. The earlier incident involving the grandmaster of the Luo network being killed while refining the innate pill had yet to be resolved. And now another grandmaster had rendered himself useless while practicing the transformation technique. All these matters had originated from her. In that moment, the image of Lingtian's smiling face flashed through her mind, sending chills down her spine. Coincidence? Once or twice, perhaps, but now it was the third time. Is this still mere coincidence? How can there be so many coincidences in the world? Su Qingqing was thoroughly convinced that she had been deceived. She felt utterly foolish for repeatedly falling into others' traps. This scheme could have been orchestrated by the Heavenly Gate. But it was also possible that Lingtian had a hand in it. The likelihood of the Heavenly Gate being behind this was high. Yet Lingtian must also know something. Chapter 40. Surviving is surprisingly difficult when one considers it. The terrain map, the innate pill formula, and the transformation technique are all linked to Lingtian. He cannot possibly be unaware of everything. After 3 consecutive blunders, Su Qingqing recognized that both she and Moya were doomed. The Luo network would not allow them to live much longer. The letter from Moya bore a blood-red mark, clearly indicating that the Luo network had sentenced them to death. Transformation technique. Su Qingqing's expression grew anxious. Since the Luo network had condemned them, they would certainly not provide her with the antidote to the 1,000 spider soul-devouring goo. When the time came, she would undoubtedly perish. Therefore, she must take matters into her own hands. Yet soon, a self-deprecating smile crept across Su Qingqing's face. The Grandmaster had practiced the transformation technique and had directly met with failure. If she were to attempt it, not only would she fail to detoxify, but she would likely perish in an instant. At the outset, she had chosen a counterfeit technique, and she had foolishly placed her hopes in this falsehood. How laughable. Surviving is surprisingly difficult. Su Qingqing reclined in her chair, staring blankly out the window. It was indeed amusing. As the premier assassin of the Luo network, she had been meticulously chosen by Moya, having executed numerous missions without a single failure. Yet upon arriving at the Heavenly Gate, she had been repeatedly manipulated. The depths of the Heavenly Gate are indeed unfathomable, and the methods of its people are truly fearsome. After a spell of despondency, Su Qingqing slowly rose. She gazed at her reflection in the copper mirror, her countenance haggard and weary. Taking a deep breath, she solemnly declared. No, I cannot succumb to despair. I yearn to live. Until the very last moment, I must not give up. Continuing the mission is unnecessary. Perhaps I can find a way to counteract the goo poison within the Heavenly Gate. The Heavenly Gate is shrouded in mystery, and even the innate pill originates from there. Perhaps within the Heavenly Gate lies a remedy for the 1,000-spider soul devouring goo poison. With this thought, a flicker of hope ignited in Su Qingqing's eyes. Strive to do what I can and leave the rest to fate. Survival in dire circumstances may not be impossible. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed at her door. Qingqing, this young master has come to see you. Yi Lingtian's voice rang out from outside. Su Qingqing's skin prickled. For the first time, she found Yi Lingtian's voice to be frightfully intimidating. Making an effort to steady her emotions, she opened the door. Yi Lingtian's handsome visage appeared before her, his trademark mischievous smile gracing his face. Yet this smile now bore an unprecedented weight of pressure and an inexplicable sense of danger. This smile is a poison that seeps through the veins. Qingqing, why does your complexion appear so pale? Did you not rest well last night? Yi Lingtian reached out, gently touching Su Qingqing's forehead. Why is it so hot? You must have caught a chill last night. This young master will take you to the Baichao Pavilion now. Yi Lingtian frowned. Upon hearing the words Baichao Pavilion, Su Qingqing's heart leaped with joy, and she quickly replied, Thank you, young master. Come with me. Yi Lingtian grasped Su Qingqing's delicate hand, leading her toward the Baichao Pavilion. Su Qingqing did not resist, silently observing Yi Lingtian. In that moment, she no longer regarded this third young master as a mere fool. Instead, she perceived him as a wolf in sheep's clothing. Before long, Yi Lingtian escorted Su Qingqing to the Baichao Pavilion, a grand establishment filled with a multitude of medicinal herbs, ancient texts, and numerous busy physicians. Upon the appearance of the third young master, the physicians promptly rose and paid their respects. Yi Lingtian chuckled lightly, saying, There is no need for such formalities. Miss Su has caught a chill, and I have brought her here for a checkup. An elderly physician approached and said to Su Qingqing, Allow me to take your pulse. Thank you, esteemed elder, Su Qingqing responded as she took a seat and extended her hand. Meanwhile, Yi Lingtian wandered around the pavilion out of boredom. After examining her pulse, the old physician pondered for a moment before saying, Your true essence is somewhat chaotic, and your condition is less than optimal. Have you been practicing any particular technique recently? Su Qingqing replied, Last night. The gentleman guided me in selecting a technique from the scripture pavilion, and after practicing it, this is how I ended up. The old physician scrutinized her and said earnestly, If there is a problem, it would be wise to cease practicing that technique. I shall prepare a prescription for you, and with some time for recuperation. You should be well. Remember, do not continue with that technique. Thank you, esteemed elder. I understand, Su Qingqing replied respectfully. The old physician turned to gather the herbs. Yi Lingtian approached and inquired, How are you faring? Su Qingqing softly replied, I am well. That is good to hear. The elder is still preparing the herbs. Allow me to show you around, Yi Lingtian said, taking her hand and leading her away. After walking a short distance, Su Qingqing looked at Yi Lingtian's back and instinctively asked, Do you know of the 1,000-spider soul devouring goo? Yi Lingtian halted, smiling faintly. The most feared poison of the Luo network. Who in the world is unaware of it? He casually produced a text and handed it to Su Qingqing, saying, If you are interested in this poison, you may take this book home, but you must return it in 3 days. Thank you, sir, Su Qingqing said, embracing the text with anticipation. Yi Lingtian chuckled inwardly, choosing not to disillusion her, as he suspected she would soon be disappointed. After a while, the old physician handed the prescription to Su Qingqing. Thank you, esteemed elder, she said, bowing respectfully. Yi Lingtian then led her back to their residence, where a maid immediately began preparing the medicine. Su Qingqing returned to her room and promptly opened the text, scrutinizing it intently. After several hours, her complexion grew increasingly pale, despair etched across her face. As she understood, the 1,000-spider soul devouring goo was concocted using the spider goo cultivated by the Luo network, mixed with rare herbs. Once afflicted by this poison, only the Luo network possessed the antidote. In the Heavenly Gate, there had been those who fell victim to this poison, but without exception, all perished. To this day, the Heavenly Gate had yet to develop an antidote for the 1,000-spider soul devouring goo. It seems heaven has decreed my demise. Su Qingqing slowly closed the text, feeling utterly drained and resigned to her fate. With the Heavenly Gate unable to assist her, she too could only await death. Having taken an antidote the previous night, she had 1 month left. 1 month, how excruciatingly long it felt. Su Qing-chung laughed bitterly to herself, recalling the torment of the 1,000 spider soul-devouring goo, wishing for nothing more than to end her life immediately. Moreover, she knew that perhaps the Luo network would not grant her even a month's reprieve. Other assassins lurking within the Heavenly Gate might strike at any moment. As Imoya had said, even in death, she could only perish within the Heavenly Gate. For if she died there, it would intensify the conflict between the Heavenly Gate and the court, not to mention she was still the designated princess consort of the great Zhou Emperor. Perhaps the Luo network had never intended for her to survive after placing her in the Heavenly Gate. Her death would serve her greatest value. Chapter 41. My lord feeds you. Who said he doesn't care for you? Creak. Yi Lingtian pushed the door open, holding a bowl of rice porridge. Greetings, my lord. Su Qing-cheng quickly rose to pay her respects. Yi Lingtian placed the porridge on the table, gently grasped her delicate hand, and asked softly, Qing-chung, how do you feel after taking the medicine? Su Qing-chung replied respectfully, thank you for your concern, my lord. I feel much better. Good. Yi Lingtian nodded lightly. Glancing at the book on the table, he retrieved a token from his pocket and placed it in Su Qing-cheng's hand, saying, if you enjoy reading these texts, this token will grant you unhindered access to the Baichao Pavilion. Su Qing-cheng looked at the token in her hand, feeling a surge of emotion as she softly replied, thank you, my lord. Yi Lingtian smiled gently. I have prepared a bowl of porridge for you. Please sit down. I shall feed you. Su Qing-cheng's expression faltered. Quickly shaking her head, my lord, I can manage on my own. How could she dare to consume the porridge made by Yi Lingtian? Yi Lingtian reassured her. It is of no concern. I shall feed you, for who else would care for you as I do? Saying this, he scooped a spoonful of porridge and offered it to her. Su Qing-chung gazed at the porridge extended towards her, though her heart resisted. She steeled herself and opened her mouth to consume it. How does it taste? Yi Lingtian asked with a smile. Su Qing-chung replied honestly, it's delicious. To be fair, it was the first time she had tasted such exquisite porridge, seemingly infused with numerous ingredients. If it's good, then eat more. Yi Lingtian encouraged as he continued to feed her. Once she finished the porridge, Yi Lingtian asked, are you full? If not, I can fetch you another bowl. I am full, thank you, my lord, Su Qing-cheng quickly interjected. Although the porridge was indeed delightful, she felt a twinge of anxiety while eating, and thus dared not request a second bowl. Very well, continue with your reading. If you need anything, just find Fu Yao, Yi Lingtian said, gently wiping a bit of porridge from the corner of her mouth before departing the room. As Yi Lingtian left, Su Qing-cheng fell into silence, contemplating the token in her hand, murmuring to herself, I must return to the Baichao Pavilion once more. She was still unwilling to resign herself to death so easily. That night, as the moon hung high among the branches, casting a clear light, Su Qing-cheng found herself at the Baichao Pavilion, perusing the texts. Suddenly, she was confronted by Yi Qing-zhou, who darkened in countenance, an icy aura radiating from him. What are you doing here? He demanded. Greetings, fourth young master. Su Qing-cheng replied, sensing his hostility and bowing respectfully. Yi Qing-zhou, filled with murderous intent, declared, the Baichao Pavilion is a crucial stronghold of the Heavenly Gate. How dare you sneak in to peruse important texts? You are courting death. Seeing Yi Qing-zhou's aggressive demeanor, Su Qing-cheng retorted, I am now the wife of the third young master. As a member of the Heavenly Gate, why should I not visit the Baichao Pavilion? Did he intend to intimidate her by using Yi Lingtian? Yi Qing-zhou's icy glare intensified. Do not forget, your suspicion as a spy for the Luo network has yet to be entirely cleared. Your presence here in the Baichao Pavilion gives me reason to suspect your intentions are not pure, perhaps seeking to steal secrets of the Heavenly Gate. To fabricate charges is an easy task. If fourth young master truly believes that, there is little I can do, Su Qing-cheng replied calmly. Once I take you down, I can assure you that whatever your intentions, you will confess, Yi Qing-zhou sneered. Just then, a book came crashing down. Yi Qing-zhou instinctively caught it, glancing up to see Yi Lingtian approaching, expressionless. Who are you planning to take down? He asked. My lord. Su Qing-cheng felt a slight relief upon seeing Yi Lingtian arrive. Yi Lingtian, Yi Qing-zhou scowled. Who are you planning to take down? Yi Lingtian narrowed his eyes, fixing them on Yi Qing-zhou. Yi Qing-zhou felt an inexplicable tension, as if a venomous snake were watching him, leaving him uncomfortable all over. He replied in a low voice, Su Qing-cheng has stealthily infiltrated the Baichao Pavilion. I suspect her motives are not pure, and I intend to apprehend her. Do you dare to shield her? Su Qing-cheng is my wife. Is it not natural for me to protect her? You, on the other hand, have been overly aggressive. Do you truly think I lack temper? Yi Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he reached out. wrapping his arm around Su Qingqing's waist. Yi Qingzhou clenched his fists, itching to teach Yi Lingtian a lesson immediately. Su Qingqing immediately took out the token from her bosom, exclaiming, "This is the token given to me by the third young master. Hence my visit to the Baichao Pavilion is not overstepping." Upon seeing the token in Su Qingqing's hand, Yi Qingzhou was momentarily taken aback. If the other party possessed Yi Lingtian's token, she indeed had the right to be here. "Is there any issue?" Yi Lingtian inquired with indifference. "Humph." Yi Qingzhou scoffed and flicked her sleeve, departing. "Young master, may I be released now?" Su Qingqing whispered. Yi Lingtian's hand was still wrapped around her waist, his fingers playfully kneading, causing her to feel quite unsettled. Instead of letting go, Yi Lingtian tightened his embrace, their bodies pressed intimately together. He gazed into Su Qingqing's enchanting face, her delicate lips, and murmured, "In the north, there is a beauty, unparalleled and independent. One glance can captivate a city. A second glance can enthrall a nation. Qingqing, how did you become so exquisite?" "Young master." Su Qingqing felt her cheeks burn. Yi Lingtian's gaze was too fervent. "Qingqing, having received help from the young master on numerous occasions, shouldn't you bestow upon him a fragrant kiss?" Yi Lingtian teased. But we are not yet married." Su Qingqing lowered her head, unable to meet Yi Lingtian's intense gaze. "Ha! You are truly adorable in this manner." Yi Lingtian laughed heartily, taking Su Qingqing's delicate hand as they departed. Upon their return to the fragrance pavilion, they discovered a large crowd gathered, led by Yi Wuyo. Yu Fuyo and Qin Jinjiao were in the courtyard, looking somewhat anxious. "What has happened?" Yi Lingtian approached to inquire. Yi Wuyo replied coldly. "The Heavenly Gate has lost something and is conducting a thorough search." Yi Lingtian frowned. "Do you suspect it is here at the fragrance pavilion?" Yi Wuyo stated calmly. "I am merely performing my duties. The object could be hidden in any corner of the Heavenly Gate. We will only know if it is here after a search." "Young master, we know nothing." Yu Fuyo and Qin Jinjia quickly protested. Su Qingqing silently cast a glance at Yi Lingtian, recognizing the familiar formula, the familiar scent. This time, regardless of what had been lost, it had nothing to do with her. She must not meddle with the matter. After being deceived 3 times, she should have learned her lesson. Yi Lingtian surveyed the surrounding guards and pondered, "Since this is a matter of duty, let the female guards conduct the search." Yi Wuyo did not object, addressing the 10 or so female guards. "You may proceed with the search." The female guards promptly entered the pavilion. After a short while, the female guards emerged, respectfully reporting, "Young master, we did not find the item. Let us go." Yi Wuyo cast a lingering glance at Yi Lingtian before leading the group away. Chapter 42. What night is this? Meeting such a person as Yi Wuyo departed with his entourage, Qin Jinjia could not help but ask, "Young master, what exactly has the Heavenly Gate lost?" It seems that the item in question is of great importance. Previously, when the terrain map was lost, there was not such a commotion. This time, Yi Wuyo had directly led a forced search throughout the Heavenly Gate, indicating that the lost item was no ordinary matter. Yi Lingtian shook his head. "I do not know what has been lost, but if it has made Yi Wuyo this anxious, it must be something of great value." "Oh," Qin Jinjia ceased her inquiries, her eyes betraying a hint of contemplation. After a while, Yi Lingtian returned to his quarters. Once he confirmed that no one was around, he turned the vase, revealing a stone cabinet. Inside lay a beautifully crafted jade box, palm-sized and square, adorned with intricate patterns. Yi Lingtian carefully extracted the jade box, exclaiming in excitement, "The longevity seal has actually been stolen by me." At that moment, from a concealed position outside the pavilion, a graceful figure revealed a look of shock. Had she heard correctly? The longevity seal was in Yi Lingtian's room? The item lost by the Heavenly Gate was actually the longevity seal. No wonder the uproar was so significant. But shouldn't this item be held by the gatekeepers of generations? How had Yi Lingtian managed to steal it? The terrain map, the recipe for the innate pill, and now the longevity seal. Was he honing the art of thievery? Yet, the terrain map and the innate pill recipe were both fakes. Who knew if this longevity seal was genuine, or if it was merely a trap set by the Heavenly Gate? Regrettably, she could not open this heavenly mechanism box. She would need to find a skilled artisan to try. Yi Lingtian's sigh echoed as he returned the jade box to the stone cabinet and turned the vase once more, concealing the cabinet. The graceful figure vanished instantly. Creak. Subsequently, Yi Lingtian exited the pavilion. In the courtyard, Yu Fuyo was gazing at the moon. Yi Lingtian approached her. "Greetings, young master." Yu Fuyo quickly bowed. Yi Lingtian grasped her delicate hand. "Fuyo, let me take you to see the moon." Yu Fuyo instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, but, seeing Yi Lingtian's firm grip, she ceased her struggle, allowing him to hold her hand. Lingtian led her to a distant pavilion. Fine wine was prepared. Holding a cup, Lingtian looked contentedly at the moon. Fuyo stood beside him, pouring wine. Lingtian chuckled. Fuyo, which do you find more beautiful, the moon or yourself? Fuyo was momentarily taken aback, replying, naturally, the moon is more beautiful. But I find you even more so, Lingtian said, pulling Fuyo onto his lap. He wrapped his arms around her waist, a wave of fragrance enveloping them, uplifting the spirit. Fuyo's complexion changed slightly as she whispered, young master, please don't. Lingtian leaned close to her ear, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, softly saying, what night is this, meeting such a person, as constant as the moon, as radiant as the sun. Fuyo, would you allow me to savor your sweetness tonight? And no, Fuyo's face flushed, her body lightly struggling, yet Lingtian held her tighter. An overwhelming warmth surging through her, quickening her heartbeat. Across the way, on the pavilion, Qin Jinjia and Su Qingxing stood together, silently observing Lingtian and Fuyo in the pavilion. They suddenly recognized how well-suited the third young master and Miss Yu appeared together. The third young master and Miss Yu truly make a charming pair, Qin Jinjia remarked softly. Su Qingxing replied indifferently, are you jealous? A smile graced Qin Jinjia's face. Why would I be jealous? The third young master has never been my type. I'm glad he is with others. Su Qingxing showed no interest in continuing the topic and slowly asked, what did you discover during your visit to Lingtian's room? Qin Jinjia playfully tucked a strand of Su Qingxing's hair behind her ear, feigning mystery, beg me, and I might reluctantly tell you. Su Qingxing promptly swatted Qin Jinjia's hand away, choosing not to inquire further. Noticing Su Qingxing's lack of inquiry, Qin Jinjia felt puzzled. The other should not have been so composed. She sighed softly. I saw a heavenly mechanism box in Lingtian's room. It might contain the longevity seal. The longevity seal. Su Qingxing's pupils constricted. Having been deceived 3 times, she recognized this as a trap. If she dared to pursue that item further, the consequences would likely be dire. Realizing this, she glanced at Qin Jinjia, who had only fallen for the innate pill once and was still unaware of the associated dangers. However, she clearly had no intention of revealing too much to Qin Jinjia. It was necessary for her to experience firsthand the fervent care of the third young master. The heavenly mechanism box was indeed real. Whether it contained the longevity seal remained uncertain. Qin Jinjia wore a contemplative expression. She was not foolish. With the longevity seal stolen by Lingtian, she sensed something was amiss. Yet, her ultimate goal in coming to the heavenly gate was the longevity seal, and the opportunity lay before her. Even if she felt that something was strange, she was unwilling to miss out. By deliberately informing Su Qingxing of this matter, she intended for Su Qingxing to explore the situation on her behalf. Su Qingxing remarked indifferently, a millennium ago, the eternal seal was divided into 9 parts, among which 4 major factions wield the seals. Thus, the heavenly gate forged the heavenly mechanism box to contain the eternal seal. In this vast world, only 2 legacies can unlock the heavenly mechanism box, the heavenly gate's mechanism pavilion and the Gonshu family. Without the assistance of these 2 forces, even if you acquire the heavenly mechanism box, unlocking it would be exceedingly difficult. Qin Jinjia smiled lightly and responded, Sister Su, are you not intrigued by the eternal seal? Or do you perhaps know something more? Do share your insights with your elder sister. Su Qingxing cast a meaningful glance at Qin Jinjia and chose to remain silent. She was aware of this woman's intentions. Even if the latter had her suspicions, she would still attempt to seize the eternal seal. However, at present, even if she acquired the heavenly mechanism box, it would be arduous to bring it out of the heavenly gate. Therefore, it seemed Qin Jinjia would refrain from acting in the short term. The fact that she deliberately mentioned this to Su Qingxing was merely to use her as a pawn. Unfortunately for her, this time she would be disappointed. Very well, since Sister Su prefers to remain reticent, I shall not pry further. But when the time comes and the item is in my possession, do refrain from contesting it with me. Otherwise, I might truly resort to drastic measures. Qin Jinjia chimed with a playful laugh. Kill me? Sister Qin certainly has a high opinion of herself. Do you truly believe you are worthy? Su Qingxing scoffed before turning on her heel and retreating into her chamber, firmly shutting the door behind her. Qin Jinjia smiled softly and returned to her own quarters, contemplating how to flawlessly procure the eternal seal. In the following days, the heavenly gate was fervently searching for the missing artifact, creating quite a commotion. Many speculated that the lost item was the eternal seal, causing a palpable tension among the populace. All women entering the heavenly gate became subjects of suspicion, undergoing rigorous interrogations. Yet no useful leads emerged. The object seemed to have vanished into thin air, eluding all attempts at recovery. After many fruitless days, the urgency began to wane, bringing a sigh of relief to some. In Yi Songhai's study, he addressed Yi Wuyo. Have you found the item? With a grave expression, Yi Wuyo replied. The item remains unfound. I have scoured numerous locations within the Heavenly Gate, yet I must have overlooked certain areas. I have a nagging feeling that the fragrant pavilion holds some irregularity. I intend to search it again. While he had personally investigated other locations, the fragrant pavilion had only been examined by female guards. Although nothing was discovered, he sensed something was amiss. Yi Songhai waved his hand lightly, smiling. That is unnecessary. There is no need for further inquiry. Yi Wuyo looked at Yi Songhai in confusion. If the lost item truly was the Eternal Seal, why was Yi Songhai still smiling? Unless the Eternal Seal had not been lost at all. Yi Songhai nodded gently. You are perceptive. What has been lost is merely the heavenly mechanism box. The Eternal Seal has long been in my possession. As he spoke, he casually retrieved a jade piece from his robe and handed it to Yi Wuyo. Here is the Eternal Seal. Take a look. Upon seeing the Eternal Seal, Yi Wuyo's gaze sharpened, and he solemnly stated, This is against protocol. I am not yet the sect leader, and thus lack the qualification to view this seal. Yi Songhai chuckled lightly. It is merely a piece of jade. Not as enigmatic as you might think. It is of no harm to show it to you in advance. Take it. He could hardly have imagined that this piece of jade had been swapped out years ago by Yi Lingtian. A solitary eternal seal appeared much like any other exquisite jade, making it difficult to discern its true significance, which was precisely why Yi Lingtian had dared to replace it. Yi Wuyo furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating. Yet he accepted the jade. He observed it closely, even infusing it with his essence, but the jade remained unresponsive. After a while, he sighed, as anticipated by my father. Although this jade may be extraordinary, it is challenging to perceive its mysteries when isolated. With that, he respectfully returned the Eternal Seal to Yi Songhai. Yi Songhai stored the seal away and smiled. The world believes the Eternal Seal to be remarkable, that possessing it grants immortality and invincibility. Yet, for 1,000 years, countless masters have sought to unravel its secrets, and none have succeeded. Therefore, whether this seal truly possesses such wonders remains a mystery. Thank you for the guidance, father. Yi Wuyo bowed in respect. Yi Songhai chose not to delve further into the matter, instead smiling. Soon, the Master Hongyi from the Compassionate Voyage Sword Sect will arrive at the Heavenly Gate with her disciples. I expect a match will ensue, so prepare yourself. I shall attend to it immediately, Yi Wuyo replied with a bow before exiting the study. He understood that Master Hongyi was, in fact, Yi Songhai's confidant. Those circumstances had kept them apart. Half an hour later, numerous disciples of the Heavenly Gate gathered in the plaza. Shortly thereafter, several elders led 5 women into the Heavenly Gate. Among them was a middle-aged beauty with snow-white skin and a cold, ethereal demeanor. Her piercing gaze exuding an aura of formidable strength. She was the current leader of the Compassionate Voyage Sword Sect, Master Hongyi. The remaining 4 women were equally breathtaking, each possessing an unparalleled beauty that could bring nations to ruin. Yi Songhai, accompanied by Yi Wuyo and 2 others, hastened to greet them. Upon reaching Master Hongyi, Yi Songhai smiled. Hongyi, I have arranged fragrant tea for you. Please accompany me to the main hall for a discussion. Master Hongyi's brow furrowed as she coldly replied. Address me as Master Hongyi. We are not that familiar, Yi Songhai. Coughing awkwardly, Yi Songhai felt a tinge of embarrassment. Master Hongyi continued indifferently. No need for tea. Let us attend to business. 20 years ago, we agreed to a contest. Now that I have entered the Grandmaster realm, you remain at the master level, hardly a match for me. Let my 4 disciples compete against your 4 sons instead. Yi Songhai's face flushed with embarrassment at her words, and he quickly nodded. As you wish. He then called out, bring forth the seating. The attendants swiftly brought chairs. After Yi Songhai and Master Hongyi took their seats, she turned to one of her disciples clad in a green gown. Yuzhu. Yes, master. Xiao Yuzhu stepped forward, wielding a long sword with a composed expression. Her skin was like cream, her figure graceful, and her fingers delicate, exuding an air of cool elegance. She was at the early master level. Yi Songhai assessed Xiao Yuzhu and remarked, your 3rd disciple is quite remarkable. Master Hongyi responded coldly. Was that necessary to say? Anyone who can become my disciple is exceptional. However, your 4 sons, aside from Yi Wuyo, seem quite ordinary. Naturally, she was aware of the 4 young masters of the Heavenly Gate, and in her eyes, only Yi Wuyo held any merit. The others were mere mediocrities. Especially the 3rd young master, Yi Lingtian, who was nothing but a notorious wastrel. Yi Rufan and Yi Qingzhou, present at the scene, exchanged glances, bemused by her judgment. Yi Songhai smiled awkwardly and turned to Yi Wuyo. Wuyo, why not engage in a friendly spar with Miss Yuju? Yi Wuyo stepped forward, holding the Tianwen sword, and addressed Xiao Yuju. Miss Yuju, please. As Master Hong Yi's gaze fell upon the Tianwen sword, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Truly, Yi Wuyo was impressive for wielding such a renowned weapon. It seemed this match would be challenging for Xiao Yuju. Please. Xiao Yuju slightly cupped her hands in respect, and in the next instant, she drew her sword with blinding speed, unleashing a fearsome sword technique. Yi Wuyo held his sword sheath to defend, but did not draw his sword, knowing that once the Tianwen sword was unsheathed, Xiao Yuju would face immediate defeat, perhaps even injury. As the guest, he felt it necessary to maintain decorum. After several exchanges, Xiao Yuju coldly inquired, "Why do you not draw your sword? Do you look down upon me?" Yi Wuyo's expression was indifferent as he replied, "Miss Xiao Yuju, you worry unnecessarily. Tianwen is an unparalleled divine weapon. I have only just acquired this sword and am not yet able to wield it fully. Thus, I will not draw it lightly." Chapter 44, The Compassionate Navigation Sword Classic. The Azure Lotus Sword Song. If you are unwilling to draw your sword, I shall force you to do so. Xia Yuju's tone was frigid, her eyes shimmering with a ghostly light. Suddenly, her aura surged violently, and the long sword in her hand radiated a terrifying sword energy. Compassionate Navigation Sword Classic. Xia Yuju unleashed the strongest secret technique of the Compassionate Navigation Sword sect, the Compassionate Navigation Sword Classic. The violent sword energy erupted, transforming into blossoming sword energy lotus flowers that floated between heaven and earth. Each lotus was exceedingly formidable, and upon eruption, it would unleash a dreadful killing force. First layer of the Compassionate Navigation Sword Classic. Miss Yuju's talent is indeed formidable, Yi Wuyo remarked with admiration. The Compassionate Navigation Sword Classic is the most challenging and powerful sword martial art of the Compassionate Navigation Sword sect. This classic is divided into 6 layers: sword energy like lotus, sword master of the 4 directions, sword descending upon heaven and earth, sword path clarity, sword god without self, and one thought of life and death. Generally, disciples of the Compassionate Navigation Sword sect require over 30 years to cultivate the first layer. Yet Xia Yuju, at merely around 20, has already mastered the first layer. Her talent in swordsmanship is astonishing. In the past, the most powerful ancestor of the Compassionate Navigation Sword sect cultivated this classic to the realm of sword god without self. As his lifespan approached its end, he comprehended the 6th layer, one thought of life and death, but unfortunately passed away before he could successfully cultivate it. For thousands of years, many exceptionally talented individuals have emerged from the Compassionate Navigation Sword sect, yet none have achieved the 4th layer, sword path clarity, let alone the subsequent realms of sword god without self and one thought of life and death. The Grandmaster Hong Yi, with her remarkable swordsmanship talent, has only reached the realm of sword descending upon heaven and earth at this moment. This illustrates just how arduous the Compassionate Navigation Sword Classic is to master. It is rumored that achieving the 6th layer, one thought of life and death, grants one the ability to comprehend the mysteries of life and death, thereby shattering the void and attaining immortality, living freely. Xia Yuju coldly declared, "What does my talent amount to? If you had seen my elder and second sisters, you would understand what true talent is." Upon mentioning those 2, Yi Wuyo couldn't help but sigh. Those 2 are indeed truly formidable. It is said that one has already caught up to Grandmaster Hong Yi's pace, having cultivated to the 3rd layer of sword descending upon heaven and earth, with hopes of stepping into the 4th layer in the future. Without further thought, Yi Wuyo tightened his grip on Tianwen, though the sword had yet to be unsheathed. The sword energy was already suffusing the air, with streaks of azure sword aura appearing. Buzz! The azure sword auras converged violently, transforming into azure lotus flowers that bore a resemblance to the sword energy like lotus that Xia Yuju had unleashed. Azure Lotus Sword Song. A glimmer of light flashed in Yi Wuyo's eyes as he swung the sword sheath, and the azure lotus flowers erupted intensely, the chilling sword energy sweeping in all directions. Xia Yuju immediately countered with her sword, and the lotus flowers danced in the air. Boom! In an instant, both were enveloped by sword energy, and the terrifying aftermath of their powers swept around, causing the ground to crack and stones to fly. The onlookers hurriedly retreated, fearing the sword energy's reach. After a moment, as the sword energy dissipated, the figures of Yi Wuyo and Xia Yuju emerged. The crowd looked on curiously at the 2 in the center of the plaza, wondering who had emerged victorious. Swish! A gust of wind swept by, and a strand of hair fell from Xia Yuju's ear. She glanced at the fallen hair, paused for a moment, then deeply regarded Yi Wuyo, her voice filled with complexity as she stated, I have been defeated. With that, she turned and retreated. I concede. Yi Wuyo slightly cupped his fists and also stepped back. The members of Tianmin were exhilarated, gazing at Yi Wuyo with admiration. Indeed, he was the young master. And his prowess was remarkable, truly the pride of Tianmin. What a remarkable Yi Wuyo. He is indeed the prodigy of Tianmin. Having already cultivated the Azure Lotus Sword Classic to a consummate level, his true combat power has surely reached the mid-level of the Grandmaster realm. If paired with the Tianwen sword, even those in the late Grandmaster stage would find themselves challenged. Grandmaster Hong, he couldn't help but praise. Yi Wuyo was merely in his early 20s. Given time, he would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. This child is a true prodigy. Yi Songhai felt pleased, but still humbly remarked, compared to your two disciples, he still has some distance to cover. Who does not know that Grandmaster Hong, he has accepted two prodigious disciples, one having cultivated the Compassionate Navigation Sword Classic to the second layer, and the other to the third layer, both being formidable sword practitioners. Grandmaster Hong smiled lightly, a hint of pride glimmering in her eyes, knowing her two disciples would surely step into the Grandmaster realm in the future, and they were likely to achieve significant breakthroughs in the Compassionate Navigation Sword Classic. Ning Jingzhai Jiang Jiuxing. Grandmaster Hong, turned her gaze to her fourth and fifth disciples. At your command. Ning Jingzhai and Jiang Jiuxing stepped forward with swords in hand to the center of the plaza. One was at the late innate stage, while the other was at the mid-innate stage. Yi Ru Feng, Qingzhou. Yi Songhai called out to Yi Ru Feng and Yi Qingzhou. Yes. Yi Ru Feng and Yi Qingzhou leaped to the center of the plaza. The hidden blade, ranked 17th in the sword rankings. A gentleman conceals his blade, remaining hidden and unassuming. This sword suits you perfectly. Ning Jingzhai's expression remained calm as she focused on the long sword in Yi Ru Feng's hand. Since Yi Wuyo obtained Tianwen, the hidden blade had also come into Yi Ru Feng's possession. A gentle smile appeared on Yi Ru Feng's face as he addressed Ning Jing. Miss Ning, please. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously drew their swords. The sword energy erupted in an instant, exuding a domineering force. Following the assessment in the secret realm, not only did Yi Wuyo achieve a breakthrough, but Yi Ru Feng also successfully advanced to the late innate stage. Ning Jingzhai was also at the late innate stage, and their clash was quite the spectacle. Meanwhile, Yi Qingzhou and Jiang Jiuxing did not hesitate and immediately engaged in combat. The battle among the four was evidently not going to conclude quickly. Time passed, and the terrifying waves of energy surged, causing the onlookers to feel a tingling sensation on their scalps and wear expressions of astonishment. The power unleashed by the four far exceeded their realms, and among those of the same level, they were undoubtedly invincible. After a cup of tea's time, Yi Ru Feng's sword tip rested at Ning Jingzhai's brow, while her sword was poised against Yi Ru Feng's neck. Yi Ru Feng sheathed his sword and chuckled lightly. It seems we have reached a stalemate. Ning Jingzhai smiled gently and replied, you held back. With that, she turned and retreated. Yi Ru Feng smiled softly, saying nothing further. Meanwhile, Yi Qingzhou and Jiang Jiuxing's match also concluded. I concede. Jiang Jiuxing spoke slowly, a charming smile gracing her face. Yi Qingzhou glanced at the sword mark on his attire, furrowing his brow slightly, yet he still cupped his fists and said, Miss Jiang, your strength is formidable. I have been defeated. He had initially believed he could overpower Jiang Jiuxing, only to find her exceedingly powerful. Though she had not cultivated the Compassionate Navigation Sword Classic, she had mastered another formidable sword art of the Compassionate Navigation Sword Sect, the Supreme Sword Path. Cultivating this sword art requires severing emotional attachments. Since 300 years ago, few have pursued this path, yet it was unexpected that she had embraced it. Grandmaster Hong, he had also practiced this sword art in the past, but ultimately abandoned it to focus on the Compassionate Navigation Sword Classic. Had she cultivated the latter from the beginning, she might have reached the fourth layer of sword path clarity. The two withdrew. Your disciples are indeed impressive. Yi Songhai remarked with admiration. Grandmaster Hong smiled lightly. My little wine has yet to take the stage. Let Yi Lingtian come forth. Chapter 45. The edge of a sword is honed through hardship. The fragrance of plum blossoms arises from bitter cold. Yi Songhai scanned the surroundings, but did not see Yi Lingtian's figure. Just as he was about to express his displeasure, he spotted Yi Lingtian leisurely approaching with Yu Fuyo and 3 others. Humph. Yi Songhai snorted coldly, then commanded, Yi Lingtian, step forward and compete with Grandmaster Hong Yi's disciples. Grandmaster Hong Yi first cast a glance at Yi Lingtian before addressing her sixth disciple, Little Wine. Understood, Master. Wen Jiu stepped forward, wielding a long sword, and made her way to the center of the plaza. Yi Lingtian, why are you dawdling? Yi Canghai shot a glare at Yi Lingtian. Today, in front of his former lover. He merely hoped that Yi Lingtian would not suffer too badly at the hands of her disciple, as it would be quite embarrassing for him. Yi Lingtian replied, somewhat exasperated. I am merely a 6th-grade martial artist. Do you truly believe I could defeat this young lady? Perhaps you could provide me with a few innate pills, and once I achieve a breakthrough, I shall spar with her. Huh, you still wish for innate pills? Get on that stage immediately, even if you get crushed. You must endure. Yi Canghai said fiercely. Fine, fine. To please my lover, you would go to such lengths to have me take a beating. Yi Lingtian feigned a sigh. Making his way to the center of the square, Yi Canghai's face turned somewhat awkward upon hearing this. The venerable Hong Yi's face flushed slightly, and she turned to the center of the square, saying to Wen Jiu, Little Jiu, do not harm the third young master. Understood, Master. Wen Jiu replied respectfully. Yi Lingtian observed Wen Jiu before him. She was exceptionally beautiful, clad in a light blue gown, petite and exquisite, with slender, straight legs. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, carrying a subtle fragrance. Her skin was fair and delicate, with elegantly arched brows and eyes that shone like crescent moons, exuding a vibrant spirit. Her nose was high and delicate, and her lips were soft and rosy. Her cultivation level was at the early stage of innate. Indeed, Hong Yi, as a grandmaster-level powerhouse, had no ordinary disciples. Yi Qingzhou wore a hint of mockery, believing that Yi Lingtian would be soundly defeated by Wen Jiu, and the members of Tianmen present shared no confidence in him either. In the realm of cultivation, Yi Lingtian was truly lacking. Many disciples of Tianmen surpassed him in strength. Third young master, please. Wen Jiu gestured slightly with her hands. Yi Lingtian smiled lightly. Miss Wen, your talent in swordsmanship is unparalleled. I dare say none among your senior sisters at Sihong's sword sect can rival you. A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Wen Jiu's eyes as she softly replied, Third young master. Please do not jest. All 5 of my senior sisters surpass me in cultivation and talent in swordsmanship. I am not their equal. Yi Lingtian shook his head. They do not match you, for you dare to do what they would not. This girl concealed herself deeply, yet Yi Lingtian had some understanding of her. Many knew that among the 6 disciples of Hong Yi, the top 3 were exceptionally gifted, particularly the eldest disciple Feng Huojun and the second disciple Lu Jinghong, who were both unparalleled prodigies in swordsmanship. However, few knew that the youngest disciple, Wen Jiu, was, in fact, the most talented among them. Wen Jiu had the audacity to cultivate the Sihong sword classic in reverse, something that, over the millennia, only she dared to attempt. Such boldness indicated a remarkable talent. One should recognize that such cultivation, if mishandled, could lead to disastrous consequences, yet she emerged unscathed, illustrating her extraordinary nature. This matter was likely unknown to anyone in the Sihong sword sect, even to her master, Hong Yi. Wen Jiu gazed deeply at Yi Lingtian and said, Third young master. Please make your move. While the outside world labeled this third young master as a complete waste, upon this encounter, Wen Jiu felt an unusual complexity to him. A sense of profound danger. Yi Lingtian chuckled lightly. As my cultivation is inferior to yours, let us refrain from using true essence and simply compare our sword techniques. What do you think? Simply compare sword techniques? Wen Jiu regarded Yi Lingtian with a curious expression. Wen Jiu, agree to his terms. We of the Sihong sword sect do not rely on brute force to oppress others. Hong Yi interjected. Wen Jiu nodded gently. Young master, receive the sword. Qin Jinjia casually waved her hand, sending the Zhangshuang sword flying towards Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian caught the scabbard effortlessly. The long sword had yet to be drawn. Yet he already sensed a chilling aura. Yi Lingtian smiled gently. This sword is named Zhangshuang, 3 feet in length, light in texture, with a sharp blade and a cold attribute that is enhanced in the presence of water. With a swift motion, Wen Jiu drew her own long sword. A plum blossom sword adorned with numerous plum flowers, beautiful in appearance, reminiscent of the red-sleeved sword of Yu Hongling. This sword is named Meixiang, also 3 feet long. Forged from Tianyang iron and extreme Yin profound gold, possessing both Yin and Yang attributes, equally light in texture, suitable for both offense and defense, Wen Jiu gently explained. A sword's sharpness is honed through trials, and the fragrance of plum blossoms arises from bitter cold. The name of this sword is quite fitting. Likely derived from the Zhangjian villa, Yi Lingtian praised. Below, Yu Hongling remained silent. Indeed, the The Meixiang sword was forged by her father at Sanjian Villa, resembling the red-sleeved sword. Third young master, receive the sword. Wenjiu immediately swung her sword. Although true essence was not employed, it did not hinder her from executing sword techniques. With a swift motion, Lingtian drew his sword, a wave of cold air enveloping the space as the long sword thrust forth with no superfluous movements. Upon witnessing Lingtian's thrust, Wenjiu's pupils constricted. She realized that every movement she had made became a flaw, faced with Lingtian's unadorned strike. All her techniques lost efficacy, and she could not defend against this thrust. It was an eerie sensation. Had she not evaded at this moment, the sword would have pierced through her. Without hesitation, she immediately retreated. In their first exchange, Wenjiu found herself at a disadvantage. What was happening? Why did she retreat? The onlookers were filled with confusion, having witnessed the entire situation clearly. Lingtian's thrust had numerous flaws, while Wenjiu's strike was all-encompassing. Had she wished to block Lingtian's thrust, it would have been effortless, and she could have even defeated him with a single strike. Yet at the critical moment, she chose to withdraw. What was the reason behind this? Yi Qingzhou and the others were equally puzzled, not being in Wenjiu's position. They could not grasp the true terror of Lingtian's thrust. Yi Songhai and Hong Yi exchanged glances, a glint of insight flashing in their eyes. Having immersed themselves in the sword path for many years, they could sense the peculiarity of Lingtian's strike. What appeared to be a mere thrust carried an unstoppable momentum, devoid of any embellishments, with an exceedingly simple form. Unless one possessed an equally formidable thrust to counter it, the only options left were retreat or perish. One thrust could shatter myriad techniques. Swordsmanship need not be flashy. The more primitive the technique, the more applicable it became. Chapter 46. A Thrusting Sword. Deliberately holding back, quite intriguing. Hong Yi's expression revealed her astonishment. That last thrust was indeed extraordinary. What appeared to be a casual strike had, in an instant, identified all the flaws in Wenjiu's sword techniques, thus creating an impeccable opportunity that compelled Wenjiu to retreat. If one were to thrust a single sword, that individual would undoubtedly have immense confidence in that strike, advancing with unwavering determination, even entrusting their life to that single thrust. Thus, such a technique is remarkably difficult to counter, unless one shares the same conviction in their sword, thrusting forth a fearless strike. One could engage in a mutual destruction with the opponent. Otherwise, one is left with only two choices, retreat or defend. Retreat is the preferable option, allowing both defense and offense. In contrast, defense may lead to an inability to withstand, potentially resulting in a desperate struggle with no chance of escape. This compels one to make three choices in a fleeting moment: death, evasion, or defense. To summarize the characteristics of this thrust: cunning and sharp. For an ordinary person, should they execute such a thrust, it would yield no effect whatsoever. She could not help but glance at Yi Songhai, hoping to discern something from his expression. Yet she found Yi Songhai equally perplexed, clearly baffled as to how Lingtian could deliver such a cunning thrust. Did this lad not know his own capabilities? Was this thrust merely a coincidence? Wenjiu retreated 3 steps, her expression growing more serious. Without hesitation, she drew her sword once more, this time employing a different technique, an unexpected application of the Taishang Wanqing. However, this rendition of the Taishang Wanqing was distinctly different from that exhibited by Jiang Jiuxing. Lingtian stepped forward, his sword darting out again. Yet, this strike could not be parried. Wenjiu soon realized that her entire being was riddled with vulnerabilities, prompting her to furrow her brow and retreat once more. Lingtian advanced relentlessly, his technique remaining unchanged. After several exchanges, Wenjiu felt she could no longer afford to retreat. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes as she immediately raised her sword to defend herself. She could not allow herself to perish alongside her opponent. In a futile attempt to evade, Lingtian displayed no sign of weakness. Thus, she had no recourse but to resist. Clang! The two swords clashed rapidly, yet in the next moment, Lingtian's blade remained unwavering, pressed against Wenjiu's throat. Mere millimeters away from piercing her brow, the offensive was swift and domineering, while the defense was reactive, necessitating a response to the opponent's assault. As Lingtian's sword approached her neck, Wenjiu discovered that she was too late to mount any form of resistance. The so-called defense had merely become a desperate struggle. I have lost. Wenjiu stood stunned for a moment before uttering softly. She had indeed been defeated, and by a single strike no less. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Was this truly how it ended? The earlier duel had appeared rather unremarkable, with Lingtian advancing while Wenjiu retreated, only for the latter to falter as she swung her sword. What was the meaning of this? It seemed that Miss Wen was deliberately holding back. Had not Master Hongyi previously cautioned her against harming the third young master, implicitly instructing her to pull her punches? Perhaps it was to spare the third young master's dignity. Yet this concession was far too blatant. She had not even attempted to feign resistance. What consideration for the third young master? It was evidently a matter of saving face for our leader. If the third young master were to be defeated, how would that reflect upon our leader? Miss Wen had not utilized her true essence. Otherwise, even 10 Yi Lingtian would not suffice against her. The crowd murmured among themselves. As a practitioner of innate early-stage abilities, even without employing their true essence, she should not have been bested in swordplay by Yi Lingtian. It could only be said that she was intentionally playing down her capabilities. They were all too familiar with Yi Lingtian's prowess. His victory was nothing short of a jest. When Jiao turned to Yi Lingtian and inquired, what was the name of that last sword strike? She cared little for others' opinions. Only by experiencing it firsthand could she comprehend the true exceptional nature of that technique. Yi Lingtian replied with a gentle smile. A wise individual once imparted to me that among the myriad sword techniques, 3 principles stand above the rest: draw the sword, thrust the sword, and retract the sword. My strike bears no name. It is simply a straightforward thrust. When Jiao paused in contemplation before asking, did the sword saint relay this to you? If these words came from the renowned sword saint Yi Bai, they would indeed hold weight. Yi Lingtian chuckled. If you say so, then so it is. Meanwhile, in a concealed location, Yi Bai wore a look of exasperation. When had he ever uttered such words? Nevertheless, Yi Lingtian's earlier remarks were quite intriguing and held a profound truth. The essence of returning to simplicity suggests that no matter how ornate a sword technique may be, it ultimately condenses into the most practical killing stroke. A formidable swordsman, from the very moment of drawing their blade, seals the fate of the battle. An interesting lad. Yi Bai mused with a faint smile before vanishing from sight. After Yi Lingtian and Wen Jiao withdrew, Yi Songhai laughed heartily. Hongyi, you have traveled far. Allow us to escort you to the main hall for some refreshments. For now, you may stay at Tianmen. Master Hongyi nodded slightly, not declining the invitation. This visit to Tianmen served dual purposes: to honor an appointment and to accompany the individuals of Tianmen to Hanshan Temple for the upcoming martial arts convention. With some time remaining before the event, it would be prudent to rest at Tianmen first. Yi Lingtian, where are you off to? Yi Songhai raised an eyebrow as he noticed Yi Lingtian attempting to slip away. Yi Lingtian replied, somewhat exasperated, I am returning to the fragrant pavilion. Do you think swinging a sword doesn't expend energy? I need to lie down. With that, he lazily departed alongside the 3 women, Yu Fuyao, Qin Jinjia, and Su Qingqing. Yi Songhai was left speechless. How much energy could one truly expend by merely wielding a sword? Had his body become so feeble that he could not even compare to a woman? The third young master is quite the character, Master Hongyi remarked lightly. Yi Songhai waved dismissively. What is so amusing? This lad is perpetually idle, truly a disgrace. Is that so? Master Hongyi refrained from commenting further. The third young master was likely more complex than he appeared. After all, how many simple individuals resided within Tianmen? Soon after, Yi Songhai led Master Hongyi and the others into the main hall, accompanied by Yi Wuyo and his companions. Upon returning to his courtyard, Yi Lingtian, appearing fatigued, slumped onto a bench and sighed. What a tiresome spar. The exertion has drained me, my back aches, and I feel utterly depleted. Fuyao, come give your master a back rub. Giggling, Yu Fuyao obliged, gently massaging Yi Lingtian's back and shoulders. Qin Jinjia and Su Qingqing exchanged glances, bemused. How much energy could he possibly expend from a few thrusts? Jinjia, Qingqing, did you see? My simple sword technique just defeated Master Hongyi's prized student. Wasn't that impressive? Yi Lingtian beamed with pride. Impressive. You are the most formidable master. Qin Jinjia chimed in enthusiastically. Su Qingqing remained silent, pondering. How could the third young master not be impressive? At the very least, she found him increasingly inscrutable. Chapter 47. The Web of Assassins, the Black Attire Nightfall. The moon hung high in the sky. On a peak of Tianmen, a woman clad in a long black dress slowly turned around at the cliff's edge. She was strikingly beautiful, her face adorned with a beguiling smile, radiating an enchanting allure, one of the 12 brides. Su Qingqing stood 10 meters away, her gaze fixed intently on the woman in black. She spoke gravely. Heichong, a 4th-tier assassin of the web, an early-stage master. The web placed its true stakes on assassins of the earth tier, while those of the mysterious and killing tiers were mere cannon fodder. The last assassin discovered from the web was merely a 1st-tier killer. Upon her identity being revealed, she willingly admitted to being a partridge, thus shielding Su Qingqing from the repercussions. For if she were to perish, all blame would fall upon her, clearing Su Qingqing of suspicion. In truth, a lingering mystery remained. The killer of the killing tier claimed to have placed a terrain map in Su Qingqing's room, yet that was not her doing. So, who had truly placed that map in Su Qingqing's quarters? Heichong giggled softly. Do you know why I sought you out? Su Qingqing replied indifferently. 3 consecutive blunders. The web cannot possibly let me go. You must have been sent to kill me. Quite astute, yet cleverness sometimes backfires. If you know I am here to kill you, why would you dare to come and meet your end? Heichong's smile deepened, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. With her mastery, eliminating a pinnacle practitioner of the innate stage would be a simple task. The mountain breeze rustled through the leaves. In an instant, she appeared before Su Qingqing. And before the latter could react, her fingers had already grasped Su Qingqing's delicate neck. With a mere ounce of pressure, Su Qingqing would surely meet her demise. A chill coursed through Su Qingqing, yet she steeled herself and declared, "What if I told you I know the whereabouts of the Chongqing seal? Would you still kill me? My value in living far outweighs that of my death." She understood the peril of this encounter, but she had no choice but to gamble. The wager was not whether Heichong would strike her down, but whether she could eliminate her adversary. As a killer of the highest caliber, Heichong undoubtedly possesses a surplus of antidotes, which she must acquire. The Tianmin Baijiao Pavilion lacks the means to unlock the 1,000 spider soul devouring goo, leaving her with no choice but to take risks. In truth, she could reveal Heichong's identity to Tianmin, yet she refrains from doing so, for should Heichong's identity be exposed, she might be implicated, and the antidote would remain out of her reach. Thus, she must devise a method to eliminate Heichong. A flicker of surprise crossed Heichong's face as her fingers relaxed slightly. In an indifferent tone, she remarked, "Speak your mind. Whether I choose to kill you depends entirely on my mood." The web had given her 2 months, and if she failed to obtain the Chongqing seal within that time, she would face dire consequences. Unfortunately, she had made no progress thus far. Su Qingqing spoke in a hushed tone. "According to my latest investigation, the item recently lost by Tianmin is indeed the Chongqing seal." Heichong furrowed her brows, responding, "What you claim is likely false. I had previously speculated that the item might be the Chongqing seal, but after a few days of pursuit, Tianmin seemed to have forgotten the matter. If the Chongqing seal had truly been lost, they would not cease their search. The Chongqing seal is Tianmin's treasure. If it were genuinely lost, they would continue to seek it." Su Qingqing countered, "That is because the Chongqing seal has been acquired by a certain young master within Tianmin. They have likely realized this and do not wish to escalate the situation, lest they tarnish their own reputation." "A certain young master? Are you referring to Yi Lingtian?" Heichong narrowed her eyes, a chilling murderous intent flashing within. Orders had been issued that anything related to Yi Lingtian was prohibited from entering the web's headquarters. The loss of 2 grandmasters was a significant blow to the web, and if Su Qingqing were to assert that Yi Lingtian possessed the Chongqing seal, she would not hesitate to kill her instantly, for she suspected Su Qingqing was trying to deceive her. At present, Yi Lingtian was an exceedingly peculiar entity. Anything associated with him was bound to bring misfortune. Su Qingqing shook her head. "It is not Yi Lingtian, but Yi Qingzhou." "Yi Qingzhou?" Heichong appeared taken aback, clearly not expecting this name. Su Qingqing recounted her premeditated explanation. "I investigated Yi Qingzhou's residence and discovered a secret chamber containing a heavenly mechanism box." The heavenly mechanism box. Heichong's expression shifted, realizing that if the heavenly mechanism box was indeed present, the Chongqing seal would be within her grasp. Su Qingqing continued, "When Yi Qingzhou chose a bride, he selected Tang Xianling. Are you not curious as to why he chose her? It is because he intends to leverage Tongmin's mechanized techniques to unlock the heavenly mechanism box and seize the Chongqing seal." Upon hearing this, Heichong's eyes glimmered with contemplation. Su Qingqing sensed the moment was ripe, and with a swift motion of her sleeve, a cloud of poisonous smoke billowed forth. She immediately retreated. A black aura enveloped Heichong, repelling the toxic fumes. She coldly declared, "You seek death. Do you think mere poison can harm me?" With that, she lunged towards Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing chuckled derisively. "Is that so? Perhaps you should examine your hands." Heichong's body halted as she glanced at her palms, which had already turned black with the spread of potent venom. Su Qingqing smirked. "Sister Heichong, is my neck easy to grasp?" To prepare for this confrontation, she had coated herself in lethal poison, waiting for Heichong to fall into her trap, which she evidently had. As a killer, one must dare to gamble to find a glimmer of hope. Heichong, her face etched with fury, began to circulate her energy in an attempt to expel the poison. Su Qingqing taunted her, Do not waste your efforts. What I administered is the Su family's unique Duanhuan San. The more you exert yourself, the faster the poison will take effect. In the time it takes to burn an incense stick, even if you are a grandmaster, you will certainly perish. Is that so? Then I shall kill you first and retrieve the antidote from your corpse. Heishang's expression hardened as she charged towards Su Qingqing, reasoning that since the poison had originated from her, an antidote must surely exist. If all else failed, she could drink Su Qingqing's blood. After all, she likely had already consumed the antidote. Humph. Su Qingqing scoffed, unwilling to engage in a drawn-out battle with Heishang. She deftly evaded. Unfortunately, she underestimated the strength of a grandmaster. Boom. In an instant, Heishang was upon her, delivering a swift palm strike. So fast. Su Qingqing's heart sank as she realized evasion was no longer an option, and she could only meet the attack with her own palm. After the collision, Su Qingqing was sent flying, blood spewing from her mouth, her complexion as pale as death. Heishang, now fully enraged, sought to eliminate Su Qingqing without a second thought, continuing her assault with overwhelming force. This is bad. Su Qingqing's expression changed drastically. She had no time to defend herself. If this palm strike landed, she would undoubtedly meet her end. Whoosh. Just as Su Qingqing was about to be struck down, a flash of cold light suddenly shot towards Heishang. Chapter 48. The Joys and Sorrows of Humanity. The Phases of the Moon Sizzle. The cold light struck, blood splattering. Heishang immediately recoiled, a gaping wound appearing on her shoulder. Blood cascading down. Who? Heishang's expression grew grave as she scanned her surroundings, sensing impending doom. This was Tianmin, rife with powerful figures. If someone sought to kill her, she would surely perish. Whoosh. In the distance, atop a grand tree, stood a mysterious man clad in a mask, his silver hair flowing. He wielded a long sword. His aura subdued, illuminated by the moonlight, appearing otherworldly, akin to an ethereal being. The newcomer was none other than Lingtian. Su Qingqing was a person he valued. Naturally, he would not allow her to be easily harmed. The listening rain sword, ranked 6th on the sword ranking. You are the Night Owl. Upon recognizing the sword in Lingtian's grasp, Heishang's expression instantly changed, her instinct urging her to flee. Within the web, many grandmasters had perished at the hands of the Night Owl. Though she possessed some strength, she did not believe herself a match for him, especially in her current poisoned state. The Night Owl, how could he be present in Tianmin? Correct, and thus I bestow upon you the gift of death. Lingtian's tone was devoid of emotion as the listening rain sword was unsheathed in an instant. Sizzle. The sword's energy surged forth, cleaving towards Heishang. Ah! A cry of despair erupted as Heishang was bisected by the terrifying sword energy, her death excruciatingly brutal. Clang. The listening rain sword returned to its sheath, echoing ominously. Su Qingqing, witnessing the scene, felt a chill run down her spine, trembling with unease. The infamous killer, Night Owl, why would he appear within Tianmin? Was he perhaps one of their own? Who was he truly? Lingtian cast a glance at Su Qingqing, a faint smile playing on his lips. My dear lady. The night is dark and full of dangers. Tianmin is heavily guarded, so please refrain from wandering about. With that, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Su Qingqing stared at Lingtian's retreating figure, her mind racing. Why did he resemble the third young master so closely? Yet, the third young master's hair was not silver. Instinctively, Su Qingqing felt that this Night Owl was Lingtian, but upon recalling his silver hair, she dismissed the notion. Nonetheless, such musings were not of paramount importance. She hurried to the remnants of Heishang's corpse, searching desperately for any antidote. Before long, Su Qingqing departed in disappointment. There were no antidotes to be found on Heishang's body. However, her demise was, in fact, a fortuitous event. At the very least, she would be safe for the time being, free from the fear of the web's assassins targeting her. Upon returning to the fragrant pavilion, she found Lingtian reclining on a bench in the courtyard, leisurely gazing at the moon, while Fuyo dutifully peeled fruit beside him, personally feeding him, their lives seemingly idyllic and carefree. It seems I was overthinking it. Su Qingqing mused quietly. The Lingtian before her appeared entirely unremarkable. The Night Owl could not possibly be him. Qingqing, have you visited the Baichao Pavilion? Come here and give this young master a hug, Lingtian teased playfully. Su Qingqing's face darkened, yet she respectfully replied, Young master, I am feeling a bit weary. I shall take a bath first. At that moment, her body was laden with toxins, and she dared not approach Lingtian for fear that he might also be poisoned, leaving her unable to explain the situation. A bath? How delightful. Let us indulge in a bath together, my dear. Lingtian teased mischievously. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing quickly covered her ears and fled to her own room. Look at how thin-skinned Qingqing is, Yi Lingtian remarked with a devilish grin. Yu Fuya rolled her eyes at him and said, with such blatant words, which girl would dare to listen? Yi Lingtian took hold of Yu Fuya's delicate hand, playfully toying with it, then asked, Fuya, would you allow the young master a kiss? Absolutely not. Yu Fuya decisively refused. Why must your gentle lips utter such cold words? It truly saddens this young master. Yi Lingtian lamented, his face a picture of disappointment. If the young master desires a kiss, he should go and kiss Miss Qin and Miss Su. They are your brides, Yu Fuya chuckled sweetly. Alas, love has faded. Yi Lingtian sighed softly, rising to his feet. He then turned towards Qin Jinjia's room and called out, Jinjia, you are the one who loves the young master most. I have recently penned a poem. Come to my room, and I shall show you my masterpiece. Qin Jinjia's voice echoed from within, not in love. Not interested. I am bathing. Naturally. She had no interest in the lascivious verses penned by Yi Lingtian, perceiving them as a pollution to her eyes, and held them in great disdain. Had Yi Lingtian been capable of composing even a modicum of aesthetically pleasing work, she would not have been so dismissive. Yi Lingtian gazed forlornly at the moon in the night sky and sighed. Humans experience joy and sorrow, parting and reunion. The moon waxes and wanes. Its phases are rarely complete. May we long endure, sharing the beauty of the moonlight. And if you choose not to look, so be it. It does not equate to a loss of love. If we were to bathe under the same moon today, this life would be worth sharing until old age. The young master still loves you, he concluded before yawning and returning to his room. Yu Fuya stood there, lost in thought, murmuring, humans experience joy and sorrow. Parting and reunion, the moon waxes and wanes. The words Yi Lingtian had just spoken resonated with a harmonious rhythm, leaving her with an unusually pleasant sensation, akin to a gentle spring breeze. The infamous third young master, known for his lascivious verses, could indeed craft such beautiful lines? This revelation astonished Yu Fuya. Was this truly the same third young master she knew? Inside the room, Qin Jinjia also pondered the lines Yi Lingtian had just spoken. Being a talented woman from Jiangnan, proficient in various arts including music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry, she possessed a profound understanding of poetry. The lines Yi Lingtian had uttered were seamless, masterfully crafted, imbued with grandeur and emotion. She quickly took out paper and pen, writing down the words and studying them intently. The more she read, the more she was taken aback, realizing that these lines were indeed extraordinary. A perfect blend of artistry and philosophy, exuding an endless charm that only a master of poetry could create. Could these lines truly belong to Yi Lingtian? Or had he merely heard them from elsewhere? Qin Jinjia's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She could scarcely believe that Yi Lingtian could produce such exquisite verses. Surely, he must have gleaned them from a remarkable source. Yet, one who could compose such masterpieces must surely be a scholar of great renown. The lines Yi Lingtian spoke were likely merely a fragment of a larger poem, and she was intensely curious about the complete work and its origins. Qin Jinjia's face lit up with curiosity, her heart racing with the thrill of discovery. She yearned to seize Yi Lingtian and demand the provenance of that poem. Chapter 49. Departing from Tianmin. Two good news. Half a month later, a group of disciples from Tianmin departed, among them the 4 disciples from Zihong Sword Sect. With the martial arts conference just over 10 days away, the distance between Tianmin and Hanshan Temple necessitated an early departure, providing an opportunity to appreciate the scenery along the way. This time, the group from Tianmin traveled alongside those from Zihong Sword Sect, led by Yi Wuyo and Xiao Yuzhu. Mounted on their steeds, with swords at their sides, they exuded vigor and enthusiasm. Yi Wuyo glanced to his side and inquired, "Where is Yi Lingtian?" Yi Rufeng, Yi Qingzhou, Yu Hongling, Tang Xianling, and Gu Qingming were all present, yet Yi Lingtian was nowhere to be seen. "He is behind us," Yi Rufeng replied with a faint smile. Shortly after, 2 horses drew a luxurious carriage swiftly forward, with Yu Fuya at the reins, while Yi Lingtian sat inside the carriage alongside Qin Jinjia and Su Qingqing. "You certainly know how to enjoy yourself," Yi Wuyo remarked with a hint of indifference. Yi Lingtian lifted the curtain of the carriage, replying lazily, "The journey to Hanshan Temple is long and arduous. Riding a horse is too exhausting for my fragile body. It is far more comfortable to travel by carriage. You all may set off now. I do not intend to accompany you." "Not coming with us," Yi Wuyo frowned. Yi Lingtian explained, "With the martial arts conference still some time away, I wish to take my time exploring with Fuya and the others. I certainly cannot keep pace with you." "Very well. Yi Wuyo conceded without further argument, knowing that Yi Songhai had secretly dispatched a master to protect Yi Lingtian. Ensuring his safety was unlikely to be a concern. Yi Lingtian turned his gaze to the 4 women from Cihong's sword sect, smiling warmly. Ladies, would you care to join this young master in his carriage? Only Xiao Yuzhu had come from Cihong's sword sect to attend the martial arts conference, while Master Hongyi had no intention of traveling to Han's Han Temple, evidently preferring to reminisce with Yi Songhai. Xiao Yuzhu cast a cold glance at Yi Lingtian, choosing to ignore him. Ning Jing and Wen Jiao exchanged smiles without speaking. Jiang Jiuxing teased, "Third young master, your carriage is already quite crowded. If we were to join, it may become rather cramped." Yi Lingtian replied nonchalantly, "No worries. If it comes to that, you may sit on my lap. Rest assured, I am a man of virtue. I have no ulterior motives, pure as the driven snow." Haha. Jiang Jiuxing giggled. How could the lecherous 3rd young master be pure? Onward. Yi Wuyo commanded, leading the group into the distance. After Yi Wuyo and the others had departed, Yu Fuya asked, "Young master, where shall we go next?" Yi Lingtian replied with a smile, "First, we will visit Songyun City. The journey is long, and I need to prepare some supplies." Understood, Yu Fuya responded promptly, cracking the whip as the 2 swift horses pulled the carriage towards Songyun City. In Songyun City, the carriage halted outside the Listening Snow Pavilion. Yi Lingtian announced, "I will go prepare some items. Feel free to explore for a while. We shall depart in half an hour." With that, he entered the Listening Snow Pavilion. Yu Fuya turned to Qin Jinjia and Su Qingqing, saying, "Let us wander about." Carrying a bundle, Qin Jinjia prepared to leave. Su Qingqing softly remarked, "Sister Qin, your bundle must contain a great many treasures." Last night, Qin Jinjia had stealthily entered Yi Lingtian's room, and as expected, she must have acquired the Tianji box. Qin Jinjia cast a fleeting glance at Su Qingqing, remaining silent as she continued on her way. Having secured the Tianji box, she could not carry it with her throughout the journey and would need to hand it over to a contact from the rebirth camp. Whether or not the box contained the Chongqing seal could only be determined by a skilled craftsman from the rebirth camp upon opening it. Observing Qin Jinjia's departure, a glint of intrigue flickered in Su Qingqing's eyes. Having been deceived thrice, she was naturally wary of Yi Lingtian's possessions. However, Qin Jinjia was different. She had only been deceived once, and upon seeing something related to the Chongqing seal, she would surely not let it slip away. It was uncertain what kind of misfortune might befall her this time, which only heightened Su Qingqing's anticipation. A good friend should share both joy and hardship. It simply would not do for her to suffer alone. With that, Yu Fuya and Su Qingqing parted ways. Inside the Listening Snow Pavilion, Yi Lingtian inquired, "Xueli, did you summon me here for a specific reason?" Mu Xueli said, "I have 2 pieces of good news to share with you." Yi Lingtian's eyes brightened. "Have you found the whereabouts of Chang Baichao?" Mu Xueli nodded. "The spies from Tingshula have been tracking the movements of Luo Wang and have located some traces of Chang Baichao. 10 years ago, he appeared in Yaowang Valley. You should visit Yaowang Valley. You might uncover something." A smile graced Yi Lingtian's face. Indeed, a visit to Yaowang Valley was necessary. "And what is the second piece of good news?" he inquired further. Mu Xueli spoke softly, "On this journey, you must pay attention to Han Mountain Temple. Beneath it lies a bottomless cold pond where the saintess of Feng Huojun, Qi Qingxi, fell 20 years ago and has never resurfaced. As far as I know, Feng Huojun seems to possess a piece of the longevity seal, which may very well be with Qi Qingxi." Qi Qingxi. Yi Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. 20 years ago, Feng Huojun sought to obliterate Han Mountain Temple, led by the formidable saintess Qi Qingxi, a master-level powerhouse. Unfortunately, news of their plans was leaked, resulting in Feng Huojun being besieged by various factions, ultimately leading to their demise. Rumors suggested that Qi Qingxi perished in that battle, yet it now appeared she had plunged into the cold pond. If she possessed a longevity seal, it presented an exceptional opportunity for him. Whether it was the longevity seal from Han Mountain Temple or that of Feng Huojun, he intended to claim both. "You greedy fellow." Mu Xueli shot Yi Lingtian a glance. "I must remind you, I have faced Qi Qingxi before. She is not so easily vanquished. If you encounter her, exercise utmost caution, for she is utterly mad." The battle from 20 years prior, while resulting in the annihilation of Feng Huojun, had also extracted a heavy toll from the other factions. Qi Qingxi alone had resorted to suicide to slay 7 master-level warriors, employing exceedingly ruthless tactics, earning her the title of a female demon in the eyes of the world. Yi Lingtian shrugged nonchalantly. "No worries. Mad women do not frighten me. Among masters, I am invincible. I can exchange blows with anyone above that level." Mu Xueli couldn't help but chuckle. though she knew that despite his often frivolous demeanor, he would wield his sword with precision when faced with true danger. Pouring himself a glass of wine, Lingtian called out, "Xueli, let us toast." Mu Xueli gazed out the window. "Are you planning to keep your 3 lovely companions waiting?" Lingtian chuckled. "On the contrary, they prefer I do not rush down. They deserve a bit of personal space." In a loft somewhere, a mysterious man stared in astonishment at the white jade box before him. "This is the heavenly mechanism box." He picked it up and examined it closely. After thorough inspection, he was convinced that this was indeed the authentic heavenly mechanism box, crafted from exceptionally rare and indestructible materials, impervious to external forces. Qin Jinjia spoke coldly. "I have retrieved the heavenly mechanism box. Whether it contains the longevity seal, I cannot ascertain. You must take it back to the rebirth camp. However, be wary of the people from Luoyang. They are likely also targeting this item." "Understood." The mysterious man nodded slightly. "You have worked hard this time. The higher-ups will certainly reward you for this. When will I be allowed to leave Tianmen?" Qin Jinjia asked, feeling increasingly uncomfortable in the confines of Tianmen, where her life felt perpetually at risk. Moreover, the thought of potentially marrying Lingtian intensified her discomfort. The mysterious man pondered. "The higher-ups have not yet given instructions. It seems you are to remain. Tianmen harbors many secrets, and if the rebirth camp can grasp them all, we will undoubtedly sweep the world." Qin Jinjia frowned. Having taken the heavenly mechanism box, even if Lingtian were a fool, he would likely sense something amiss. If she did not leave now, her situation could become perilous, potentially costing her life. The mysterious man shifted the topic. "Let me tell you something. He is getting married." Qin Jinjia's body trembled, her complexion paling, and her voice came out hoarse. "To whom?" The mysterious man sighed. "To Bai Qinyan, the eldest daughter of the Bai family in Jiangnan." Qin Jinjia bit her lip, her eyes dimming. Bai Qinyan is indeed a suitable match. The Bai family of Jiangnan was the wealthiest clan in the south, rivaling nations in riches, with influence spanning the entire Great Zhou. Bai Qinyan, the daughter of this family, was a prodigy in business, known for her exceptional capabilities. "Take heart." The mysterious man spoke gently. Qin Jinjia remained silent, gazing out the window, her emotions tumultuous. Half an hour later, beneath Tingshuala, the 3 women returned. Lingtian loaded bags into the carriage and addressed them. "Prepare to set off. We are headed to Fenglei City." The Yaowang Valley was nearby, and he planned to retrieve something essential there, an item capable of shifting the tides of the world. Moreover, an old acquaintance would also be present. It was time to reconnect. Yu Fuyao hesitated, seemingly torn. "Fuyao, what troubles you?" Lingtian inquired. Yu Fuyao apologized. "Young master, after the fall of the Yuli sect, one of my junior sisters miraculously survived. I just received news and wish to meet her. I may not be able to travel with you for a while." Lingtian smiled. "No problem. Go visit your sister. I will await you at Han Mountain Temple." "Thank you, young master." Gratitude shone in Yu Fuyao's eyes. Lingtian replied, "Yes, be safe on your journey." "Understood, young master." Yu Fuyao nodded gently, handing the Zhaizai sword back to Lingtian. "Young master, this sword belongs to you." Lingtian accepted the sword and passed it to Su Qingcheng, saying, "Qingcheng, hold on to this sword for now." Su Qingcheng took the sword, sensing the exceptional quality of the scabbard upon touching it. However, the sword within appeared somewhat mismatched, the hilt covered in rust. It left her hands dirty upon grasping it. Afterward, Yu Fuyao departed alone. Lingtian and the other 2 climbed into the carriage and departed Sungyan City, with Su Qingcheng now driving. Half a day later, on a highway, 2 horses pulled the carriage swiftly. Su Qingcheng maintained a calm demeanor, steering the carriage while observing her surroundings, sensing that something might transpire soon. Qin Jinjia sat inside the carriage, lost in thought. The carriage jolted and swayed. As they passed over a bump, it shook violently, and before Qin Jinjia could react, she suddenly toppled onto Lingtian, landing atop him, a faint fragrance enveloping her. Lingtian instinctively wrapped an arm around Qin Jinjia's slender, delicate waist, giving it a gentle squeeze, and murmured, "Jinjia, your waist is so slender, it feels so soft." Qin Jinjia's body quivered, suddenly regaining her senses. She instinctively attempted to push Lingtian away, only to find his grip unyielding. They were face to face, acutely aware of each other's warmth and breath. "Let me go?" Qin Jinjia's voice trembled, realizing that she could muster no strength against Lingtian's hold. Her entire body felt weak. A light fragrance wafted around them. Lingtian gazed at Qin Jinjia's exquisite features and vibrant lips, leaning in to kiss her, as if savoring cherries, sweet and tender, with a silky touch. Qin Jinjia's eyes widened, her expression dazed, her mind blank. She instinctively wanted to react, but found her hands in disarray. She had been taken advantage of. Her first kiss had been stolen by this rogue, Lingtian. Bang! At that moment, the carriage came to a sudden halt, jolting violently. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Jinjia pushed Lingtian aside with indignation, glaring at him and exclaiming, "You! How could you?" Lingtian wiped his lips and, with a playful smile, replied, "I couldn't help myself. After all, Jinjia is simply too enchanting." Qin Jinjia hastily wiped her mouth, shooting him a fierce glare before demanding, "Su Qingqing, can you drive this carriage properly?" Su Qingqing responded coldly, "There are people blocking the way ahead. Prepare for action." At that moment, a group of men clad in black appeared, wielding long swords with chilling eyes. "Kill!" Without further ado, a black-clad leader commanded, and the remaining assailants charged towards the carriage. Su Qingqing instinctively reached for her sword, but it would not budge. Furrowing her brow, she dismissed the thought and swung the sword sheath forward instead. With a resounding crash, she struck down the first assailant, sending him flying amidst a spray of blood. Just then, another black-clad man wielding a cold blade lunged at Su Qingqing. She quickly raised her sword sheath in defense. With a sharp crack, the cold blade shattered upon impact, and the assailant was sent reeling back several meters by the force. "This sword sheath is quite impressive," Su Qingqing thought, pondering the material from which it was crafted. "Block her," the black-clad leader ordered coldly, and several men immediately positioned themselves to obstruct her. The leader then dashed to the front of the carriage, raising his long sword to cleave it in two. Suddenly, within the carriage, Qin Jinjia unsheathed her sword, Sangshuang, unleashing a wave of sword energy that radiated with frigid intensity. The two waves of energy collided, creating a powerful shockwave that cracked the carriage. Qin Jinjia soared out of the carriage, her sword dancing through the air with an icy ferocity. The surrounding trees splintered under the onslaught, sending debris flying. The black-clad leader, though significantly stronger than Qin Jinjia, deliberately suppressed his power during their confrontation. As they clashed, they gradually became obscured from view. At the edge of a cliff, Qin Jinjia frowned and questioned, "Are you seeking death? How dare you still attempt to harm Lingtian?" The black-clad leader replied solemnly, "It is an order from above." Qin Jinjia shook her head, stating, "You cannot kill him. You know well what happened in Sunyan City. Even the lantern-bearer of the web of assassins perished. Now that Lingtian has chosen to travel alone, Tian men will undoubtedly continue to send skilled protectors in secret." The mysterious man's eyes darkened with gravity. He was well aware of the previous incident. The lantern-bearer, a second-tier assassin of the web, was a late-stage master. Anyone capable of killing her would at least be a peak master. "Are you certain that master is still protecting him?" the mysterious man questioned, his brow furrowed. Qin Jinjia smirked. "Otherwise, why do you think he chose to travel alone? I will have them withdraw." The mysterious man contemplated. Knowing that a master was secretly safeguarding Lingtian, he could not proceed with his attack. Qin Jinjia taunted, "Why have them retreat? Let them go to their deaths. It only shows you have not been idle, but are indeed executing a task. You are quite ruthless." The mysterious man cast a deep gaze at Qin Jinjia. Qin Jinjia replied indifferently, "As an assassin, one must be prepared to face death at any moment." "Quite reasonable," the mysterious man said without hesitation, turning to fly down the cliff. Before long, Qin Jinjia returned to find the ground littered with corpses and blood. Su Qingqing was gently wiping her sword sheath with a silk handkerchief, surprised to find that it absorbed blood, an uncanny phenomenon. Unbeknownst to her, it was not the sheath, but the weapon inside, the calamity, that was responsible. Lingtian gazed mournfully at his shattered carriage, both wheels cracked. Suddenly, the carriage collapsed into a heap of splintered wood, with one wheel rolling in front of him before disintegrating. Qin Jinjia could not help but burst into laughter at the sight. It was quite amusing. Lingtian, with a look of melancholy, turned to Qin Jinjia and lamented, "Jinjia, my carriage is gone. How shall we continue our journey?" Qin Jinjia pointed to two horses and replied, "Aren't there still two horses?" Lingtian, with a complex expression, said, "I do not wish to ride. It is exhausting." Qin Jinjia approached him, gently patting his shoulder in reassurance. "Do not worry, young master. Once we reach the next city, we shall procure another carriage. It will not be too tiring." "Very well." Lingtian conceded with a nod. Su Qingqing swiftly mounted one of the horses, declaring, "Young master, I shall ride alone. You and Qin Jinjia will share one." "Why should that be?" Qin Jinjia retorted, clearly displeased. She had intended for Su Qingqing to ride with Lingtian while she rode alone. Not expecting Su Qingqing to react so quickly, Su Qingqing replied coolly, "Simply because I killed more than you did, and because I find you unpleasant." With that, she galloped ahead. Qin Jinjia glared at Su Qingqing's retreating figure, exasperated. Without hesitation, she mounted the remaining horse and said to Yi Lingtian, "Young master, why don't you walk a bit on your own?" In a swift motion, Yi Lingtian leaped onto the horse behind her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. His face pressed against her back, feeling her warmth and inhaling the fragrance of her hair. "This is even better." Yi Lingtian grinned, startled by his tight embrace. Qin Jinjia shivered, biting her lip in annoyance as she exclaimed, "Young master, could you loosen your grip? It is quite uncomfortable." At that moment, she wished she could throw him off the horse. He was clearly doing this on purpose. "That simply won't do. If I loosen my grip, how will I prevent myself from falling? If something were to happen to me, both you and Qingsheng would be left as widows." Yi Lingtian tightened his hold even more. Qin Jinjia found herself utterly at a loss against Yi Lingtian's antics and could only endure. Yi Lingtian gently pinched her flat and smooth abdomen, whispering, "Jinjia's stomach is perfectly smooth, lacking any excess flesh, unlike those girls from the brothels whose bellies are all folds of fat." Qin Jinjia's entire body bristled with anger. This time, she was truly infuriated. Gritting her teeth, she threatened, "Yi Lingtian, if you dare do that again, I will throw you off." "All right, I shall cease my teasing. Let us set off, lest we fall behind Qingcheng." Yi Lingtian chuckled. "Humph." Qin Jinjia snorted in response. As evening approached and darkness enveloped the land, the trio arrived at a dilapidated temple nestled in the mountains, where clear springs flowed and the sounds of insects and birds filled the air, a perfect setting. Su Qingqing was surveying the surroundings. "Young master, dismount," Qin Jinjia said with a stern expression, recalling how Yi Lingtian's hands had been anything but respectful during their journey. Having pinched her several times, his tongue had also been restless, seemingly licking her back, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable. Yi Lingtian offered no response. Qin Jinjia's expression darkened as she turned around, only to find Yi Lingtian sleeping soundly against her back, his mouth slightly drooling. Taken aback, she wondered how he could possibly sleep after such a tumultuous ride. "How can you sleep at your age?" she thought. He truly was an oddity. With a swift motion, she smacked his head. Yi Lingtian instantly opened his eyes, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. "Young master, did you sleep well?" Qin Jinjia asked with a mocking smile. "You certainly seemed to enjoy your slumber while I endured so much hardship." "Very well," he replied, grinning. Yi Lingtian stretched languidly. "Ah." Qin Jinjia swiftly lifted Yi Lingtian and mounted the horse. "TSK. Sister Qin, you and the young master in the back. Could it be that you have engaged in some clandestine affair?" Su Qingcheng gazed at Qin Jinjia with a broad smile, her tone laced with teasing. Qin Jinjia shot a cold glance at Su Qingcheng, choosing to ignore her. She resolved not to ride with Yi Lingtian again, wanting Su Qingcheng to experience the mischievous touch of Yi Lingtian for herself. As night fell, they decided to spend the night in a dilapidated temple and set off the next day. Yi Lingtian walked into the broken temple. Chapter 52. The bright moon shines between the pines, clear spring flows over the stones inside the temple, the bonfire blazed brightly. Clad in a thick mink coat, Yi Lingtian sat close to the fire, extending his hands to bask in its warmth. Qin Jinjia was roasting a wild rabbit, her expression focused. The meat turning golden as fat dripped into the flames, crackling delightfully. Su Qingcheng, on the other hand, was intently examining a sword, attempting to draw it from its sheath, but to no avail. "Young master, why can't I pull this sword out?" Su Qingcheng asked, puzzled. Though the sword was rusty and seemed stuck in the sheath, it should have been possible to draw it with great force. After several attempts, she found it utterly impossible, as if the sword had fused with the sheath, an exceedingly strange phenomenon. Yi Lingtian nonchalantly replied, "You certainly cannot pull it out. It is a spiritual sword that only I can draw." Su Qingcheng rolled her eyes. "I find that hard to believe. This rusted piece of scrap iron is a spiritual sword? Well, the truth is, it cannot be drawn because I had the blacksmith fuse the sword and its sheath together. I even mentioned it to Fu Yao before." Yi Lingtian chuckled. "Fused together?" Su Qingcheng was taken aback. "Then what is the purpose of this sword? Its sheath, while unique, is not sharp. You can't possibly wield it in battle, can you?" Understanding Su Qingcheng's thoughts, Yi Lingtian explained, "It's just cool." Su Qingcheng looked at Yi Lingtian in disbelief. No wonder he had asked earlier if the sword was cool. This was what he meant. Fusing the sword and sheath together must have left that blacksmith utterly speechless. It was a most peculiar operation. "What material is this sheath made of? It feels quite special." Su Qingcheng inquired out of curiosity. Yi Lingtian grinned. "It's made from a piece of celestial iron from outside the world, called the Yinghua stone. When Yu Hongling saw it before, She even wanted to seize it. Su Qingcheng's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the sheath. Although she had never seen the Yinghua stone, she had heard of its renowned name. This was indeed the treasure of the sword-hidden villa, and it had somehow ended up in Yi Lingtian's hands, molded into a sheath. What a wasteful spendthrift. The Yinghua stone, a divine material, was indestructible and could have forged an exquisite sword. Yet, Yi Lingtian had used it to create a mere sheath for a broken sword. If Yu Hongling had seen this, she would likely have been so furious she would spit blood, wanting to take vengeance. Such a treasure, squandered on a sheath, was sheer folly. Qin Jinjia was equally astonished. This sheath was crafted from Yinghua stone? She couldn't help but glance at Yi Lingtian, utterly perplexed by his thought process. Such a precious Yinghua stone, coveted by many in the martial world, was transformed into a sheath for a broken sword. Foolish. The foolish son of a wealthy landowner. The two women looked at the sheath, feeling a sense of disappointment and believing it had been wasted. After a while, the rabbit meat was ready, seasoned with Yi Lingtian's personal spices, wafting an enticing aroma. The three of them had a hearty meal, savoring the exquisite flavor. Yi Lingtian rose and walked outside the temple, with the two women following suit. That night, the moonlight was bright, and the stars twinkled in the sky. The clear spring flowed through the mountains, producing a soothing sound that refreshed the heart and spirit. Yi Lingtian, feeling content, remarked, in such a delightful setting, "I cannot help but compose a poem. Young master, perhaps it's best not to." Su Qingcheng and Qin Jinjia quickly interjected. Given Yi Lingtian's penchant for lewd verses, his recitation would only tarnish the serene beauty of the surroundings. Yi Lingtian frowned. "What? Do you doubt my poetic abilities? I have been well versed in poetry since I was 3, mastered literary works by 4, and by 5, I could outshine countless scholars. By the age of 10, I was hailed as a poetic immortal." The two women simultaneously rolled their eyes. "With your mediocre verses? Any common rogue could utter a few lines better than that. Is that even poetry? It's more like nonsense. A poetic immortal? More like a lecher. Ahem. My poetry is unmatched, but I shall refrain from imposing it upon you, as I wish to rest for a bit." Su Qingcheng instinctively turned away, knowing Yi Lingtian's verses would only tarnish her ears. Yi Lingtian, with a playful glint in his eyes, remarked, "Looking at you too, it's obvious you don't believe me. How about we make a wager?" "A wager on what?" Qin Jinjia asked. Yi Lingtian replied, "Let us wager on whether I can compose a fine poem. If I succeed, you both must kiss me. If I fail, I shall grant you each a request." The two women exchanged glances. Su Qingcheng, intrigued, asked, "If you fail, could you give me this sword?" She had no interest in the sword itself, but was quite fascinated by the sheath, thinking that if it were remelted, it could be fashioned into a fine blade. Qin Jinjia disdainfully added, "If you cannot compose it, you may not ride with me tomorrow." "Very well, I agree to your terms." Yi Lingtian readily accepted. The classics of poetry and prose were at his fingertips. Victory was assured. Seeing Yi Lingtian's enthusiastic agreement, the two women merely smiled faintly, thinking, what remarkable work could a lecher like him produce? Yi Lingtian surveyed the beautiful scenery around him. Without a hint of hesitation, he began. After the fresh rain on the empty mountain, the evening air brings autumn's chill. The bright moon shines between the pines, and clear springs flow over the stones. Qin Jinjia and Su Qingcheng were first taken aback, then they earnestly absorbed the essence of the poem. After a moment, shock flickered in their eyes. This poem was indeed splendid, with exquisite imagery that perfectly matched the scene before them. Yi Lingtian, this lecher, had actually crafted an exceptional piece of poetry, leaving them in a daze. "What do you think? Now do you understand that my reputation as a poetic immortal is no jest?" Yi Lingtian beamed at the two women. This poem was remarkably perfect. Qin Jinjia wore a contemplative expression, her heart filled with astonishment. The verse flowed seamlessly, without a hint of flaw, rich in nuance. The previous few lines of poetry were also quite extraordinary. However, this poem did not seem to be plagiarized. The sentiments expressed were too closely aligned with the scenery, appearing to be a spontaneous creation. Yi Lingtian was indeed a curious character, becoming increasingly enigmatic. Su Qingcheng cast a deep glance at Yi Lingtian, pondering whether he was beginning to shed his facade. Was he preparing to reveal his true self? The outside world portrayed Yi Lingtian as unlearned, lacking both martial and literary prowess, a lecherous spendthrift, a complete waste. But was he truly a waste? Perhaps he was merely playing the fool to catch a tiger. With a broad smile, Yi Lingtian looked at the two women and declared, "A bet is a bet. You may now bestow your kisses upon me." Chapter 53. Reciprocity in Gifts. Yi Lingtian, with a broad smile, looked at the two women and said, A bet is a bet. It's time for your kisses, isn't it? Su Qingcheng decisively fled. In an instant, Qin Jinjia acted, pinning Su Qingcheng in place. Qin Jinjia, what are you doing? Su Qingcheng glared at her. Qin Jinjia gently replied, Sister Su, a bet is a bet. You cannot escape. Thinking of running? Not a chance. Previously, she had been kissed by Yi Lingtian in the carriage and subsequently taken advantage of. Such sensations should be shared with Su Qingcheng. Just wait for me. Su Qingcheng seethed with fury. Qin Jinjia disregarded Su Qingcheng's anger and addressed Yi Lingtian. My lord, Su's sister is now immobile. You may do as you please with her. I must say, Su's sister's figure is truly splendid. Yi Lingtian praised. No wonder she is my Jinjia. She always considers my interests. He smiled as he gazed at Su Qingcheng, gently cupping her delicate face, pinching it lightly, and then planting a kiss on her pristine forehead. Su Qingcheng's pupils constricted, her alabaster cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment and indignation. After the fleeting kiss, Yi Lingtian turned to Qin Jinjia and said, Jinjia, it's your turn now. Qin Jinjia, feeling displeased, retorted, My lord, why did you not kiss Su Qingcheng on the lips? Yi Lingtian chuckled. I fear that Qingcheng might bite me. Su Qingcheng glared at Yi Lingtian, confused and enraged. What did he mean by kissing her, yet fearing her bite? Did he perceive her as a mere pet? Qin Jinjia, somewhat exasperated, realized that her earlier kiss had been taken because she had been too gentle. You have already kissed me in the carriage, she exclaimed, pride swelling as she walked toward the dilapidated temple. Suddenly, Su Qingcheng broke free from her restraints. Her figure flashing before Qin Jinjia, swiftly sealing her opponent's acupoints. You, Qin Jinjia's expression soured. In the spirit of reciprocity, since my lord has kissed me, I cannot allow a disparity here. Su Qingcheng mocked, daring to act against me? Do you truly believe I am defenseless? Good things should be shared with dear friends. My lord, you may now take your time with Sister Qin. She beamed at Yi Lingtian. You are both such understanding young ladies. How could I not cherish you? Yi Lingtian said, his eyes filled with approval as he turned to Su Qingcheng. He then approached Qin Jinjia, gently grasped her fair chin, and pressed his lips against her vibrant red ones. Qin Jinjia's eyes widened, her expression momentarily dazed. After a 3-second kiss, Yi Lingtian released her. As she regained her composure, Qin Jinjia exclaimed furiously, Yi Lingtian, you kissed Su Qingcheng's forehead but chose to kiss my lips. Why is that? Twice, he had taken her lips, stealing both her first and second kisses, infuriating. Yi Lingtian chuckled. Ah, Jinjia, are you feeling jealous? Very well, I shall not be unfair. Let me bestow another kiss upon your forehead. With that, he gently kissed her forehead. Are you satisfied now? Yi Lingtian looked at her with indulgence. Not at all. Qin Jinjia retorted, her frustration boiling over. She lamented her misfortune for having encountered such a rogue as Yi Lingtian. I shall take my leave to rest. Qingcheng, remember to release Jinjia. Yi Lingtian strolled into the temple with satisfaction. Su Qingcheng did not immediately release Qin Jinjia, but instead seized her chin, teasingly observing her luscious lips. Sister Qin, you are truly stunning. It is no wonder my lord is so fond of you. Even I am quite taken. You seek death. Qin Jinjia's expression darkened, a surge of energy erupting as she broke free from her restraints. Boom. Moments later, the two women engaged in a fierce battle. The surrounding forest laid to waste by their conflict. The next morning, the chirping of birds roused Yi Lingtian from his slumber. He abruptly opened his eyes, scanning his surroundings, and exclaimed, Where are Jinjia and Qingcheng? Qingcheng, Jinjia, where are you? I am in your arms, came an irritated voice. Su Qingcheng, gritting her teeth, lay nestled against Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian glanced down, seeing Su Qingcheng snugly curled up like a koala in his embrace, her hair slightly disheveled. Her eyes filled with a murderous glare. Unable to resist, he smirked, Qingcheng, do you enjoy being in my embrace so much that you climbed into my arms while I slept? Fuming, Su Qingcheng replied, Who was it that sealed my acupoints last night and held me like a mere pillow? Do you not recognize your own actions? Last night, Yi Lingtian had taken advantage of her unguarded moment, sealing her acupoints and holding her tightly, causing her great discomfort. His unusual acupoint technique rendered her unable to break free, forcing her to endure an agonizing position throughout the night, while he tormentingly pinched her cheeks. Yi Lingtian indignantly asserted, Impossible. Would I be the type to do such a thing? I understand your shyness, but you climbed into my arms of your own volition. Shameless. Su Qingcheng coldly retorted. At that moment, her acupoints released automatically, and she pushed Yi Lingtian away, quickly standing a distance from him. Yi Lingtian looked around, puzzled. Where's Jinjia? Su Qingcheng sneered. Do you not know where she has gone? Last night, Qin Jinjia seemed to want to escape. when Su Qingsheng noticed and attempted to intervene. She was thwarted by Yi Lingtian's acupoint ceiling. Clearly, Yi Lingtian had deliberately allowed Qin Jinjia to leave, plotting something sinister. It was certain that whatever he was up to was not good, and Qin Jinjia was likely in trouble. Forget her. She is sensible and will surely return to find me, Yi Lingtian said as he stretched his limbs. Su Qingsheng scoffed. Now that Qin Jinjia has left, she probably will not return. Yi Lingtian casually replied. She loves me so much that she will undoubtedly come back. Never have I encountered a man so brazen. Su Qingsheng thought disdainfully, but also realized that Yi Lingtian must have some contingency plan. With that, she left the dilapidated temple, her expression stiff. However, her demeanor shifted abruptly when she spotted a mysterious man outside the temple, adorned with a blood-red mask and wielding a long sword. The aura of bloodshed emanating from him was palpable, a clear indication of a man who had taken many lives. Blood Soul, a third-tier assassin of the Web of Death. Su Qingsheng murmured, recognizing the figure before her with trepidation. Blood Soul, a mid-level master, ranked among the top assassins of the Web of Death. He was under the command of the first-tier assassin, Blood Skeleton, and had executed numerous missions without failure, employing brutal and ruthless methods. Was his target herself, or Yi Lingtian? Su Qingsheng's heart raced, knowing that with her innate 9th-level cultivation, she was no match for a mid-level master. Is your target me? She inquired, locking eyes with Blood Soul. Yes, or perhaps not, Blood Soul replied indifferently. Su Qingsheng asserted, if I do not perish at the heavenly gate, I will lose all value. Blood Soul shook his head. I am an assassin, killing my target is my mission. Where the target dies is of no concern to me. While Su Qingsheng's death at the heavenly gate would maximize her value, Blood Soul's only objective was to kill. He would not care where the deed was done. Moreover, it was unlikely he could kill her at the heavenly gate. Here, however, was the most suitable place. And since Su Qingsheng was ambushed while traveling with the heavenly gate, they could not escape responsibility. Su Qingsheng tightened her grip on her weapon, declaring, the experts of the heavenly gate are lurking in the shadows. You shall not kill anyone today. Perhaps, Blood Soul replied nonchalantly, his hand swiftly grasping the sword's hilt, preparing to draw. Su Qingsheng reacted quickly, lunging forward to strike. Swish! Blood Soul's sword was unsheathed, a flash of crimson light erupting forth. In the next moment, Su Qingsheng was sent flying by the sword's force. Blood spurting from her mouth as her complexion turned pale, her consciousness fading into darkness. In the face of a mid-stage grandmaster, one at the pinnacle of innate abilities could not withstand even a single blow. The sword known as Calamity stood intriguingly nearby. Blood Soul's gaze was fixed upon the Calamity sword, noting its extraordinary scabbard. Indeed, it was a fascinating weapon, albeit perilous. A gentle voice broke the silence as Yi Lingtian emerged from the dilapidated temple, hands clasped behind his back, his smile deepening upon seeing the unconscious Su Qingsheng. How dangerous could it truly be? Blood Soul inquired, casting a scrutinizing glance at Yi Lingtian. It is an evil sword. Once unsheathed, it craves blood. Yi Lingtian casually extended his hand, and Calamity flew into his grasp. This is quite amusing, for the crimson blood sword I wield shares a similar fate. To date, I have lost count of how many lives I have claimed with it. All who have witnessed its unsheathing have perished. Blood Soul spoke slowly, his eyes assessing Yi Lingtian, searching for any sign of weakness. As a mid-stage grandmaster, the lantern-bearer was cruelly slain while attempting to assassinate Yi Lingtian. This third young master of Tianmen was certainly no ordinary contender. Yi Lingtian replied with a calm smile. This time will be an exception. Blood Soul tightened his grip on the crimson blood sword, a flicker of wariness flashing in his eyes. He glanced at Su Qingsheng and added, no matter how fine a sword may be, it cannot protect everyone. In the next moment, over 30 figures clad in black appeared, each wielding long swords, positioned strategically to form a formation. The EarthNet 36 sword formation was indeed intriguing, though alas, it was not the 72 sword formation. Yi Lingtian shook his head slightly. Blood Soul remarked, initially, I suspected a powerful figure stood behind you, and this EarthNet 36 sword formation was prepared for him. However, upon seeing you, I believe this formation is intended for you. Yi Lingtian's unshakable composure unnerved even the bloodthirsty Blood Soul. One who relies solely on the protection of others could not remain so calm. The only possibility was that he possessed absolute strength. The EarthNet sword formation's power increased with the number of participants, effectively consolidating their might to create overwhelming pressure against their foes. This formation, driven by a mid-stage grandmaster and 35 shadowy assassins, could easily contend with late-stage grandmasters, and even challenge those at the pinnacle. Originally devised for the powerful ally behind Lingtian, it now seemed far more suited to confront him. Such meticulous preparation deserves an opportunity to act. Otherwise, it would seem I am lacking in compassion. Lingtian spoke softly. Attack. After a protracted exchange, the formation was fully established. Blood Soul's tone turned icy as he charged toward Lingtian, the other assassins executing their sword techniques, unleashing their formidable power from all directions toward Blood Soul. The winds howled violently, causing the treetops to rustle and withered leaves to cascade down. Kill. Blood Soul's aura surged once more, reaching mid-stage Grandmaster levels, exuding an extraordinary ferocity. As he swung his long sword, blood-red sword energy erupted, transforming the surroundings into a surreal crimson haze. Lingtian remained tranquil, slowly gripping the sword's hilt as an even more terrifying gust of wind surged forth, a violent killing intent enveloping the area. Before the sword was even unsheathed, trees splintered, stones flew, and dust rose. Suddenly, calamity was drawn, an even more fearsome killing aura spreading forth, cutting through the air with ferocity. Lingtian's eyes flashed with a crimson light as he swung the sword with force, unleashing a domineering wave of sword energy in all directions. A cacophony of screams erupted as the Earth-Net 36 sword formation was shattered. Aside from Blood Soul, the remaining assassins were obliterated into blood mist, their lives extinguished. With a swift motion, Calamity returned to its scabbard. A tremendous shockwave emanated from Lingtian, leaving a barren expanse within 100 meters. The remnants of the temple reduced to ruins, a chilling sword aura lingering ominously. The crimson blood sword in Blood Soul's hand shattered, his body trembling as he coughed up blood, his face pale with horror. How is this possible? Blood Soul uttered in disbelief. Glancing down at the jagged scar on his chest, crimson blood oozing forth and staining his form. No sword can protect everyone, yet it can slay them all. Lingtian approached Blood Soul expressionlessly, his hand pressing firmly atop Blood Soul's head. He would not let a mid-stage Grandmaster's essence slip away. The Biming Divine Art activated, voraciously devouring Blood Soul's true essence. I refuse to accept this. Blood Soul's mournful voice echoed. Moments later, his body exploded into ash. Lingtian remarked with indifference. For an assassin, the cycle of killing and being killed is but a norm. Yet, who would willingly accept death, having consumed Blood Soul's essence? Lingtian felt his own true essence deepen, his cultivation advancing significantly, though still a distance from late-stage Grandmaster. If he could devour more Grandmaster essence, he would surely ascend to late-stage swiftly. Why do I feel like a demon? Lingtian mused, rubbing his nose. Chapter 55. Instilling despair, then offering hope. Meiying. Lingtian called softly. In an instant, Meiying appeared before him, respectfully inquiring, "What commands do you have, young master?" At that moment, her admiration for Lingtian was profound. She understood the true terror of the Earth-Net sword formation, composed of a mid-stage Grandmaster and 35 assassins. Even late-stage Grandmasters would meet their demise against it. Yet, it was effortlessly dismantled by Lingtian's blade. Indeed, the third young master was formidable. With a gentle smile, Lingtian said, "From now on, you need not follow closely behind me. I require you to covertly escort Su Qingcheng to the Medicine King Valley. If she does not encounter a life-threatening situation, refrain from intervening." Given Su Qingcheng's temperament, she would certainly refuse to succumb to the 1,000 spider soul-devouring poison. The Medicine King Valley is her only hope. To truly win someone over, it is of little consequence to shower them with kindness. One must allow them to reach the depths of despair before presenting them with the hope of life, thus engendering gratitude. Su Qingcheng is a spirited horse, deserving of ample time. Meiying hesitated momentarily and asked, "Young master, Su Qingcheng is affiliated with the Shadow Network. Should this matter be reported to the sect master?" Lingtian chuckled lightly. "There is no need. Everything is part of my design. She is currently being pursued by Shadow Network assassins, and it will not be long before she fully submits to me. Talents who serve without cost must be firmly grasped. Do not jeopardize my plans." Su Qingcheng was no ordinary individual. Lingtian's interest lay not solely in her peak innate cultivation, but in her other exceptional qualities. First, she possessed remarkable expertise in mechanisms, traps, and poison crafting, worthy of cultivation. Second, her identity was noteworthy. Why had Jiqing chosen Su Qingcheng as his consort over others? It was not merely her beauty. Her background was extraordinary. The daughter of Su Zhantian from the Tiandu prefecture? It was far from simple. If Su Zhantian wished for Su Qingcheng to enter Tianmen, he would not need to offer the Jinyue sword. Yet he chose to do so, indicating there were complexities worth exploring. Besides Su Qingqing, Qin Jinxiao was not as uncomplicated as she appeared. One could surmise that at this very moment, Qin Jinxiao was likely encountering surprises. Understood, young master. Mei Ying nodded respectfully, no longer probing further. Having witnessed the third young master's immense power, she would comply with his every request. Yi Songhai had sent her to protect Yi Lingtian, which also meant she was to heed his commands. You have worked hard. Yi Lingtian smiled at Mei Ying, casually planting the calamity's sword into the ground before leaping into the distance. The lone horse had already fled in fright, and he needed to pursue it. You are fortunate to have encountered the third young master. Had it been another gentleman, you would have met your demise countless times already. Mei Ying cast a glance at Su Qingqing, who lay on the ground, then produced a pill for her to consume, before vanishing from the scene. Moments later, Su Qingqing awakened, gazing at the chaotic surroundings, momentarily bewildered. What had transpired during her unconsciousness? The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, the ground stained crimson. The red blood sword lay shattered, and the blood soul had perished. As Su Qingqing surveyed her surroundings, she noted the absence of any corpses. Yet the scene before her indicated that many had been present moments ago, and those individuals were now deceased. The sword remained, but where was Yi Lingtian? Su Qingqing picked up the sword named Jiang Zai, her brow furrowing. How could that fellow have vanished? Surely, he could not have perished. He was not so easily defeated, for he had powerful protectors behind him. Regardless, this situation might serve her well, providing her with the opportunity to venture alone to the Medicine King Valley. A glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes. She had no intention of succumbing to death so easily. Everything she had done from the moment she was born was for the sake of survival. To her, nothing was more paramount than preserving her life. She would not allow herself to love anyone or care for anything beyond her own existence. With nearly half a month remaining until the 1,000-spider-devouring soul erupted, she must make her way to the Medicine King Valley. There, among the many divine physicians, she might find a remedy for the 1,000-spider-devouring soul curse. It was her sole hope. If even the Medicine King Valley could not provide a solution, then she would have no choice but to accept her fate. Without hesitation, Su Qingqing departed, wielding Jiang Zai. Outside Gusu City, 30 miles away, Qin Jinxia held her sword, Song Shuang, her expression dark as she surveyed the surrounding black-clad figures. Miss Qin, today marks the wedding of Lord Chu and Miss Bai Qingyan. Lord does not wish for you to enter Gusu City, so please turn back. One masked middle-aged man spoke with a grave tone, his presence exuding mastery. Has Chu Jiugong sent you? Qin Jinxia gripped her sword tightly, her expression one of discontent. They had deliberately dispatched people to obstruct her. Were they concerned she might disrupt his wedding? It made sense. Marrying Bai Qingyan would grant him control over the Bai family's wealth, a matter of great significance that could not be allowed to be disturbed by outsiders. Miss Qin, we mean you no harm. You may enter the city tomorrow, the middle-aged man said solemnly. Then I cannot comply with your wishes, Qin Jinxia replied coldly, drawing her sword. If Miss Qin is unwilling to heed our warning, do not blame me for being impolite. The middle-aged man unleashed a murderous intent, unsheathing his sword, its cold aura filling the air. The two sides clashed immediately. After a single exchange, Qin Jinxia was forced back, her face pale with distress. The 13 swords of heaven's ruin. You are indeed sent by Chu Jiugong. According to her knowledge, Chu Jiugong had trained a mysterious faction, among which was one who had mastered the 13 swords of heaven's ruin, a technique consisting of 13 strikes, growing more powerful with each subsequent move. A deadly exchange of life for life. The middle-aged man wasted no words, continuing his assault. Before long, Qin Jinxia sustained injuries, blood flowing from her wounds. Gritting her teeth, she resolved not to linger in battle any longer and dashed toward Gusu City. Once within its walls, capturing her would be a far more arduous task, as she could call upon the strength of the rebirth camp. Chu Jiugong was merciless. She would not be bound by his whims. If he wished to wed Bai Qingyan, it would not be as simple as he desired. Chase her. Upon seeing Qin Jinxia attempt to flee, the middle-aged man's expression shifted, and he pursued her without hesitation. After a brief chase, however, Qin Jinxia's figure vanished. The middle-aged man and his companions halted. Boss, shall we continue the pursuit? A nearby black-clad man asked quietly. The middle-aged man scoffed. What are we chasing for? The task assigned by the leader has been completed. Now we shall head into the city for drinks. Honestly, how did I perform just now? He was Yin Bei, an assassin from the Listening Snow Tower, who also practiced the 13 swords of heaven's ruin. As for the individual Qin Jinxia spoke of, he was nothing in comparison to him. This time, he had come at Yi Lingtian's behest to stage a performance with a simple aim, to incite a rift between Qin Jinxia and Chu Jiugong. Indeed, Chu Jiugong was exceptional. One of the four lords of the Great Zhou, holding substantial military power and formidable strength. Moreover, he was a cultured scholar, excelling in poetry, music, and art, captivating countless women across Jiangnan. Having maintained his stronghold in Jiangnan for many years, Chu Jiugong had amassed a host of talented individuals, with even the rebirth camp lending support. His foundation growing ever more robust, no one daring to underestimate him. Should the Great Zhou fall into the turmoil experienced 18 years prior, he might very well have the opportunity to claim the throne. As for Qin Jinxia, she possessed an enigmatic connection to Chu Jiugong. Haha, the boss performed splendidly. The other black-clad figures chuckled in agreement. Let us go today, my treat. Yin Bei waved his hand, leading the group away. Chapter 56. Distant knowledge is not snow. For there is an underlying fragrance approaching. Fenglei City, one of the central cities of the Great Zhou, derived its name from the unpredictable weather of the region, where winds surged and thunder roared, ever-changing. In the morning, the skies might be clear and bright, yet by afternoon, dark clouds could loom, heralding a tempest. The city bustled with activity. Throngs of people and a cacophony of vendors filled the streets, while numerous brothels, taverns, tea houses, and restaurants lined the sides, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The weather was pleasant. Lingtian strolled through the city with his hands clasped behind his back. He happened upon a vendor selling books, the proprietor appearing rather unremarkable. Lingtian approached, casually picking up a book and flipping through its pages. The dog barks at the cottage door. The traveler returns in the snowstorm. The vendor responded, distant knowledge is not snow, for there is an underlying fragrance approaching. Lingtian regarded the man. The vendor lowered his voice, reporting to the leader. Yin Bei has sent word via carrier pigeon. The task has been accomplished. Lingtian nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. As I walked along, I noticed the skies were clear. They say Fenglei City is unpredictable. Has there been any significant commotion recently? The vendor replied, yesterday, there was a thunderstorm, and a prominent figure perished. Do not be fooled by today's fair weather. Rain may very well follow. It seems I must find a place to take shelter from the rain. Lingtian chuckled, placing the book back and proceeding forward. Fenglei City is home to two major factions, the City Lord's Mansion and the Fenglei Sect. A prominent figure? It seems one of the leaders from either of these factions has met their end. Fenglei City is indeed a place of tempestuous change. Huansha Tower. As Lingtian walked, he came upon an establishment of ill repute. A fine place indeed. His eyes gleamed with interest, and he stepped inside. In a concealed alleyway, a black-clad man spoke with a peculiar expression. Lingtian is truly incorrigible. Who would have thought he would enter a brothel upon arriving in Fenglei City? The more treacherous and lethal the hidden weapon, the less conspicuous it often appears. When you habitually underestimate someone, it signifies that your vision has been obscured. Nearby, a man clad in blue played with a flying dagger, which bore a single character, Tang. A fierce tiger pays no mind to a color-changing insect. Excessive contemplation often leads to the loss of one's quarry ahead. The black-clad man replied with a faint smile. The blue-clad man chuckled but then suddenly froze, his smile faltering. He gazed at the entrance of Huansha Tower, where a man clad in a gray robe, wielding a long sword, wore a foolish expression as he scratched his head, curiously fixated on the door, seemingly hesitating on whether to enter. How did Tang Ruoyu come to Fenglei City? Wasn't he under confinement? The blue-clad man's brow furrowed. The man in black lamented, this fellow has been clamoring to roam the martial world. This time, having departed from the Tang sect, he shall undoubtedly not return for a while. This situation is troublesome. Given his character, he is likely to cause trouble tonight, which will be difficult to manage. The man in blue coldly replied, is that the crux of the matter? The key issue is that the moment this young man arrived in Wind Thunder City, he intended to frequent the pleasure houses, which is indeed a disgrace to our Tang sect. The man in black smirked. You just mentioned that the more perilous and lethal hidden weapons are, the less conspicuous they appear. Yet, I must assert that the more ostentatiously a hunter makes their entrance, the deeper they tend to conceal their true nature. The man in blue remained silent, his gaze fixed coldly on the young man at the entrance of the pleasure house. A prodigy had emerged from the Tang sect, possessing formidable cultivation talent, rarely finding an opponent among his peers and adored by the elders. Alas, he was too innocent, unaware of the treacherous nature of the martial world. This referred to the young man at the entrance of the pleasure house. Tang Ruoyu, esteemed young master, what would you like to drink? Upon entering the Huansha building, a seductive and beautiful woman in a red dress approached Lingtian with a charming laugh. Her curvaceous figure reminiscent of a ripe peach, exuding an alluring fragrance. Lingtian extended his hand, swiftly grazing the woman's hip. The woman instinctively dodged, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. Lingtian casually waved. Bring me 2 young and beautiful ladies. I am not short of money indeed. The woman in red stifled a laugh. Young master, this is your first time in Wind Thunder City, I presume. You may be unaware of the rules in our Huansha building. Our ladies only perform arts, not serve drinks, let alone offer their bodies. How intriguing. Since that is the rule here, I shall not impose. Please bring forth the house's exquisite wines and dishes, Lingtian replied nonchalantly, taking a seat and idly playing with a wine glass on the table, exuding an air of nonchalance. The woman in red continued. We also have a rule that guests wishing to dine here must deposit 100 taels of silver. Such a rule exists? Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Huh. Where did this bumpkin come from? Not even knowing the rules of Huansha building. This is a refined establishment. Those of humble means naturally have no right to enter. A group of patrons nearby laughed heartily. Lingtian quipped, if this is a place of refinement, how could one allow the stench of money to taint it? Are you all merely here to feign elegance? The crowd fell momentarily silent, taken aback by his words. Yet, the woman in red smiled sweetly. The sisters of Huansha building also need to make a living. We rely on the support of esteemed guests. We perform arts, and you enjoy the spectacle. It's mutually beneficial. That is indeed a valid point. Lingtian nodded with a smile, then turned to the others. What this lady says is quite astute. This is true artistry. Unlike you roughnecks who, lacking any understanding, foolishly mock me for appearing impoverished. Little do you realize, while I lavishly spend on the top courtesan, you are still toiling away for others. Arrogant. Lingtian's words offended those present, inciting great displeasure. How dare he insult them as uncouth? A young man wielding a folding fan frowned, his expression icy as he regarded Lingtian. I am Feng Huojun from the Feng family of Wind Thunder City. May I inquire where you hail from? Several disciples of the Feng family stood by, their faces filled with contempt for Lingtian. Humph. This man does not even understand the rules of Huansha building. He is clearly an outsider. Now that young Master Feng has spoken, let's see how he handles this. What a joke. The Feng family of Wind Thunder City is a prestigious family with profound roots and formidable strength. To flaunt wealth before young Master Feng is a sign of ignorance. They sneered, eager for the impending spectacle. Lingtian cast a glance at Feng Huojun. Feng family. Feng Huojun, I have never heard of you. Do not presume to act grand before me. A glint of coldness flickered in Feng Huojun's eyes as he retorted. You haven't heard of the Feng family? Have you at least heard of the Wind Thunder sect? Our Feng family is one of the 2 core families of the Wind Thunder sect, so now you should be aware. Oh, the Wind Thunder sect? I have indeed heard of it. Upon entering the city earlier, I heard there was a death. Could it be someone from the Wind Thunder sect? Lingtian said nonchalantly. You. Feng Huojun snapped his folding fan shut, his expression darkening. Indeed, what you said is correct. The deceased was indeed from the Wind Thunder sect. Feng Huo. Feng Huo was not only the head of the Feng family, but also the leader of the Wind Thunder sect and Feng Huojun's uncle. His death was well known throughout Wind Thunder City, yet few dared to mention it. Lingtian's casual mention of it infuriated Feng Huojun. It seems I have struck a chord. Since there has been a death, one would expect a certain decorum, yet here you are, reveling as if your family is celebrating a joyous occasion. Lingtian mused. Having gleaned some useful information, the Wind Thunder sect was composed of the Feng and Lei families, and the alternation of leadership had long been a tradition. The death of a leader constituted a significant loss for the sect. Who could have committed such an act? Ordinary enemies would not dare to act against him. Could it possibly be that some treasure of the Wind Thunder sect had attracted unwanted attention? Perhaps the Lei Yuan Pearl? A glimmer of contemplation passed through Lingtian's eyes. The Wind Thunder sect indeed possessed a treasure known as the Lei Yuan Pearl, which could shield one from lightning. Extraordinarily mysterious. Thus, it was highly probable that Feng Huo's murder was orchestrated by either the Net or the Rebirth Camp. This matter involved the Yaowang Valley. If the Net and the Rebirth Camp had detected Chang Baitsao's appearance in the Yaowang Valley a decade ago, they would undoubtedly head there. However, gaining entry to the Yaowang Valley was no simple feat. The valley was shrouded in mystery, belonging to the realm of seclusion, without a guide from within. Outsiders could not gain access. At the second entrance of the Yaowang Valley lay a terrifying thunder canyon, where even grandmasters would suffer dire consequences upon entry. Coincidentally, the Lei Yuan Pearl had the ability to evade lightning. Thus, both factions would undoubtedly seek to acquire the Lei Yuan Pearl from the Wind Thunder sect to gain safe passage into the Yaowang Valley. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the Lei Yuan Pearl had already been seized by these 2 factions. Of course, one could not rule out the involvement of other forces. As many sought entry into the Yaowang Valley, especially those gravely ill and nearing death. The onlookers exchanged peculiar glances. Although Yi Lingtian's words were harsh, they were undeniably factual. Feng Hao had died, and Feng Yin was not mourning but instead reveling, which was indeed peculiar. You seek death. A murderous glint filled Feng Yan's eyes as he immediately took action, and the other disciples of the Feng family rushed forward. Stop. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before Yi Lingtian, swiftly subduing Feng Yin and his companions to the ground with a series of strikes. The onlookers stared in astonishment at the newcomer. It was a youth of 17 or 18, clad in a gray robe, adorned with a piece of jade at his waist, wielding a peculiar long sword. Exuding an extraordinary demeanor, the newcomer was none other than Tang Ruoyu. The woman in red's gaze fell upon the long sword in Tang Ruoyu's hand, a hint of intrigue gracing her features. Who are you? How dare you strike me? Do you know my identity? Feng Yin glared at Tang Ruoyu, seething with rage as he lay on the ground. Tang Ruoyu, one foot resting on a chair, declared proudly, Tang sect, Tang Ruoyu. What? Tang? Tang sect? Upon hearing the name, Feng Yin and his companions' expressions instantly shifted. The surrounding crowd also stiffened. While the Wind Thunder sect held some esteem in Wind Thunder City, it paled in comparison to the Tang sect, a lineage that had endured for a millennium. Flee. Feng Yin struggled to rise, disregarding his pain. As he clumsily made his escape from the scene, the remaining disciples of the Feng family hurriedly fled for their lives. Yi Lingtian turned to Tang Ruoyu and chuckled, I am grateful to this brother for coming to my aid. I am Yi Lingtian. Our meeting is fated, and I would like to treat you to a drink. He was contemplating how to scheme for that item in Fenglei City, and now an opportunity had presented itself. Tang Ruoyu also quickly clasped his fists and replied, in that case, I shall not be polite. With that, he directly sat beside Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian looked at the woman in the red dress and commanded, bring us some wine. A mere 100 taels of silver, even if I cannot provide it. My brother Tang here certainly can. The woman in red smiled gently, said nothing more, and immediately instructed the waiter to serve wine for the two. Once the fine wine was presented, Yi Lingtian poured 2 cups and said to Tang Ruoyu, Brother Tang, let us toast. Cheers. Tang Ruoyu heartily lifted his cup, clinking it with Yi Lingtian's before drinking it down in one gulp. More. Yi Lingtian poured again. After several cups, Tang Ruoyu exclaimed excitedly, how exhilarating. So this is the world of Jianghu. Brothers across the seas, a jar of fine wine, and a few dishes. What a delight. Suddenly, Tang Ruoyu seemed to remember something and remarked, Brother Yi, why does your name sound so familiar? Ah yes, it is the same as that wasteful young master of Tianmen. Yi Lingtian smiled and replied, there are many people with the same name in this world. It is hardly surprising. Indeed, I observe that Brother Yi possesses extraordinary demeanor and elegance. You could not possibly be that wastrel. Tang Ruoyu nodded, dismissing the thought. Yi Lingtian then called for more fine wine. In a room within Huansha Tower, a gentle voice emerged from behind a screen. What do you think? The woman in red shook her head and said, Yi Lingtian does not leave a good impression on me. He speaks indiscriminately and lacks intelligence, destined to achieve little. Just as the rumors suggest. However, I believe another person would pique your interest more. Oh, the woman behind the screen expressed curiosity. The woman in red continued. Tang Ruoyu of the Tang sect. Tang Ruoyu, the odd one from the Tang sect, born with immense strength and exceptional talent. He entered the master realm before the age of 18. Quite remarkable. The woman behind the screen praised. He wields the July Flowing Fire. The woman in red added. July Flowing Fire, one of the Tang sect's divine weapons, ranks 13th in the sword rankings. It seems the Tang sect values him highly. The woman behind the screen mused. You may have a chance to meet him. He is new to the Jianghu and possesses a simple mind. If we can utilize him, much can be accomplished. The woman in red contemplated. That depends on whether he has the qualifications to stand before me. From behind the screen, a woman of exquisite beauty and grace emerged. Her delicate features veiled, emanating an aura of mystery. Chapter 58. The Malice of Human Hearts, a Wealthy Lord Bang. After several cups of wine, Tang Ruoyu's face flushed, and he collapsed onto the table, thoroughly intoxicated. Yi Lingtian nudged him, Brother Yi, drink up. Tang Ruoyu suddenly sat up, only to crash down again with a thud. Seeing this, Yi Lingtian couldn't help but chuckle and wave to the woman in the red dress. Miss, the bill. The woman in red approached with a smile, stating, 4 jugs of fine wine, 6 dishes of snacks. And the performance fee for the sisters in Huansha Tower totals 108 taels, plus a deposit of 100 taels, making a total of 208 taels. You need only pay 200. 200 taels? How exorbitant. Yi Lingtian frowned slightly. The woman in red laughed lightly. Such are the prices at Huansha Tower. We are honest in our dealings. If you cannot afford it, do not come here. To eat and drink, yet complain of the cost, is utterly ridiculous. You look like a pauper. I suspect you scraped together a few taels and think yourself wealthy. You are about to be embarrassed. The surrounding patrons wore expressions of disdain, mocking them as uncouth. Yet what of it? They had the money to enjoy the finer things here. Without wealth, one lacks even the qualification to seek refinement. A mere 200 taels. I am not so impoverished that I cannot produce it. Lingtian replied nonchalantly. But when he reached into his pocket, he found nothing. Where's my money? Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Ha! This is hilarious. You truly came here to dine and dash. Laughter erupted among the crowd. The woman in red, still smiling, said, Young master, if you cannot pay for your consumption here at Huansha Tower, you may find yourself losing a hand or a foot. Lingtian reached for Feng Huojun, rummaging through his belongings, and finally produced 1,000 taels in banknotes. He casually placed 2 notes on the table, pocketing the rest. Who says this young master is broke? Is this not money? Shameless. A robber. Brazen. The onlookers were astounded by Lingtian's audacity. Taking advantage of someone else's drunkenness to settle the bill and pocketing the remainder was truly shameless. Lingtian surveyed the crowd. What do you understand? This youth is new to the Jianghu and unaware of its treachery. Carrying so much money with him, he will inevitably attract attention. As his friend, is it wrong for me to safeguard it for him? The crowd merely regarded Lingtian in silence. Daring to take from someone of the Tang sect was quite bold indeed. The woman in red remarked with a smile, Huansha Tower only cares for money. How you acquired it is of no concern to us. Quite insightful. Lingtian nodded lightly. Smack. He then playfully slapped the woman in red on her pert backside. The sound crisp and startling, the elasticity astonishing. Stung by the suddenness of it, the woman in red glared at Lingtian. You? Ha! A wealthy lord indeed. Lingtian produced another 100 tael note and placed it on the table before swaggering out of Huansha Tower. The woman in red glared at his departing figure. Her anger boiling. Lingtian was indeed a rogue. Gulp. The surrounding patrons fixated on the woman in red's shapely form, swallowing hard. Wishing it had been them who had made a move earlier. Which man comes here merely to indulge in refinement? They had their eyes set on the beauties of Huansha Tower. The thrill of desire unfulfilled heightened their cravings to an unprecedented level. In an alleyway, kid. Weren't you quite arrogant before? Why the silence now? Feng Yin and a dozen disciples from the Feng family surrounded Lingtian, all wielding weapons, exuding murderous intent. Lingtian smiled and replied, There is no need to say much to a corpse. Too bad it is you who will die. Kill him. Feng Yin waved his hand, filled with murderous intent. The disciples brandished their weapons and charged at Lingtian. Swish. Lingtian's figure flickered and blood splattered. Ah! A chorus of screams erupted as several Feng family disciples clutched their necks, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from their wounds, all perishing. Lingtian appeared before Feng Yin, effortlessly gripping his neck. You! Feng Yin's heart trembled in fear as terror washed over him. He had never expected that a dozen of his comrades would be slain by this man, filling him with dread. Lingtian tightened his grip slightly. I am the young master of the Feng family. Should you dare to harm me? Feng Yin trembled as he spoke. Crack! Before Feng Yin could finish, Lingtian instantly snapped his neck. Tossing Feng Yin's lifeless body to the ground, Lingtian walked out of the alley. As if the earlier events were of no concern to him. The situation at Feng Lei sect was dire. Their leader had perished. And losing a few more disciples was hardly unexpected. On the street, a crowd gathered before a wall, attentively reading a notice. The Feng Lei sect was earnestly seeking martial arts experts, offering generous rewards for those interested to come and try their luck. Try your luck? More like seeking death. With the Feng Lei sect now under the watchful eyes of many powerful individuals, who would dare venture there? Unless one had a death wish. According to rumors, there may be a fierce battle at the Wind Thundergate tonight. Thus, the second master of Wind Thundergate, Lei Chong, intends to invite martial arts practitioners to collectively resist the impending conflict. The rewards are quite substantial, yet regrettably, we may not live to claim them. It is better to merely observe. The crowd murmured among themselves. With Feng Hao dead, the enemies of Wind Thundergate must be extraordinarily formidable. Who would dare to wade into such treacherous waters? Lingtian fixed his gaze upon the announcement on the wall, a hint of amusement gracing his features. It seems I must make a visit to Wind Thundergate. The Lei Yuan Pearl has surely yet to be retrieved, otherwise, the current tense atmosphere would not prevail. The Lei Yuan Pearl is an opportunity not to be missed, as is the chance to acquire master-level true essence. Wind Thunder Gate is located in the northern part of the city, where dozens of ancient residences stand in a row, imposing and magnificent. Within 100 meters of Wind Thunder Gate, few dare approach, giving it an air of desolation and oppression. Particularly at this moment, the situation is exceedingly precarious, causing the citizens of the northern city to refrain from venturing out for fear of attracting trouble. In front of one of the grand residences, the main house of Wind Thunder Gate stands. The main door is open, with 2 stone lions standing guard, and a plaque hangs high, inscribed with the words Wind Thunder Gate in a dragon and phoenix style, exuding an overwhelming aura that instills an invisible pressure. Lingtian donned a black robe, masked his face, and wielded a long sword wrapped in cloth as he appeared before the grand residence. Chapter 59. The world is bustling. All for profit, esteemed guest. What brings you here? A courteous guard inquired. Lingtian replied indifferently. Master Lei has extended an invitation to martial arts practitioners. I have come for a drink. Upon hearing this, the guard's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect as he promptly said, Please, come inside. Given the dire circumstances surrounding Wind Thunder Gate, although Lei Chong had widely invited skilled fighters, no one dared to approach. Even those factions that usually maintained amicable relations with Wind Thunder Gate chose to watch from the sidelines at such a critical moment, which was quite lamentable. Lingtian nodded lightly and proceeded into the grand residence. Upon entering, he was greeted by an opulent courtyard featuring a pond, a bamboo grove, and a garden, with the ground paved in white jade stone, exquisitely patterned. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man clad in a purple gold robe, robust in stature and possessing a resolute demeanor, sat alone playing chess. This man was none other than Lei Chong, the second master of Wind Thunder Gate, a practitioner at the initial stage of the master level. As a generation's master, he was already a formidable presence within the martial world. Throughout Wind Thunder City, there were no more than 3 masters of his caliber. The reason why powerful factions like the Heavenly Gate have endured for millennia without being provoked is their deep-rooted heritage, bolstered by masters and even more formidable Grand Masters. It is worth noting that each Grand Master holds the power to determine the rise and fall of a faction, rendering them exceptionally noteworthy. While a master may not be on par with a Grand Master, they are still capable of establishing their own sects and wield significant strength, warranting respect. As a master at the initial stage, Lei Chong could only contend with 2 individuals in Wind Thunder City, the late Feng Huojun and the city lord. Upon seeing Lingtian, Lei Chong slowly placed down his chess piece and clasped his fists, stating, Your presence at Wind Thunder Gate during such a tumultuous time is quite surprising. Lingtian replied, In this world, all seek profit. There is no need for surprise. Lei Chong nodded thoughtfully. That is indeed true. However, I have promised financial rewards, which may hold some allure for the average person. Yet I suspect that such incentives hold no appeal for someone of your caliber. Therefore, your objective must lie elsewhere. Lingtian declared, I seek the Lei Yuan Pearl. It seems your intentions align with those of others, Lei Chong remarked, his expression complex. Lingtian shook his head. I am not like them. Not like them. Lei Chong regarded Lingtian with suspicion. Lingtian continued, While they seek the Lei Yuan Pearl to annihilate Wind Thunder Gate, I, though I desire the pearl, can assist you in vanquishing those who threaten you. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Lei Chong's eyes. He scrutinized Lingtian, musing. The calamity befalling the Lei Gate stems from the Lei Yuan Pearl. If I were to willingly relinquish it, I could avert the impending disaster. Yet, I cannot bring myself to do so. My elder brother was slain, and Wind Thunder Gate will not compromise on this matter. If you can aid me in eliminating our aggressors, I would gladly offer the Lei Yuan Pearl, but you doubt my strength, Lingtian interjected calmly. Lei Chong refrained from arguing, his voice solemn. You may be unaware of the enemy's Wind Thunder Gate faces, the Web, the Afterlife Camp, and the Tang clan. My elder brother, a mid-stage master, struggles to resist them. It is not that I doubt your strength. Rather, the average person cannot cope with such a situation. At this point, his mood turned despondent. Tonight is a desperate gamble. He has already arranged for the disciples of Wind Thunder Gate to be sheltered, leaving only him and a few elders to hold the fort. After this battle, Wind Thunder Gate may very well vanish entirely, and he has no confidence in surviving. After all, his adversaries are titans of the martial world. Many factions that usually allied with Wind Thunder Gate now refrain from stepping forward. And Lei Chong finds no surprise in this. He merely hopes that they do not take advantage of the chaos. Take a gamble, regardless of the outcome. You stand to lose nothing, Lingtian suggested. Lei Chong gazed deeply at Lingtian, then smiled in resignation. Indeed, a gamble it shall be. No matter the outcome, I shall not suffer loss. Given the dire straits we find ourselves in, should you truly possess the strength to confront our foes, you would easily claim the Lei Yuan Pearl. The fact that you are still here conversing suggests either that you seek something else, or that you wish to fish in troubled waters. Yet, none of this matters. If you can indeed navigate the waters and secure the Lei Yuan Pearl, it is a testament to your ability and far better than it falling into the hands of those wretched foes. While time is still on our side, why not engage in a game of chess with me? Lei Chong proposed with a light smile. Yi Lingtian promptly sat across from Lei Chong, and the two began their match. As moments passed, they played 3 games, with Yi Lingtian winning all 3. Lei Chong sighed lightly. Your chess skills are remarkable. I am humbled. When the mind is in disarray, mistakes are easily made, Yi Lingtian replied, glancing at the sky, which had darkened silently as clouds loomed overhead, creating an oppressive atmosphere, signaling an impending rain. Master. Several elders approached, one of whom handed a long knife to Lei Chong. Receiving the knife, Lei Chong remarked with a smile, this blade has not tasted blood in many years. After tonight, it may never have the chance again. Just then, the door of the grand residence creaked open. Lei Chong and the others tensed, fearing an enemy had arrived, but were met instead by a young man clad in a gray robe who stepped inside. The newcomer was none other than Tang Ruoyu, July's fiery flow, a member of the Tang clan. Lei Chong fixed his gaze intently on the sword in Tang Ruoyu's hand, wondering if the Tang clan was the first to strike. The previous night, a member of the Tang clan had appeared, but regrettably, the Lei Yuan Pearl was in his possession, and he had been outside the city, preventing the 3 major factions from seizing it. Now that he had returned to Wind Thundergate, the 3 major factions would certainly not relent. The elders wore grave expressions, gripping their weapons tightly, prepared for action. 10 meters ahead, Tang Ruoyu halted and slightly cupped his fists, stating, I am Tang Ruoyu of the Tang clan. Hearing that Wind Thundergate is in trouble, I have come to see what I can do. Lei Chong was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Tang Ruoyu's intentions, and replied, surely you have come for the Lei Yuan Pearl as well? An elder from the Tang clan was gravely ill and urgently needed to seek treatment from the Medicine King Valley, which was why the Tang clan had set their sights on the Lei Yuan Pearl. Tang Ruoyu waved his hand dismissively. The Lei Yuan Pearl? Lacking any particular interest. The young man had merely ventured into the martial world to witness the prowess of the masters. He had heard whispers that this night would host many formidable warriors, and he sought the opportunity to engage in some friendly sparring. As he entered this realm, he was eager to gauge the strength of the skilled fighters within. Lei Chong's expression turned peculiar. However, Tang Ruoyu paid him no heed, boldly seating himself beside him. He hastily poured a cup of tea from the kettle and drank it down in one gulp, muttering, that Yi Lingtian is truly despicable. I considered him a friend. Yet he seized my silver notes while I was intoxicated. The martial world is indeed treacherous. Chapter 60, A Swift Sword. I shall strike. Lei Chong regarded Tang Ruoyu thoughtfully. This youth was unlike others from the Tang clan, appearing somewhat naive. Yet, could a naive youth truly wield the Tang clan's treasured artifact, the July flowing fire? For a moment, he found it difficult to discern the depths of Tang Ruoyu's character. You seem to be a master. Would you care to spar with me? Tang Ruoyu's gaze fell upon Yi Lingtian, sensing that this cloaked figure was far from ordinary. Wearing a mask, he exuded an aura of mystery, suggesting formidable strength. Yi Lingtian replied indifferently, not interested. Without further inquiry, Tang Ruoyu resumed sipping his tea. Half an hour passed. Thunder roared and fierce winds howled, with a light drizzle transforming into a torrential downpour. Lei Chong had organized matters, leaving only the 3 of them in the courtyard. Suddenly, the thunder grew louder, and the light rain morphed into a torrential downpour. Lei Chong's expression turned grave as he fixated on the entrance, aware that enemies were approaching. The estate was now surrounded, with masters appearing at various positions. Tang Ruoyu tightened his grip on his sword and slowly rose, glancing at his drenched attire. This bothersome rain has soaked my clothes. Yet the impending masters excite me greatly. His eyes sparkled with fervent anticipation for the forthcoming duel. Lei Chong shot a look at Tang Ruoyu and declared, if my wind and thunder sect can weather this storm tonight, I would be willing to offer you 10,000 taels of silver in exchange for an exquisite outfit. Agreed. Tang Ruoyu's eyes lit up. Excellent. Lei Chong laughed heartily. Regardless of Tang Ruoyu and Yi Lingtian's motives, their willingness to stand with him in this moment was enough. Boom. A blinding flash of lightning struck, severing a large tree in the courtyard. Bang. The gate of the wind and thunder sect was blasted open by a terrifying force. Hurtling toward the 3 of them, Lei Chong stepped forward, wielding his long knife with a fierce slash, shattering the gate. His gaze sharpened. A dozen cloaked figures entered, brandishing chilling weapons, led by a one-eyed man carrying a curving, snake-like silver sword, radiating an aura of immense power, an existence at the mid-level of the Master Realm. The torrential rain poured, and thunder rolled. Lei Chong gripped his knife tightly, staring at the one-eyed man, solemnly stating, "Silver Snake, a level 3 killer from the net of assassins." "What? He is a level 3 killer from the net of assassins?" Tang Ruoyu exclaimed, exhilarated. He had not expected to encounter such a formidable opponent so soon after entering the martial world. Without hesitation, Tang Ruoyu stepped forward, adrenaline surging, and addressed Lei Chong. "Sect leader Lei Chong, allow me to face him. I wish to spar." Lei Chong was taken aback. Was this youth truly seeking a spar? It felt strange, yet he nodded. Very well. He, too, was curious to witness Tang Ryu's capabilities, especially since he wielded the July flowing fire from the Tang clan. The Silver Snake's gaze fell upon the sword in Tang Ryu's hand, July flowing fire, a little one from the Tang clan. Tang Ryu leaped forward, cupping his fists in greeting, "Tang clan, Tang Ryu." An annoying fellow, Silver Snake's eyes gleamed with malice, and he unsheathed his sword, launching a vicious strike at Tang Ryu. An overwhelming wave of sword energy surged forth, dark and dominating. Tang Ryu swiftly evaded, retreating 10 meters. What a swift sword. Tang Ryu touched his face. Feeling a shallow cut from the blade, blood trickling down, washed away by the rain. In that moment, he was filled with exhilaration. The thrill was intoxicating. The old masters of the Tang clan had not misled him. The martial world indeed harbored many adept fighters. Interesting, a master at the initial stage. Silver Snake lunged again, intent on overwhelming Tang Ryu. Excellent. It is time for me to strike. Tang Ryu plunged the July flowing fire into the ground, clenched his fist, and unleashed a powerful punch towards Silver Snake. Bang! His fist crashed against Silver Snake's sword, releasing a formidable force that shook the ground, causing the white jade tiles to shatter and rain to scatter. Boom! The tremendous backlash sent Silver Snake staggering back several meters, crashing into a stone pillar before finally halting. 7-kill fist. Silver Snake spat blood, his face pale, eyes filled with disbelief. A mere master at the initial stage had managed to repel him with a single punch. The power behind that strike was terrifying, instilling a profound sense of caution within him. The 7-kill fist was inherently domineering, but under this youth's execution, it was even more fearsome. It seemed as though he possessed innate strength. The might he unleashed was astonishing. Remarkable. Lei Chong was equally stunned, disbelief etched on his face. According to Silver Snake, Tang Ryu should possess the cultivation of an initial stage master. Yet he had managed to send a mid-level master like Silver Snake flying with one blow, truly daunting. Yi Lingtian remarked softly. I had heard rumors of a prodigy emerging from the Tang clan, possessing innate strength and exceptional talent, entering the master realm before the age of 18. It appears these tales hold truth. Tang Ryu indeed possesses formidable prowess. Lei Chong sighed, a bittersweet smile crossing his lips. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed forward the waves behind. This world rightfully belonged to the youth. Yet, for Yi Lingtian to merely state that Tang Ryu had some strength was an understatement. It was simply extraordinary. Contemplating this, Lei Chong turned his gaze toward Yi Lingtian. Perhaps he was the stronger one. To withstand my 7-kill fist, he is indeed a master. Tang Ryu was invigorated, even within the Tang clan. Few could endure his punch at the mid-level of the master realm. The fact that Silver Snake could withstand it filled him with delight. Come again. Tang Ryu tightened his fists and charged at Silver Snake. Silver Snake's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Yet he understood that Tang Ryu's punching technique was far too overwhelming to take head-on. He resorted to the shadow-killing technique, continuously evading while seeking an opportunity to counter. The formidable punch technique required the accumulation of immense strength to unleash overwhelming power, which naturally slowed his speed and drained his energy. If Silver Snake could find an opening, he could swiftly incapacitate Tang Ryu. Silver Snake's form became a blur, appearing from various angles with astonishing speed and unpredictability. Any ordinary person who encountered him would surely perish. Is this the shadow-killing technique? Tang Ryu mused, recognizing its enigmatic nature. Although his punching technique was fierce, it had slowed slightly, and prolonged engagement could prove disadvantageous. Lei Chong's voice grew serious. This is becoming grave. Yi Lingtian shook his head. It's not that simple. The 7-kill fist is a dominating technique, while it does slow speed. Do not forget, the Tang clan possesses another technique, the 7 absolute steps. Lei Chong's gaze sharpened as he named the Tang clan's elusive footwork. The combination of the 7 absolute steps with the 7-kill fist produced a devastating effect. The Tang clan excelled in mechanisms, darts, and and poisons, akin to assassins. Thus they undoubtedly placed great emphasis on agility. Chapter 61. Level 2. The green-faced Wolf King. Lightning flashed, and thunder roared as the rain poured down. Utilizing the shadow-killing technique, Silver Snake effectively concealed himself. Despite the overwhelming nature of Tang Ruiyu's punch technique, he struggled to close the distance. Conversely, Silver Snake struck with precision, delivering vicious blows that left Tang Ruiyu with numerous sword wounds, blood cascading down. Truly, the assassins of the net of assassins are formidable. However, those skilled in agility are not limited to him alone. Tang Ruiyu clenched his fist, gazing sternly in all directions, surrounded by the shimmering phantoms of silver snakes. Unable to discern which one was real and which was an illusion. 7 absolute steps. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes as his figure instantaneously vanished from sight. Moving with astonishing speed. Bang, bang, bang. He swiftly unleashed a flurry of punches, shattering the phantoms one after another. Suddenly, he struck the genuine form of the silver snake, his fist landing squarely on its abdomen. Boom. The silver snake was sent flying, blood spurting from its mouth, leaving a long trail of crimson on the ground, splattering water everywhere. Cough, cough. Steadying itself, the silver snake coughed lightly, laboriously propping itself up with its sword, slowly rising to face Tang Ruiyu. An unprecedented gravity in its gaze. This youth is truly a monster. He is no match for him. Furthermore, the opponent had yet to draw his sword or employ any concealed weapons. It is well known that the most fearsome aspect of the Tang sect is its hidden weapons. Should the adversary resort to them, the silver snake would be even more helpless. Master Silver Snake. The surrounding net assassins rushed forward. The silver snake waved its hand lightly, halting their advance. If even it was no match, these men would only be walking to their doom. Impressive, truly impressive. He can still stand. Tang Ruiyu was utterly astonished. No wonder even the elders within the Tang sect regard the net assassins with great trepidation. Encountering just one of them reveals such formidable strength. Truly shocking. The silver snake's expression darkened, feeling that Tang Ruiyu's words were mocking him. Continue. Although I have unleashed several punches, they were merely repetitions of a single strike. I still have 6 punches left, and I will surely obliterate you. Tang Ruiyu's demeanor remained grave. The silver snake trembled, gripping his sword tightly, ready to strike again. Silver Snake, you are no match for him. Retreat. A cold, indifferent voice echoed. From a nearby rooftop emerged a mysterious figure wearing a green wolf mask, wielding a wolf-headed sword, radiating an overwhelming aura that repelled the surrounding rain. Upon seeing this enigmatic person, the silver snake respectfully bowed and decisively retreated. Tang Ruiyu's gaze fell upon the mysterious figure, his expression serious. The aura emanating from this individual exerted tremendous pressure on him. Who are you? Tang Ruiyu inquired. The mysterious figure remained silent, merely observing Tang Ruiyu. He is the net's second-tier assassin, the green-faced Wolf King, Lingtian interjected. And the sword in his hand is named Demon Wolf. No fewer than 10 masters have perished under its blade. The green-faced Wolf King regarded Lingtian with indifference, stating, to be precise, it is 14, and now one more. Second-tier assassins are the true powerhouses. Tang Ruiyu was exceedingly astonished. He turned to Lei Chong. What on earth has the Wind and Thunder sect done to attract such a formidable presence? Lei Chong sighed. I am merely at the initial stage of a master. I am not worthy of summoning a second-tier assassin. If the net desired to kill him, they would only need to send a 4th-tier assassin. Yet here we have 3rd-tier and 2nd-tier assassins. Although their target is the Lei Yuan Pearl, they are not here to deal with the Wind and Thunder sect. They are here to confront the other factions. It is vital to note that the Afterlife Camp and the Tang sect are also vying for it. So the net naturally dispatches experts. Tang Ruiyu clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at the green-faced Wolf King. Regardless of who you are, as long as I, Tang Ruiyu, stand here, you shall not advance a single step. The green-faced Wolf King responded coldly, draw your sword. I wish to witness the might of the 7 moon fire. Your opportunities are few. Against you, what need is there to draw my sword? Tang Ruiyu declared in a deep voice. In the distance, from a concealed position, 2 figures in black and 1 in blue from the Tang sect appeared. The blue-clad man frowned. I knew it. As soon as this Tang Ruiyu appears, trouble will follow. Although his strength is formidable, facing the green-faced Wolf King, he is undoubtedly doomed. The black-clad man shrugged. What has the rush? Didn't Elder 7 come? Just as he spoke, a middle-aged man with an umbrella quietly approached. Greetings, Elder 7. The black-clad and blue-clad men promptly bowed. This was Elder 7 of the Tang sect. Tang Chi, a powerful master at the later stage, and the core figure sent by the Tang sect to compete for the Lei Yuan Pearl. Tang Chi waved his hand gently, gazing at the distant Tang Ryu. It is beneficial for him to suffer a little, otherwise, how would he comprehend the perils of this world? The green-faced Wolf King will strike. I fear Tang Ryu will have no capacity for even the slightest resistance. The blue-clad man remarked, worry flickering in his gaze, fearing that Tang Ryu might perish instantly. He is not so easy to kill, Tang Chi replied nonchalantly. On a pavilion, two women stood beneath the eaves. The woman in the red dress chuckled lightly. How does it feel? Beside her, a veiled woman spoke calmly. To overwhelm the silver snake at the mid-stage of a master with mere initial stage cultivation is indeed impressive. However, against the green-faced Wolf King at the later stage, he is no match. The woman in red remarked, I too feel he is at a disadvantage, though he should be able to hold out for a while. The veiled woman softly replied, Uncle Zhao, rest assured, miss, should I intervene, the green-faced Wolf King shall not leave with the Lei Yuan Pearl. An elderly man with white hair and a mask stepped forward, also a master at the later stage, wielding a long sword wrapped in cloth, emanating a fearsome aura. In the courtyard, the green-faced Wolf King ceased his words, slowly raising his sword. Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted from him, even before drawing the blade. The sword's intent swept outward, scattering the surrounding ring. Sizzle! The demon wolf was unleashed, and the azure sword energy surged toward Tang Ryu. 7-kill fist, Tang Ryu shouted, unleashing a domineering punch, generating a fearsome crimson fist imprint. Boom! The azure sword energy cleaved through the crimson fist imprint in an instant. Its momentum undiminished as it struck toward Tang Ryu. His expression shifted slightly. He immediately swung his fist to defend. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as Tang Ryu was forced back several steps, his arm numb, the skin on his palm split open. So powerful. After regaining his footing, Tang Ryu's expression was grave. The green-faced Wolf King was indeed formidable, far beyond the previous silver snake. Whoosh! The green-faced Wolf King flickered, appearing like a specter, his sword swiftly slicing through the air, unleashing a barrage of sword energy. Tang Ryu frantically swung his fists, desperately resisting, executing the 7-kill fist to its utmost limit. Yet he was being relentlessly pressured. In the face of the green-faced Wolf King's overwhelming strength, Tang Ryu found himself unable to utilize the 7 absolute steps, relegated to passive defense and feeling immensely stifled. Why hasn't young hero Tang yet resorted to concealed weapons or the 7-moon fire? Lei Chong observed, his mood exceedingly grave. As a member of the Tang sect, if Tang Ryu were to employ concealed weapons or the 7-moon fire, he might have a chance to contend with the green-faced Wolf King, yet he bizarrely relied solely on his fists throughout the encounter. Yi Lingtian replied calmly. He will not use concealed weapons, nor can he draw the 7-moon fire. However, his swordsmanship is indeed remarkable. What? Lei Chong was somewhat bewildered. A Tang sect member who would not use concealed weapons? How could that be? Unable to draw his sword? His swordsmanship is remarkable. It all sounded rather strange. Sizzle. Moments later, the green-faced Wolf King appeared 10 meters away, his demon wolf dripping with blood. In the center of the courtyard, Tang Ryu trembled, his complexion pale as he uttered, "What a swift sword." Following his words, numerous sword marks appeared on his body, blood gushing forth, instantly staining him crimson. Bang! Tang Ryu collapsed to the ground, motionless, as if lifeless. Young hero Tang. Upon seeing Tang Ryu fall, Lei Chong's expression changed dramatically. Cough, cough. A series of coughs echoed as Tang Ryu struggled to move a finger, his consciousness fading into a blur. The azure-faced Wolf King was taken aback to see that Tang Ryu still clung to life. Typically, once he drew his sword, the enemy was doomed. He had not anticipated the tenacity of this young man's spirit. Although Tang Ryu had lost his fighting strength and posed no threat, the azure-faced Wolf King refrained from further action, aware that the experts of the Tang sect were lurking nearby. Since you have all had your fill of watching, you may as well reveal yourselves, the azure-faced Wolf King declared indifferently. Boom. As soon as he uttered these words, 8 figures clad in black and wearing ghostly masks appeared, lifting a pitch-black sedan chair that seemed to hover in midair, gracefully descending into the courtyard. The sedan was peculiar, wrapped in numerous iron chains. At first glance, it resembled a massive black coffin more than a traditional chair. 8 ghosts bear the sedan, the Morning Ghost. The azure-faced Wolf King remarked coolly. The Morning Ghost, one of the 4 formidable spirits of the afterlife camp, was a master of the late stage. Cackling. A chilling, eerie laughter emanated from within the sedan, sending shivers down the spines of all present. It seems we have 2 more friends. Come out. The voice of the morning ghost echoed once more. Whoosh. Two middle-aged men suddenly appeared atop the building, one holding an umbrella and the other masked, with flowing white hair. Tang sect, Tang Chi. The azure-faced Wolf King fixed his gaze on the man with the umbrella, his demeanor growing grave. He dared not underestimate the seventh master of the Tang sect. Tang Chi slightly cupped his fists, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Wolf King, for sparing this young rascal. The azure-faced Wolf King replied, I did not hold back. It is simply that he has a strong will to live. Cackling. However, I do not believe I have met the other one. Will you not introduce yourself? The morning ghost inquired with a sinister laugh. All eyes turned to the white-haired man, sensing an aura of dread emanating from him. The white-haired man replied, I am but a dead man. Tang Chi commented, It seems you have many tales to tell. The white-haired man sighed softly, choosing not to elaborate. Since you are a dead man, it would be prudent to reveal your name. My morning stick does not slay nameless beings, the morning ghost taunted. The white-haired man quietly stated, I am Zhao Shanha. As the name Zhao Shanha echoed, a profound silence enveloped the scene, despite the roaring thunder and pouring rain. It felt as though the world had muted, leaving only the reverberation of his name in their minds. Zhao Shanha? How could it be? The morning ghost's voice trembled, betraying an inexplicable fear. Zhao Shanha, it is truly you. Tang Chi and the azure-faced Wolf King exchanged glances, their expressions laden with apprehension. They had not anticipated the arrival of a genuine master. Zhao Shanha spoke slowly. I desire the Thunder Essence Pearl. You may leave. Tang Chi pondered for a moment, swiftly moving to Tang Ryu's side, lifting him with the 7-month flowing fire and decisively departing. With Zhao Shanha making his appearance, lingering would only endanger their lives. Though righteous warriors might typically seek to eradicate those from the outside world, he lacked the strength to do so. While the azure-faced Wolf King and the morning ghost felt wary, they did not withdraw, evidently eager to confront him. 20 years ago, Zhao Shanha was indeed invincible, but the circumstances had changed. He was no longer the Zhao Shanha of yesteryear. Who is this Zhao Shanha? Lei Chong inquired, confusion etched on his face. The three late-stage masters exhibited such caution, highlighting the extraordinary nature of this white-haired man. Yi Lingtian, maintaining his composure, explained, he is Zhao Shanha of the Afterlife Camp. One of the 4 protectors, and was a Grand Master 20 years ago. What? A Grand Master of the Afterlife Camp? Lei Chong gasped, drawing in a sharp breath. He had not anticipated that a mere Thunder Essence Pearl would attract the attention of such a formidable figure. With a Grand Master involved, what was there to fight for? It was better to await death. Yi Lingtian remained unfazed, adding, although he was a Grand Master 20 years ago, he suffered severe injuries during a battle, causing his cultivation to fall to the late stage. Otherwise, the battle at Hanshan Temple would not have led to a total loss. The devastation at Hanshan Temple did not imply the complete annihilation of the Afterlife Camp. Zhao Shanha was merely one of the survivors. Had he been present at Hanshan Temple, his strength combined with that of Qi Qingxi might have turned the tide. What kind of person could inflict such injuries on a Grand Master? Was he beset by other Grand Masters? Lei Chong asked in astonishment. Yi Lingtian replied, the one who injured him, causing his decline, was not a Grand Master, but a woman of masterful caliber. Zhao Shanha, a figure of remarkable talent, had entered the realm of Grand Masters before the age of 30, wielding immense power. With a single mountain river sword, he had caused rivers of blood to flow among various factions, instilling fear in all. Yet, he ultimately fell at the hands of a woman, provoking a sense of lamentation. Lei Chong paused, pondering, could even such a person not escape the clutches of love? Zhao Shanha turned his gaze to Yi Lingtian, intrigued. Yi Lingtian stepped forward, speaking calmly, I desire the Thunder Essence Pearl, and I also seek your lives. How amusing. Although my cultivation has waned, I still possess considerable strength to sweep through the realm of masters, unless you are a Grand Master, Zhao Shanha remarked, his demeanor betraying no hint of concern. Lei Chong gripped his long knife tightly, standing resolutely beside Yi Lingtian. Even if it meant facing death, he would do so standing tall. Then let us first deal with these 2 troublesome fellows, the morning ghost sneered. The 8 bearers of the sedan suddenly hurled it aside, swiftly drawing their cold blades and charging at Yi Lingtian. Chapter 63. You may watch from the sidelines. I shall handle this. As the 8 bearers rushed forward, Yi Lingtian did not draw his sword. Instead, he casually waved his hand, causing 8 droplets of rain to coalesce, shooting forth like sharp, concealed weapons, glistening with a chilling light, swiftly piercing through the curtain of rain. Sizzle. The 8 bearers of the sedan trembled, their foreheads pierced by the rain, blood gushing forth. Bang. 8 corpses crumpled to the ground, their blood mingling with the water, staining the entire courtyard in a surreal, haunting manner. Above, the morning ghost sedan spun a few times before landing steadily on the ground, cackling. Now that was something. The morning ghost laughed heartily, showing no concern for the demise of the 8 bearers. Silver Serpent. The azure-faced Wolf King called out. The silver serpent leapt into action, his sword flashing, cold light radiating from its blade, filling the air with a palpable sense of dread. Despite his injuries from the earlier confrontation with Tang Ryu, he still possessed the capacity to fight. The other members of the black-clad organization immediately surged towards Yi Lingtian. Lei Chong's expression grew serious, gripping his long knife tightly, preparing to strike. Yi Lingtian remained calm, saying, "You may watch from the sidelines. I shall take care of this." As soon as the words left his lips, a terrifying pressure erupted from him, scattering the silver serpent's sword energy, while the black-clad members were reduced to mere blood mist. Whoosh! Yi Lingtian's figure flickered, suddenly appearing before the silver serpent. What? The silver serpent was taken aback, immobilized by Yi Lingtian's speed. Suddenly, he felt a tightening around his neck. A hand had grasped him, and an overwhelming force began to devour his essence. No, this is the silver serpent realized his essence was being consumed. His eyes filled with terror. Sizzle! The azure-faced Wolf King sensed something amiss and swiftly swung his sword at Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian appeared remarkably composed, extending his left hand. The surrounding rain transformed into hundreds of crystalline spikes. Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, these icy projectiles shot towards the azure-faced Wolf King. The azure-faced Wolf King rapidly swung his sword, shattering the icy spikes one after another. Moments later, he had destroyed all the crystalline spikes. The burst of sword energy surged toward Yi Lingtian. At that moment, Yi Lingtian had finished absorbing the silver serpent's essence, casually tossing the silver serpent's body aside. Boom! The azure sword energy struck the silver serpent, cleaving its body in twain, blood splattering forth and innards spilling out. The visage of the azure-faced Wolf King darkened, his eyes beneath the wolf mask emanating a chilling bloodlust. Without uttering a word, the demon wolf unleashed a formidable sword strike, sending forth a blade of energy that spanned several meters, causing the rain from the heavens to halt abruptly, unable to approach this lethal arc of energy. Yi Lingtian extended his hand, and the wrapped sword beside him shot forward, colliding with the sword energy. With a ripping sound, the wrappings disintegrated, revealing a long sword before everyone's eyes. The sword energy erupted, dissipating the formidable attack that had stretched for meters. With a whoosh, the sword returned to Yi Lingtian's grip, though it remained sheathed. Its presence was palpable, an aura of terror enveloping the surroundings. As the sword energy dispersed, the azure-faced Wolf King was forced back a step by the overwhelming force. He fixed his gaze on the sword in Yi Lingtian's hand, his voice low and heavy. "Listening Rain Sword, you are the Night Owl." No one knew what the Night Owl truly looked like. Yet he bore a most conspicuous emblem, the Listening Rain Sword. The Night Owl's sword was never far from his side. Anyone who had witnessed it being drawn had invariably met their demise. Over the years, many assassins from the Web of Death had fallen to the Night Owl, with no fewer than 10 masters among them. This figure was shrouded in mystery. Even the strongest intelligence agency of the Web of Death struggled to uncover any of his secrets. He moved like a shadow in the night, leaving behind a trail of bloodshed and employing ruthlessly brutal methods. The Night Owl had claimed numerous lives within the rebirth camp. The voice of the mournful specter resonated, now devoid of its previous oddity, instead tinged with a chilling thirst for blood. The Night Owl was an exceedingly enigmatic being, unaffiliated with any faction, straddling the line between good and evil, having slain powerful figures from both the Web of Death and the rebirth camp. Moreover, many righteous individuals had also perished at his hands, perhaps even exceeding the total from the aforementioned factions combined. Just half a year ago, it was rumored that a high-ranking official from the Great Zhou had met his end by this very individual's hand. He operated without restraint, instilling fear in all who heard his name. What? He is the Night Owl? Lei Chong stared in astonishment at Yi Lingtian, disbelief etched across his face. He was well aware of the infamous reputation of the Night Owl, a true ruthless figure who left a trail of carnage wherever he went. In the realm of martial arts, how many were there who did not know the name of the Night Owl? It could be said that anyone who provoked this individual, regardless of their background or origins, ultimately faced death. He acted without hesitation, slaying both righteous and wicked with a single stroke of his sword, his ferocity renowned. The mere thought of having been in close proximity to such a figure for several hours sent shivers down his spine. Years away from the martial world, and yet it seems to have birthed many talents, Zhao Shanhua mused softly. The listening rain sword, ranked 6th on the sword ranking list, was, to his knowledge, wielded by the snow sword immortal, Mushueli. The snow sword immortal possessed another sword, known as Falling Snow, which held the 7th place on the list, together forming a pair of legendary swords. Now, with the listening rain sword in this man's possession, could there be a connection between him and the snow sword immortal? In the distance, atop a pavilion, the veiled woman inquired, "Hongyu, what is the origin of this night owl?" The woman in red, known as Nian Hongyu, was one of the 7-star envoys of the outer world, the red-clothed star envoy. Nian Hongyu contemplated before responding. The night owl is an assassin who has risen to prominence in recent years, his origins exceedingly mysterious. I once conducted an investigation, but gleaned no fruitful information. He is decisive in his killings, employing bloody methods, and many experts have perished at his hands. Even the outer world has lost a master to him. Seemingly recalling something, Nian Hongyu continued, 6 months ago, the left chancellor of the Great Zhou was killed within the imperial palace, reportedly by his hand. It is said that all the grandmasters of the palace were summoned at that time. Oh, the veiled woman expressed interest. Nian Hongyu elaborated. It appears that the left chancellor's son provoked him, and when the left chancellor relentlessly pursued him, he lost his temper and sent both father and son to their demise. Quite a ruthless character, yet the listening rain sword he wields is no trivial matter. If I recall correctly, this sword was once in the possession of the snow sword immortal, and now it has come to his hands. He likely has some connection with her. The veiled woman pondered. The snow sword immortal is indeed a formidable presence. Even the previous saintess of the outer world, Qi Qingxi, regarded her with great caution. This matter is unknown to me. Nian Hongyu shook her head slightly. If this man is indeed connected to the snow sword immortal, it would be prudent to refrain from making a move against him for the time being. After all, the snow sword immortal has some ties to our outer world as well. The veiled woman whispered, Chapter 64, The Night March of 100 Ghosts. The Heart of the Mountain and River Sword. All of you attack together, Yi Lingtian commanded, turning his gaze towards Zhao Shanhe and the others. Should he devour the true essence of these 3 late-stage masters, his cultivation would surely ascend to new heights, perhaps even allowing him to reach the late stage of mastery himself. However, among the 3, Zhao Shanhe was not to be trifled with just yet. It was not that he could not defeat him, but rather that he still held some value. With the arrival of the outer world's forces, they would undoubtedly head to the cold mountain temple, especially since Qi Qingxi had fallen into the cold pond. The outer world would not remain indifferent. With Zhao Shanhe in the fray, the outer world would have a better chance of locating Qi Qingxi, allowing him to reap the benefits. Haha. It would have been better had we never crossed paths, but since we have, I shall send you to the rebirth. The mournful specter cackled. With a whoosh, the iron chains surrounding the palanquin burst through the rain curtain, darting towards Yi Lingtian like a dozen venomous serpents, exuding an overwhelming force capable of obliterating a giant elephant in an instant. Yi Lingtian remained indifferent. Instead of evading, he stepped forward. With a hum, as he advanced, a frigid power erupted, instantly freezing the entire courtyard, even the descending raindrops succumbing to the freeze. The dozen iron chains shot towards Yi Lingtian, but were immediately encased in ice, unable to advance further. With a resounding crash, the chains shattered, the recoil striking the palanquin, which erupted into a multitude of fragments. The mournful specter surged forth, his hideous visage, a face split between yin and yang, neither male nor female, clad in blood-stained mourning garb, wielding a ghastly mourning staff, rendering him a terrifying sight. Dare to destroy my palanquin. You seek death. The mournful specter bellowed. March forth, 100 ghosts. He commanded, waving his mourning staff. Instantly, dark mists coalesced around him, transforming into eerie shadows that clawed and gnashed their teeth, their eyes blood-red, frantically charging at Yi Lingtian. 100 ghosts marching? How intriguing. Yi Lingtian raised the listening rain sword, his hand gradually closing around the hilt, buzzing, before he could even unsheath the sword. Its energy surged forth wildly, causing the surrounding ice to tremble violently, fissures appearing as fragments of ice floated into the air. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering resonated as walls and structures within the courtyard began to crack and splinter. The sword had not yet been drawn, yet such formidable sword energy was already palpable. This was no ordinary blade. Zhao Shanhe's expression turned grave. The azure-faced wolf king tightened his grip on the demon wolf, charging towards Yi Lingtian. The night owl must perish. He was a significant threat, and this man had to die tonight. With a sudden flash, the listening rain sword was drawn, a cold radiance enveloping it, and a violent wave of sword energy surged outward in all directions. Swish! Countless shards of ice erupted towards the mournful specter and the azure-faced Wolf King. When these ice shards collided with the 100 ferocious spirits, they shattered them into oblivion. Heavenly Wolf Slash. The azure-faced Wolf King's voice was frigid as he unleashed a sword strike, the energy morphing into a colossal azure wolf. Awoo! The azure wolf let out a thunderous roar, charging forward with ferocity, shattering countless ice shards in its wake. Ghastly Blade. The mournful specter's shrill voice rang out as he swung the mourning staff, releasing a denser crimson mist that coalesced into a massive blood-red ghastly blade, cleaving forward. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding ice was reduced to powder. The Azure Wolf King and the blood-red ghost blade charged toward Lingtian, followed closely by the green-faced Wolf King and the Wailing Ghost, radiating an overwhelming aura of killing intent. With a 100-step flying sword, the murderous energy surrounding Lingtian coalesced into substance, merging his intent, momentum, and killing aura into the listening rain sword. The sword trembled violently, exuding boundless killing intent, its gleaming edge sharp and cold. Whoosh! The listening rain sword shot forth like a celestial dragon, its might formidable. Roar! The colossal dragon's roar scattered the Azure Wolf King and the blood-red ghost blade. Sizzle! A piercing sound followed, blood splattering everywhere. The azure-faced Wolf King and the Wailing Ghost trembled in disbelief. How is this possible? They croaked, their weapons, the demon wolf sword and the wailing staff, shattered, and gaping wounds appeared on their necks, blood gushing forth. With a single strike, just one strike pierced through their necks. The Wailing Ghost instinctively clutched at his throat. Lingtian appeared before them in a mere heartbeat, seizing the moment before they succumbed, activating the North Underworld divine art to voraciously devour their essence. Boom! Soon after, the Azure Wolf King and the Wailing Ghost collapsed, lifeless, cold corpses on the ground. Gaining the essence of two late-stage masters significantly elevated Lingtian's strength. Although he had not yet entered the late stage of mastery, he was now perilously close. He possessed the ability to fight beyond his level, his essence far more profound than others, necessitating greater power for his breakthroughs. What a terrifying sword! Zhao Shanhe was momentarily dazed, taken aback by the horror of Lingtian's strike, and he gazed at him with a grave expression, overwhelmed by an unspoken apprehension. Whoosh! The listening rain sword returned to Lingtian's hand. Pointing the sword at Zhao Shanhe, he stated coolly, "I wish to witness the might of the Shanhe sword." Zhao Shanhe, his face serious yet with a flicker of fierce determination in his eyes, replied solemnly, "As you wish." As his words fell, a terrifying sword aura emanated from him, shattering the cloth binding the Shanhe sword. A long sword, yet to be drawn, materialized in Zhao Shanhe's hand. With a slow draw, the sword revealed itself. Measuring 3 feet in length, inscribed with the characters for Shanhe. Its blade was a blend of azure and green hues, embodying the essence of mountains and rivers. Radiating ghostly light, and its edge was chillingly sharp. The moment their swords were drawn, the air around them became thick with sword energy, creating an imposing sword barrier. Fearsome beyond measure, Lei Chong retreated hastily, wary of being caught in the clash. As a figure of early mastery, he was a notable presence in Wind Thunder City. Yet witnessing the confrontation between Lingtian and the formidable individuals left him acutely aware of his own insignificance. "Shanhe Sword Heart." Zhao Shanhe spoke, his sword intent enveloping him, amplifying the sword's aura by dozens of times. Without even swinging the sword, the might of the sword aura surpassed that of a typical swing. Lingtian also refrained from making a move. He slowly closed his eyes, an icy chill erupting from him, causing his sword aura to surge wildly. The two tyrannical sword energies collided rapidly. Buzz! Suddenly, the sky no longer showered with rain, but with snowflakes. The flurry of snowflakes, each carrying a dreadful sword aura, descended to the ground, quickly coalescing into enormous snow lotus flowers. In mere moments, the ground was blanketed with a dense array of snow lotus flowers, resembling a sea of snow, each imbued with terrifying sword energy. On the pavilion above, Nian Hongyu's pupils constricted in shock. The veiled woman spoke with a serious tone. "Snow falls to the mortal realm. This is the technique of the Snow Sword Immortal." Chapter 65. Marvelous, you can still call for a ceasefire. Buzz. The clash of the two distinct sword energies instantly leveled the courtyard, the ground cracking, riddled with gaping wounds. Snowflakes continued to fall from the sky, the ground freezing once more, exuding an intense chill. Before long, Zhao Shanhe shuddered, his eyes snapping open, shadows of snowflakes flashing before him, transforming into rapidly flickering sword energies. Uft! Zhao Shanhe coughed up blood, his complexion pale, his aura in disarray, clearly injured. Snow falls to the mortal realm, snowfall heart. Zhao Shanhe fixed his gaze on Yi Lingtian, his astonishment deepening. This man wielding the listening rain sword, once controlled by the snow sword immortal, also possessed the snowfall heart technique. What could his connection to the snow sword immortal be? The Shanhe sword heart is not without merit, Yi Lingtian remarked nonchalantly. I concede. Zhao Shanhe sighed. As soon as he uttered the words, countless sword marks appeared on his body, blood seeping out, staining him red. Yi Lingtian replied coldly. Defeat is merely defeat. It does not guarantee death. At this moment, you have the opportunity to escape. You may as well try. Zhao Shanhe shook his head. No speed could outrun your previous strike. How would you know if you don't try? Dreams are worth having. Otherwise, what difference is there between you and a salted fish? Yi Lingtian, sword in hand, advanced with an indifferent demeanor. Boom. He suddenly appeared before Zhao Shanhe, swinging his sword. Zhao Shanhe raised the Shanhe sword to block. Bang. The two swords collided, the shock waves causing explosions around them, and Zhao Shanhe was pushed back several meters, spitting blood once more. Yi Lingtian pressed forward, his gaze icy, his killing intent razor-sharp. Whoosh. At that moment, two women soared into view, Nian Hongyu and the veiled woman, both wielding umbrellas and donning veils. Get lost. Yi Lingtian's voice turned cold as he swung his sword, sending the two women flying. Nian Hongyu spat blood, her face as pale as death. The veiled woman, more powerful, stabilized herself and swiftly drew a soft sword from her waist, her aura surging dramatically. Jinghong, ranked 16th on the sword ranking list, was forged from celestial iron. Slender and flexible, unpredictable in its strikes, making it an excellent weapon. Yi Lingtian regarded the soft sword in the veiled woman's hand. Without a word, she charged at Yi Lingtian, her moves sharp and lethal with every strike. Yi Lingtian remained composed, employing only two techniques. The first, a slashing strike, the second, a thrust. As the veiled woman lunged at him, she was met with a slicing blow, sending her flying. Following this, Yi Lingtian thrust his sword, but no matter her resistance, the sword remained aimed directly at her. She found herself retreating, forced to defend, her speed escalating. Sizzle. Yi Lingtian switched techniques. Lifting his sword to flick the veiled woman's Jinghong away, the listening rain sword once again aimed at her neck. Please stop. The veiled woman exclaimed urgently. The listening rain sword pressed against her neck, an icy chill enveloping her, sending shivers down her spine. How intriguing that you dare to call for a ceasefire. I am curious who has granted you such courage, Yi Lingtian said coldly. The veiled woman quickly replied. Feng Huojun has some ties to the Snow Sword Immortal. I implore you to spare us for the sake of the Snow Sword Immortal. Interesting. I have indeed refrained from striking you out of respect for her. Otherwise, do you think you would have the right to stand here and converse with me? Yi Lingtian sheathed the listening rain sword. The veiled woman exhaled in relief, clasping her hands in gratitude. Thank you for your mercy. Leave at once, before I change my mind, Yi Lingtian warned coldly. The veiled woman said no more, swiftly stowing away the Jinghong. Turning to Zhao Shanhe and Nian Hongyu, let us go. The three departed in an instant. Yi Lingtian turned his gaze to Lei Chong. You may now present the Thunder Origin Pearl. Without a hint of hesitation, Lei Chong responded promptly. Please wait a moment. He hurried to a tree stump in the courtyard, rotating it until a pearl floated forth. Holding the pearl, Lei Chong approached Yi Lingtian, respectfully stating, Lord Night Owl, this is the Thunder Origin Pearl. Yi Lingtian casually took the Lei Yuan pearl, ignoring Lei Chong, and turned to leave. With a sigh of relief, Lei Chong watched Yi Lingtian depart. Casting a glance at the flattened mansion, a bittersweet smile crossing his lips. The thought of the complete obliteration of the Luo Net's assassins, particularly the deaths of two late-stage masters and one mid-stage master, filled him with a sense of dark satisfaction. The demise of Feng Huojun was indeed orchestrated by the Luo Net, marking a moment of vengeance. The weather in Feng Lei City was capricious. Just an hour ago, thunder rumbled and rain poured, yet now the moon hung high, surrounded by twinkling stars. On the bustling streets, vendors began to stir, calling out loudly, while pedestrians thronged about, creating a lively atmosphere. The common folk were blissfully unaware of the events that transpired at the Feng Lei Gate. For them, the most pressing matters were the daily struggle for sustenance. At this moment, within an inn, Tang Ruoyu slowly opened his eyes. Awake? A somewhat familiar voice chimed. Tang Ruoyu instantly recognized an infuriating figure. Yi Lingtian, you thief, he exclaimed, realizing that it was none other than the man who had pilfered his 1,000 taels of silver. Yi Lingtian chuckled. Do not speak recklessly. I am no thief. Not a thief? How do you explain the theft of my 1,000 taels? Tang Ruoyu shot back, rising in a fit of rage. Yi Lingtian regarded him with surprise, noting the peculiar resilience of this individual. Despite being gravely injured before, he now seemed lively and sprightly, akin to an indestructible cockroach. With a smile, Yi Lingtian remarked, "Taking your 1,000 taels saved your life. Do you feel wronged?" Tang Ruoyu appeared momentarily bewildered, glancing around. "You saved my life." He recalled the battle at Feng Lei Gate against the blue-faced Wolf King, where he had been utterly overwhelmed and his consciousness had faded. Yi Lingtian replied, "Otherwise, why do you think you find yourself here?" This matter had little to do with him. After bringing Tang Ruoyu to the inn, Tang Qi had departed. Tang Ruoyu scratched his head, feeling somewhat sheepish. "In that case, I should indeed thank you." While 1,000 taels was no trivial sum, it paled in comparison to the value of his life. "By the way, since you saved my life, you must know what transpired at Feng Lei Gate afterward, right?" He inquired eagerly. Indeed, the experts from Luonet and the Wanxing camp all mobilized, only to be completely annihilated by someone named Yi Xiao. "Feng Lei Gate has weathered the storm," Yi Lingtian replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoyu could not help but pound his chest in despair. "What is the matter with you?" Yi Lingtian looked at him with an odd expression, feeling that this young man was excessively foolish. In indignation, Tang Ruoyu exclaimed, "As a newcomer to the martial world, I never anticipated being so thoroughly defeated by an assassin from the Luonet. I didn't even have the chance to see the renowned Yi Xiao, my idol." Yi Lingtian instinctively covered his face, saying, "That Yi Xiao is notorious for countless murders. How does he become your idol?" Tang Ruoyu promptly retorted, "That is not the case. The legendary Yi Xiao is a swordsman who robs the rich to help the poor and specifically targets evildoers. He is a celebrated figure in the martial world, not someone infamous." Yi Lingtian felt a bit awkward, wondering who had spread such tales. Could someone truly engage in such noble deeds? Who was the storyteller tarnishing his reputation? It was utterly detestable. You, as a newcomer to the martial world, are unaware of its treacherous nature. I have heard people say that Yi Xiao has killed quite a number of righteous individuals, Yi Lingtian pointed out. Tang Ruoyu shook his head, insisting, "Impossible. Yi Xiao only kills those who provoke him. His decisive actions and swift vengeance are what make him my idol." Coughing, Yi Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine and wished to change the subject. He looked at Tang Ruoyu and said, "Now that Feng Lei Gate has survived the ordeal, are you not going to claim the 10,000 taels?" "Right. Lei Chong promised me 10,000 taels. I am in dire need of money. He has delivered a pillow to me, so let us go collect the funds," Tang Ruoyu exclaimed, leaping out of bed and grabbing the nearby Chihuel Yohua's sword, seemingly oblivious to how Yi Lingtian knew about the 10,000 taels. Yi Lingtian observed the sword in Tang Ruoyu's hand, intrigued. "This sword is quite interesting." Tang Ruoyu replied proudly, "Of course. This is the treasure of the Tang sect, the Chihuel Yohua's sword, ranked 13th on the list of famous swords." Yi Lingtian pondered, "It should fetch a good price." Tang Ruoyu immediately clutched the sword closer. "Do not even think about it. Few dare to accept this sword, and even if it were bought, it would be useless to anyone except those from the Tang sect." "Oh, can you draw it?" Yi Lingtian teased. Tang Ruoyu felt a moment of embarrassment, awkwardly stating, "I cannot draw it right now, but one day I will." In the grand scope of the Tang sect, he was indeed an anomaly. For most used mechanisms or poisons, yet he had no interest in such things. He found them too sinister and unworthy of his character, preferring the elegance of the sword. To him, a swordsman was the epitome of coolness, one person, one sword, traversing the martial world with freedom. From the moment he grasped his first wooden sword, he knew he was a prodigy destined for greatness as a swordsman. Indeed, his talent was remarkable, and he had been taken under the wing of the Tang sect's strongest sword master, the sword demon Tang Ju Kong. By the age of 18, he had mastered all of his mentor's techniques, earning him the title of a genius. Yi Lingtian smiled. The Chihuel Yohua is indeed a special sword. To draw it, one must cultivate the Tang sect's Tianhua Fanju, a notoriously difficult endeavor. Only sword demon Tang Ju Kong has succeeded in a century. With your extraordinary talent, you should be able to master it. Naturally, my inability to draw the sword is due to my lack of understanding of the drawing technique, Tang Ruoyu replied, his expression further embarrassed. As a swordsman unable to draw his sword was rather humiliating. Yet Yi Lingtian did not mock him, instead stating, "It seems you are nurturing the sword. As a grandmaster, the sword demon possesses countless intricate techniques. If you can integrate those techniques, you will achieve true mastery in the way of the sword. Drawing the sword is merely a simple action. However, the perception of drawing the sword differs vastly between the average person and a master. For the latter, Drawing the sword encompasses myriad techniques and requires time to cultivate before unleashing its formidable might in an instant. Tang Ruoyu's eyes brightened. Yi Lingtian. What you say mirrors my master's teachings perfectly. Indeed, it is not that I cannot draw the sword, but that I currently lack the conviction to do so. My master said that without the conviction to draw the sword, it signifies that the technique remains unrefined, and the sword shall never leave its sheath. Yi Lingtian chuckled. The martial world will grant you the courage to draw your sword. There is no rush. First, let us go collect the money. Subsequently, Yi Lingtian and Tang Ruoyu made their way back to the north of the city. Upon finding Leichong, Tang Ruoyu was generously handed the promised 10,000 taels of silver. With the silver in hand, Tang Ruoyu was overjoyed. Yi Lingtian, we are rich now. Where shall we go? He exclaimed excitedly, his mind set on indulging in a grand feast to replenish his strength after his prior injuries. Yi Lingtian replied, I will take you to a place. Before long, he led Tang Ruoyu to the entrance of a gambling den, the Qianxian gambling house. A gambling house. Tang Ruoyu hesitated for a moment upon seeing the establishment, quickly shaking his head. I do not wish to go to a gambling house. I want to eat. Yi Lingtian spoke earnestly. Are you not eager to witness the prowess of a master? There are indeed skilled individuals within this gambling den. He was not jesting. There genuinely existed a formidable expert here, who was one of his targets. He had set his sights on an item belonging to this individual, which he must acquire. Utilizing Tang Ruoyu's assistance would undoubtedly simplify matters. Tang Ruoyu, perplexed, replied, I am not foolish. What kind of master could possibly be found in a gambling den? Yi Lingtian responded, the world of martial arts is far more intricate than you presume. Within this modest gambling establishment, there resides a true master. Have you heard of the Thousand Gates? Tang Ruoyu nodded. I have indeed heard of it. It is said that when the Thousand Gates emerge, the world transforms. The Thousand Gates represent an unparalleled wisdom. Precisely. From the fate of empires to the trivialities of gambling and currency, this is the essence of the Thousand Gates. And within it resides a genuine master of the Thousand Gates. Yi Lingtian's expression became laden with significance. Since there existed a master of the Thousand Gates, he felt compelled to witness it for himself. Upon hearing this, Tang Ruoyu became immensely excited, forgetting his hunger and rushing into the Qianxian gambling den. Yi Lingtian smiled faintly and followed suit. The gambling den was vast, bustling with patrons, a cacophony of sounds filling the air. Some celebrated their victories with boisterous laughter, while others mourned their losses with despondent expressions. As Yi Lingtian and Tang Ruoyu entered, a man clad in black approached them. Observing their attire, he deduced they were of notable origin. This is merely a small gambling affair. How about I escort you to the third floor? The man suggested gravely. Lead the way. Tang Ruoyu replied nonchalantly. Please, the man gestured, guiding them to the third floor. Chapter 67. If one is to play, let it be grand. The third floor of the Qianxian gambling den was adorned with greater opulence than the lower levels, the atmosphere more comfortable, and the attending maidens more enchanting. Those who could enter this level were certainly not lacking in wealth. Esteemed guests, this floor offers a variety of intriguing games. Would you like me to introduce them? The man in black inquired. Yi Lingtian casually produced 100-tael silver note and handed it to the man. No need. We shall explore on our own. The man adeptly accepted the note, his demeanor becoming even more respectful. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. Understood. Yi Lingtian nodded lightly as the man departed. Yi Lingtian, where are the masters? Tang Ruoyu questioned, surveying the surroundings. While there were indeed many individuals present, they appeared rather ordinary, lacking the extraordinary prowess he had anticipated. The true masters are always the hidden gems, and they do not reveal themselves easily unless one possesses sufficient strength to draw their attention, Yi Lingtian elucidated. Tang Ruoyu pondered. You make a valid point. How does one attract the attention of a master? Naturally, through winning. If you amass a significant amount of wealth here, the masters will undoubtedly make their presence known. Yi Lingtian asserted confidently. Tang Ruoyu's expression brightened with understanding, yet he awkwardly admitted, but I have no experience in gambling. Over the years, as he trained under the Sword Demon, he had scarcely interacted with the outside world, leaving him ill-equipped in the art of gambling. Do not fret, just follow my lead. Yi Lingtian reassured him. He then guided Tang Ruoyu to a dice game, where a stern-looking middle-aged man presided as the dealer. His technique was exceptional, producing a complex symphony of sounds from the dice within the cup. The area was populated with a dozen players, all fervently placing bets. Yi Lingtian explained to Tang Ruoyu. This game is called Bet Big or Small. The dealer shakes 3 dice, and players wager whether the total points will be high or low, or if they will roll a triplet. Points from 4 to 10 are considered low, 11 to 17 are high, with odds of 1 to 1. Tang Ruoyu instinctively inquired. And if the dealer rolls 3 ones or 3 sixes, who wins then? Such a scenario is termed a triplet. If the dealer rolls a triplet, all bets on high or low lose, unless you specifically bet on the triplet, which offers odds of 1 to 9, Lingtian explained. Understood. This does seem simple. Tang Ruoyu remarked, enlightenment dawning upon him. At that moment, the dealer finished shaking the dice and placed them on the table. Instantly, the crowd began to place their bets. I bet on high, 1,000 taels. I bet on low, 1,000 taels. I bet on triplet, 1,000 taels. The crowd hastily placed their wagers. Tang Ruoyu retrieved a 100-tael note, preparing to place his bet on the triplet section. Lingtian immediately intervened, halting him. What's the matter? Tang Ruoyu asked, puzzled. Lingtian replied, somewhat exasperated. If you wish to attract the attention of masters, a mere 100 taels is insufficient. Then how much should I bet? Tang Ruoyu scratched his head in confusion. Produce all 10,000 taels you have on you and go all in, Lingtian instructed. 10,000? All of it? Tang Ruoyu's eyes widened. 10,000 taels was no trivial sum, and he had scarcely warmed to the idea. The essence of the game lies in its thrill, without strength. How could a master ever reveal themselves to you? Lingtian remarked. Tang Ruoyu contemplated this, and it seemed sound. With a determined grit, he reluctantly produced all 10,000 taels and boldly placed it in the triplet section, declaring, I bet on triplet, 10,000 taels. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at Tang Ruoyu, questioning the audacity of this newcomer who dared to wager such a sum, especially on a triplet. For those who frequented this venue, 10,000 taels was not an astronomical figure, yet newcomers typically observed a few rounds before placing their bets. Even when they did bet, they seldom risked such a large sum, much less on a triplet. For a moment, the crowd regarded Lingtian and Tang Ruoyu as fools. Seeing Tang Ruoyu's bold move, Lingtian nodded in approval. Now this is more like it. If we are to play, let us play grandly. We are not in need of petty sums. Indeed, we are not lacking in funds. Tang Ruoyu stood tall, feeling a rush of exhilaration as he wagered. The thrill of risking a fortune was intoxicating. This is the world of martial arts, a thrilling adventure. The onlookers thought, 10,000 taels is not an exorbitant amount, yet it is certainly not trivial either. How dare he insinuate that it is mere pocket change? Haha, when you lose everything, you will realize the true value of 10,000 taels, someone remarked, their tone dripping with sarcasm. It was evident that this newcomer was a novice, likely from a wealthy background. But his arrogance betrayed his ignorance of the dangers that lay ahead. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of amusement and skepticism. Roll, the dealer announced, drawing everyone's attention back to the table. The dealer grasped the cup, lifting it with anticipation. To everyone's shock, he revealed 3 ones. Triplet. Eyes widened in disbelief. The faces of those who had bet on high or low fell as they realized they had all lost. Ha! We have won. Ninefold. Tang Ruoyu exclaimed, exhilarated by his unexpected fortune. The crowd turned their gaze toward Lingtian and Tang Ruoyu, a sense of disbelief washing over them, feeling as though they had been publicly humiliated. Just moments ago, they had mocked the two as naive, yet now they had witnessed their sudden victory. That was pure luck. Someone scoffed, their tone tinged with envy. Ah, it seems the gambling den cannot allow patrons to lose everything outright. Otherwise, how would they continue to operate? Another chimed in, their voice laced with sarcasm. The dealer's expression darkened. He had clearly rolled a small number before, so how had it transformed into a triplet? Something felt amiss. Lingtian glanced at the crowd and remarked, what do you mean by luck? My brother is from the Tang sect, and he undoubtedly possesses skill. Tang Ruoyu proudly declared. Tang sect, Tang Ruoyu. What? Upon hearing that the individual hailed from the Tang sect, the crowd's expressions instantly shifted, their apprehension silencing any further discourse. As a formidable force within the martial world, who would dare provoke the Tang sect? The dealer also felt a tightening in his chest. Was it mere coincidence that a member of the Tang sect appeared here, or was there an ulterior motive? He glanced sideways, where a woman subtly nodded before turning to depart, clearly to inform her superiors. We have emerged victorious. It is time for your payment. Tang Ruoyu extended his hand towards the dealer. Chapter 68. Fortune favors the bold, while fear starves the timid. The dealer regarded Tang Ruoyu with a deep gaze, ultimately producing 90,000 taels in silver notes. Having operated the gaming house for but a day, he had only managed to earn a few thousand taels, only to find himself losing it all in an instant. This realization weighed heavily upon him. He dared not continue shaking the dice. Should the losses mount further, he would find it difficult to absolve himself of blame. Continue, Tang Ryu declared joyfully, clutching a substantial handful of silver notes. With a total of 100,000 taels, he felt like a veritable tycoon. Beads of cold sweat began to form on the dealer's forehead, the pressure immense. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and shake the dice. I have lost so much. I need to win it back. Indeed, I shall bet small again. I refuse to believe I can lose 5 times in a row. What is this? Acting all timid, like a woman. The crowd erupted in jeers. The dealer's stress intensified as he caught sight of the woman returning, now accompanied by a young man clad in an expensive silk robe. I shall take on the role of the dealer this time. The young man smiled at the dealer, his gaze then drifting to the July-flowing fire sword in Tang Ryu's grasp, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. He then glanced at Lingtian, noting that the third young master of Tianmen had also arrived. How fascinating. The dealer, relieved, bowed to the young man and relinquished his position. Why has the dealer changed? The crowd expressed their displeasure. They had already attuned themselves to the previous dealer's skill and patterns, and now this abrupt change threatened to disrupt their rhythm. Esteemed guests, I am Yunmo, the young master of Qinshan Gaming House. The young man introduced himself. The crowd tensed, falling silent as they tucked away their silver. This game was one they would not continue. The appearance of the young master of Qinshan Gaming House was evidently for the benefit of these two youngsters, and they had no desire to wade into murky waters. Tang Ryu waved dismissively. No matter who you are, just roll the dice. Very well. Yunmo replied with a gentle smile, picking up the dice cup and shaking it briskly. Bang! The dice cup was soon slammed onto the table, creating a resounding noise. His hand withdrew, yet the dice continued to rattle within, the sound echoing. Moments later, silence fell. Please place your bets. Yunmo called to the onlookers. Silence ensued, as they chose to observe. Unperturbed, Tang Ryu placed 10,000 taels on the leopard. For this round, I shall bet on the leopard again. Lingtian shook his head. 10,000 taels is too little. Go all in. Go all in. Tang Ryu looked at Lingtian in disbelief. Should he wager all, a loss would mean total ruin. And concern washed over him. Lingtian replied, Fortune favors the bold. Why fear? Yunmo added with a light chuckle, what my friend says is true. The more you wager, the greater the potential reward. Tang Ryu quickly retorted, who said I am afraid? It is merely a matter of going all in. I am not afraid. He tossed the remaining 90,000 taels into the leopard betting area, eager for a more thrilling game. And what of the rest of you? Yunmo inquired, looking at the others. The crowd laughed along. Such stakes are significant. We shall merely observe. Yunmo nodded, not elaborating further. He grasped the dice cup, prepared to reveal the outcome. In an instant, Tang Ryu pressed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Open. As he wished, Yunmo unveiled the dice cup. Upon seeing the numbers, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Tang Ryu was taken aback. Yunmo was also taken aback. Only Lingtian's eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. It was, astonishingly, another leopard. The crowd stood in shock. Disbelief etched on their faces as the result revealed 3 sixes. 2 consecutive rounds of leopards had them staring at Tang Ryu, finding him utterly peculiar. Did I win again? Tang Ryu uttered in utter confusion. He acknowledged that luck played a part in this round, yet the outcome was undeniably in his favor. Betting 100,000 taels at a 9-fold return, how much silver would that yield? It felt as though he was being bombarded by a deluge of silver, disorienting him completely. A goofy smile crept upon his face. Yunmo's expression grew solemn, his eyes fixated on Tang Ryu. Earlier, he had rolled a high number, even using force to stabilize the dice, yet inexplicably, it transformed into a leopard, and he remained oblivious to the switch. Could it be? A detail suddenly struck him. Just as he was to unveil the dice, Tang Ryu's hands had pressed down upon the table. The individual appeared to be simple-minded, yet he had concealed his depth well. He had underestimated him. Now, he faced a loss of 900,000 taels, equivalent to a month's turnover for Qinshan Gaming House. 900,000 taels, pay up. Tang Ryu called out excitedly to Yunmo. Though Yunmo felt the weight of the situation, he maintained his composure, speaking softly. My friend, while Qinshan Gaming House can indeed produce 900,000 taels in silver notes, it would be rather cumbersome. How about this? Let us continue our game. And your future bets will be deducted from that amount. Ultimately, whatever you win, I shall pay you in full. What do you think? For an ordinary person, even winning 900,000 taels would make it difficult to exit the gaming house unscathed. However, with Tang Sect's connection, matters were far more complicated. He was genuinely reluctant to confront a member of the Tang sect, especially one wielding the 7-month flowing fire sword. This was precisely why Lingtian had deliberately revealed Tang Wui's background. Such immense influence served as a deterrent. Tang Ruoyu frowned, casting a glance at Lingtian. Lingtian nodded. This is certainly acceptable. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Ruoyu replied to Yun Mo. In that case, I see no issue, but we must change the dealer. Change the dealer? Yun Mo's gaze sharpened. Tang Ryu replied matter-of-factly. I came here primarily to witness the prowess of the Tang sect's experts. Your strength is insufficient. Lingtian interjected. This gentleman is indeed an expert from the Tang sect. What? You are an expert from the Tang sect? A note of disappointment crossed Tang Ruoyu's face. Yun Mo shook his head. I am not an expert. However, since my friend wishes to compete with one, I shall fetch a true master. Excellent. Be swift. Tang Ryu waved his hand, anticipation flickering in his eyes. Yun Mo departed, soon returning with an elderly man. His hair white and his face lined like the bark of an ancient tree. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, radiating a keen intelligence that commanded respect. He wore a jade ring, his demeanor exuding an extraordinary presence. The main event has arrived. Lingtian's face lit up with a smile. This elder was none other than his target, Zhang Xian, the current leader of the Tang sect. Do not underestimate this elder. He is a veritable grandmaster. Are you the expert of the Qinshin gaming house? Tang Ryu assessed Zhang Xian, recognizing that this elder was no ordinary figure. Zhang Xian regarded Tang Ruoyu. Though I may not be a master, I am willing to engage in a wager with you. Chapter 69. Having nothing to lose, I fear nothing come forth. I hope you do not disappoint me. Elder, Tang Ryu said nonchalantly. Zhang Xian flicked his wrist, sending the dice and cup soaring. He deftly caught the cup, covering the dice within and shaking it rapidly. A true master. This was the essence of true skill. Tang Ruyu's excitement surged as he witnessed the other's move. His gaze ablaze with intensity. Bang! Zhang Xian instantly placed the dice cup on the table, grinning as he said, Little brother, you may place your bets now. All in. Continuing with the triplet, Tang Ryu replied earnestly, holding 100,000 taels, plus the 90,000 taels he had won. He was betting 1 million taels this round. The thrill of all-in gambling consumed him. Hiss! He placed another bet on the triplet, and this time, he wagered everything. It was astonishing. A grand gamble indeed. To witness such a spectacle, this journey was worth it. Terrifying. This young man was truly formidable. Did he not fear losing? The onlookers gazed at Tang Ryu in shock. The stakes were monumental, sending shivers down their spines. Yet the exhilaration of witnessing such a gamble was more than enough. Lingtian regarded Tang Ryu with a peculiar expression, asking, Are you going all in? Do you possess confidence? He had anticipated that a few words of persuasion would be necessary, but it seemed entirely unnecessary. Tang Ryu replied with gravity, When gambling against a master, it is only fitting to go all in. It is a mark of respect. Lingtian smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Zhang Xian, chuckling, looked at Tang Ryu and queried, Aren't you afraid of losing everything? Tang Ryu responded with an air of certainty. I have nothing to lose. Thus, I fear nothing. If worse comes to worst, I remain as I am. The initial 10,000 taels were given by another. Even in defeat, he would not suffer loss. Yet, should he emerge victorious, he would gain 9 million taels. No, more accurately, it would be 9,900,000 taels, as the gambling house would add the unpaid 90,000 taels. If anyone should be afraid, it should be that old man, for he might have to pay out an immense sum. Ha! Young man, you possess ambition. I admire that. Zhang Xian laughed heartily. He turned to Lingtian and invited, Since you are here, would you care to join a game? Lingtian smiled lightly, casually producing 100 taels note and tossing it into the triplet area, declaring, I bet on his victory. Oh, only 100 taels? Zhang Xian expressed surprise. Lingtian replied, Your jade ring seems quite valuable. I believe 100 taels should suffice. Yun Mo, upon hearing this, regarded Lingtian with a more unfriendly gaze. Zhang Xian, however, chuckled, This jade ring is worth far more than 100 taels. Lingtian asserted, True gambling is never fair. One must wager small to gain large to truly showcase one's prowess. Zhang Xian conceded, casually removing the jade ring and placing it on the table. If you win this round, the jade ring is yours. Master, Yun Mo's eyes flickered with a complex expression. Zhang Xian smiled and said nothing further. Should anyone manage to win the jade ring from him, it would undoubtedly reflect their strength, and he could accept that loss. Lingtian regarded the jade ring on the table with a composed demeanor. This object was undoubtedly extraordinary. Used correctly, it could unlock treasures beyond measure and potentially shift the balance of power in the world. This item was among his objectives for the journey. Securing it would grant him access to the wealth of the Bai family in Jiangnan, as well as an immense source of power. Allowing Qin Jinjia to leave and disrupt Bai Qingyan and Chu Jiuge's wedding was merely a prelude. The true aim was to lay the groundwork for Yi Lingtian's southern expedition. The Bai family, dominating Jiangnan and wealthy beyond measure, was a coveted prize, yet none had succeeded in claiming it. He wished to take that chance. Old man, hurry up. Tang Ryu pressed his hands on the table, his eyes fixed intently on the dice cup. Yun Mo, however, scrutinized Tang Ryu's hands, wondering if he would employ that previous tactic again. Once a bet is placed, it is binding. This fellow continually violated that rule. Zhang Xian casually lifted the dice cup, revealing a shocking sight that left the onlookers wide-eyed. Inside the cup, only one die continued to spin wildly, its faces indiscernible, while the other two had turned to dust. This was the mark of a true master. Once the crowd regained their composure, their gazes toward Zhang Xian brimmed with reverence. With only one die remaining, a triplet was practically impossible, sealing Tang Ryu's fate. Indeed, it is the master, Yun Mo thought, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, a smile gracing his face. Experience prevails. Tang Ryu fixated on the spinning die, feeling dizzy. He instinctively rubbed his eyes and shook his head, exclaiming, "Stop." Suddenly, the die ceased its rotation, revealing a 6. "Little brother, the count is 6. I win," Zhang Xian declared to Tang Ryu. He then chuckled at Yi Lingtian. "It seems this old man's jade ring will remain with me." Yi Lingtian shook his head, "Not necessarily. Are you suggesting another round?" Zhang Xian inquired. Yi Lingtian replied, "In a grand gamble, one round suffices, yet this round is not over." With that crack, the remaining die instantly turned to dust. Zhang Xian, momentarily stunned, chuckled, "Even so, there is no triplet. Is that so?" Yi Lingtian retorted, and with a hum, the dust on the table began to coalesce, akin to quicksand reshaping itself, reforming into 3 dice, each landing with a 1 face-up. 3 ones, a triplet. Yi Lingtian softly spoke. The crowd gaped in disbelief, utterly astonished. How could this be? Yun Mo, witnessing the spectacle, felt a chill run through him. Having been taken in by his master since the age of 3, he had witnessed countless impossibilities. Yet each had been anticipated by his master. However, the events of today exceeded even his master's expectations. 3 ones, victory. Tang Ryu, at this moment, was utterly bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Zhang Xian silently stared at the 3 ones on the table, his expression complex. He took a deep drag from his pipe and sighed. This old man has lost. With a swift gesture, the jade ring flew toward Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian caught the jade ring and clasped his fists, thanking. "I appreciate your generosity." Zhang Xian instructed Yun Mo, "Hurry and fetch 2 silver notes for this young brother. If we cannot produce them here, have the other gambling houses contribute." "Yes, master," Yun Mo replied, ready to depart. "Wait," Tang Ryu interjected. He looked at Zhang Xian and stated, "I came here solely to spar with a master. I shall forego the winnings." After saying this, he placed the previous 90,000 taels on the table, refusing to take a single coin. The crowd was bewildered. He would simply relinquish such a large sum? Were all members of the Tang clan so extravagant? "Young man, you have strayed from the path. You will surely regret this, unable even to savor your meals," Zhang Xian remarked, his expression bemused as he regarded Tang Ryu. "You are quite an interesting young man." Chapter 70. To conquer the world, one must conquer the masters. Tang Ryu clasped his fists, declaring, "I arrived with 10,000 taels and shall leave with 10,000. Moreover, I have encountered a master like you. This journey has been rewarding, and I have no regrets." The circumstances of his victory were too peculiar, undeniably off-kilter. While he had been fortunate in the first 2 rounds, winning a 3rd time was highly suspicious. Lacking any solid foundation, he dared not take such a considerable sum with him, unless he wished for death. "Ha! How amusing, truly delightful," Zhang Xian exclaimed. "Very well. I will not take advantage of you. Since you refuse the 9 million taels, I shall bestow upon you a breeze of fortune in due time." Zhang Xian laughed heartily, finding Tang Ryu exceedingly intriguing. To someone like him, wealth was merely a trifle. To encounter a young man as fascinating as Tang Ryu was a matter of fate. Yi Lingtian stretched his limbs and addressed Tang Ryu. "You have seen the master. It is time for us to depart." "All right," Tang Ryu replied without further ado, promptly following Yi Lingtian out. The crowd watched their retreating figures, their expressions tinged with longing, lamenting the near 10 million taels that had vanished just like that. If it were them, they would not refuse at all. Outside the Qinshin gambling house, Yi Lingtian remarked, "I thought you would be reluctant to part with so much silver." Tang Ryu replied, I am not foolish. That old man possesses formidable skills, far more terrifying than the green-faced wolf king who tormented me before. If I dared to accept those 900,000 taels of silver, I reckon neither of us would survive the night. Although I am a member of the Tang sect, I do not expect everyone to show us favor. It was Tang Juekong who taught me that one must rely on their own strength to earn others' respect. Moreover, my true aim is to witness the prowess of masters, and having seen it, I shall not overstep my bounds. Yi Lingtian chuckled. You have displayed a rare moment of wisdom, yet it seems you are overthinking. Even if you were to take the silver tonight, the Qianxian gambling house would not take issue with you. However, in doing so, you would miss a significant opportunity. What opportunity? Tang Ryu inquired, confusion etched across his face. Yi Lingtian proclaimed, when the great rock rises with the wind, it soars to 90,000 miles. Tang Ryu scratched his head, feeling utterly perplexed. Yi Lingtian, hands clasped behind his back, spoke solemnly. In moments of anger, feudal lords tremble. When at peace, the world finds tranquility. The predecessor of the Thousand Gates was the Zongheng sect. For a millennium, it orchestrated the affairs of the world. To possess the Zongheng was to possess the realm. 1,000 years ago, it was a sect that none dared to overlook. Alas, as time passed, the Zongheng sect has inevitably declined. The so-called Thousand Gates is merely a derivative, lacking the former might of the Zongheng, evoking nothing but sighs. Still bewildered, Tang Ryu found the topic far too profound for his understanding. Yi Lingtian toyed with a jade ring in his hand and smiled faintly. It is normal not to comprehend, for the true gambling game is only just beginning. Anyone could become a pawn on the stage, and with but a whisper of the wind, you might become the one wielding the pieces. Yi Lingtian, let us feast. I am famished. Tang Ryu clutched his stomach, feeling an insatiable hunger for 10 bowls of rice. Yi Lingtian waved his hand. I have matters to attend to and shall not accompany you any further. Are you leaving already? Tang Ryu stared at Yi Lingtian in disbelief. Yi Lingtian replied, the Cold Mountain Temple outside Suzhou is soon to host the martial arts conference. You would not wish to miss it. Perhaps we shall meet again in Suzhou. Very well. Then I shall see you in Suzhou. Tang Ryu thought little of it. The martial arts conference would attract masters from all corners of the martial world, and he would not let the opportunity pass. As for Yi Lingtian, he sensed a subtle cunning in him, feeling he might be tricked, so he decided against accompanying him. Yi Lingtian departed with his hands behind his back, his eyes reflecting a profound significance as he murmured, Suzhou will present you with a grand gift. I hope you can hold on until I arrive. This time, although Tang Ryu appeared to have bested Zhang Xian, the one from Suzhou would certainly not let him off easily. The jade ring in Yi Lingtian's possession would become the target of many, and soon Tang Ryu would surely experience what true fervor felt like. Coincidentally, as Yi Lingtian sought to leverage the wealth of the Bai family, he could use this as a pretext to act. In a room within the gambling house, Yunimo lowered his head and said, Master, it is my inadequacy that has compelled you to personally emerge from seclusion. Zhang Xian smiled. Do not hastily dismiss yourself. You are already quite exceptional. It is merely that this time, you encountered a monster. Yunimo replied despondently. That Tang Ryu is indeed extraordinary. Zhang Xian shook his head. I was referring to the other young man. He could easily discern Tang Ryu's capabilities, but Yi Lingtian remained an enigma. In the previous gambling match, it appeared he was wagering against Tang Ryu, but in truth, he was truly gambling against Yi Lingtian. The methods employed by the latter were remarkably extraordinary, quietly leading him, a grandmaster, to defeat without him realizing it, and that was truly terrifying. Yunimo, deep in thought, soon realized what a hidden gem this third young master of the Heavenly Gate is. However, recalling that the jade ring remained in Yi Lingtian's possession, he hesitated before asking, Master, are we simply relinquishing the Zongheng jade ring to him? What is that jade ring? It is a treasured heirloom passed down through the generations of the Zongheng sect. The one who possesses the jade ring becomes the leader of the Zongheng sect. Indeed, the Zongheng sect had fallen, but it was not without foundation. It was merely concealed for ages. Once the Zongheng's power were to emerge, the entire world would tremble. Zhang Xian gazed out the window, murmuring, 18 years ago, I could not see through that great Zhou national master, Feng Huojun. I believed she would become a powerful empress, but alas, she became the national master of the Zhou. 18 years later, I now encounter an even more inscrutable youth, and I cannot help but ponder betting once more on the unpredictable nature of life. Who can truly comprehend it? You have remained in this Qianxian gambling house for over a decade. It is time for you to venture out. Read thousands of books. Travel thousands of miles. This time, journey south. Yunimo stared blankly at Zhang Xian's retreating figure, contemplating, If I cannot even win in the gambling house, how can I hope to win in the world beyond? Zhang Xian shook his head. Without experiencing defeat, how can you savor the joy of victory? You shall depart at dawn. Yun Imo hesitated, ultimately clasping his fists. I understand, master. Please rest early. Yun Imo turned to leave. Zhang Xian gazed out the window. Lost in thought, Yi Lingtian, the third young master of the Heavenly Gate, is indeed remarkable. I shall observe how you will manipulate the affairs of this world. A few light rains are on the horizon. Let us see if you can find an umbrella. Chapter 71. Holding your umbrella, sending you on your way that night. The stars sparkled, and meteors streaked across the sky, their fleeting brilliance surpassing the myriad of stars in the night. The celestial fire awakened the slumbering night, while those in darkness blindly sought their path. The vicissitudes of time drew the bowstring of the ages, and the wheels of history moved inexorably forward. The flames of desire scorched the ravaged earth, as bloodied spears pierced through war horses and iron cavalry. Yi Lingtian wandered the streets, singing to himself. Oh dear, how curious. The weather has changed again. Just a moment ago, the stars shone brightly, and now it is overcast, with fierce winds, the stars extinguished. They say the affairs of the world are like a game of chess, unpredictable. It seems the weather in Fenglei City is even more capricious. Someone is likely to meet their end soon. Yi Lingtian chuckled. Fenglei City's weather may seem erratic, but in truth, it follows a seasonal pattern, well known. As the young master has just arrived in Fenglei City, there is no need for surprise. After this rain, you shall surely become familiar with the place. 20 meters ahead, a woman appeared, holding an oiled paper umbrella. She was not particularly beautiful, merely ordinary. But her eyes were unforgettable. They were a striking shade of purple, radiating an eerie glow in the shadowy night. To navigate through the darkness, one must possess extraordinary vision. The woman was a being of peak innate strength. Yi Lingtian looked at the woman ahead and smiled. I am but a transient guest. When the time comes, I shall naturally depart. The unpredictable nature of this realm should not trouble a guest too much. Rather, you, my lady, seem quite familiar with this place, suggesting you are a local. This locale suits you well. The woman took 3 steps forward and asked, Do you know why I am here? Yi Lingtian replied, It is expected to rain again tonight. You must be here to offer an umbrella. You are correct. I have come to provide an umbrella, and to accompany you on your journey, the woman stated calmly, her gaze steady upon Yi Lingtian. What a pity. Yi Lingtian sighed softly. What is regrettable? The woman retorted. Yi Lingtian explained, I have heard of a top-tier assassin from the Luoyang organization known as the Umbrella Bearer, who also enjoys providing umbrellas and accompanying others on their journeys. Yet, you are not the Umbrella Bearer, which leaves me somewhat disappointed. Not to worry, there is little difference between someone else accompanying you and my own company. The woman's tone grew increasingly sinister, an aura of murderous intent emanating from her. She was neither a captive of the net nor a denizen of the afterlife camp. Her focus was solely on the jade ring clasped in Yi Lingtian's grasp, not affiliated with the Qianshin gambling house. She was simply a relentless assassin fixated on acquiring that jade ring. The retrieval of the ring had been her long-standing mission, backed by a powerful figure who desperately desired it. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, a bolt of lightning illuminating the realm in blinding light. In an instant, the woman lunged towards Yi Lingtian, her umbrella spinning like a blade, slicing through the night with chilling precision. Just as she reached him, Yi Lingtian vanished from sight. The woman's gaze sharpened. In a flash, she felt a tightening around her neck. Yi Lingtian had appeared beside her, gripping her throat. With a swift motion, he slammed her down onto the ground, shattering the earth beneath them. Her bones crumbled, blood gushing forth as she writhed in agony, utterly bereft of strength. With a single move, Yi Lingtian had subdued her. Looking down at the defeated woman, he chuckled lightly. If you were to plead for mercy, I might consider sparing you out of pity. The woman, her face contorted in pain, retorted with a cold smile. Alas, I lack the capital to evoke your pity. With a decisive strike, Yi Lingtian ended her life, remarking coolly, Women who are overly clever meet their demise swiftly. As her body lay lifeless, he mused. The umbrella is quite nice. It will suffice to shield from the impending rain. I am merely a transient, with no need to delve into the intricacies of this place. It is only fitting to hold your umbrella, escorting you thus. He picked up the umbrella from the ground and departed. With a rumble, thunder clapped and torrential rain poured down, lightning flashing incessantly, casting eerie shadows of the buildings around them. In the city lord's mansion, a middle-aged man clad in resplendent robes sat gravely in the grand hall. Beside him lay a massive sword, as dark as ink, measuring 3 feet in length and a palm's width in width. its edges blunt and adorned with mysterious runes that exuded a chilling aura beneath the flickering lightning. The man, Immortal Gacha, the city lord of Feng, a mid-stage grandmaster, was the most formidable among the 3 grandmasters in the entire city. However, this fact paled in comparison to the powerful figure backing him, the infamous purple-robed Marquis of the Great Zhou, a man whose name struck fear into the hearts of many. The current purple-robed Marquis was the strongest among the 4 marquises of Great Zhou, his reputation rivaling that of the legendary Tian Su Marquis, Ji Cheng. Moreover, he was one of Ji Cheng's most trusted confidants. With a thunderous crash, a deafening clap of thunder resonated. The doors of the grand hall burst open as a figure emerged, holding an oiled paper umbrella. The continuous lightning illuminated him, obscuring his features and casting an air of sinister charm. The newcomer was none other than Lingtian. "It seems she has failed," Immortal Gacha remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Lingtian. Lingtian glanced at the massive sword beside Immortal Gacha and spoke softly, "A heavy sword without an edge. Great skill and simplicity. This is the Thunderblade, rank 12th. Today, I have the pleasure of witnessing it. It is indeed a remarkable sword. It has caught the eye of the 3rd young master, so it must be exceptional." Immortal Gacha pondered, "You know my identity yet dare to act against me? You are quite bold." Shaking his head, Immortal Gacha replied, "In this era, the weak have no choice. Clearly, I am the weak. I must obey the orders given to me. The future princess of Great Zhou cannot be touched by anyone but the emperor." Lingtian smiled. "That is a grandiose justification. The absence of choice is, in itself, a choice. What your benefactor truly desires is likely the jade ring of the Zongheng faction. Is it not? That is inconsequential. What matters is that I require an excuse to act. Rest assured, I have instructed the soldiers in the city not to be aware of what transpires here." With the Thunderblade in hand, Immortal Gacha rose slowly, his aura surging dramatically. Rumors had circulated that the 3rd young master, Lingtian, was a useless fool, but upon encountering him today, Immortal Gacha realized the rumors were erroneous. This man posed a formidable threat, and he must exert his utmost effort. Lingtian sighed. "In truth, I am merely a visitor to Feng City, not intending to linger. Why must you take such drastic measures?" A glint of cold light flashed in Immortal Gacha's eyes. "I wish for the 3rd young master to remain in this city forever. The dawn's bell shall not toll for you, but tonight's death knell shall resonate solely for you. So let us begin." Lingtian stepped forward, lightning crackling behind him. The confrontation escalated as Immortal Gacha, without a moment's hesitation, launched himself towards Lingtian like an arrow. The Thunderblade swung with a deafening roar, the sound of wind and thunder piercing the air. The wielder of the heavy sword relied not on the sword's sharpness, but on his own cultivation. With sufficient strength, he could wield the sword to devastating effect. Lingtian released his grip, allowing the umbrella to hover in midair. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fist and struck out. Boom! His fist collided with the Thunderblade, unleashing a torrent of power that fractured the surrounding walls and shattered tables, debris scattering in every direction. Bang! Immortal Gacha was sent hurtling backward, a mouthful of blood escaping him as he collided with a stone pillar, shattering it. Lingtian cast a glance at Immortal Gacha, his figure flickering as he left behind several afterimages, suddenly appearing before Immortal Gacha, enveloped in a force that kept him suspended in the air. Once Immortal Gacha regained his footing, he was left aghast. The heaven-grade technique, the Celestial Net Step? The Celestial Net Step was a technique reserved for the top assassins of the Celestial Network, and how could Lingtian, the 3rd young master of the Heavenly Gate, possibly master such a skill? At that moment, Immortal Gacha felt an inexplicable dread. It was as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. Lingtian maintained his calm demeanor, extending his hand to reveal a floating bone needle. Oh no! Immortal Gacha's heart raced at the sight of the needle, a chill running down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Lingtian unleashed the bone needle, piercing through Immortal Gacha's body in an instant. Thud! Immortal Gacha trembled, blood spewing forth as he collapsed to the ground, color draining from his face, his powers extinguished. Lingtian spoke softly. "Choosing to strike means there is no path for retreat. Confronting life and death will lead you to walk with greater resolve. The heart-devouring needle, the yellow spring's mist. These are techniques of the afterlife camp's deathly specters. Who exactly are you?" Immortal Gacha clutched his chest in agony, his voice trembling with disbelief. Lingtian, having employed both the Celestial Net Step and the lethal techniques from the afterlife camp, left Immortal Gacha in a state of incredulity. How many secrets did the 3rd young master of the Heavenly Gate conceal? Was he truly the third young master? With a gentle smile, Lingtian replied, I happen to know a friend from the afterlife camp. The heart-devouring needle and the yellow springs mist are gifts from him. Mo Qingyang's face turned ashen as he sighed. To use the heart-devouring needle and yellow springs mist against me, third young master, are you attempting to frame me? Lingtian chuckled, you sought to kill me, only to be turned against. Framing does not apply here. Indeed. Mo Qingyang gave a self-deprecating smile. Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed from within him as his heart burst apart. Lingtian gazed upon the lifeless body of Mo Qingyang, sighing regretfully, what a pity for your remarkable cultivation. He intended to orchestrate a scheme from Mo Qingyang's demise, deliberately refraining from absorbing the latter's true essence to avoid drawing undue suspicion. Jingzhe. Lingtian spoke slowly. In an instant, a woman clad in black appeared within the grand hall, bowing respectfully, greetings, master of the tower. She was one of the members of the Listening Snow Tower. Have you secured the items? Lingtian inquired. Jingzhe reverently handed him a small booklet, master. This is the ledger detailing the recruitment efforts of Mo Qingyang on behalf of the Purple Robe Marquis. Lingtian replied. Send this along with the Thunder Sword to Suzhou City. I wish to present 2 significant gifts to Chujiuge. As you command. Jingzhe swiftly grasped the Thunder Sword from the ground and vanished from sight. Lingtian extended his hand, and an umbrella flew into it. Opening the umbrella, he stepped outside, where an old acquaintance awaited him. Upon exiting the city lord's mansion, he chanced upon a strikingly handsome man standing in the street. Holding an umbrella and a bone sword, his pallid complexion revealing a sickly visage. Cough, cough. The handsome man coughed, appearing exceedingly frail, as though a gust of wind could topple him. The ill ghost of death from the rebirth camp, Lingtian uttered. The man before him was indeed the ill ghost of death, the foremost among the 4 formidable ghosts of the rebirth camp. Possessing strength far surpassing that of the weeping ghost, standing at the pinnacle of a master. The heart-wrenching sting and the yellow springs powder. Master Sin must provide me with an explanation. The ill ghost's tone was somber, his eyes reflecting a mix of suspicion, confusion, and curiosity. Lingtian responded with a faint smile. Is there truly a need for an explanation? Indeed, the ill ghost asserted. The heart-wrenching sting and the yellow springs powder are my unique creations, which I once bestowed upon 2 deceased acquaintances, the national master Feng Huojun of the Great Zhou and the late emperor Lingtian of Great Zhou. You also bear the name Lingtian and possess the heart-wrenching sting and yellow springs powder. Such coincidences are perplexing, are they not? The ill ghost fixed his gaze upon Lingtian, appearing frail, yet his eyes shone brightly like stars in the night sky, radiating light. Lingtian merely smiled without responding. The ill ghost, seemingly enlightened, chose silence as his answer. Every individual's appearance seemed meticulously timed, yet none were devoid of ulterior motives. Did you anticipate my arrival? The ill ghost questioned with a complex tone. Lingtian remarked, a toast of wine in the spring breeze. 10 years of lanterns amid the night rain. 18 years is a peculiar number. Some have perished, others yet live, while some are on the brink of death. Clearly, the one you care for is nearing their end, and the Valley of the Medicine King is your sole opportunity. A glint of cold light flashed in the ill ghost's eyes as he waved his sleeve, sending several heart-wrenching stings flying towards Lingtian. The bone spikes sliced through the rain, their speed astonishing, as the descending raindrops seemed to freeze in place. Boom! Lingtian stepped forward, causing the accumulated water to rise, morphing into a rain shield that deflected all the incoming heart-wrenching stings. Bang! The ill ghost lunged forward, delivering a punch. With a crack, the rain shield shattered, and a chilling imprint of his fist surged toward Lingtian. In an instant, Lingtian appeared 10 meters away. Do you not dare to engage me in combat? The ill ghost coldly regarded him. Lingtian, with a smile that was neither here nor there, replied. Only if you draw your sword. The ill ghost glanced at the bone sword in his hand, remaining silent. Lingtian continued, it is widely known that you, the ill ghost of death, are ranked first among the 4 formidable ghosts due to your mastery of the heart-wrenching sting and yellow springs powder. Yet few realize that your swordsmanship is the true terror. The heart-wrenching sting and yellow springs powder are incurable, and once the bone sword is drawn, rivers of blood will flow. The ill ghost responded, not everyone is permitted to witness this sword being unsheathed. Those who have, nearly all have perished, including myself, who is also nearing death. Lingtian gestured, the blood of bones dissolves. The soul-devouring sword claims lives. It is both a sword of guardianship and one of self-harm. Each time it is drawn, it is solely for protection, yet it also brings you closer to death. He added, "Alas, I cannot allow you to draw your sword. For should you fall, another heartbroken soul would surely emerge in this world." Chapter 73. Your demeanor greatly displeases me. So, am I to bear this burden? The ill ghost's voice turned icy. Imo Yang perished beneath the heart-wrenching sting and Yellow Springs powder, coincidentally present in Wind Thunder City. All of this defied explanation. Regardless, Imo Yang's death would inevitably be attributed to him. The insignificant Imo Yang was of little concern. It was the purple robe marquee behind him that instilled great trepidation. Lingtian chuckled softly. "Since you've come this far, it would be remiss not to bring something back." The ill ghost tightened his grip on the bone sword. "Your demeanor greatly displeases me. I shall venture to the Valley of the Medicine King tomorrow. You cannot enter, and even if you did, you would not acquire the heart-protecting pill. As an exchange, I can seek one for you," Lingtian stated. The ill ghost paused, taken aback. "At present, you are inscrutable. Even if I draw my sword, I may not be able to keep you here. This burden, regardless of the circumstances, I must bear. In exchange for a heart-protecting pill, there must be additional conditions. Nothing too elaborate. I require you to protect a woman in Suzhou City for me," Lingtian replied, shaking his head slightly. "What manner of woman?" the ill ghost inquired, frowning. "Qin Jinjia," Lingtian stated plainly. Qin Jinjia was undoubtedly on the verge of facing a significant predicament. Even with a powerful ally at her back, her safety would be precarious. She must not be allowed to fall into ruin. Very well, the ill ghost agreed without hesitation. As he had no other options, Lingtian casually tossed a piece of jade to the ill ghost. "Take this back. It may suffice for a report. Zhang Xian's disciple will likely head south." The ill ghost stared at the jade in his hand, his pupils narrowing slightly, and without further words, he departed swiftly. Still as intriguing as ever, Lingtian smiled faintly. He held no concern that the ill ghost would disclose his secrets. For that individual harbored a significant secret of his own, one that involved a woman he deeply cherished. For the ill ghost, nothing in this world could compare to that woman. Ironically, she had once been among the targets for assassination by the ill ghost. Yet he fell in love with her instead. In this world, the heart-wrenching sting and Yellow Springs powder were without an antidote. Even the ill ghost himself was powerless against them. When that woman was pierced through the heart by the heart-wrenching sting, it signified her imminent demise. Yet a heart-protecting pill could extend her life for 18 years. Thus, the ill ghost had no grounds to refuse Lingtian's proposal. At this moment, Lingtian mused that his heavenly mechanism box should soon reveal its value. Gongshu Yi was indeed a talent. The golden silk was exceptional. Yet it could not withstand the onslaught of cold poison. Lingtian contemplated various matters, a gentle smile gracing his face. In this world, only two factions could unlock the heavenly mechanism box: the Heavenly Gate's heavenly mechanism pavilion and the Gongshu family's formidable mechanical arts. The Gongshu family was somewhat obscure. Yet many would recognize the name Gongshu Ban, Lu Ban, the ancestral founder of the Gongshu lineage. The mechanical arts of the Gongshu family were fearsome, yet they could not withstand the ravages of time. Today, the Gongshu family had fallen into decline, becoming accomplices of the rebirth camp. While Gongshu Yi stood as the most distinguished heir of the family in a millennium, he could not be allowed to perish just yet. For Lingtian had great use for him. Deliberately allowing Qin Jinjia to steal the heavenly mechanism box was indeed part of a grander scheme. He needed to render that old fellow Gongshu Yi temporarily incapacitated. A millennium ago, the Heavenly Gate forged the heavenly mechanism box, and 4 factions possessing the seal of eternal life placed their seals within it, yet it remained unopened. Lingtian would not permit anyone, aside from himself, to tamper with those 4 heavenly mechanism boxes. Allowing Gongshu Yi to rest for a time was quite necessary. The worth of an individual is derived from the benefits they can provide. Without such advantages, one is always at risk of being cast aside. Lingtian departed, holding an umbrella. Shortly thereafter, within the city lord's mansion, a mysterious figure appeared, and upon seeing the lifeless body of Imo Yang, his countenance shifted dramatically. "Heart-biting thorn. Yellow Springs scattered, the minion of the afterlife camp," he uttered, his tone icy, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. The next day, within a mysterious grand hall of the afterlife camp, a congregation of formidable individuals gathered. The same narratives tend to unfold in similar or disparate locales. Yet there are always those who overestimate their own cleverness and fall prey to their hubris and avarice. "Can Gongshu Yi unlock this celestial mechanism box?" inquired a burly man clad in a crimson robe, his face adorned with stubble, as he brandished a box. A gaunt old man emerged, his narrow eyes betraying a sinister cunning. his entire demeanor exuding an unsettling aura. This man was none other than Gong Shuyi, the current patriarch of the Gongshu clan. Though not a grand master, he possessed mastery at the level of a master, and his expertise in mechanisms was unparalleled. In this world, aside from the Celestial Gate, only my Gongshu clan's formidable mechanism arts can unlock the Celestial Mechanism Box. Gong Shuyi cackled, his voice sharp and somewhat frightening. With a swift gesture, the burly man sent the Celestial Mechanism Box flying towards Gong Shuyi. Upon receiving it, Gong Shuyi examined the box and remarked, "No doubt. This is indeed the genuine Celestial Mechanism Box." The burly man pondered for a moment, expressing his unease. "I feel this item has come too easily. Something feels amiss. For safety's sake, proceed with caution." Having previously suffered a significant loss, he remained apprehensive. Gong Shuyi, brimming with confidence, reassured him, "Fear not. It is merely a Celestial Mechanism Box. It poses no substantial threat." With a sudden motion, he cast the Celestial Mechanism Box aside, and from his sleeve, several strands of golden silkworm thread shot forth, instantly ensnaring the box. These threads were extraordinary, capable of penetrating into the mechanism box. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, intently sensing the dynamics within the box. To unlock this Celestial Mechanism Box, one must not merely exert effort externally. It necessitates altering the internal structure of the mechanisms. The golden threads are indeed remarkable. The onlookers nodded in agreement. In the realm of mechanism arts, Gong Shuyi was undeniably exceptional. Regrettably, he had always been too reserved, having repeatedly declined to share the Gongshu clan's mechanism scrolls with the Afterlife camp. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from within the Celestial Mechanism Box. Gong Shuyi opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. It worked. Everyone stepped back. The crowd hurriedly complied. The golden threads in Gong Shuyi's hands wound around the box's lid, and with a firm tug, a crisp sound echoed as the box sprang open. In an instant, a flurry of silver needles erupted from within, each imbued with lethal venom. A mere prick would result in instantaneous death. After a brief moment, the barrage of silver needles ceased. Gong Shuyi's golden threads extracted a flawless piece of jade from the box, the seal of eternal life. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon seeing the jade, their expressions illuminating with joy as they rushed closer. "Everyone, do not rush. Allow me to examine it first," Gong Shuyi cackled, as the golden threads morphed into a pair of golden gloves. He grasped the jade, scrutinizing it with great care. "Indeed, it is a rare treasure," Gong Shuyi exclaimed with excitement. Suddenly, the jade shattered, releasing a chilling mist. Gong Shuyi's expression altered. Instinctively, he attempted to evade it, only to find that the mist rapidly ensnared his arm, infiltrating his body, rendering his golden silk gloves ineffective. "This is bad." Gong Shuyi's face contorted with fear as frost began to envelop him. No matter how he attempted to resist, the coldness penetrated deeper, intensifying with each effort. Moments later, he was transformed into an ice sculpture, his body frozen save for his head, with the chilling aura growing ever more oppressive. The onlookers' faces paled, their eyes wide with horror. "This is the celestial cold poison of the Snow Sword Immortal. Save me," Gong Shuyi cried out in desperation. The burly man in crimson robes spoke gravely. "You should understand that the celestial cold poison specifically devours one's true essence. If I were to exert my power, this poison would instantaneously invade my body, and I would be unable to save you. Quick, find the Snow Sword Immortal." Gong Shuyi entreated in terror. The burly man remained silent. How could one seek the Snow Sword Immortal, who had vanished without a trace years ago, once afflicted by the celestial cold poison? Only the Snow Sword Immortal could offer salvation. No one else possessed the means. The crowd sighed, acknowledging that Gong Shuyi was effectively rendered useless. A glimmer of thought crossed someone's mind. Since Gong Shuyi had been incapacitated, ought the Gongshu clan's mechanism scrolls be retrieved? Summon me back immediately. I demand an explanation. The burly man's countenance darkened. The celestial mechanism box had been brought from the Celestial Gate by Mei, and now that a problem had arisen, an explanation was imperative. Previously, the incident involving the innate elixir recipe had resulted in a grievous error, leading to the demise of the Grand Master level ghost Dr. Pingyi. Now Gong Shuyi was thoroughly incapacitated, and someone must be held accountable. Otherwise, when the camp leader placed blame, none present would escape culpability. This wretched Celestial Gate. What a calculated scheme. They lamented. A series of misfortunes had unfolded, striking the Afterlife camp hard, and yet they continued to fall for the traps. A situation both ironic and lamentable. Before long, Qin Jinjiao arrived, and upon witnessing Gong Shuyi transformed into an ice sculpture, Her heart sank as she comprehended the predicament with the celestial mechanism box. Once again, she had been deceived. Lingtian, what a cunning individual you are, she thought. With the celestial mechanism box malfunctioning, coupled with the previous counterfeit innate elixir recipe, resulting in two pivotal figures of the afterlife camp meeting with disaster, one dead, one incapacitated, you owe us an explanation. The burly man spoke with a voice laden with menace. Her missteps were not limited to these two incidents, as I understand. She had previously sabotaged the union between Chu Jioga and Bai Qingyan. A chilling voice interjected. Is it your instructor who has erred? How? Are there issues with my teachings? An ancient voice echoed through the air as an elderly woman, stooped and leaning on her cane, approached. It was none other than Meng Pe. Upon sighting her, the crowd immediately bowed in reverence. Even the formidable Chi Hua Yanjun slightly inclined his head. Meng Pe was a venerable figure of the Yangsheng camp and a master-level powerhouse, deserving of utmost respect. Greetings, master. Qin Jianjia respectfully saluted Meng Pe. With indifference, Meng Pe declared, the rules of the Yangsheng camp must not be transgressed. Since a mistake has occurred, one must accept the punishment, the forfeiture of your cultivation and the severing of your limbs. Do you have any objections? Qin Jianjia's countenance shifted. Chi Hua Yanjun spoke in a deep voice. Meng Pe, this is unacceptable. Qin Jianjia has committed 3 grave errors and, according to the Yangsheng camp's penalties, should be sentenced to death. You must not shield her. What? Must I allow you, Chi Hua Yanjun, to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs? Meng Pe's cane trembled slightly, unleashing a terrifying pressure. Chi Hua Yanjun staggered back, his face paling, as he hastily replied, I dare not. Do any of you have objections? Meng Pe scanned the others. The crowd hung their heads, too intimidated to speak further. Since there are no objections, let us proceed to strip Qin Jianjia of her cultivation and sever her limbs, Meng Pe stated coldly, her murky eyes devoid of emotion. Wait. A voice rang out from outside the hall, and the specter of the sickly ghost entered. Meng Pe turned her gaze toward him, frowning. Sickly ghost. Do you have an objection? The sickly ghost bowed to Meng Pe. This child, Jianjia, has been under my care since her youth. As her uncle, I cannot allow her to be discarded so easily. I wish to protect her this once. Qin Jianjia was momentarily taken aback. She recognized the sickly ghost. But they shared no personal bond. Why would he come to her defense? Meng Pe replied coldly, though you, sickly ghost, have fought through life and death for the Yangsheng camp and accumulated countless merits, you cannot overstep your bounds. The sickly ghost produced a precious jade and presented it to Meng Pe. Please examine this. Upon receiving the jade, Meng Pe's pupils contracted. The longevity seal. Indeed, it is the longevity seal, the sickly ghost affirmed. From the great Zhou royal family? Meng Pe scrutinized it closely, finding no flaws. She was familiar with another longevity seal within the Yangsheng camp and could discern its authenticity. The sickly ghost's previous mission was to retrieve the longevity seal from the great Zhou royal family, but he had received no news until now. Correct. It is indeed from the great Zhou. I propose to exchange this seal for Qin Jianjia's safety, the sickly ghost pondered. Although he could not ascertain the authenticity of the seal, he believed that since it was casually produced by Lingtian, it undoubtedly was not genuine. Chapter 75. Not only without fault, but also meritorious. Some might wonder, if the longevity seal can be counterfeited, would there not be many such seals? Such thinking is naive. The longevity seal is a perilous asset. Whoever possesses it becomes the target of envy. The Heavenly Gate, the great Zhou dynasty, how formidable they are. Yet, even the Web and the Yangsheng camp dare to act against them. If even the great powers can be disregarded, what of ordinary individuals and other factions? To wield this seal invites calamity. Meng Pe contemplated for a moment. A single longevity seal could only absolve Qin Jianjia of one error. She still had 2 significant mistakes. The sickly ghost glanced at the frozen Gongsu Yi, his emotions complex. Yi Lingtian's tactics are indeed formidable, more sinister than before. In this situation, Gongsu Yi is utterly incapacitated. Compelling him to surrender the mechanism scroll is the optimal strategy. This man has always favored concealing his abilities, and the camp leader has long desired for him to yield. Now presents a perfect opportunity. I have heard Meng Pe possesses a soul-stirring potion that could extract everything from him, which should not be difficult. The sickly ghost murmured. The crowd was stirred. This notion had crossed their minds previously, but no one dared to voice it due to Gongsu Yi's condition. Now that he was incapacitated, who would still hesitate? You dare to conspire against me? I will not rest until you are dealt with. Gongsu Yi roared. The sickly ghost continued. Though Gongsu Yi previously chose to serve the Yangsheng camp, he kept his family distant from our affairs. I happen to know several promising young individuals from the Gongsu family who could be nurtured. Sickly ghost, you wretched opportunist, may you meet a dreadful end. Gongsu Yi bellowed. The sickly ghost remained silent. Meng Pa regarded the frozen Gongsu Yi, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her murky eyes. That is indeed a clever idea. No, I refuse. I will seek the camp leader. Gongsu Yi ground his teeth. Meng Pa disregarded him, continuing, however, Qin Jianjia has committed another error. A faint smile appeared on the sickly ghost's pale face. She has done nothing wrong. Oh, pray tell. Meng Po's expression remained indifferent. The sickly ghost explained. We are all aware that the true backing of the Bai family is the Zongheng faction. If Chu Jiugu aligns with the Bai family, do you believe he will continue collaborating with us or with the Zongheng faction? Qi Hua Yanjun interjected. The Zongheng faction has already declined, and the only support for the Bai family comes from the Zong faction, which lacks clout. Moreover, the Zong faction traditionally does not interfere with Bai family matters. What if I were to tell you that a young man from the Hung faction is currently heading south? What then? The sickly ghost shook his head. A young man? The crowd's pupils constricted. The Zongheng faction had long since split, and the Zongheng ring belonged to the Hung faction. Only those who possessed the Jade Ring could accept disciples. The bearer of the Jade Ring could only take one apprentice, who would be groomed as a sect leader. Implicitly, if the Hung faction sought to re-establish the Zongheng faction, it merely required a disciple bearing the Jade Ring. Of course, he must pass through the layers of scrutiny from the Zong faction. The Zongheng faction, though seemingly fragmented, is never truly separate. They intertwine and diverge, forming a complex web of power. For many years, they have not merged simply due to a lack of justification. 18 years ago, the old fellow Zhang Xian had some ideas, but unfortunate events interrupted his plans. The sickly ghost remarked, that young man is indeed Zhang Xian's disciple. His choice to head south is quite deliberate. At this moment, if Chu Jiugu collaborates with the Bai family, our Yangsheng camp will be marginalized. Hence, Qin Jianjia's actions are not only without fault, but rather commendable. The crowd wore contemplative expressions. If this were the case, it was indeed a significant matter, and they must prepare accordingly. Although the Zongheng faction had fallen into decline, no one dared to truly underestimate them. Should the Zongheng faction reunite, both the martial world and the court would be engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. Sickly ghost, is what you say true? Meng Pa asked solemnly. The sickly ghost softly replied, within 3 days, Zhang Xian's disciple will arrive in Gusu City. You may all meet this young man then. Meng Pa remained silent for a moment before addressing the crowd. What are your thoughts regarding Qin Jianjia's situation? Qi Hua Yanjun stated. Since the sickly ghost is so protective of her, let this matter rest. I implore Meng Pa to retrieve the mechanism scroll from Gongsu Yi as soon as possible. The development of the Yangsheng camp must not stagnate. With that, Qi Hua Yanjun turned and departed. We take our leave. The others followed suit. Meng Pa cast a glance at Qin Jianjia, waved her hand, and vanished with Gongsu Yi. Qin Jianjia looked at the sickly ghost, hesitating before asking. I am curious as to why you chose to save me. The sickly ghost replied, I must honor Meng Po's wishes. You have earned merit today. Go to the punishment hall to receive your reward. Qin Jianjia shook her head. I know that master seeks to protect me, and sparing my life is her utmost limit. The sickly ghost murmured, Meng Pa has many disciples, yet those who err typically meet their demise. I have never seen her show such favoritism. Her protection of you piques my curiosity. You are indeed special, and I await to see what unfolds. Qin Jianjia was momentarily taken aback. Throughout her life, Meng Pa had been exceedingly strict with her, yet she could also sense a peculiar care beneath that stern exterior. Observing her fellow sisters being mercilessly punished for their mistakes left her puzzled as to why she was treated differently. Among her peers, there were several who were arguably more talented than she, yet when they erred, their fate was invariably death. Take care of yourself. I cannot protect you next time. The ghost of death remarked before turning away, heading towards the Valley of Medicine Kings. Su Qingsheng was drenched in blood, her face smeared with dirt, appearing utterly disheveled. She had faced multiple assassination attempts along the way, and her pursuers seemed intent on prolonging her suffering, as if toying with her like a cat with a mouse, forcing her to flee. Ahead lay the Valley of Medicine Kings. There was no need to run any longer. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed. A man clad in a blood-red robe, wielding a crimson ghost sword and donning a skull mask, suddenly appeared 10 meters ahead of her. Su Qingqing's complexion turned pale as she gazed at him. The first rank of the earthly characters, blood skeleton. I am somewhat disappointed. I allowed you to flee all this way, yet did not see Yi Lingtian emerge. It seems he is indifferent to your fate. Perhaps I am overthinking, blood skeleton replied. His gaze icy as he bore down on Su Qingqing. With Blood Soul dead, and Yi Lingtian's mysterious nature, Blood Skeleton had pursued Su Qingqing merely to probe Yi Lingtian's depths, but he had not anticipated that the latter would remain hidden. Thus, there seemed little reason to spare Su Qingqing any further. Chapter 76. I cannot dare to act recklessly, as I cannot see through you, third young master. The value of my life is evidently far greater, Su Qingqing declared solemnly. Value? Who can truly claim to possess significant worth? Even I am prepared to be sacrificed at any moment. The organization has nurtured you, allowing you to live as a young lady for over a decade. Now is the time for you to repay that debt, Blood Skeleton retorted indifferently. I am the chosen consort of the Emperor of the Great Zhou, Su Qingqing asserted. Clearly, there are others far more suited for that role. Your presence is merely an obstruction, Blood Skeleton countered. Su Qingqing's pupils constricted. She was baffled that Ji Cheng had selected her as his consort without them ever having met. She had planned to follow the prescribed steps, only to be thrust into the heavenly gate by Su Zhantian to undertake a mission. The notion of fleeing from marriage had merely been a facade. Su Zhantian was, in fact, a member of the organization, deeply concealed. She was not as illustrious as she had imagined. She was merely an assassin cultivated by them. The organization had infiltrated various factions, raising pawns who could not refuse when called upon, lest they face death. And what of the heavenly gate? Of the 3 members of the organization who infiltrated it, Hei Chang and another had already perished, leaving only her. If she were to die, would that not render the organization's efforts fruitless? Su Qingqing spoke, her voice steady, seeking to negotiate for a sliver of hope. No one is irreplaceable. If there were, it would only mean the time has not yet come. From the moment you entered the heavenly gate, you were left with but one value: death. Blood Skeleton continued. He could have slain Su Qingqing with a single stroke, yet he chose to wait, harboring a lingering sense that Yi Lingtian would soon reveal himself. It seemed that the organization had more than 3 assassins infiltrated within the heavenly gate. Su Qingqing's face turned ashen. A killer, once replaced, would lose all inherent value. I am quite curious about the secrets you harbor that led Ji Cheng to select you as his consort, and why Su Zhantian treats you with such exceptional care. Blood Skeleton mused, narrowing his eyes slightly, sensing that Su Qingqing concealed secrets others could scarcely fathom. It appeared that the cunning old fox, Su Zhantian, had concealed certain truths about the organization, especially considering that his background was not as simple as it seemed. He had not always been a part of the Great Zhou. Su Qingqing allowed a self-deprecating smile to grace her lips. She was unaware of the circumstances with Ji Cheng, but she understood Su Zhantian's situation all too well. Members of the organization were notoriously cold-blooded. Throughout her upbringing, Su Zhantian had never shown her a moment of kindness. Each mistake resulted in her being mercilessly punished, often left to starve. The notion that he treated her with any form of special consideration was laughable. Countless pawns existed within the organization. The death of 1 or 2 would scarcely register. Therefore, she refused to accept her fate. All she desired was to live. Her sole objective was survival. After a brief silence, Blood Skeleton muttered to himself, "It seems I have overestimated Yi Lingtian. Rest assured, I will deliver your corpse to the foot of the Heavenly Gate Mountain." With that, he unsheathed his blood-red sword, unleashing a fierce sword energy aimed at Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing's expression changed dramatically as she attempted to evade, only to find herself ensnared by the sword's aura, unable to move. It was over, she thought despondently, realizing that her struggles over the past decade had been in vain. Indeed, once ensnared by the organization, one's life and death were no longer in their own hands. Yet she foolishly continued to fight, a thought that now seemed absurd. Just as Su Qingqing resigned herself to her fate, a sudden sound pierced the air. Her weapon, the Calamity Queller, flew from her grasp, intercepting the lethal sword energy. Blood Skeleton narrowed his eyes in surprise, then a smile crept across his face. At last, he has arrived. Qingqing, why do you appear so disheveled? Tell your master, have you endured great grievances? A gentle voice resonated. Not far away, Yi Lingtian approached, hands clasped behind his back. Yi Lingtian, Su Qingqing stared at him in a daze, her emotions swirling within her. Upon seeing his arrival, a flicker of warmth ignited in her previously despondent heart, as if a glimmer of light had pierced through the darkness. Yi Lingtian, you have finally come. The death of Blood Soul was your doing, wasn't it? Blood Skeleton's gaze shifted to Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian sighed. If there is a matter, let it be directed at me. How can you bully my Qingqing? Blood Skeleton shook his head. I cannot fathom you, third young master, thus I must tread carefully. While Blood Soul's demise may have stemmed from Yi Lingtian or an expert from the Heavenly Gate, Blood Skeleton remained uncertain. Hence, His pursuit of Su Qingcheng was intended to gauge whether Yi Lingtian would intervene or if other formidable figures would appear, thus gleaning insights into the situation. Regrettably, thus far, he had only encountered an early-stage master, which left him somewhat disappointed. Unfortunately, you have already crossed the line. I would never harm my Qingcheng, yet you have injured her. This debt must be settled. Yi Lingtian spoke softly. Is that so? Then allow me to witness your capabilities. Blood Skeleton's eyes flared with murderous intent as he ceased his idle chatter, stepping forward to confront Yi Lingtian. Blood slaughter. Blood Skeleton bellowed, unleashing a torrent of blood-red sword energy, a terrifying aura sweeping through the surroundings, reducing everything to dust. Yi Lingtian regarded Blood Skeleton with an impassive expression, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, an immense force surging into the Calamity Queller. At his current level of cultivation, even without employing the great Zhou Emperor's technique, he felt no fear facing a peak master. Suddenly, the Calamity Queller was drawn forth, a burst of crimson light exploding forth, rendering the world eerily silent. Blood Skeleton's movements appeared to slow, and the debris swirling around them came to a standstill. Buzz! The sword of Calamity trembled violently, an ominous blood-red power coiling around its blade, transforming into a blood dragon. Boom! Suddenly, the sword of Calamity shot forth, the blood dragon emitting a series of roars. Exuding a domineering power, its murderous intent surging forth, causing the ground to crack incessantly. With a swift motion, the sword of Calamity pierced through the neck of the Blood Skeleton, sending it flying several dozen meters away. Chapter 77. Reunion with Feng Huojun 30 meters away. The Blood Skeleton gripped the sword of Calamity that had embedded itself in its neck, blood failing to flow down as the sword ravenously devoured its essence. With a hoarse voice filled with dread, the Blood Skeleton uttered, a single strike to sever the throat. The sword flies 100 paces. A rich smile spread across Yi Lingtian's face. Boom! The devouring power of the sword of Calamity intensified, and the Blood Skeleton was reduced to mere bones. With a casual flick, Yi Lingtian sheathed the sword, channeling the power it had consumed into his dantian. A moment later, a faint sound emanated from within Yi Lingtian, and his aura became more terrifying. Reaching the late master stage, he had succeeded. Su Qingcheng gazed in shock at Yi Lingtian and the skeletal remains on the ground. The peak master Blood Skeleton had been slain by Yi Lingtian with a single sword strike. The sword could truly be drawn, and in an instant, it had devoured the Blood Skeleton's flesh and blood, utterly sinister. In that moment, she felt her soul tremble, an indescribable apprehension flooding her heart, and her gaze towards Yi Lingtian was tinged with disbelief. Among the 4 young masters of Tianmen, Yi Lingtian was indeed the most formidable presence. She had long suspected that Yi Lingtian was extraordinary, but witnessing his prowess today left her astounded. Who would have imagined that such terrifying power lay concealed within that seemingly frail body? To slay the Blood Skeleton with a single stroke, one would need at least the cultivation of a grandmaster. Was Yi Lingtian, who feigned weakness, no longer intending to hide his true strength? Yi Lingtian approached Su Qingcheng, gently wiping the dirt from her face with his sleeve, and said with concern, "Qingcheng, do not fear. I am here. From now on, as long as I am with you, no one can harm you." Su Qingcheng felt a chill run down her spine, trembling all over. She dared not indulge in his gentleness. To her, Yi Lingtian was a demon. Everything became crystal clear. Every plot had undoubtedly originated from him. From the moment she stepped into Tianmen, she had become his target, manipulated like a pawn in his grand design. It was a brilliant scheme. As expected, her harrowing chase by the Blood Skeleton had also been orchestrated by Yi Lingtian. She knew not his motives. But one thing was certain. With the peak master Blood Skeleton slain, any hope of reconciliation between her and the Luo network had been extinguished. No matter where she went, she would face relentless pursuit from the Luo network. To survive, her only option was to stay by Yi Lingtian's side. Otherwise, why would he reveal his strength in her presence? He had her firmly in his grasp. Realizing this, Su Qingcheng took a silent step back, her face devoid of color, and self-deprecatingly remarked, "What merit do I possess as merely a first-tier Xian to deserve such special treatment from the 3rd young master?" Yi Lingtian affectionately grasped her delicate hand and replied, "Because I care for you." Qingcheng. Shivers coursed through her entire body. She dared not resist in the slightest. Ahead lay the Medicine King Valley, and Yi Lingtian led her forward. Su Qingcheng stood frozen, feeling as though the sword of Calamity in her hand was a supreme weapon, poised to consume her at any moment. "Qingcheng, why are you dawdling?" Yi Lingtian's voice called back to her. Seeing Yi Lingtian's retreating figure, she hesitated no longer and silently followed, realizing she had no other choice. Lingtian had exposed his strength before her, and he clearly would not let her leave easily. To survive, she had to accompany him. After walking several miles, they reached a cliff where the entrance to the Medicine King Valley loomed ahead. However, this entrance had not been accessible for many years. Not just anyone could enter. For an ordinary person to gain access, there was but one way: to traverse the Thunder Canyon. At that moment, at the entrance of the Medicine King Valley, a pair of figures appeared. The woman wore a golden phoenix robe, adorned with a purple gold crown, her long hair cascading elegantly, tied with a white ribbon. Her figure was graceful, her beauty breathtaking. With phoenix-like eyes devoid of emotion, exuding an otherworldly nobility and mystery, she wielded a phoenix feather sword, her aura restrained yet profound. Beside her stood a strikingly handsome man clad in a white jade robe, his features refined, exuding an ethereal quality. His eyes held deep wisdom, and he carried a folding fan, appearing exceptionally distinguished. An apt description for him would be a jade-like gentleman, unmatched in the world. It was her. Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. After 18 years, Feng Huojun appeared unchanged, having entered the Grand Master realm, her lifespan extending over 300 years. So her appearance would not easily alter. Indeed, the woman was none other than the infamous female protagonist of this world, Feng Huojun. In the span of 18 years, much had transpired. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect, Feng Huojun had not become the ruthless empress as Lingtian had believed. Instead, she had abdicated in favor of Ji Cheng, retreating into the shadows to become the national master of the Great Zhou dynasty. Lingtian remained unaware of why she had once sought to harm him, nor did he have any interest in uncovering the reasons. However, it was undeniable that a conflict existed between them. His gaze shifted to the man beside her. Feng Huojun's ability to command the Great Zhou and quell chaos in all directions stemmed not only from her formidable strength, but also from her formidable Phoenix Ming army, which included 4 exceptional individuals. The wise strategist, Yu Xuanji, was responsible for overarching plans, his cunning unmatched. The unparalleled martial king, Chu Qingquang, a war fanatic of immense strength, charged into battle with unparalleled ferocity. The Snow Moon young master, Yin Shengla, was tasked with gathering intelligence for Feng Huojun, rumored to be of the lineage of the famed Bai Shaosheng. Finally, Yimu Yulan, Emojan Yi, was responsible for various assassinations, employing formidable methods. Now, with Feng Huojun and Yu Xuanji appearing at the entrance of the Medicine King Valley, their intentions remained unclear, providing ample intrigue for contemplation. Lingtian's gaze darkened, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing's complexion changed dramatically as she sensed the sword of calamity trembling, a chilling murderous intent enveloping the air, as if it could draw forth at any moment, causing her heart to race. Without uttering a word, Lingtian turned to leave. As the female protagonist of this world, Feng Huojun had long since reached the Grand Master realm and was now unfathomably powerful, not to mention graced with the aura of a protagonist. Even if he exerted all his efforts, he likely could not contend with her. Now was not the time to act. Moreover, several other forces were converging upon this location. Just as Lingtian departed, Feng Huojun seemed to sense something, abruptly turning to fix her gaze upon the distance. "Master, what is it?" Yu Xuanji inquired respectfully. Observing Feng Huojun's change in demeanor, Feng Huojun remained silent, momentarily lost in thought. After a while, she indifferently replied, "It is nothing." Before long, a disciple emerged from the Medicine King Valley, ushering the two of them inside. Chapter 78, The Secrets of the Medicine King, the 100 Herbs. The Thunder Canyon, measuring 10 meters in width and 300 meters in length, was flanked by metal on both sides. Above, dark clouds loomed, electric arcs flickering and crackling, while the ground was littered with countless black bones, some human, others animal. This canyon was exceedingly terrifying, with lightning crackling all around. Even a grandmaster would face dire consequences upon entering, and reaching the end was a formidable challenge. Many formidable individuals have attempted this journey, yet countless have perished beneath the thunderous might. A rare few who ventured forth managed to emerge alive, but traversing this gorge remains a daunting task. "Qingqing, allow me to guide you across the Thunder Gorge," Lingtian said with a gentle smile, wrapping his arm around Su Qingqing. A slight tremor coursed through her body, yet she made no attempt to resist, allowing him to embrace her. Lingtian produced the Thunder Pearl, and with a swift motion, he soared into the Thunder Gorge with Su Qingqing. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by an overwhelming force of destruction. However, the Thunder Pearl proved to be remarkably enigmatic, effectively shielding them from the thunderous energy by a meter. Accelerating his pace, he soon led Su Qingqing through the gorge, Before them lay a chasm over 200 meters deep, spanned only by a solitary iron chain. At the end of this chain stood perilous mountains, adorned with towering structures that seemed to pierce the heavens, shrouded in mist, exuding an aura of mystery akin to that of a celestial realm. The mountains were closely positioned, interconnected by a series of intricate iron chain bridges that appeared exceedingly complex. At the deepest point, a colossal mountain loomed, atop which sat not merely ordinary pavilions, but a grand, enigmatic hall, the heart of the Valley of the Medicine King. Ching-chung, hold on tight, Lingtian instructed. With a powerful step, he landed on the iron chain and rushed towards the opposite side with remarkable speed and stability. Moments later, they reached the cliff's edge. In a teasing tone, Lingtian remarked, Ching-chung, gripping so tightly, are you reluctant to leave my embrace? Su Qingqing shot him a look of exasperation. Wasn't it he who had told her to hold on? This insufferable man. If she were stronger, she would have relished the chance to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, a voice filled with suspicion broke the moment. A girl, no older than 16, carrying a bamboo basket, eyed them warily. Lingtian smiled benignly, appearing before her in an instant, and grasped her neck with casual ease. Spare me, great hero. Don't kill me. The girl cried in terror. Little girl, if you wish to live, be obedient and tell me where I can find Chang Baichao. Lingtian replied with a grin. The old valley master is dead. The girl replied instinctively. Dead. Lingtian's brow furrowed slightly. Chang Baichao was a grandmaster. How could he have perished? I'm not lying. The old valley master died 10 years ago, she insisted, pointing toward a mountain. He is buried on that mountain. With a swift motion, Lingtian knocked her unconscious. He turned to Su Qingqing and said, Qingqing, I shall take you on a treasure hunt. A treasure hunt? Su Qingqing's expression remained stoic. She was here solely to seek the antidote for the 1,000 spider soul devouring worm. Everything else held no interest for her. Surviving the month ahead was her utmost priority. Lingtian continued, it is rumored that the Medicine King, Chang Baichao, possesses extraordinary medical skills and a profoundly mysterious secret tome. Are you not intrigued? Su Qingqing's eyes flickered. She was indeed aware of the Medicine King's tome, a supreme compendium of healing arts, enigmatic and unfathomable. If she could obtain it, perhaps it would lead to her salvation. Let us go. I will guide you to the Medicine King's tome. With your expertise in pharmacology, you are a prodigy. The tome is perfectly suited for you. Lingtian took her hand and led her forward. Su Qingqing glanced down at his firm grip on her hand, muttering, Release me. I can walk on my own. That is not an option. The Valley of the Medicine King is undoubtedly fraught with numerous traps and mechanisms. If I do not hold your hand, what will happen if you inadvertently trigger a trap? I am only looking out for your safety, Lingtian asserted with a tone of righteousness. Su Qingqing couldn't help but roll her eyes. She was quite adept with traps and concealed weapons herself. Surely, she could discern whether there were mechanisms within the Valley of the Medicine King. After a brief while, they arrived at the mountainside, where a cave entrance stood, its stone door firmly shut. A stone tablet outside bore 2 characters, Forbidden Ground. This is the forbidden ground of the Valley of the Medicine King, the dwelling place of Chang Baichao, Lingtian declared. Qingqing, search for the mechanism, he instructed. Su Qingqing surveyed the surroundings and pointed at the stone tablet. The mechanism is on this tablet. Pressing it will suffice. Lingtian pressed the tablet with a gentle, yet firm touch. Boom. The stone door of the cave swung open instantly. Indeed, my Qingqing is remarkable, Lingtian praised. In your presence, my humble abilities are merely a trifling display. Su Qingqing replied, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. From that moment on, Lingtian did not grasp her hand again, but instead led the way. And Su Qingqing quickly followed. After advancing 20 meters, a flurry of sharp arrows suddenly rained down upon them. Boom. Lingtian maintained his composure, striking forth with a single palm, obliterating the arrows into mere fragments. Keep up, he called, continuing onward. They faced several more deadly traps, all of which Lingtian skillfully dismantled. Before long, they reached the innermost chamber of the cave, revealing a simple stone hall with a jade bed. Upon the bed sat an elderly man, his white hair flowing, his breath non-existent, as if he had long since departed from this world. The Medicine King, Chang Baichao. Su Qingqing gazed intently at the old man, certain that he was indeed Chang Baichao, and he appeared to be lifeless, devoid of any breath. What is that? Suddenly, Su Qingqing's expression tightened as she noticed a tome placed before Chang Baichao, unmistakably the Medicine King's tome. Lingtian waved his hand gently, saying, do not act impulsively. He is not truly dead. Though Chang Baichao appeared lifeless, a subtle power resided within him, indicating he was not a mere corpse. What? Not dead? Su Qingqing's pupils contracted. She could sense no trace of life from Chang Baichao. How could Yi Lingtian assert otherwise? He has likely practiced a unique martial art, though he appears dead. It will be difficult for him to awaken in the short term. Of course, there is also the possibility that he may never awaken, Yi Lingtian explained. He then took a few cautious steps forward, yet he found himself unable to approach Chang Baichao, as if an invisible barrier prevented him from doing so. A formation. Su Qingqing felt a chill run down her spine. She had not sensed any formation earlier and was relieved she had not acted recklessly. After a moment of circling around, Yi Lingtian finally reached Chang Baichao's side and extended his hand. Whoosh! The Medicine King's tome flew into his grasp, and after briefly inspecting it to ensure its authenticity, he tossed it to Su Qingqing. Qingqing, this tome is yours. With that, he began searching for the eternal life seal, for that was his true objective. Su Qingqing stared at the tome in her hands, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 79, A Graceful Maiden, a Gentleman's Desire After a Thorough Search. Even stripping Chang Baichao of his garments, Yi Lingtian found no trace of the eternal life seal. Is it not here? Yi Lingtian's brow furrowed in concern. His meticulous planning hinged on acquiring the eternal life seal. If he could not find it, all his efforts would be in vain. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Lingtian mused, perhaps the item is not located here. I should investigate the main camp of the Valley of the Medicine King. He had received reliable information that the eternal life seal resided with Chang Baichao. It could not be a mistake. If it was not found here, perhaps other areas of the Valley of the Medicine King held some clues. With this thought, he cast a glance at Chang Baichao. The power of a grandmaster was something he desired to absorb directly. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he refrained from such a nefarious act. For he could not guarantee that Chang Baichao would not awaken should danger arise. Su Qingqing looked at Yi Lingtian with confusion, unsure of what he was searching for. Qingqing, we must leave, he said, taking her hand to depart from the location. Su Qingqing hesitated. If I take the Medicine King's tome like this, will it cause any issues later? If Chang Baichao were to meet her demise, she would not hesitate to take the secret tome with her. However, with the adversary still alive, she pondered whether taking the item would incite future troubles. Yi Lingtian smiled and reassured. This old fellow has entered seclusion with a resolve to die. He deliberately placed the Medicine King's secret tome here, perhaps out of fear that it would be lost after his death. By taking it, you are merely fulfilling his wishes. Ah, that makes sense. Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing ceased her concerns. The item was now in her possession, and she was resolute in keeping it, as it pertained to her very life. Deep within the Medicine King Valley stood a colossal mountain, the stronghold of the valley, surrounded by towering peaks. Iron suspension bridges spanned the chasms, their surfaces covered with heavy wooden planks. Mist swirled around, and as the wind blew, the bridges swayed perilously. For an ordinary person, traversing such a bridge would instill a tremor of fear, making them reluctant to look down. As Yi Lingtian and Su Qingqing approached one of the iron bridges, two disciples from the Medicine King Valley promptly greeted them. Esteemed guests, the Valley Master has prepared a banquet in the Grand Hall. Please proceed straight across the bridge. Yi Lingtian inquired with a smile, are there many visitors to the Medicine King Valley today? He and Su Qingqing had entered the valley through the Thunder Pearl, which could be considered a forced entry. The Medicine King Valley would not regard them as guests unless there were indeed many visitors today. Initially, they believed they were the only ones entering the valley, along with Feng Huojun, but it seemed that was not the case. Had the Medicine King Valley opened its doors to the public today? That was indeed unusual. One of the disciples replied respectfully, yes, many have already arrived. Yi Lingtian's expression turned peculiar. Did this mean his Thunder Pearl was for naught? Of course, it was not entirely in vain, for had they entered through conventional means, they would have been closely monitored by the disciples of the valley, who would not have allowed them to approach Chang Baichao's abode. Thank you. Yi Lingtian slightly cupped his fists in gratitude and continued onward with Su Qingqing. The two disciples resumed their posts, maintaining their watch over the iron bridge. After traversing over 400 meters and crossing the bridge, they arrived at the majestic mountain, where a grand hall loomed before them. At the entrance, a charming young woman regarded Yi Lingtian and Su Qingqing with respect, inquiring, may I ask from which sect you two esteemed guests hail? Yi Lingtian chuckled lightly, from Tianmen. The young woman's expression shifted slightly, and she quickly replied, please, come in. Though the Medicine King Valley was reclusive, it was not oblivious to the affairs of the outside world. The Tianmen sect, with its millennia-long legacy, was formidable. None dared to underestimate it. Nodding, Yi Lingtian ushered Su Qingqing inside. Within the hall, representatives from numerous powerful factions had gathered, including Tang Min, Luo Wang, Wang Xingying, and Feng Huojun. As Yi Lingtian and Su Qingqing entered, all eyes turned towards them, particularly those from Luo Wang and Wang Xingying, whose gazes were particularly piercing. An invisible aura of hostility enveloped the room, instilling a sense of trepidation. Su Qingqing's expression grew serious, clearly taken aback by the presence of Luo Wang's members, especially as they were led by a figure of considerable menace. A middle-aged man, sword slung across his back and a gourd of wine at his waist, wore a languid smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yet, none dared to overlook him, for he was known as the Wanderer, a peak master in the realm of martial arts. This enigmatic figure was rarely seen in action, yet within Luo Wang, a saying circulated, better to encounter a bloodied skeleton than to cross paths with the Wanderer. It was believed that his true strength surpassed even that of the bloodied skeleton. The Wanderer cast a glance at Yi Lingtian and Su Qingqing, a smile gracing his lips, yet he made no move against them. Yi Lingtian took Su Qingqing's hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry. As long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on you." With that, he strode confidently forward with Su Qingqing by his side. Though Su Qingqing remained silent, she felt an inexplicable sense of security in Yi Lingtian's presence. He chose a seat beside a beauty clad in a red dress, none other than Nian Hongyu from Feng Huojun, the alluring woman he had encountered at the Huansha Tower. Zhao Shanhe and the veiled woman sat nearby. "Ah, my lovely beauty, we meet again." Yi Lingtian beamed at Nian Hongyu, giggling. "Have you been thinking of me, my lord?" Nian Hongyu replied, her voice enchanting and irresistibly seductive. Yi Lingtian grasped her delicate hand, playfully stating, "Thinking alone is insufficient. One must take action as well." Nian Hongyu swiftly withdrew her hand, casting a meaningful glance at Su Qingqing. "What a pity. My lord is too fickle, already accompanied by a beauty, yet still seeks to entice me. Are you not afraid of inciting jealousy?" Yi Lingtian chuckled, "I am not fickle. I merely wish to provide warmth to all vulnerable women in this world. And this veiled lady beside you seems to possess quite a figure. Perhaps you both would care to join me and share in my fortunes." With that, he attempted to lift the woman's veil. Zhao Shanhe immediately tightened his grip on his sword, giggling, "That will not do. My sister has high standards and requires a man who is wholly devoted to her." Nian Hongyu playfully pushed Yi Lingtian's hand away, her smile beguiling. "Alas, since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained. Only schemes can win hearts. It seems I must place you both upon a soft couch to reveal to you what true love is," Yi Lingtian lamented. "Please be mindful, my lord." The veiled woman interjected, her tone cool and distant. "A graceful lady is a gentleman's delight. I simply act upon my inclinations, not as a mere libertine. Should you have time, we can engage in a deeper exchange of feelings. I am Yi Lingtian, the third young master of Tianmen, and I lack not in wealth." Yi Lingtian responded, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 80. The Soul-Hunting Bond. Black and white impermanence. The veiled woman shot Yi Lingtian a cold glance, her heart swelling with unspoken disdain. This man was indeed smooth-tongued, confirming her suspicions of his true character. Disappointing. Many others in attendance also shook their heads in silent agreement. Confirming the rumors, this third young master was a notorious libertine, unlikely to achieve great things. Su Qingqing observed the expressions of those around her, unable to suppress a sigh. The third young master's pretense of vulnerability was unmatched. The third young master was strategizing. Could he have anticipated our presence here? In Wang Xingying, a mysterious figure adorned with a blood-red ghost mask and two skulls upon his shoulders spoke, his tone chilling and laced with menace. He was a peak master, wielding a decapitation blade, emanating a sinister aura that wafted through the air, saturated with the scent of blood, causing unease. Both Wang Xingying and Luo Wang had suffered greatly at Yi Lingtian's hands. To outsiders, he appeared as a mere fool, yet to these two assassin organizations, he was a source of great apprehension. They had been ensnared multiple times, likely orchestrated by Tianmen, yet as a pivotal figure in this web. The third young master could not be oblivious to the machinations at play. Members of Tangmen and Feng Huojun narrowed their eyes. Was there a grudge between Yi Lingtian and Wang Xingying? That was somewhat unexpected. Yi Lingtian smiled faintly. "Do we know each other, my grotesque friend?" The Wanderer replied, "This is the Headless Ghost, one of the four great spirits of Wang Xingying." "Oh, the Headless Ghost, I've heard of him. It is said he is powerful, second only to the plague ghost among the four great spirits. Today, I see that the rumors hold true," Yi Lingtian remarked with feigned realization. The Wanderer chuckled, cautioning, "Third young master, do not underestimate him. The Headless Ghost does not come with good intentions, so tread carefully." I navigate the martial world with but 2 words, background. With my connections, does anyone dare to harm me? Lingtian replied nonchalantly. The wanderer shook his head. For a group of desperate individuals, no amount of background matters. It ultimately relies on one's own strength. Lingtian regarded the wanderer, acknowledging, you do present a valid point. The traveler of the mountains, slightly cupping his fists, introduced himself. I am Luo Wang, the mountain traveler. Should the 3rd young master require assistance, I can eliminate these oblivious fools. Of course, I have my conditions. The headless ghost instantly fixed his gaze on the mountain traveler, a fierce killing intent radiating from his eyes. There exists no camaraderie between the 2 formidable assassin organizations. Once a conflict arises, the necessity to kill remains unchanged. Luo Wang's presence is intriguing. What are your conditions? Lingtian pondered, stroking his chin. The mountain traveler's gaze fell upon Su Qingqing, just as he was about to speak. Rejection. Lingtian denied him before he could utter a word. The mountain traveler looked at Lingtian with a dejected expression. Lingtian waved his hand dismissively, stating, I am surrounded by experts, no matter who arrives. Their presence is inconsequential. Thus, there is no need for you to intervene. However, I would be interested to witness your skills should the opportunity arise. Is that so? I am eager to see just how many experts stand by the 3rd young master, the headless ghost replied coldly, casually gesturing. Several assassins from the rebirth camp swiftly surrounded Lingtian, with Nian Hongyu and her companions also ensnared within their ranks. Get lost. Zhao Shanhe raised an eyebrow. A chilling aura emanating from him. An overwhelming pressure erupted, causing the rebirth assassins to stagger back in shock, spitting blood in disbelief. The headless ghost narrowed his eyes and slowly rose. The executioner's blade behind him was suddenly drawn, coldly regarding Zhao Shanhe. You possess some skill. I cannot help but be curious about your origins. You need not be overly curious about his background, for if you utter another word, you shall meet your demise at his sword. A soft, sinister voice interjected. A group of individuals clad in black entered the grand hall. Led by a figure in a black robe, wearing a black hat and wielding a blood-red soul-binding rope, exuding an even more terrifying aura than the headless ghost. Soul-binding. The black and white impermanence. The black impermanence personally graces us with his presence. How intriguing, the mountain traveler remarked with a gentle smile. Upon seeing the black-robed man, the headless ghost displayed a look of suspicion. Why was the black impermanence here? The black impermanence turned to Zhao Shanhe and softly spoke. Indeed, as the rumors have claimed, Zhao Daoyou's cultivation has significantly diminished. I wonder if you can still draw the mountain river sword? The mountain river sword. He is Zhao Shanhe. The headless ghost's pupils contracted, shock evident in his eyes. This white-haired man was actually the Zhao Shanhe from the outer heavens? How foolish of me. With this thought, he felt a wave of trepidation, relieved that the black impermanence had arrived in the nick of time. Zhao Shanhe replied indifferently, my cultivation has indeed fallen, but slaying a few insignificant pests is no issue. The black impermanence sighed, I would prefer not to see the mountain river sword drawn against me. Today's matters do not concern you, and I hope you will grant me this courtesy. Within 3 meters, anyone who approaches shall be killed. Zhao Shanhe's eyes were devoid of emotion. The black impermanence smiled faintly. Turning to Lingtian, 3rd young master, it seems the situation has become troublesome. You will need to summon other experts by your side, otherwise, it may be challenging to maintain order. As he spoke, the assassins from the rebirth camp lunged at Lingtian. Boom. At that moment, an overwhelming force filled the grand hall, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Tap. A faint sound of footsteps echoed, like the harbinger of death. The crowd struggled to lift their heads and beheld a breathtaking figure at the entrance of the hall, adorned in a golden phoenix robe and a phoenix crown, resembling a celestial being. She held a phoenix feather sword, her long hair dancing in the wind, her skin pale as snow, her beauty unparalleled, exuding a terrifying aura devoid of any emotion. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Zhao Shanhe suddenly looked up, feeling as if his blood was about to freeze. The mountain river sword trembling in his grasp. Suddenly, that enchanting figure moved, appearing before Lingtian. A scream erupted. All the assassins from the rebirth camp, save for the black impermanence, were obliterated, including the headless ghost. It is she. The onlookers fixated on the woman before Lingtian, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Their eyes filled with terror. Even someone of Zhao Shanhe's caliber felt a sense of impending doom, gripping the mountain river sword tightly. Su Qingqing also covered her mouth, appearing exceedingly shocked. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air, and Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly, poised to act at any moment. Chapter 81. This young lady. Has she fallen for me? Feng Huojun suddenly seized Yi Lingtian's wrist, a surge of power flooding into his dantian, probing for something. This madwoman, Yi Lingtian cursed inwardly, eager to draw his sword and strike her down. However, he sensed no murderous intent from Feng Huojun, refraining from making any rash moves. This woman was more formidable than before, the destined daughter, a peerless enchantress. Without absolute certainty, Yi Lingtian was reluctant to engage. Their eyes bore a striking resemblance. Their names identical, yet she was not the one he sought. Feng Huojun muttered to herself, a flicker of disappointment crossing her gaze. If the man before her were that individual, he would undoubtedly be cultivating the great Zhou Emperor's art. For it is a supreme technique only the Emperor of Great Zhou could master. Yet, she sensed none of its essence emanating from Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian regarded Feng Huojun with a playful expression. My lady, is it love that has you holding my hand so tightly? Feng Huojun sought to test his depths, but it would not be so easily accomplished. He practiced the Snowfall Heart Sutra, which could obscure the aura of the great Zhou Emperor's art. It would be remarkable if she could uncover it. However, if this madwoman discovered he cultivated the great Zhou Emperor's art, she would likely strike him down instantly, just as she had 18 years prior. Feng Huojun was the protagonist, while his former self was the antagonist. Antagonists are always vanquished by protagonists, a seemingly inescapable fate. Su Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he truly courting death? Did he not realize whom he was provoking? She was the national master of the great Zhou, the foremost beauty among the four in the martial world, a stunningly talented woman. Years prior, she had slain numerous grandmasters with her peak mastery. Soon after entering the grandmaster realm herself, and now she was unfathomably powerful. In the great Zhou dynasty, Feng Huojun was undoubtedly a legendary figure, having single-handedly decimated 10 cities, leaving mountains of corpses and rivers of blood in her wake. All who encountered her fled, none daring to confront her. 15 years ago, upon reaching the Grandmaster realm, she ventured alone into the northern frontier, causing 300,000 foreign cavalry to not dare advance a single step. Subsequently, she traveled to Buzhao Mountain, seeking to challenge Grandmaster Yin Chengdao, who was so frightened that he retreated into seclusion, never to be heard from again. In essence, Feng Huojun was an extraordinary presence within the great Zhou dynasty, capable of determining the rise and fall of the entire dynasty. In summary, this national master was terrifying, and few dared provoke her. Feng Huojun cast a fleeting glance at Yi Lingtian before releasing her grip. Your name is quite impressive. It has saved your life today. Yi Lingtian replied with a smile. It was given by my parents, so it is indeed commendable. Here I stand before you. Do I resemble my former self? Not everyone is worthy of such a name. Feng Huojun retorted coolly, choosing to disregard Yi Lingtian and instead casting a brief glance at Su Qingqing. The black impermanence clutched his neck, a trickle of blood staining his fingers. Trembling, he spoke. The Feng Ming sword, ranked 5th on the sword list, is wielded by the great Zhou's national master, Feng Huojun. I have met the national master. The attendees rose in unison, bowing respectfully. Even the travelers, Yu Shanku and Zhao Shanhe, exchanged courteous gestures, for the name Feng Huojun was steeped in legendary allure, and none dared to underestimate it. Zhao Shanhe, a figure of great renown himself, had once been a master of the highest order, yet even at his peak, he could not triumph over the masterful Feng Huojun. Moreover, the latter had now ascended to the realm of the Grandmaster. No one had anticipated Feng Huojun's presence here. Feng Huojun regarded the assembly with indifference. Today, I have come at the invitation of Lord Duanmu. I wish to avoid any unpleasantness. Should there be any disputes among you, let them be resolved at another time. Do you understand? Understood. The crowd responded hastily. Yet, Yi Lingtian, toying with his wine cup, appeared nonchalant, seemingly disregarding Feng Huojun's words. The latter cast a detached glance at He Wuchang, who, terrified, took 3 steps back and promptly bowed to Feng Huojun before finding a seat, not daring to voice any dissent. His strength was considerable, surpassing that of Duan Tu Gue, but not by much. Even if he exerted all his might, he could not swiftly eliminate Duan Tu Gue, let alone reduce him to ashes, something Feng Huojun had effortlessly accomplished. This indicated that if the latter wished to end his life, it could be done with a mere flick of the finger. The Grandmaster of the Great Zhou was undeniably formidable. A moment later, 2 figures entered the Grand Hall. Duanmu Ye, the leader of the Yaowang Valley, and Yu Xianji. Duanmu Ye bowed deeply to Feng Huojun. Greetings, esteemed Grandmaster. Feng Huojun nodded slightly. Yu Xianji stood reverently beside Feng Huojun, his gaze fixated on Su Qingqing. He was well aware of Su Zhan Tian's daughter and puzzled over why she had been chosen by Ji Cheng as the future princess. A mystery he could not unravel. Noticing Yu Xianji's lingering gaze on Su Qingcheng, Yiling Tian smiled lightly. This pretty boy should not stare at my Qingcheng. She is my concubine. If you continue to gaze, I might just become irate. Su Qingcheng's expression darkened. She thought, I am aware of my status as your concubine. But must you announce it publicly? Is being a concubine a matter of pride? The crowd looked at Su Qingcheng with peculiar expressions. Finding it amusing that the princess chosen by the great Zhou emperor was merely Yiling Tian's concubine. Feng Huojun glanced at Yiling Tian and Su Qingcheng, seemingly lost in thought. Yu Xianji, feeling apologetic, said, I have been remiss. Yiling Tian smiled faintly, dismissing Yu Xianji's words. Duanmu Yu addressed the assembly softly. The Yaowang Valley has traditionally remained closed to outsiders. Today, we have invited you all for a specific purpose. Yu Shanku inquired, May I ask, Miss Duanmu, what is this matter? With Feng Huojun present, it must be of great significance. Duanmu Yu replied, 10 years ago, my master, Chang Bai Chao, passed away. Before he departed, he left behind an item for me to present at an appropriate time. Yiling Tian pondered, could it be the longevity seal? Chang Bai Chao has died. Many others furrowed their brows. Their purpose for being here was to seek Chang Bai Chao, and now hearing of his demise felt ominous. Especially for the Luo Wang and Wang Sheng camps. This was not good news, as they had come to ally with Chang Bai Chao. Now that he was gone, what should they do? As for Duanmu Yu, despite being the leader of the Yaowang Valley, her cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the Grandmaster level. Not particularly impressive. May I inquire how the Yaowang died? As far as I know, he was a Grandmaster level powerhouse, with a lifespan exceeding 300 years. It shouldn't have been easy for him to die, said Tang Qi, his expression grave. Beside him sat an elderly man with white hair, his aura faint. This elder was a member of the Tang sect, but alas, he was nearing death. His survival likely depended on Chang Bai Chao's intervention. Duanmu Yu spoke softly. 10 years ago, when I last saw my master, he was gravely injured, and shortly after, he passed. This matter is tied to the longevity seal. The crowd was taken aback, realizing that this issue was connected to the longevity seal. Duanmu Yu explained, you may not be aware, but my master once fortuitously acquired a piece of the longevity seal. Although this matter was kept secret, it was ultimately discovered, leading to several grandmasters attacking him. The assembly wore contemplative expressions. If Chang Bai Chao's death was related to the longevity seal, it would make sense. The longevity seal was indeed a hot potato. And even grandmasters would find themselves pursued by countless powerful adversaries. Miss Duanmu, is the item that the Yaowang requested you to deliver the longevity seal? Yu Shanku asked, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. The fact that Chang Bai Chao had obtained the longevity seal was indeed a well-guarded secret. Even the Luo Wang had been oblivious. He Wu Chang and the other three shared similarly curious looks. This revelation was new to them, indicating that their arrival at the Yaowang Valley was fortuitous. Duanmu Yu nodded. Indeed, it is the longevity seal. This item holds great significance. My master knew that after his passing, the Yaowang Valley would be unable to safeguard it. So he instructed me to find a suitable opportunity to present it. Inviting the Grandmaster here today serves that purpose. The Thunder Canyon of the Yaowang Valley, while fearsome, could not withstand an assault from a group of Grandmasters. If the news of the longevity seal were to leak, numerous powerful factions would surely target the Yaowang Valley. Rather than face such a fate, it was wiser to hand it over voluntarily. Thus, Feng Huojun was invited as a witness. Then, where is the longevity seal? He Wu Chang asked ominously. Duanmu Yu replied, my master concealed it within the illusion demon ridge of the Yaowang Valley. As for its exact location, you will need to seek it out yourselves. For I do not know. The illusion demon ridge. The crowd raised their brows. They were aware that it was one of the forbidden areas of the Yaowang Valley, where even grandmasters might not emerge alive due to the illusions that could bring forth one's inner demons. Duanmu Yu cautioned, I have informed you of the longevity seal's whereabouts. You may enter the illusion demon ridge at any time, but I must warn you, once you enter, your lives are entirely detached from the Yaowang Valley. Before long, Duanmu Yu led the group to the entrance of the illusion demon ridge, where the mountains curved to form a grand archway, beyond which a thick mist obscured the view, rendering the interior indistinct. Whoosh! Feng Huojun's figure flickered, and she entered the illusion demon ridge. Her purpose for visiting the Yaowang Valley was not the longevity seal, but rather the illusion demon ridge itself. The illusion demon ridge could evoke a person's inner demons. If she could conquer them here, her cultivation would undoubtedly advance significantly. Yu Xianji followed closely. Miss, the illusion demon ridge is fraught with danger. allow me to venture in alone. Zhao Shan, he glanced at the veiled woman, aware that he too harbored inner demons, and if he could eliminate them this time, his cultivation might be restored. Uncle Zhao, please be cautious, the veiled woman whispered. Zhao Shan, he nodded lightly before turning to enter the illusion demon ridge. Subsequently, Yushan Ku and He Wuchang also followed. Tang Qi turned to Duanmuya. Speaking solemnly, Miss Duanmu, I entrust you with the matter concerning that elder. Duanmuya replied softly, I will attend to him shortly. Thank you. Tang Qi clasped his fists slightly, hesitating no longer, and swiftly entered. Lingtian looked at Su Qingcheng, whispering a few words to her before brandishing his calamity-reducing artifact and entering the illusion demon ridge alone. Upon entering, the environment altered drastically. Initially enveloped in thick mist, it vanished, revealing a stunning landscape adorned with vibrant flowers of myriad colors, their fragrance overwhelming. These blossoms must be the key to the illusions, Lingtian mused. He was impervious to all poisons. The hallucinogenic pollen had no effect on him whatsoever. Meanwhile, 100 meters ahead, Yuxuanji, Yushanka, Tang Qi, He Wuchang, Zhao Shanha, and others were all in a daze, trapped within a mirage. It could be said that unless these individuals could extricate themselves from the illusion, death awaited them. Which was the terrifying aspect of the Phantom Demon Ridge. Even a Grandmaster could fall here. Lingtian's gaze fell upon Yuxuanji and the others. The profound essence emanating from several peak masters was indeed enticing. Nevertheless, he decided that the Longxing seal was of greater importance. He could not afford to waste time here. That lunatic Feng Huojun had vanished, and if she were to locate the Longxing seal first, seizing it from her would become exceedingly difficult. Whoosh! In a flash, Lingtian disappeared from the scene. Half an hour later, he appeared in an exceedingly flat expanse, adorned with vibrant flowers, beautiful and enchanting, resembling a boundless sea of blossoms. At the center stood a 10-meter-tall white jade pillar, atop which rested a sandalwood box. The Longxing seal. A gleam flickered in Lingtian's eyes, without a moment's hesitation. He dashed toward the box. Just as he was about to grasp the sandalwood box, a terrifying blood-red sword aura surged toward him, enveloped in murderous intent, causing the surrounding flowers to wilt rapidly. The attack was all-encompassing. Lingtian responded swiftly, drawing his sword, Disaster, unleashing a formidable sword energy. Boom! The two sword energies collided, unleashing a dreadful shockwave that swept across the surroundings, leaving a barren wasteland for 10,000 meters. Lingtian was forced back several dozen meters, gripping Disaster tightly. His gaze icy as he regarded the figure before him. It was none other than Feng Huojun. Feng Huojun stood opposite him, wielding the Fengming sword, her hair disheveled, eyes blood-red, emanating a fierce flame, resembling a fire phoenix, exuding an overwhelming killing aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Lingtian, I shall slay you. Feng Huojun's tone was frigid, pointing her sword at him. Lingtian's pupils constricted. Had this madwoman recognized him? No, that was impossible. She was ensnared in an illusion. Consumed by madness. How absurd. Even while trapped in a mirage, she sought to kill him. What could possibly justify such enmity? Lingtian felt somewhat speechless. Having tried to kill him once, she now aimed for a second attempt, truly deranged to an extreme degree. At this moment, Feng Huojun had taken him as her heart demon within the illusion. If she did not vanquish this inner demon, her cultivation would stagnate. Without further ado, Feng Huojun lunged at Lingtian. Chapter 83. Not to be provoked, I shall withdraw. Boom. Lingtian immediately swung his sword to engage. The two swords clashed, unleashing a violent force that caused the ground to erupt, dust flying, and a tempest raging, with shockwaves rolling forth. Lingtian was again forced back, and upon regaining his footing, he felt turmoil within, his blood surging, and a sharp pain radiating through his arm. He glared at the approaching Feng Huojun, murmuring, This madwoman's prowess is formidable. Kill. Feng Huojun's aura surged violently, flames intensifying, her eyes glowing with bloodlust, her disheveled hair swirling, presenting an utterly frenzied and terrifying visage. Her heart demon grew increasingly formidable. Should she fail to eradicate it, it would consume her entirely, leaving her devoid of reason, transforming her into a relentless killing machine. Humph. A lunatic, if you seek death, I shall oblige. Lingtian's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. This madwoman would inevitably become a future threat. It was better to take this opportunity to eliminate her than to risk her hunting him down later. The great Zhou Emperor's secret. Lingtian's voice turned icy, his raven hair instantly transforming to white. His cultivation soared, propelling him from the late master stage to the peak master stage, though he had not reached the Grandmaster realm. His combat prowess rivaled that of a Grandmaster. This was the terrifying essence of the great Zhou Emperor's secret. Kill. Yi Lingtian tightened his grip on disaster. Advancing rather than retreating, his sword energy cutting through the air, imbued with destructive might, as bloodlight erupted, turning the surroundings crimson. Disaster trembled, a malevolent aura swirling. As if it had caught the scent of delicious blood, the killing intent surging forth, enveloping the heavens and earth, eclipsing the sun and moon, leaving only an insatiable thirst for bloodshed. Boom! Yi Lingtian and Feng Huojun clashed repeatedly, unleashing their full capabilities. In their wake, not a blade of grass remained. The ground riddled with craters, devoid of life, even entire hills leveled to the ground. Bang! Moments later, Yi Lingtian was struck back by a sword, spitting blood. His complexion pale, several wounds marring his body. Despite the fierce battle, he found himself unable to overcome Feng Huojun, suffering injuries instead. This madwoman's cultivation was absurdly strong. Were it not for her present entrapment in an illusion, Yi Lingtian doubted he could confront her head-on. 50 meters away, bloodlight coalesced in Feng Huojun's eyes. A suffocating aura enveloping her, her expression filled with agony. The heart demon had yet to be vanquished, and her reason was being devoured incessantly. It wouldn't be long before she was wholly consumed by madness, losing all awareness. On her neck was a sword mark, a remnant of Yi Lingtian's 100 steps flying sword. But alas, it had not severed her throat completely, having been evaded. In the blink of an eye, the wound on Feng Huojun's neck vanished. The Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. This madwoman was indeed formidable. Yi Lingtian's expression grew grave. He was well aware of her background. She had cultivated two supreme techniques, one known as the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra and the other as the Slaughter Sword Sutra. The Phoenix Nirvana Sutra was exceptionally profound. It enabled rapid recovery from even the gravest injuries, and it was said that if mastered to perfection, one could even be reborn through nirvana, an eerie concept. As for the Slaughter Sword Sutra, it was a technique of relentless killing, growing increasingly powerful with each act of slaughter, exhibiting an utterly monstrous force. Kill, kill, kill. Feng Huojun's voice became hoarse, flames erupting around her, transforming into a fire phoenix that soared above her head. Caw! The fire phoenix emitted a piercing cry, its wings flapping, flames cascading like waves, incinerating everything in their path. Madwoman, I cannot provoke you, I must withdraw. Realizing that Feng Huojun had completely lost her sanity, Yi Lingtian hesitated no longer and sprinted away. Should he become entangled with this madwoman, even if he emerged victorious, the price would be devastating. It was better to let her self-destruct. Once she was entirely consumed by her heart demon, she would pose no further threat. Unfortunately, Yi Lingtian was overestimating his own foresight. Feng Huojun had fixated entirely upon him. Whoosh! In an instant, Feng Huojun materialized before Yi Lingtian, her head bowed, hair disheveled. A phoenix totem appearing between her brows, her eyes radiating a bloodthirsty glow. Kill! Feng Huojun's voice was chillingly hoarse as the Fengming sword cleaved toward Yi Lingtian, unleashing a blood-red sword energy 300 meters long, its power terrifyingly immense. Should this sword strike, even a late master would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Heavenly web steps. Yi Lingtian was unwilling to engage further and swiftly evaded. Boom! The 100-meter sword energy struck the ground, cleaving a massive fissure, sending tremors through the area and sending dust flying for dozens of meters. Kill! Feng Huojun's voice suddenly echoed in Yi Lingtian's ears. He was unaware of how she had already appeared behind him, her speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible. A chilling sword energy surged from behind. Yi Lingtian's expression darkened. A glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Snowfall Heart Sutra. Boom! A wave of icy energy erupted from him, freezing the surrounding area in an instant. Even Feng Huojun transforming into an ice sculpture. Crack! Suddenly, the ice sculpture shattered, flames bursting forth from within. Still coming? Yi Lingtian raised an eyebrow, extending his hand to firmly grasp Feng Huojun's shoulder. A chilling aura surged into her dantian, freezing her meridians. However, in the next moment, this icy energy was consumed by an even more terrifying blaze, which rebounded into Yi Lingtian's body, threatening to tear him apart. Beaming divine art. Yi Lingtian's eyes narrowed with determination as he activated his technique, resolving to drain the madwoman's true essence completely. Otherwise, he knew he would meet his demise. Feng Huojun suddenly opened her eyes, her pupils still blood-red but now filled with an eerie, malevolent fire. She reached out, pinning Yi Lingtian to the ground. enveloping him in a terrifying burning force that aimed to reduce him to ashes. This is disastrous. Lingtian attempted to wield his sword, but his arms were firmly restrained, rendering him powerless. He channeled the Snowfall Heart Sutra to its utmost, releasing an overwhelming cold that froze everything within a radius of 3,000 meters, while snowflakes danced down from the sky. A crystalline azure dragon soared into the heavens, while a fire phoenix flapped its wings. The two mythical creatures engaged in a fierce battle, ultimately intertwining in a deadly embrace. Lingtian released his grip and summoned his weapon, declaring with a face full of murderous intent, "Eliminate her." In an instant, he swung his weapon down, but it was ensnared by a radiant flame emanating from Feng Huojun, preventing any further advance. Her eyes blazed with fire and bloodlust, her breath rapid and heated. Suddenly, her garments slipped away, revealing her snow-white skin before Lingtian's gaze, and her crimson lips closed the distance towards him. This is bad. An overwhelming tide of flames surged into Lingtian, threatening to consume him entirely. Half an hour later, tranquility returned to the world. The serene valley was imbued with a sense of enchanting beauty, with vibrant flowers visible in the distance. Lingtian rose from the ground, gripping his weapon tightly. His expression dark as he regarded the disheveled Feng Huojun lying on the ground, the conspicuous pool of blood beneath her. This is a disaster. She will surely pursue me to the ends of the earth. Lingtian's eyes glinted with intense murderous intent, the aura of death still palpable around him. After their encounter, his cultivation had surged from the late stage of a grandmaster to the peak, yet he dared not dwell on the implications. Fully aware of the trouble he had stirred, the madwoman would not let him off easily, and he was uncertain whether she retained any semblance of rationality while under the influence of her madness. At this moment, Feng Huojun's brow furrowed slightly, causing Lingtian's expression to change as he vanished from the scene. He knew he could not face her now that she had awakened. The best course of action was to seek the longevity seal. Feng Huojun opened her eyes, catching sight of a retreating figure. Soon, a terrifying aura erupted from within the illusionary demon ridge, as several mountains were cleaved in half. Not long after, outside the illusionary demon ridge, Lingtian emerged first. "Young master," Su Qingcheng approached him immediately. "Let us go." Lingtian grasped her hand and hurried away, anxious not to be caught by Feng Huojun. 20 miles outside the Medicine King Valley, along a broad road, Lingtian turned to Su Qingcheng and asked, "How did the matter go?" Su Qingcheng handed him a white jade vial, saying, "Young master, this is the heart-protecting pill given to you by the Lord of Duanmu Valley." Previously, Lingtian had instructed her to request a heart-protecting pill from Duanmuya, during which she had also inquired about the antidote for the 1,000 spiders' soul-devouring goo. Unfortunately, the outcome was disappointing. Even the Medicine King Valley had no remedy for it. It was only to be expected. The 1,000 spiders' soul-devouring goo of the spiderweb organization was not easily dispelled. However, she now possessed the Medicine King's secret tome and hoped to study it thoroughly for any surprises it might hold. Lingtian stowed the heart-protecting pill away. Just then, the sound of approaching horse-drawn carriages broke the silence, as a woman from the listening snow tower drove a carriage towards them. "Greetings, third young master." The woman bowed respectfully to Lingtian. Su Qingcheng looked at the woman in confusion, assuming she was from the Heavenly Gate. Lingtian spoke softly to her, immediately spread the word that the national master of the Great Zhou has acquired the longevity seal. "Understood, young master." The woman did not hesitate and departed at once. Lingtian handed the weapon to Su Qingcheng, saying, "Qingcheng, we must head to Jiangnan." After which, he boarded the carriage. Su Qingcheng hesitated briefly, but without further questioning, she hurried to drive the carriage. At that moment, many questions plagued her mind. What had transpired within the illusionary demon ridge? Why was Lingtian so eager to leave the Medicine King Valley? Had he indeed seized the longevity seal? Clearly, Su Qingcheng had guessed part of the truth. As the carriage began to roll away, Lingtian sat cross-legged inside. Beside him lay a long box containing the listening rain sword. He took out a piece of jade, revealing it as the longevity seal. System, initiate the lottery. Lingtian thought to himself. Ding. Lottery initiated. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Taoist secret technique. Congratulations, host, you have also received a storage compartment as a bonus. Note, the storage compartment will expand as the host's cultivation improves and can be used for storage but cannot contain living beings. In an instant, Lingtian's mind was flooded with various profound Taoist techniques. These techniques were extraordinarily mysterious, akin to celestial arts. Once wielded, they would surely wield immense power. Lingtian absorbed the information within his mind and quickly examined his storage compartment. It was a 1 cubic meter space, suitable for holding small items, which would grow larger as his cultivation advanced. This was indeed intriguing. It was somewhat reminiscent of the storage rings found in cultivation lore. Lingtian retrieved the listening rain sword, and with a thought, it entered the compartment. He then placed a mask and several other items inside. This arrangement was indeed much more convenient. Lingtian's eyes sparkled. This storage compartment was truly a remarkable treasure. In the face of adversity, one may find unexpected fortune. While he had undoubtedly offended Feng Huojun, the gains were substantial. Within the illusionary demon ridge, a terrifying aura erupted as Zhao Shan he successfully vanquished his inner demons. His cultivation skyrocketing as he stepped firmly from the late stage of Grandmaster into the mid-stage of Grandmaster. Not only had he regained his peak strength, but he had also advanced further. Simultaneously, Yu Xianji and the others awoke abruptly, sweat beating on their foreheads as they emerged from their nightmare. Just then, Feng Huojun appeared before them, wielding the Feng Ming sword, her face a mask of murderous intent directed at the group. "Master, what has happened?" Yu Xianji inquired hastily. Feng Huojun remained silent, her gaze scanning for the rogue. "National Master, you must have acquired the longevity seal by now, correct?" He Wuchang asked ominously. Given Feng Huojun's prowess, the mere illusion could not possibly hinder her. She must have claimed the longevity seal first. With her murderous intent at its peak, upon hearing He Wuchang's words, she hesitated not a moment longer and swung her sword. Boom! He Wuchang was instantly cleaved into a mist of blood, dead beyond recovery. Why must he provoke trouble at such a time? Is he seeking death? The others were startled, hastily departing the scene. Even Zhao Shan he, having just broken through, was unwilling to linger. Feng Huojun coldly commanded, "Investigate the origins of that Lingtian." Yu Xianji paused for a second, pondering if Lingtian had committed some transgression. Had he stolen the longevity seal? Not daring to dwell further, Yu Xianji quickly reported, "Lingtian is 18 years old this year. This Lingtian is not the same as the other Lingtian. I can assure you of this without a doubt." Feng Huojun regarded Yu Xianji with an impassive expression, saying, "Investigate again, and have Yin Sheng Le handle this matter." "Understood." Yu Xianji responded with utmost respect. Night fell. In a mountain inn, brightly lit, Lingtian and Su Qingqing arrived at this establishment. Lingtian remarked, "Qingqing, let us rest here for the night and continue our journey tomorrow." Su Qingqing responded with few words. The two entered the inn, which was bustling with a crowd. Predominantly martial artists, each wielding weapons and exuding a unique aura. The atmosphere was lively, filled with hearty laughter and clinking of cups. Upon their entrance, many eyes turned towards them, some curious, some sinister, and others with cold smirks. Chapter 85. The Storyteller, Imo Qing Wu. Esteemed guests, may I inquire if you wish to stay? A cheerful innkeeper promptly approached them with enthusiasm. Lingtian replied, "One superior room, please." Su Qingqing immediately interjected, "2 rooms." The innkeeper smiled apologetically. "I regret to inform you, young lady, that we currently have only 1 superior room available." "What are the standard rooms?" Su Qingqing inquired. The innkeeper explained, "The entire inn has only 1 superior room left. If you delay further, we may be left with none at all. As the martial arts tournament is imminent and guests abound." Lingtian decided, "Let us take the superior room then. The carriage outside belongs to me. Kindly ensure the horse is well fed." He casually handed the innkeeper a silver coin. The innkeeper's eyes lit up, and he patted his chest with renewed vigor, assuring them, "Rest assured, esteemed guest, I shall see to it." He then went to fetch wine and some appetizers. Shortly thereafter, exquisite wine and fragrant dishes were served. Lingtian offered a piece of meat to Su Qingqing, saying, "Qingqing, eat some meat to replenish your strength. You have grown thin on this journey, and it pains me to see." Su Qingqing gazed at the meat and immediately began to eat. Suddenly, a wild gust of wind swept into the inn, creating a cacophony of noise. The innkeeper hurried to close the door, apologizing to the patrons. "Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize. The mountain winds are fierce at night. Please bear with me." Bang! Just as the innkeeper turned, the inn's door was forcefully thrust open. The patrons instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, fixated on the entrance, anticipating calamity. "Someone's about to die," Lingtian murmured. Unfazed, Su Qingqing continued to eat, reasoning that if Lingtian could not handle it, she would be of no help either. It was better to eat well to maintain her strength. Outside, another fierce gust roared, yet nothing was visible. "What on earth? Is this mountain haunted?" A burly man with a heavy sword remarked. "Haunted? Perhaps not. But this inn may soon be filled with restless spirits, came the response. On the second floor, a striking figure in white robes, holding a folding fan, exuded an extraordinary charm. With a smile, he raised a bowl of wine, resembling a storyteller. Upon hearing his voice, Su Qingqing quickly looked up, only to furrow her brows and lower her head, whispering, the first tier of the earth character, the storyteller. The web of fate was omnipresent. Throughout her journey, she had encountered many masters of the web. To meet a wandering guest in the Valley of the Medicinal King, and now a storyteller, here was unexpected. The storyteller, a master of the earth character, was elusive and mysterious, his strength rivaling that of the wandering guest. Yi Lingtian grasped Su Qingqing's hand and smiled reassuringly. With me by your side, you need not worry. Though Su Qingqing remained silent, a warmth spread through her heart. Despite her apprehensions about him, being near him provided a sense of safety. Who is this fellow, speaking such ominous words? Someone rose abruptly, glaring at the storyteller. Sizzle. Before he could finish, a crimson line appeared on his neck, and his head fell. Blood gushing forth like a fountain. The crowd gasped, rising in shock, retreating with expressions of horror. The traveler passes, the feather fan stirs the autumn chill. The wood creaks with sighs of madness. The blue table laughs off delusions. The landscape is painted, revealing its transience. What a storyteller he is. Outside, a haunting voice echoed. Boom. In an instant, smoke enveloped the inn, and a seductive beauty clad in sheer silk appeared, holding a round fan. Her enchanting smile and captivating gaze rendered onlookers spellbound, emanating an aura of maturity. Following her were 4 women, each carrying a musical instrument, one with a guqin, another with a pipa, a third with an eru, and the last with a dizzy. The moment the alluring woman entered, many men in the inn were entranced. Sizzle. In a flash, the 4 women moved, and blood splattered as several bodies fell to the ground, quickly disintegrating into ash. In a prosperous world, the dead are buried, the heroes lie in royal tombs. The paper intoxicates with mysterious sounds. I advise you, do not dance lightly. The storyteller offered a slight bow to the enchanting beauty, his smile unwavering. There is no longer any Mo Hufa. Now, only Mo Qingwu of the Xian Yin workshop remains. The seductive woman giggled, her laughter as captivating as silver bells. Su Qingsheng observed the enchanting woman, feeling an immense pressure. This person was unfathomable. Yi Lingtian whispered, her name is Mo Qingwu, a peak master under Feng Huojun, now serving the Purple Robe Marquis. It is rumored that Feng Huojun's ambush on Hanshan Temple was leaked by her, leading to a catastrophic defeat. Few know the truth. The Purple Robe Marquis is a formidable figure, Su Qingsheng pondered. Perhaps, Yi Lingtian replied with a faint smile. It is no surprise that Mo Qingwu has come south. It is likely related to Mo Qingyang. Though they share the same surname, they are not connected. The loss of that ledger has evidently posed a threat to the Purple Robe Marquis. This aligns with his intentions. Once the conflict between Chu Jioga and the Purple Robe Marquis escalates, they will draw everyone's attention, allowing him to act unimpeded and reap the benefits. Esteemed sir, you are quite intriguing, truly piquing my curiosity, Mo Qingwu remarked, her gaze fixed on Yi Lingtian, noting his immunity to her charms, which was rather amusing. Yi Lingtian chuckled. When a woman becomes curious about a man, she is not far from falling for him. Why not expedite the process? Come to my embrace, and I shall regale you with the tale of the Overlord's bow. Hee. Mo Qingwu laughed playfully, suddenly appearing behind Yi Lingtian, wrapping her arms around his neck. The scent of her presence intoxicating. She whispered seductively in his ear, my lord, I am here. Do you not fear that your companion may grow jealous? Yi Lingtian, effortlessly embracing her waist, felt the silky smoothness of her skin. As he turned, he beheld her alluring curves and deep contours. Mo Qingwu shivered slightly, whispering, my lord, staring at me like this may lead to your downfall. Yi Lingtian smiled, the moon is so round. If I do not gaze upon it, would it not seem that I lack romance? Chapter 86. A Life of 2 Defeats, Swordmaster Bu Qianqian Hehe. You are quite the rogue, my lord. Mo Qingwu skillfully pushed away his hand, retreating quickly, though she was somewhat astonished that this young man was impervious to her seductive fragrance. What a remarkable third young master of Tianmen, concealing his depths. A man must have a bit of mischief for a woman to find him appealing. It is a timeless truth. If you cannot leave a lasting impression, how can you occupy someone's thoughts? Yi Lingtian replied with a calm smile. What a silver-tongued charmer you are, Mo Qingwu said, her laughter vibrant, turning her attention to Su Qingqing. Is this the future princess chosen by Ji City? She is quite lovely. Yi Lingtian remarked, my beautiful lady, Do not speak carelessly. Qing Cheng is merely my concubine, not a future princess. Mo Qing Wu turned her gaze towards Yi Lingtian and sweetly said, to dare to covet the woman of the great Zhou emperor. The third young master possesses quite the audacity. But tell me, what would happen if I brought Miss Su to Ji City? Yi Lingtian chuckled and replied, you may find that difficult to accomplish. Even if Xiao Leihen were to come, it would be beyond her capabilities. Xiao Leihen, the purple robe marquis, is a figure of formidable reputation. Oh, why are you so certain, third young master? Mo Qing Wu asked, her eyes twinkling with curiosity as she scrutinized Yi Lingtian. He smiled lightly and said, from the moment my Qing Cheng stepped into Tianmen, no one in this world could take her away. If you doubt my words, feel free to attempt it. This statement was not only directed at Mo Qing Wu, but also at the storyteller and a certain individual outside. Is that so? Then I am indeed inclined to test it. Mo Qing Wu replied, her smile widening as she was eager to discover the extent of the third young master's abilities. In an instant, the four women flashed forward, encircling Yi Lingtian and Su Qingcheng. The storyteller, playing with his folding fan, murmured, if the third young master requires assistance, this humble one can lend you this fan. As he spoke, his aura locked onto the four women. Yi Lingtian smiled and shook his head, my ally has arrived. With that, an overwhelming sword energy enveloped the entire inn. Mo Qing Wu and the storyteller felt their breath hitch, their expressions shifting dramatically. They immediately turned towards the entrance, where a middle-aged man stood outside, sword in hand, making no move to enter. The sword he wielded was peculiar, radiating an eerie power. Even though it remained sheathed, everyone felt the looming threat of death. It was indeed him. Mo Qing Wu and the storyteller's expressions grew grave. The middle-aged man, with an indifferent demeanor, slowly declared, leave or face death. How intriguing. It seems this man is not the third young master's ally, Mo Qing Wu thought, as she promptly led the four women away. The storyteller followed suit without hesitation, knowing that lingering any longer would seal their fate under the middle-aged man's blade. Once they departed, Yi Lingtian gazed outside the inn, smiling as he remarked, the general's sword does not appear in the renowned sword catalogue. With a single thought, it can sweep away 100,000 troops. What an exceptional general's sword. And what a remarkable sword sovereign, Bu Qianshun. Sword sovereign, Bu Qianshun. Su Qingcheng's pupils constricted, her eyes wide with astonishment. This unparalleled sword master had vanished from the martial world for many years, and she could hardly believe he appeared here. Yi Lingtian looked at Su Qingcheng and said meaningfully, he has come for you. For me? Su Qingcheng asked, confusion etched on her face. She had no apparent connection to this individual. Youth, wait for me at the cliff ahead, Bu Qianshun announced before vanishing from sight. Yi Lingtian gently patted Su Qingcheng's hand, saying, I shall return. With that, he took up the nearby weapon and exited the inn. Atop a cliff, Bu Qianshun leaned on his general's sword, his back to Yi Lingtian, the moonlight casting an enigmatic aura around him. A chilling wind swept by, causing Bu Qianshun's long hair to dance wildly, a terrifying pressure emanating from his being that deterred any approach. Yi Lingtian stood 10 meters away, calmly observing Bu Qianshun, and remarked with a faint smile, a general's sword buries bones, and a myriad of soldiers cannot breach the northern Liang Pass. A life marked by 2 defeats, how awe-inspiring. Sword sovereign Bu Qianshun, one of the foremost sword masters in the martial realm, had once swept through the land, leaving a legendary reputation in his wake. Yet, this esteemed swordsman had suffered 2 defeats in his lifetime, both occurring at the zenith of his prowess. The first was at Ji City, where he was bested by the sword immortal Du Gucheng with a single strike known as the Celestial Beyond. The second was the most thorough defeat, wherein he exerted all his strength, yet fell to a woman who had not even reached the great master level. And she defeated him with a single blow. That woman was the former Feng Huojun. You seem to possess considerable knowledge, Bu Qianshun slowly turned, an air of dread locking onto Yi Lingtian. His words were not merely about his own accomplishments, but rather about Su Qingcheng. Yi Lingtian smiled and replied, what you know, I also know. What you do not know, I still know. Since you are aware, I shall no longer speak in riddles. Su Qingcheng is the imperial daughter of northern Liang. I wish to take her away. In deference to Yi Bai Yi, I can spare your life. But you must keep this matter to yourself, Bu Qianshun stated coldly. Yi Lingtian responded with a smile, as I said. From the moment Qingcheng stepped into Tianmen, no one can take her away, including you, Bu Qianshun. This realm is not solely under Great Zhou's dominion. To the north lies the Northern Liang dynasty, once a formidable rival of Great Zhou. However, Northern Liang has since diminished, plagued by internal strife and external threats. The true identity of Su Qingcheng is that of Northern Liang's imperial daughter, the future ruler of Northern Liang. Few know of this truth, at most. 5 individuals: Su Zhantian, Ji Cheng, Bu Qianchun, Mu Shueli, and Yi Lingtian. Su Zhantian is aware because he was once the general of Northern Liang, later swayed to join the Great Zhou dynasty, maintaining ties with Northern Liang. This explains why he resigned from his position. Ji Cheng would never allow a former general of Northern Liang to hold power. Ji Cheng, having once commanded heavy troops stationed in Northern Zhou, frequently clashed with Northern Liang, and thus understood its intricacies. Choosing to have Su Qingcheng as the future princess of Great Zhou was not without ulterior motives regarding Northern Liang. Although Northern Liang is not what it once was, possessing it could enhance Great Zhou's strength tremendously, allowing him to dominate the realm. Bu Qianchun likely learned of this from Su Zhantian. Mu Shueli's situation is more unique, as she was the one to bring Su Qingcheng out of Northern Liang. The details are entangled with the internal strife of the Northern Liang royal family. Naturally, Mu Shueli did not conceal this from Yi Lingtian. Your audacity appears to surpass your strength, Bu Qianchun observed, his general's sword trembling in his grip, a murderous intent enveloping the heavens and earth. Chapter 87. The Northern Liang imperial daughter, Su Qingcheng's strength is merely a facet of life. Sword sovereign Bu Qianchun indeed possesses extraordinary prowess. Yet should you dare to take a single step forward, I shall ensure you meet your end. Yi Lingtian maintained his composure, unwavering in the presence of a sword master. Arrogant youth, not even Yi Bai would dare speak to me in such a manner. Bu Qianchun's eyes brimmed with malice. No one had ever dared to speak so defiantly to him before, and Yi Lingtian was the first. If you do not believe me, feel free to test it. Yi Lingtian pointed his sword at Bu Qianchun. A mere ant, wielding a rusted sword, cannot alter its decay, even with the accompaniment of a meteor stone. You are unworthy of my sword. Bu Qianchun replied indifferently. Your heartbeat quickens, indicating your fear. 18 years ago, you encountered a peak master, yet you did not regard her highly, only to be defeated by her in a single strike, Yi Lingtian remarked calmly. A quickened heartbeat may also signify a rising intent to kill. Bu Qianchun's pupils contracted. Indeed, Yi Lingtian spoke the truth. He could not see through Yi Lingtian, much like he once could not perceive Feng Huojun. Even now, he vividly recalled that sword from 18 years ago, the one that had brought him to despair, delivered by a woman who had not even reached the level of a great master. The current scene bore a striking resemblance to that past, with another presence he could not fathom standing before him. Thus, he hesitated to draw the sword. For to err in this endeavor would not only cost him his life, but likely lead to the demise of the entire Northern Liang dynasty. The Heavenly Gate was far more complex than it appeared, with formidable figures such as the sword Saint Yi Bai, the chess Saint Yi Daoqi, and the shameless Yi Xianxu. Moreover, this was merely the surface. The true depths of the Heavenly Gate concealed even more terrifying entities. With a millennium of legacy, the immortal Heavenly Gate was not something anyone would dare provoke lightly. Yet, these considerations paled in comparison to the immediate enigma that was Yi Lingtian, whom he found utterly inscrutable. Despite possessing only the pinnacle of master-level cultivation, Yi Lingtian emanated an inexplicable sense of danger. The rusted long sword, once unsheathed, would unleash unforeseen consequences. Observing Bu Qianchun's hesitation, Yi Lingtian gradually lowered the calamity and sighed. A swordsman whose blade can only be drawn for others is indeed the most tragic of all. When one has too many burdens to protect, the heart becomes chaotic. It seems this sword is beyond your grasp. Everyone has their own convictions. If a sword is drawn solely for oneself, does it not lose its true significance? Bu Qianchun turned away, his expression devoid of emotion. Yi Lingtian stepped closer to the precipice, gazing into the vast expanse of heaven and earth, and murmured, "Even if one stands against the world, a 3-foot azure peak can still provide refuge. This embodies the true essence of a sword's existence. So, what is it that you truly seek? I require a satisfactory answer, lest you fail to witness tomorrow's sunlight." Bu Qianchun replied coldly. Yi Lingtian smiled faintly. The Northern Liang princess is destined to be the future sovereign of Northern Liang. She will return one day, but not now. She is too weak to influence the current turmoil. And what do you imply? Bu Qianchun inquired, narrowing his eyes, finding the third son difficult to fathom. Yi Lingtian's gaze deepened. Across the vast expanse of mountains and rivers, with each new emperor comes a new court. The moment you hold the minister's sword, you shoulder a unique mission. The chaos of Northern Liang must be quelled by someone. I am merely a minister. That is the purpose of the minister's sword, to restore order. Unless the princess aligns with me to the north. Bu Qianqian's tone was frigid. Chaos is an inevitable aspect of any dynasty's transition. Should he intervene, Su Qingsheng would have no opportunity, unless she accompanied him northward. Once he pacified the internal strife, she could ascend to the heavens. A minister is ultimately just that, a minister, not an emperor. This boundary was one Bu Qianqian could never cross. Otherwise, he would be the ruler of northern Liang in this moment. This is a matter for you to weigh. I have laid it all bare. If you cannot restore order, I shall take matters into my own hands. I do not wish for my Qingsheng to inherit a fragmented mess. Yi Lingtian stated indifferently, his eyes glinting with a chilling light, a terrifying murderous intent surging forth. If he were to act, he would annihilate the northern Liang royal family. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would be slain, and the land would be strewn with corpses. Rivers running with blood. Su Qingqing's fate had already been sealed. Yi Lingtian would not permit her to inherit a chaotic legacy. Are you seemingly compelling me to act? Bu Qianqian's eyes flickered with a cold light. I am not coercing you. I am merely notifying you in advance. Su Zhantian is evidently more astute than you realize. Otherwise, he would not have willingly sacrificed the Jinyue sword to send Su Qingsheng to the heavenly gate. Even if you were to take her north now, it would change little. The world is on the brink of chaos, and the heavenly gate may become her bastion at a critical moment. Yi Lingtian shook his head slightly. The current martial world is fraught with turbulence, with powerful factions emerging. The seemingly tranquil court is rife with undercurrents. Jicheng harbors grand ambitions, aiming to dominate the realm. And northern Liang will undoubtedly become the first target. Su Zhantian is a cunning fox from the outset. He has calculated everything. With one exception, he did not anticipate that it would be Yi Lingtian, this wayward son, who would aid Su Qingqing. Bu Qianqian furrowed his brow, remaining silent. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, the princess is afflicted with the 1,000 spider soul devouring goo. Perhaps only the national master, Beilali, can assist her. Su Zhantian is a multifaceted figure, with ties to the web of fate, the Great Zhou, and northern Liang. The appearance of the 1,000 spider soul devouring goo on Su Qingqing was beyond his expectations. Yi Lingtian replied nonchalantly. The 1,000 spider soul devouring goo has already been resolved. How did you manage that? Bu Qianqian's pupils constricted. The 1,000 spider soul devouring goo was a lethal poison from the web of fate, difficult even for grandmasters to dispel. How did Yi Lingtian achieve it? With a bowl of kanji. Yi Lingtian's face broke into a smile. A bowl of kanji? Bu Qianqian raised an eyebrow. After a moment's reflection, he said, your idea is intriguing, but your leverage is still insufficient to sway me. Within the heavenly gate, there are many candidates for me to choose from. Why must it be you? Because he is rather exceptional. A mysterious voice echoed, and from 10 meters away, a shadow emerged. The figure, bearing an ancient zither on their back, stood on a large tree, appearing as though they could vanish into the darkness at any moment. This was also a formidable grandmaster-level warrior. Bu Qianqian turned to the enigmatic figure, his eyes widening in surprise. The six-fingered zither demon, Yin Shaoxing.